In my previous life, I was framed by my younger brother Lin Yang and was inexplicably branded as someone who peeked at my sister taking a bath. Since then, my sister has been indifferent and distant to me, and my parents have sided with my brother, unwilling to explore the truth. Instead, they have been pressing me step by step, making me feel suffocated. The Warrior Awakening card I bought with my hard-earned money was snatched away by my younger brother. In desperation, I chose to run away from home and venture out on my own. But I was weak and unfortunately died in a monster attack. When I opened my eyes, I was back in a moment that changed everything. The day my brother framed me. Lin Wanner had wet hair and was wrapped in a bath towel. A few strands of black hair fell from her shoulders. She glared at me with gritted teeth. Lin Dong, you actually peeked at me while I was bathing? The air in the hall froze into ice. My parents and Lin Yang sat upright, their eyes piercing at me, cowering in the corner. Mother Meng Qinshi was extremely disappointed, sighing with sadness. Lin Dong, you disappoint me so much. Why did I raise a beast like you? She wiped her tears and her voice trembled. You have ruined the reputation of the Lin family. My father, Lin Songsheng, said nothing. His face turned pale. He suddenly stood up and slapped me in the face. You evil creature. How is your sister going to get married in the future? Why did I give birth to someone like you? Lin Yang hurriedly stopped his father, his tone anxious but just the right amount of protectiveness. Dad, brother may not have done it on purpose. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. But he looked at the Warrior Awakening card in my arms with a gaze so hot that it seemed to melt it. Lin Songsheng's anger eased a little, and his tone turned soft. Lin Yang, you are still sensible. If Lin Dong could be half as considerate as you, he wouldn't have caused such trouble. Lin Yang sighed. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. But Dad, this time I really went too far. My father's face darkened again, and he raised his hand to hit me again. Lin Yang stood in front of me and said with a wry smile, Dad, my brother is my real brother. If he did something wrong, I will take the responsibility for him. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Lin Songsheng's hands froze in midair, and he frowned and scolded. You are too soft-hearted. One day you will be implicated by him. Lin Yang lowered his head, with his back to everyone, but the corners of his lips slowly curled up with a playful look in his eyes. He tilted his head and stared at me coldly. Lin Dong, you think you can still survive after discovering my crime? Remember, there is no place for you in this family. Everything belongs to me. Lin Yang tapped his forehead lightly, his eyes playful. By the way, didn't you just buy an awakening card? Snatched the warrior job transfer card directly from my arms. Pa! The card fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Lin Yang picked it up, held it in the air, and laughed unscrupulously. Warrior job change card? Brother, where did you get the money to buy this? Lin Wanner's eyes widened, and she almost tore off her bath towel. A warrior card worth 3 million? Lin Dong, are you crazy? The hall fell into deathly silence, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the card. Lin Yang sighed and pretended to be sad. Didn't Mom lose the silver magic crystal hairpin a few days ago? Brother, you wouldn't. I widened my eyes and stared at Lin Yang. It was clearly him who stole the hairpin. My father was furious and kicked me to the ground. How dare you steal your mother's things? Get out of the Lin family. He handed the card to Lin Yang. You will awaken the warrior profession tomorrow. Use it. I sat up, holding my aching abdomen, and suddenly I laughed so hard that I fell backwards. Seeing this, Lin Songsheng became even more furious. How dare you laugh? I raised my head, my eyes sharp and my smile brilliant. Ha! Reborn. According to the trajectory of my previous life, I would be beaten up by my father today and kicked out of the house. That card naturally became Lin Yang's trophy. If it wasn't for the school beauty Su Runin helping me get the second awakening card, I wouldn't even be qualified to be a warrior. In this world where reality and games merge, those who have not awakened their combat professions are destined to fall to the bottom of society. In the first war zone of China, soldiers are the backbone of the homeland, and resources are extremely tilted. Only when my father awakens a shield warrior can the family maintain its dignity. But I have never felt the warmth of family. Lin Yang and I are twins, but we are put on the two ends of the scale and weighed repeatedly. Lin Yang is extremely talented, but I am just an ordinary person, and all resources are tilted towards him. It was not until the death of my previous life that I realized that I was not mediocre. There is a rare twin bond between Lin Yang and I. He can inherit all my experience and double it. The harder I work, the faster he grows, and the gap keeps widening. My efforts became a stepping stone for him to reach the top. Lin Yang's light overshadowed all my efforts. My family only saw his brilliance and ignored my existence. It was not until I died that I realized that Lin Yang's so-called genius was all accumulated step by me. I will never forget that when the monster craze swept in, Lin Yang fled at the critical moment, leaving behind countless Chinese people, and said confidently, "These ordinary people can't even protect themselves. Why should I save them? Staying here is just dying. Lin Dong, if you want to be a hero, just do it yourself. Let me tell you, you will only be my shadow and servant in this life. In order to prevent you from dragging me down, I will personally sever the twin bond between us." Boom! At that moment, the piercing pain rushed straight into the soul. When he opened his eyes, Lin Yang was still standing there with that fake smile on his face. "Dad, stop hitting me, or I'll die. And this job transfer card originally belonged to me. I can't take it. Even if it can only awaken a life job, I won't touch my things." His kind look made me sick. I stared at Lin Yang, wishing I could strangle this parasite that was sucking my blood. Lin Songxing's eyes swept over me, and his anger was instantly ignited. "You beast! Lin Yang pleaded for you, and you dare to glare at him like that? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. If you don't restrain yourself, you'll kill your brother sooner or later." Lin Yang continued to dissuade me, his voice full of perfunctory disapproval, but his eyes were admiring the bloody look on my face, and the smile hidden in his eyes made me feel cold all over. "Dad, it's all my fault that I'm too good, which made my brother jealous and twisted. This is all my fault. Don't blame me." More Lin Yang talked, the angrier Lin Songxing got. He raised his foot and kicked me fiercely. "You beast! Look at your brother. How kind-hearted he is. You're more like a brother? You still dare to glare at me? Don't admit your mistakes? I want to see how long you can be stubborn." I struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, and suddenly smiled. Ding! The host is detected to be wronged. The system provides life choices. Choice 1. Kneel down and admit your mistake, and you will be rewarded with the ability to recite the entire text of misery. And a bad luck entry will be given, which means you will be unlucky wherever you go, extremely unlucky. Choice 2. Flip the table and do it. Reward: Berserker class. With the fanatical entry, turn yourself into a fighting madman. Choice 3. Sever the relationship, sever the twin bond, and take saving China as the ultimate mission. The reward is the God-level blacksmith profession, with God-level blacksmithing and God-level enchanting magic. Host, please make a choice within 1 minute, otherwise the system will automatically leave. I was overjoyed. The system had finally arrived. It was time to make a choice. Kneel down and admit my mistakes? No. I have walked this path in my previous life, and the ending was miserable. I don't want to repeat the same mistake again. Berserker? Yes, he is the best in the combat profession. Once Berserker appears, he can split the combat power into 3 parts. He is very charming, but he is too strong and easily broken. My eyes fell on the third option, and my heart beat faster and faster. God-level forger. This insignificant and useless profession in the eyes of others is the key to changing your destiny. In the previous life, after the outbreak of the Warcraft frenzy, humans truly realized the value of blacksmiths. An excellent blacksmith can multiply the combat power of ordinary warriors. A set of top-level equipment allows a level 20 warrior to kill a level 40 monster, and even fight against a lord alone. In the later stages, blacksmiths became the core pillar in the fight against Warcraft. An ordinary blacksmith might not be worth mentioning, but what China needs is a God-level blacksmith. God-level blacksmith who creates war-level equipment to help warriors defeat their rivals. The future will be filled with the craze of Warcraft, and China will face the most difficult test. The world is becoming gamified, and China's landing point happens to be in the most difficult area in the world. In order to survive, the Chinese people almost abandoned other professions, devoted all their resources to training warriors, resisted the tide of Warcraft, and built a defense line with flesh and blood. But what was the price? From the warlords to the common people, hundreds of millions of people were sacrificed. The Western powers stood idly by and even took advantage of the situation to divide up China. In my previous life, I watched with my own eyes as China gradually fell into despair. Even if I became a warlord, I was powerless to reverse the situation and eventually watch my homeland fall. If I were to live again in this life, I would never allow history to repeat itself. I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for choosing the God-level blacksmith. The profession is activated. Name, Lin Dong level, 1 HP, 100 attack, 10 defense, 10 enchantment value, 10 storage experience, 0/100 occupation. Forger, apprentice, God-level forging skill. Black iron equipment success rate 100% God-level enchantment skill. Consume enchantment value. The equipment upgrade probability is extremely high. Looking at the panel, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Finally, it's my turn to cheat. However, the roar in my ear brought me back to reality. Lin Dong, are you deaf? Lin Songxing was furious, with fire burning in his eyes. I told you to kneel down. Didn't you hear me? I slowly raised my head and looked at the furious Lin Songxing in front of me. I felt calmer than ever before. I heard you. I heard every word you said. Lin Songxing was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that I dared to contradict him like that. Seeing that I stood straight, his face turned completely black, and he untied his belt and approached me. Why don't you kneel? I sneered, my eyes like swords. Lin Yang is your son? But I am not? Lin Yang peeked at his sister taking a bath. But you blame me? Fairness? Are you qualified to talk about fairness? Lin Wanner glared at me, clenched her teeth, her chest heaving violently, and her eyes reddened. She finally couldn't hold back her anger anymore, and suddenly interrupted Lin Songxing. That's enough. Lin Dong, stop quibbling. How dare you frame Lin Yang? She pointed her finger at me with a trembling voice, anger and grievance intertwined. If it wasn't for Lin Yang's reminder, I would have been seen naked by you a long time ago. She actually didn't see clearly who was outside the door, but Lin Yang spoke first and was so firm that there was no doubt about it, which made her subconsciously believe that the person was me. Lin Songxing stood aside, his face terribly gloomy, a mixture of disappointment and anger. His eyes fell on me like a cold blade, as if he was looking at a misguided, hopeless scum. See how this is unreasonable? He sneered in his heart, his thoughts churning. Because he was jealous of Lin Yang, this kid actually peeped at his sister taking a bath and turned around to frame his brother? Lin Songxing became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and he was convinced that I was completely useless. If a high school student is so rebellious, he will sooner or later become the trash of society if he is not disciplined severely. My parents gave me many warnings and taught me with all their heart, but I talked back and showed no remorse. Lin Songxing's anger could not stop surging. Parents' words are the law of nature. How dare you argue with me? Even if parents are wrong, it is their fault. Who can blame them? Parents can make mistakes, but sons cannot disobey. What's more, Lin Yang is your biological brother. We are related by blood. How could you be jealous of him? Thinking of Lin Yang, a trace of pride flashed across Lin Songxing's face. Lin Yang was smart, sensible, and had excellent grades. He was the pride of the Lin family. So what if his parents loved him more? Did they still have to worry about you, a loser who was inferior to his brother in every way? He decided that my discontent was simply jealousy. Lin Yang will bring honor to the family in the future. But what about Lin Dong? Lin Songxing's eyes became increasingly cold. Are you not convinced? Then get out of the Lin family and stop dragging your brother down. Furious, Lin Songxing tightened his belt, making a crisp snap sound, and moved closer to me. You beast! Do you think your mother and I are harming you by disciplining you strictly? He roared, raising his belt. Lin Yang is gifted, and you are inferior in talent, so you have to suffer more than him. He became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice filled with long-held anger. Lin Yang is going to be China's god of war in the future. You're comparing yourself to him? Don't you think it's ridiculous? I stood there, my face gloomy, suppressing the churning emotions in my chest, which eventually turned into a low, cold laugh. After all, isn't it just if you can endure hardship, you should eat more? Every word Lin Songxing said sounded ridiculous to me. Fair? That was just a joke. Lin Yang enjoyed everything, but I was only worthy of being a servant, working hard without complaint, being exploited and neglected at will. I clenched my teeth as the belt whistled down at me. Rebellious son, I must wake you up today. Lin Songxing roared and swung the belt down. I reached out and snatched the belt away, my eyes cold. That's enough. Stop using morality as an excuse. You are so biased. You don't deserve to be a father. Lin Songxing widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that I dared to fight back. He was about to curse when Meng Qinshi suddenly stopped me, tears flashing in her eyes. The child is rebellious for a while. There must be something he can't figure out. Let me talk to him. Lin Songxing looked at Meng Qinshi's slightly red eyes, remained silent for a moment, and finally put down his arms. A loving mother often spoils her child. Lin Dong's character is all caused by you. If someone who doesn't know the truth heard it, they would really think Meng Qinshi loves me very much. But when I heard it, I just felt it was irritating. From childhood to adulthood, when has she ever really hugged me? On the contrary, Lin Yang, who is already 18 years old, can still cling to her arms and act like a spoiled child. Meng Qinshi calmed Lin Songxing down, turned around and looked at me, and said in a slower tone, Lin Dong, admit your mistake to your father, and stop talking back. Your brother is your family member. You should love him. All right, stop talking. I interrupted coldly, with sarcasm evident in my words. Let me be clear, the problem now is that Lin Yang framed me, but you don't care about the truth. Is what I said so insignificant? I glanced at the two of them and sneered. From beginning to end, you didn't even mention Lin Yang. It's easy to spread rumors, but it's hard to refute them. Have you ever thought about finding out the truth? Lin Yang immediately knelt in front of Meng Qinshi, about to cry. Mom, brother is right. It's all my fault. Please punish me. Don't blame brother. Oh, such acting skills. It would be a waste if Lin Yang didn't become an actor. Go away. Don't disgust me. I scolded him with cold eyes and no mercy. Meng Qinshi was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes, as if she couldn't believe that these words came out of her mouth. Lin Dong, that's enough. She finally couldn't help but scold. Lin Yang is pleading for you. How can you repay kindness with hatred? Mom loves you all the same, just in different ways. Stop saying these self-deceiving words. I sneered. Reason? In the Lin family, reason is never used. At this moment, Lin Yang started crying again. He wiped his tears and pushed the job transfer card back into my hands. He said innocently, Mom and Dad, don't blame my brother anymore. This is all because you spoiled me too much. The fun is still going on. I sneered, stepped forward and slapped Lin Yang to the ground. Get lost. If you hadn't escaped and caused the defense line to collapse, would hundreds of millions of Chinese people have died? The tragic scene of my previous life emerged, and anger surged into my heart. Just as I was about to give him another beating, Lin Songxing suddenly grabbed me and slapped me in the face. You beast! You even hit your own brother? I don't have a son like you. Get lost. Before you leave your job transfer card behind. Don't delay Lin Yang from becoming a warrior. Ha! As expected, I'm always an outsider in this family. I covered my face, threw the job transfer card on the ground, and stared at Lin Songxing coldly. The slap was so heavy that the palm print was clearly visible. But because of this, I felt relieved and completely let go of all my worries. Okay, remember what you said. Don't regret it. From today on, I have nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. I laughed and turned away, leaving everyone stunned. Ding! The host has completed the selection task. Obtained 10 initial enchantment points. The first level forging bookstore is open, and a forging book is available for free every day. Today's collection: Purification Handkerchief Forging Book, no level. Ding! Temporary task released. Successfully make a purification handkerchief. Reward 50 proficiency points. My anger gradually subsided, and I stood up straight, my steps more determined than ever. Behind him, Lin Yang held his face and said with a sinister smile, Crazy! Lin Dong is really crazy. If he leaves the Lin family, I wonder how long he can last. He forgot that in my previous life, I was able to support myself by clearing dungeons on my own. I saved the money for the job transfer card myself. But does the truth matter? Lin Song was so angry that he slammed the table. Rebellious son. Wait until he comes back from suffering and see how I will deal with him. Meng Qinshi stood at the door, feeling empty inside, and her breathing became heavier. Yes, this time, she really lost. Child, come back. Your father was just saying that in anger. Meng Qinshi murmured, staring blankly at the empty doorway. Still feel sorry for him? Throw all his things out. It's better if he never comes back. Lin Songxing glanced at Meng Qinshi coldly. Meng Qinshi was stunned. Things? She smiled bitterly and lowered her head. It seemed that there had never been anything in this house that belonged to Lin Dong. The sound of their quarrel faded away. At this moment, I was sitting in a school dormitory, staring at the system interface and studying the forging book. If you want to save China, passion alone is not enough. You must have enough strength and status to step into the upper echelons of China in order to obtain a steady stream of resources for growth. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot stop an epic level monster when he reaches the War Master level. But I am different. I am a god level blacksmith. I can create top-notch equipment, arm Chinese warriors to the teeth, and give everyone the possibility of becoming a god of war. As long as we build enough power to protect China before the craze of Warcraft comes, we will be fearless even in the face of epic Warcraft. With the memory of my previous life, I know all the key nodes. As long as I plan them in advance, my growth rate will be much faster than in my previous life. And right now, I'm eyeing an opportunity to win the special admissions quota for Ares Academy and directly enter the top ranks of China. Most people don't know that Xin Jiangnan, the admissions director of Ares College, appeared at Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School in a low-key manner today. A level 68 holy warrior who cleared the level 65 legendary dungeon by himself and killed the Dread Demon King without any injuries. He is China's legendary god of war. But no one knew that Xin Jiangnan was facing a thorny problem. His legendary weapon, Wind and Thunder, was contaminated by the mutated poisonous dragon, lost all its attributes, and turned into a pile of scrap metal. I looked at the purification handkerchief forging book that appeared in the system, and the corners of my mouth raised slightly. It seems that Mr. Shin owes me another favor this time. Purification handkerchief. Remove all negative effects and repair equipment below legendary level. After purification, it needs to be left for 24 hours to restore the effect. You owe me a favor again. This is not empty talk. In my previous life, I helped this old man many times. This purifying handkerchief was tailor-made for Xin Jiangnan, and it was just right for repairing the Wind and Thunder. After Xin Jiangnan lost his weapon, he found it difficult to deal with even platinum-level monsters, let alone legendary-level monsters. When it comes to buying new weapons, it's hard to find the right ones even if you try to sell them all. For this reason, he asked for help everywhere, and even paid a visit to Mo Xiezi, one of the only remaining legendary blacksmiths in China. But I know that even Mo Xiezi is powerless. In the end, he spent all his wealth to buy a judgment, but he was still unable to use his full strength. This life is different. With the purification handkerchief, everything will be rewritten. My eyes narrowed, my fingers crossed the system panel, and I whispered, "The purification handkerchief must be forged as soon as possible. If it fails, Xin Jiangnan may leave Jiangcheng at any time. And once he leaves, the southwest defense line will collapse in the future, and millions of compatriots will die from the wave of Warcraft. Saving Xin Jiangnan means saving China." Forging book production information in the system. Purification handkerchief. No level it can remove all negative effects and has the ability to repair all equipment below the legendary level. After purification, it needs to be left for 24 hours to restore the purification effect. Materials required. Purification handkerchief forging book plus cotton cloth plus 1 enchantment point. Remove all negative effects. This skill is simply incredible. Even if there is a 24-hour cooldown period, it is enough to turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. As long as a purifying handkerchief can be forged and displayed, the entire Chinese top brass will definitely be shocked. It is no exaggeration to say that this thing will be regarded as a national treasure. On the battlefield, the poisonous gas, curses, entanglements of evil spirits, and even seals from monsters have corroded the weapons of warriors all year round. These negative effects make equipment like scrap metal, directly weakening combat effectiveness. The number of existing repair potions is limited, and they are only effective for equipment of the same level. The repair effect of higher or lower level equipment is extremely limited. As a result, the repair shop is filled with damaged weapons, waiting for the long repair process. But this time it's different. The purification handkerchief awarded by the system is effective for all equipment below the legendary level. It is not limited by level. More importantly, this thing can actually be made by a forging apprentice like me. It's really too good. I immediately rummaged through the boxes and took out the ordinary cotton cloth I had found in the dungeon. The forging book was ready, except for the last point of enchantment. God-level forging technique, 100% guaranteed forging success. Although my level is still low, and I can only forge black iron and non-level equipment, after this success, my proficiency will increase by 50 points, enough to be promoted to Forging Rookie and unlock the permission for bronze equipment. Begin forging. Ding! The God-level forging technique has taken effect, and the items have been stored in the system forging furnace. Ding! Forging successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the purification handkerchief. Reward 50 proficiency points. The handkerchief is forged, and the attribute panel comes into view. Name, Lin Dong level, 2 HP, 150 attack, 15 defense, 15 enchantment value, 9 experience, 100/200 occupation, blacksmith level, rookie blacksmith, proficiency 50/100. God level forging, 100% success rate, can forge equipment below bronze. God level enchantment. Consume enchantment value to enchant equipment, with a chance to improve quality and add special attributes. Huh, I've upgraded. I didn't expect that the improvement of forging proficiency can actually lead to a level increase. What a pleasant surprise. Now that the handkerchief is in hand, it is time to find a way to see Xinjiangnan. But as a mere blacksmith apprentice, I might not even be able to get in if I go there rashly. I have to find someone who can recommend me. Class teacher Zhao Qingxue, the daughter of school director Zhao Banshan, is the best candidate. At the moment, she is lecturing in her senior year of high school. Tomorrow is your awakening day before graduation, and this class is the last class. Before get out of class ends, I have a few words to say. Zhao Qingxue's voice was steady, and the classroom was silent. It has been 300 years since Blue Star was invaded by the game world. The arrival point of Warcraft is on the border of China. We China have always been the main front line against Warcraft. In the past 300 years, China has sacrificed 101 warlords, 1,357 war gods, 30,219 war kings, and more than 200,000 great warriors. They not only protect China, but also carry the burden for all mankind. But now, those powerful countries take the opportunity to level up and brush dungeons, and gradually surpass our China in the number of war gods and war masters. When we invited them to fight against the monsters together, they tried to divide China. This is a shame for mankind. The students were furious. Teacher, don't worry. After I awaken, I will work hard to level up, defend my country, and let them know how powerful China is. Zhao Qingxue looked at the enthusiastic expressions of the students below the stage and nodded slightly. I heard my fists clenched secretly outside the door. In the future, the Warcraft craze will sweep the world, and those powers will sooner or later ask China for help. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Zhao Qingxue walked out of the classroom and just happened to see me standing outside the door. Lin Dong, what do you want from me? She asked puzzledly. I nodded and followed her into the office. Teacher, I want to ask you for a favor. What's the deal? I want to see Xinjiangnan, the god of war. Zhao Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Then her expression turned serious. Xinjiangnan's visit is extremely secretive. How could I know? Thinking of the impending career awakening and many students trying their best to get into prestigious schools, she frowned. Lin Dong, don't think about using the back door, be honest. Before I finished speaking, I took out the purifying handkerchief, waved it in front of her eyes, and said confidently, Teacher, you misunderstood. I'm here to help Xin War God solve his trouble. Zhao Qingxue's expression froze, and she subconsciously stared at the handkerchief. What's this? Her pupil shrank, showing a look of shock. Purify all negative effects of equipment below legendary level? An idea flashed through her mind. The purpose of Xinjiangnan's trip was to repair the injured weapon. She took a deep breath, and her voice trembled slightly. Lin Dong, are you sure this handkerchief is really effective? Zhao Qingxue was obviously persuaded by me, so I immediately struck while the iron was hot. She has a special status. The daughter of school director Zhao Banshan. If she can get her approval, it will be a shortcut to Xinjiangnan and Mo Xiezi. Teacher Zhao, China cannot be without a god of war, right? My tone was sincere, and my eyes were firm. If Xin War God's weapon cannot be repaired, it will not only be a huge loss, but it will even affect the morale of the front line against the monsters. This purification handkerchief can help him. I am not going through the back door, but using practical actions. The hero who protects China. The situation is urgent, and naturally we cannot act according to common sense. I directly brought out the national interests and filled up my own style in an instant. The subtext couldn't be clearer. It doesn't matter whether I have a back door or not. The important thing is that my heart is China's boxing heart. After hearing this, Zhao Qingxue's tense expression finally relaxed a bit, and there was a look of recognition in her eyes. China needs young people like this who can stand up at critical moments without fear. When the monsters are raging, bloodshed and responsibility are particularly valuable. She nodded slightly and took the purifying handkerchief I handed her. As soon as I took it, a cool and soft breath penetrated along my fingertips, which even lifted my spirits. Nice one. Perhaps he could really help Shun Jiangnan, god of war. Zhao Qingxue stroked her handkerchief lightly and already made a decision in her heart. Giving Lin Dong a chance might bring about unexpected results. A strange light flashed in Zhao Xueqing's beautiful eyes. Equipment information will not lie. Items that can eliminate the negative effects of equipment below the sky level are definitely genuine. If this thing can really help Shun Jiangnan, the god of war, it will not only help the god of war, but also make friends with the god of war and gain this precious friendship. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone and make sure you make money. But here comes the question, where did I get such a rare treasure? The purification handkerchief is a national treasure. If it is thrown into the auction house, it will inevitably trigger crazy bidding and may cause a bloody storm. If I really have this ability, shouldn't the country immediately send someone to protect me 24 hours a day? Talents like this have to be supported and supported for fear of something going wrong. She thought of the swordsman genius from Yinqing next door last year. The country directly dispatched a helicopter to take him away overnight to practice in seclusion. He did not return to the public until he broke through to the realm of the god of war. If the genius dies midway, the loss will be too great. Zhao Xueqing's thoughts were racing, and she even wanted to report this national treasure level information immediately. She is Lin Dong's teacher. If she really becomes a national protected object, she will be proud of it. Her hand touched the mobile phone, and she was about to dial the number when she suddenly stopped. No, need to confirm again. It would be very embarrassing if something went wrong. Zhao Xueqing straightened her face and asked in a serious tone, Lin Dong, this thing is so precious. Can you honestly tell me where it came from? You know, Shun War God will not accept equipment from unknown origins. I scratched my head, but this question stopped me. Indeed, it is not uncommon for foreign forces to use equipment to assassinate the god of war. The origin of the equipment is unclear, and Shun War God must be grateful. But fortunately, the origin of this thing is innocent. I patted my chest and winked at Zhao Xueqing. Teacher, I really forged it myself? Did you forge it yourself? Zhao Xueqing was stunned, with "Are you lying?" written all over her face. You mean you awakened your profession early? To awaken a profession, one must use awakening stones and profession cards. The school awakening ceremony is tomorrow. How can he awaken in advance? I nodded and immediately unhidden the occupation information so that Zhao Xueqing could see it clearly. A rookie blacksmith can also create equipment below bronze? Zhao Xueqing was skeptical and felt it was outrageous, but with the facts before her, she had to believe it. She had heard of examples of professions awakening early, but a profession like blacksmith was too unpopular, right? The reason why forgers are called junk professions is because they are too expensive. The failure rate of forging bronze equipment is extremely high. Experienced forgers have to waste a lot of materials, let alone a student. Where did Lin Dong get the money and experience? Moreover, she knew the situation of Lin Dong's family very well. They were so poor that they could barely afford food. So how could they have money to buy materials? Zhao Xueqing looked at Lin Dong with complicated eyes. Even if you have awakened the blacksmith, it cannot prove that the purification handkerchief was forged by you. Lin Dong, you have always been honest. Don't lie to the teacher. I smiled, knowing she didn't believe it. Teacher, don't you believe it? I don't believe it. Then what do I need to believe it? Unless you forge another purification handkerchief in front of me. I was stunned and scratched my head. That's not impossible. I opened the system store, and it was empty. The only thing unlocked was the purification handkerchief forging book. It takes 1 enchantment point to purchase it, so I clicked on it without hesitation. I turned around and smiled. Teacher, do you have any cotton cloth? A small piece will do. Cotton cloth. Zhao Xueqing was stunned for a moment and looked at the magic cloth and leather armor on her body. Where did the ordinary cotton cloth come from? As she was thinking about it, her face suddenly turned red, and she realized that there was indeed cotton cloth in the storage ring, but it was only used during special times. She frowned. No. What do you want cotton for? I pointed to the forging book. Forging a purification handkerchief requires cotton cloth. Zhao Xueqing took a closer look and realized that she was overthinking. Required materials: purification handkerchief forging book plus cotton cloth. Zhao Xueqing sighed and gritted her teeth. There is cotton cloth, but the shape is a bit. I smiled and said, "It doesn't matter as long as it works." "Okay, turn around first." I turned around with a question mark in my head, thinking that the teacher was acting weird today. After a while, a piece of cotton cloth with wings was handed to me. The corners of my mouth twitched. "Teacher, this? Stop talking nonsense. It's up to you whether to use it or not. Do you want me to write Love China on it?" I quickly threw the cotton cloth into the system furnace. "Begin forging." Ding, the god-level forging technique has taken effect, and the items are stored in the system forging furnace. Ding, forging successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the purification handkerchief. Proficiency plus 10. Reward 100 experience points. The host is upgraded to level 3. I handed the forged wing version purification handkerchief to Zhao Xueqing's palm. When my fingertips touched her lightly, a barely perceptible blush appeared on her face, but I didn't notice it at all. "Teacher, let's try the effect of the handkerchief." Zhao Xueqing nodded, took out the core crystal of the ice and snow staff that was covered with impurities, and wiped it carefully. When the handkerchief gently stroked the diamond-shaped crystal, an icy and sharp breath suddenly burst out, and the entire staff instantly flashed a faint white fluorescence. Zhao Qingxue tightly grasped the ice and snow staff and jumped up excitedly like a little girl who had won a prize. "It works! It really works!" Her usual calmness was gone. She jumped high, laughed like a child, and spun around in place, her face full of excitement that was almost overflowing. The staff was fixed. She could finally play the bronze dungeons from level 10 to 20. Even if she encountered a level 20 monster, she would not be at all afraid. She was so excited that she suddenly picked me up and rubbed me hard in her arms. I was instantly buried in the soft embrace, struggling and shouting, "Teacher, can you move your 36D? I'm about to suffocate." Zhao Qingxue stuck out her tongue, with a bit of embarrassment on her face. Thinking about it, Lin Dong was only at level 2. How could he withstand her fanatical intimacy at level 13? She rubbed her eyes and was stunned for a moment. "Huh? That's not right. Wasn't it just level 2? Why did it change to level 3 in the blink of an eye?" Her face was full of doubts, and she suspected that she had been deceived. I waved my hand and gasped, "Teacher, can you take me to see the god of war Shin Jiangnan now?" Zhao Qingxue decisively gestured okay. It's necessary. She knew in her heart that my talent was enough to attract the country's attention. For a monster-level genius like me, the Jiangnan god of war would definitely receive him personally. She snapped her fingers, her eyes looked like a gangster lady, and the image of me being picked up by a military helicopter overnight appeared in her mind. This kind of talent must not be buried, she thought to herself, then took out her mobile phone, dialed the number of the principal Chenzhong, and gave a general report on my situation. At this time, Chenzhong was at Mo Xiezi's house with Shun Jiangnan, the god of war, watching him forge the legendary purifying potion. After listening to Zhao Qingxue's report, he replied lightly, "Then you come over." This cold attitude made Zhao Qingxue a little unhappy, but it was understandable. After all, seeing it with your own eyes is more convincing. After hanging up the phone, she patted me on the shoulder. Xinjiang God of War is now at teacher Mo Shizi's house, but Mo Shizi's temper is a bit weird, and there is his apprentice, Qing Niu. That guy's face is so stinky that he looks like someone owes him a lot. Millions of people don't want to talk to anyone. These blacksmiths are each more arrogant than the other. If they have a bad attitude later, please bear with it. While I was listening, I suddenly noticed that Zhao Qingxue's expression was stagnant, and the corners of her mouth froze, as if she had realized something. I forgot, you're also a blacksmith now." She immediately changed her words and smiled slyly. "I mean, the previous blacksmiths have declined, but you are different. You are a genius. Maybe you can bring the blacksmiths back to their peak." I smiled and didn't argue with her. The most important thing at the moment is to meet God of War Shun Jiangnan quickly and strive for the opportunity to enter the God of War Academy. Not long after, we arrived in front of Mo Xiezi's house. The sound of hammering came from the courtyard, and the green cow at the door was carefully drying a pot of Tianqi Snow Lotus. My eyes lit up, and I went over to take a look. Tianqi Snow Lotus. This is the key ingredient for the legendary purification potion. Qingyo looked up and glanced at me and said impatiently, "Stay away. You can't afford to pay for this." Zhao Qingxue hurriedly stepped forward with a smile. "Qingyo, we are here to see the Jiangnan God of War, and we also brought a treasure that may be helpful to him." Qingyo's face was cold and even longer. "No, The teacher is forging. Don't disturb him. Just as he finished speaking, Moise's voice came from the courtyard. Is Zhao girl here? Let her in. Qingyo reluctantly took a step aside. She can go in, but you can't. Zhao Qingshue's temper flared up. Qingyo, don't go too far. Qingyo snorted coldly. The teacher only let her in, but didn't say let you in. Zhao Qingxue was too lazy to waste time talking to him and directly said, Lin Dong has a treasure that can repair the wind and thunder lance. If you don't let him in, China will lose a god of war. Seeing Qingyo's face change, we were in a stalemate when Moise's hearty laughter suddenly rang out from the courtyard. It's done. When Qingyo heard this, he immediately left us and ran into the yard. Zhao Qingxue and I looked at each other and wondered, could it be that the wind and thunder lance has been repaired? I shook my head. Impossible. In the memory of the previous life, Moise was unable to repair it. I strode into the yard and called out, let's go in and take a look. As soon as I stepped into the courtyard, I understood the meaning of Moise's words. It's done. It turns out that it was the legendary purifying potion that succeeded. After 3 failures, the 4th furnace finally took shape. War god Shin Jiangnan stood beside him, grinning from ear to ear. Mr. Mo, your 25% forging success rate will scare people to death. The success rate of forging legendary materials is extremely low, but it can reach 25%, which is already an incredible level. Mo Shiezi stroked his beard, his face full of pride. Try it and see how it works. Principal Qinzhong carefully picked up the container containing the purifying potion and slowly sprinkled it on Feng Lei. However, as time passed, Feng Leishan showed no reaction. What's going on? Is the method wrong? Qinzhong's face changed slightly, sweat dripped down his forehead, and he felt uneasy. Just as he was about to try again, Mo Shiezi stretched out his hand to stop him. It's useless. The poison of the mutated poisonous dragon cannot be decomposed by the legendary purification potion. Shun Jiangnan's face darkened, and the hope in his heart was instantly shattered. Mo Shiezi shook his head and said slowly, the bloodline of that poisonous dragon is probably sky level or even legendary level. Otherwise, the purification potion would not be effective. Shun Jiangnan was completely desperate and murmured, is it possible that my life, Shun Jiangnan, is going to end like this? There is still a chance. At this time, I walked out of the crowd with firm eyes. I stood there, my tall and straight figure like a sword unsheathed, attracting the attention of everyone present, and they were amazed. Mo Shiezi squinted his eyes and looked me up and down with strange eyes. Do you have any idea? This old man has a straightforward temper, just like an old naughty boy. Just now he patted his chest and said that no one in the whole of China could repair it. And now I jumped out. Isn't this a slap in his face? However, in my previous life, Moise and I had a close relationship, and we even fought side by side after the Warcraft craze. I knew that he was just a guy who cared too much about his reputation and had no bad intentions. So I smiled slyly and nodded deliberately. Yes, I have a way. Moise blew his beard and immediately jumped up like thunder. Boy, are you a blacksmith? Why are you bragging so much? I am, I said calmly, with a smile on my face unchanged. Hearing this, Moise was stunned, staring at me with wide eyes, with disbelief written all over his face. Young people are desperately trying to become warriors, so who would want to be a blacksmith? Moreover, at such a young age, even if they were blacksmiths, they would probably only be at the apprentice level, and it would be good enough if they could forge black iron equipment. Thinking of this, his expression eased a little. Even if you were a blacksmith, it is probably impossible to repair a legendary weapon like the wind and thunder lance. Legendary purification potions don't work. Can you forge potions above the legendary level? I blinked, still smiling provocatively. Mr. Mo is right. The purification potion is indeed not effective, but the purification handkerchief can. As I said this, I took out a handkerchief from my arms, shook it gently, and waved it in front of everyone. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the small handkerchief in my hand. Purification handkerchief. No level cleans and removes all negative effects, and has the ability to repair equipment below the legendary level. After purification, it needs to be left for 24 hours to recover. The eyes of Mo Shiezi, Shin Jiangnan, and Qinzhong all lit up. But Qing Yo burst out laughing and said angrily, isn't this just a piece of infinitely purifying toilet paper? Lin Dong, you're too disgusting. You still use this thing again and again. Mo Shiezi slapped him in the face. Idiot, get out of here. You have no right to speak here. After saying that, he stared at the purification handkerchief in my hand passionately, his eyes sparkling. Shen Jiangnan was impatient. Seeing that Feng Leishan was saved, he said angrily, "Boy, show me the handkerchief." I handed it over respectfully, and without saying a word, Shen Jiangnan took out the Feng Lei Shu and started wiping it. The divine weapon that was originally surrounded by wind and thunder is now covered with dark green lines and has a sluggish aura. Shen Jiangnan held the purification handkerchief and wiped it while praying, "Bless the Chinese ancestor god." As soon as the handkerchief wiped it on, an electric arc jumped out instantly. "Hey!" A familiar feeling spread throughout Shen Jiangnan's body, and he was shocked, and then ecstasy was written all over his face. "It works. Really useful." The wind and thunder tree disappeared, replaced by jumping arcs. After wiping, the entire wind and thunder tree returned to its former glory, with thunder rolling and lightning blazing, just like the return of the magic weapon. Shen Jiangnan swallowed in shock. This handkerchief is not simple. Mo Xiezi and Chun Zhong looked at each other with shock in each other's eyes. Purifying handkerchief, this is a treasure. Zhao Qingxue raised her chin proudly and winked mischievously at Mo Xiezi. "Mr. Mo, I taught Lin Dong, isn't he awesome?" Mo Xiezi laughed and looked at me with interest, with a little more appreciation and expectation in his eyes. "This young man is not simple." "Lin Dong, how much does this handkerchief cost? Sell it to me?" Shen Jiangnan said directly. I shook my head. "I won't sell it." Shen Jiangnan frowned. "Not selling. It's for you," I said with a smile. "This thing is not worth anything." Shen Jiangnan's mouth twitched. This purifying handkerchief can repair legendary weapons and can be used repeatedly. He, the god of war, has never seen such a thing. This kid is so heroic. He folded the handkerchief quickly, put it in his pocket, and patted my shoulder. "Boy, if you have anything you want, just ask me. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse." I smiled. "I want a special enrollment quota at the Chinese God of War Academy. I want to forge equipment on a larger stage and serve the Chinese warriors." Shen Jiangnan was stunned. Is this request too simple? This kid is quite ambitious, and the special enrollment quota is literally within reach. Qing Niu misunderstood Shen Jiangnan's silence and sneered in his heart. This Lin Dong is too ambitious. Isn't he annoying? He stood up and sneered. "Lin Dong, you definitely didn't forge this purification handkerchief yourself? Did you steal it?" Qing Niu crossed his arms and asked provocatively. "Do you dare to compete with me to see who can make bronze equipment?" He is very confident. After all, he is a bronze forger, and the success rate of the acceleration gloves is as high as 60%. Unfortunately, what Qing Niu doesn't know is that I, Lin Dong, have a cheat. I couldn't help but sigh. "Qing Niu, aren't you embarrassing yourself? Do you dare?" Qing Niu became more and more demanding. 008 special ability, entry enchantment. "It's not good." Lin Dong hesitated for a moment. This Qing Niu is Mo Xiezi's apprentice after all. Moreover, he has achieved his goal and does not want to cause any complications. But he said this. Qing Niu thought Lin Dong was scared. "If you don't dare, just prove that this purification handkerchief was not forged by you at all. I guessed it, you liar who is just trying to gain fame." When Qing Niu said this, Mo Xiezi, Shen Jiangnan, Principal Qin Zhong, and others all became suspicious. Looking at Lin Dong's reluctant look, could it be that this purification handkerchief was really not forged by him? After all, Qin Zhong was the principal, and Lin Dong was a student of their school. He felt that he needed to step forward and investigate the truth. "Lin Dong, you need to explain the truth whether this purification handkerchief was forged by you or not. Otherwise, you will most likely be blacklisted by Ares Academy and will never be recruited again." Qing Niu sneered. "Principal Chun, I think you shouldn't ask anymore. This was definitely not forged by Lin Dong." Of all the people present, only Zhao Qingxue knew that Lin Dong had this ability. She had seen Lin Dong's strength before, and everyone who had used it said it was good and extremely powerful. She encouraged Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, don't be afraid. Accept Qing Niu's challenge and prove yourself." Lin Dong glanced at the expressions of the crowd and knew that he had no choice but to show off his skills. He is now a forging novice and can forge bronze equipment. As long as he has the forging book and materials, he can achieve 100% forging success. So don't take it too easy to win against Xing Niu. But he didn't have the forging book for bronze equipment now, And even a good cook could not cook without the rice. So he spread his hands. I don't have a forging book for bronze equipment right now, so I can't forge it. But Qingyo, who was standing by, thought that Lin Dong was making excuses. He immediately took out 10 copies of the forging books for acceleration gloves from his pocket. Ha, kid, I knew you would make excuses. I have the forging book and the materials. Well, there's nothing to say this time. You're a liar if you don't dare to compete with me. In fact, this was Qingyo's entire belongings, and his heart bleeds as he took it out. But in order to show off in front of the Jiangnan god of war, he gave it his all. If he could really enter the Ares Academy, he could earn it back 100 times or 1,000 times. Lin Dong looked at the generous Qingyo and was so moved that tears filled his eyes. Good man. This Qingyo is really a good man. Lin Dong didn't even need to provide the materials, and he was given a chance to become famous for free. There aren't many good people like him. So Lin Dong didn't hesitate and directly took a portion of the materials and stored them in the system furnace. He glanced at the forging book information. Equipment. Acceleration gloves, forging book, bronze level. Forging materials. Acceleration gloves, forging book, plus deerskin gloves, plus bronze, energy stone, plus swift wine grass, plus borks. There is no enchantment value in the original forging book materials. However, after being placed in the system furnace, the forging material item had an additional material with 1 point of enchantment value. Lin Dong's heart moved. It seems that this enchantment value is a necessary material for the system to add special entries. However, the blue bull on the opposite side looked at Lin Dong with some confusion. Judging from Lin Dong's appearance, he has already started refining. But does he only need 1 set of materials? Even if his forging success rate is 60%, he still needs to prepare at least 2 sets of materials to guarantee success. But he didn't say anything. He put the materials into the furnace and started forging. 1 minute later, Lin Dong had opened his eyes. He's forged it. Ding. The host successfully forged bronze equipment for the first time. Experience plus 100, proficiency plus 20, enchantment value plus 10. However, as if he wanted to give face to Moizi and his disciples, he was not in a hurry to take out the acceleration gloves. Instead, I waited for a full half hour. Qingyo stopped forging with sweat all over his forehead. After all, he didn't have a system furnace, so he had to control the physical furnace to forge. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good today. He actually succeeded in forging with just 1 piece of material, and the quality is better than those forged in the past. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Dong triumphantly. Lin Dong was seen standing there doing nothing, with nothing in his hands, and suddenly something magical happened. Lin Dong, I knew you would fail in forging, but there is no need for us to compete anymore because you can't reach my level at all. With that said, Qingyo showed off his accelerating gloves in front of everyone. Equipment. Acceleration gloves, bronze level. Attack plus 5, attack speed plus 5, dodge plus 1. His master Mo Shiezi's eyes lit up at that moment. Attack speed plus 5 attack gloves are already the best among bronze equipment. Ordinary acceleration gloves have an attack speed of plus 2. I never thought that Qingyo would make such great progress. I really made him look good today. Xinjiang Nin also nodded. Although he has no use for this low-level bronze equipment, its plus 5 attack speed still makes it very good equipment and can be used by the younger generation for training. At this moment, Lin Dong smiled slightly and took out the acceleration gloves he made from the system furnace. Sorry, I'm so embarrassed. Making a fool of yourself? Qingyo looked at Lin Dong in surprise. Did Lin Dong succeed in forging it in 1 go? But even if the forging was successful, it would only make a fool of itself in front of his excellent acceleration gloves. But the next second, his eyes are worth it. No way. Fuck. Attack speed plus 50? Am I dazzled? Following Qingyo's scream, Mo Shiezi also turned his attention to the acceleration gloves forged by Lin Dong. This is against the heavens. Seeing Mo Shiezi in such a surprised state, Xinjiang Nin also moved when he heard the wind and took a closer look. Oh my god. What did I see? Equipment. Acceleration gloves, bronze level. Attack plus 50. Attack speed plus 50. Defense plus 10. Magic defense plus 10. Magic resistance plus 10. Shadowless fist. Every 60 seconds, release 100 fist shadows with attack plus 100. Grunting and swallowing. Is this fucking bronze level equipment? His wind and thunder only has 800 attack. This acceleration glove is just a shadowless fist skill. and it can deal tens of thousands of damage every minute? This is too crazy. Genius, this Lin Dong is an absolute genius. The confrontation between the Chinese army and the Warcraft is tense on the front line. In order to get a better piece of equipment, a large number of soldiers are injured every day. I don't know what's going on recently, but the amount of equipment dropped in World of Warcraft has become less and less, and the drop rate is shockingly low. Moreover, the monsters have become more difficult to kill, and their health is constantly increasing. If this acceleration glove was sent to the front line and used by those gods of war, it is estimated that the monster-killing efficiency can be dozens of times faster. But why give it to another god of war? Wouldn't it be better if he took it to the front line himself? After all, this thing looks more powerful than his phone Leihu, and it's just a glove, which could be used with phone Leili. It seems at this time I came to Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School and found a treasure, and Lin Dong's value is far greater than this acceleration glove. Maybe Lin Dong can mass-produce such a bronze-level weapon. Thinking of the scene where each Chinese warrior wore a bronze-level accelerating glove, Xin Jiangnan couldn't help laughing excitedly. With his son here, who will be able to defeat China in the future? But at the same time, he also had a question. Lin Dong, why do skills entries appear on the equipment you forge? I rarely see this kind of skill entry on other equipment. How do you do it? Lin Dong smiled slightly. No concealment was made, because there is no need. At this moment, he must show his greatest value to attract higher attention. This is a special ability of mine. If you don't believe it, Jiangnan War God can give me your phone Leihua, and I can prove it to you. Oh, Xin Jiangnan's expression changed. He doubtfully handed the phone Lei Shu in his hand to Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked at phone Lei Yin, who was surrounded by electric arcs. A line of information emerged. Equipment. Wind and Thunder. Legendary 8266/10,000. Owner. Xin Jiangnan. Status bound. Attack. 800. Magic resistance. 150. Physical defense. 300. Magic defense. 300. Wind and Thunder entanglement. Attack speed +5. Damage increase +10%. Forging plan. Can be upgraded to Sky Level Weapon Storm Thunder Hammer. Sky Level Forging Book plus Eye of the Storm plus Lightning Wood plus Sky Level Energy Stone. Beyond the host's forging capabilities, it is recommended to enchant directly. Without hesitation, Lin Dong enchanted directly. 009, an unexpected creation of China's top combat power. This child is terrifying. This enchantment consumes 6 points of enchantment value, and the current remaining enchantment value is 10 points. Ding! Enchantment successful. Awakening experience, 100% bonus entry. Ding! The quality improvement probability is triggered, and the equipment quality is upgraded to Sky Level. Ding! The host has created the Sky Level Weapon Storm Thunder Hammer for the first time. The reward is experience value plus 1,600, proficiency plus 150, and enchantment value plus 100. Ding! The host has successfully upgraded to level 12, opened the level 2 system store, and can obtain a forging book of gold quality or below every 24 hours. Oh ha! Upgraded again! Lin Dong checked the panel. I feel like I made a lot of money this time. High-level equipment significantly improves experience. Name, Lin Dong. Level 12. Life, 1200. Attack, 60. Defense, 60. Enchanting value, 110. Storage experience, 2000/4000. Profession, Blacksmith. Blacksmith level, Blacksmith. Proficiency 230/500. God level forging technique. Forge according to the material ratio in the forging book with a 100% success rate. Currently, the forging level can only forge silver equipment and below. God level enchantment. Spend enchantment points to enchant items on equipment with a chance to increase the equipment's level and quality and gain special attributes. Level 2 system store. Get one forging book below gold quality every 24 hours. At the same time, Lin Dong was thinking secretly in his heart. This enchantment has a chance to improve the quality of the equipment. Once upgraded, it will be much easier than forging. Lin Dong was lucky. This time the enchantment directly improved the quality of the wind and thunder spear. As Lin Dong's enchantment ended, rolling thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and thick arcs of electricity slashed down and landed on the storm thunderhammer. The whole Jiangxing had a doomsday-like scene. A sky-level weapon is born with strange phenomena. But as the master of Stormhammer, Shen Jiangnan was even more surprised. Just now, he actually received experience feedback from Storm Thunderhammer. All the Warcraft experience he had killed was now 100% added to him again. The ferocious experience allowed him to directly jump from the peak of level 68 to level 70. Jump 2 levels in a row. You must know that each subsequent level up requires a large amount of experience support. How many gods of war are stuck before level 70, unable to cross that level for the rest of their lives? But now, Shen Jiangnan received experience feedback. The threshold of War Master that he had been unable to cross was easily broken through at this moment. Warlord, Blue Star Country currently has the highest military force. China currently has only 8 people. And from now on, there is one more person. Shen Jiangnan himself was extremely shocked. How so? Where did these experiences come from? When he saw the upgraded weapon attributes, he laughed out loud, knowing everything. Equipment: Storm Thunderhammer, Sky level 16532/100000. Owner: Shen Jiangnan. Status: bound. Attack: 16,000. Magic resistance: 3,000. Physical defense: 6,000. Magic defense: 6,000. Armor breaking: 1% probability of ignoring the opponent's defense. Wind and thunder entanglement. Attack speed plus 100%. Damage amplification plus 20%. 100% experience bonus. Kill monsters and gain 2 times the experience. Experience bonus. Rare attribute entries. Shen Jiangnan looked at Lin Dong with extremely fanatical eyes. Talent. With this guy here, the combat power of the Chinese soldiers will be doubled. But the news caused by Shen Jiangnan's promotion to Warlord was far more than that. The thunderclouds in the sky were still gathering. And with the blessing of the Storm and Thunderhammer, the entire Jiangqing area became lively with thunder, light, and lightning. Of course, this is not some thunder disaster. It was just the magnetic field vibration caused by the promotion of the Warlord. The strange phenomenon in heaven and earth caused at this moment attracted the attention of many people. With such a big commotion, it's hard not to attract attention. After all, Zhan Zun is now the top combat force on Blue Star. Since the Warcraft invaded Blue Star, no one has reached the level above Warlord. Whenever someone from any country is promoted to Warlord, a grand banquet is held to celebrate. Xiao Beizhou, the principal of Liz Ho Aries Academy, was currently worried about the negotiations with the United States and other major powers. Humph, we Chinese helped Blue Star resist the army of millions of monsters, but they are ungrateful and are actually doing something behind our backs. Our war gods and warlords are all on the front lines, and we have no strength to deal with their backstabs. It's really annoying. Even India is trying to restart border demarcation negotiations with us recently, taking advantage of our misfortune. However, just when he felt the change in the magnetic field, a rare hint of joy appeared on his old face. That's right. That's right. This is the movement of a promotion to Warlord. The scroll in his hand also fell to the ground, and he was extremely excited. China has added another warrior. We are now much more confident when negotiating with Eagle Sauce and John. Ha ha, the promotion is just in time. Even the Warlord Shi Tianyu, who was far away in the northeast Hualong Academy, felt the chaotic magnetic field between heaven and earth and couldn't help but stand up. Warlord! Ha 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 ha. A new warlord has appeared in China. In the past 20 years, he is the only person in China who has been promoted to the rank of warlord. We old men now have a successor. Go check it out quickly. Who is it? We are in the southwest. Is it Xiang Hong from the Xiang family or Ouyang Zhantian from the Ouyang family? I have to ask for a glass of wine. And in the Eagle Sauce territory far away on the other side of the Blue Star, countless warlords were also alarmed. Because the momentum is too strong. Oh no, a new war master has appeared in China. They focus on the warrior style, and their burst is extremely high in the later stages. Once they are promoted to the Battle Lord, they will be equivalent to 2 or 3 magic lords of the same level. Quickly notify the Holy City Emperor and have them continue to put pressure on China among the negotiators. We can't let China, the piece of fat meat that is in our mouths, slip away. The entire Blue Star has become turbulent due to the emergence of a new warlord. You know, there are tens of billions of people on the entire Blue Star, but the number of warlords is less than 100, and each warlord is a household name. But Shen Jiangnan, who was deep in the center of the whirlpool, was in no mood to care about this. because his current focus was on Lin Dong. Lin Dong, your special ability really surprises me. Are you sure you only need one special recruitment quota? I think you have more than enough to command the entire Blacksmith Guild of Ares Academy. Lin Dong originally wanted to control more resources and serve China's overall situation. If he could become the president of the Blacksmith Guild, he would certainly not refuse. If there are more benefits, of course I won't refuse. Shun Jiangnan laughed. This kid could climb along the pole. However, he has now been promoted to warlord, and his right to speak is different from before. I believe that if he recommends Lin Dong, no one will refuse. So he sent Lin Dong's information to the meeting group of Ares Academy and expressed his opinion. Admissions Director Ares Shun Jiangnan, I recommend Lin Dong to become the honorary president of the Blacksmiths Guild of Ares Academy. But his news immediately aroused refutation from other college teachers in the group. Tactical instructor War God Ding Taichio. Judging by his age, this is just a new student, right? Can he become the honorary president of the Blacksmiths Guild? Director of Instance Management God of War Dong Fangjian. Xinjiangnan. What are you causing trouble? The Blacksmith Guild is an important force in logistics. How can it be a trivial matter? Freshman Counselor God of War Li Xinho. As a disabled God of War, what qualifications do you have to recommend others in the group? I think you are not qualified to be in the group anymore. Principal Xiao Beizhou also shook his head helplessly. Xinjiangnan is good at everything, but he has a hot temper and is too hasty, doing things without thinking, without even a cause and effect. Principal Zhan Zun Xiao Beizhou. Jiangnan, any position you hold must be assessed, not just talk. If you want to recommend him, at least show his results. Freshman Counselor God of War Li Xinho. Haha, the principal is right. Our assessment is very strict, and those who have no contribution cannot pass the assessment at all. What achievements can this kind of new student achieve? Xinjiangnan, you don't want to engage in power for money transactions and open a back door. You need evidence, right? The corners of Shun Jiangnan's mouth turned up involuntarily. Then you should brighten your eyes. If you have heart disease, take a pill quickly. Otherwise, you may not be able to bear it after watching it. He hesitated. He first took a few pictures of the purifying handkerchief with his mobile phone and sent them directly to the conference group. The next second, the meeting group went crazy. 010 honorary president? I, Shun Jiangnan, have decided to let Lin Dong take over. Fuck. Tactical instructor God of War Ding Taichio. Although I know that as an educator, it is very rude to say fuck. But I can't express my mood at the moment with other words. Bounty Mission Release Officer War God Hoing Xiu. Can this purification handkerchief really remove the negative effects of equipment below the legendary level? My endless sword begs to be tested. Director of Dungeon Management Ares Dongfangjian. My golden judgment has also suffered a numerical curse. Can you let me experience it first? Principal Zhan Zun Xiao Beizhou. Actually, I also have a wine gourd for drinking, and I want to clean it. Shun Jiangnan looked at these gods of war begging for milk without any bottom line, and suddenly felt that the depression just now was gone. Even the Principal Xiao Beizhou decided to quit, which is enough to show that the purifying handkerchief is extraordinary. You must know that Xiao Beizhou's wine gourd is not ordinary. It is a sky-level weapon transformed into a blood god gourd. It once trapped a sky-level lord and turned it into blood in 3 years. The blood was later made into a bodybuilding elixir, and every student who made a significant contribution would be awarded one. But Xinjiangnan did not forget his purpose. He wanted to help Lin Dong win the position of honorary president of the Blacksmiths Guild. Each guild has 3 honorary president positions, and now there is still 1 vacancy in the Blacksmith Guild. You must help Lin Dong get it. Otherwise, I'm sorry for his bragging just now. However, at this moment, freshman counselor Li Xinho secretly began to sow discord. He and Xinjiangnan had never dealt with each other. Seeing Xinjiangnan in trouble, he wanted to add insult to injury. Thinking of Xinjiangnan's purpose of going to Jiangqing this time, Li Xinho made a bold guess. Freshman counselor God of War Li Xinho. This purification handkerchief was forged by Mr. Mo Shiezi, right? With such a national treasure born, why not hand it over to the country quickly? Could it be that you want to treat this handkerchief as a personal property? He even shows off in the group. These words made the people in the group alert. Yes, they all just wanted to take it for themselves. Of course, good things must be handed over to the country in order to achieve greater value. Li Xinho showed his high consciousness at this time. which made others feel embarrassed to fight for it. But Shen Jiangnan didn't like hearing this. Surrendering to the state is a must. But what does it mean for you, Li Shenhou, to be so yin and yang? So he immediately started to refute. Admission Supervisor God of War Shen Jiangnan. Don't digress. This is not Mo Lao's work. It was forged by Lin Dong, whom I recommended just now. Just tell me whether he is qualified to be the president of the Blacksmiths Guild. His words immediately caused Li Shenhou to sneer. Freshman Counselor God of War Li Shenhou. How can a new blacksmith create such a treasure? Shen Jiangnan, could you please make up a better reason before talking in the group? Everyone is not a fool. Admissions Director Aries Shen Jiangnan. Then what do you have to do to believe it? Freshman Counselor God of War Li Shenhou. At least send him a video of his on-site forging. Otherwise, how can we believe it? Shen Jiangnan nodded. What Li Shenhou said makes sense. Just the pictures are really not convincing. So he turned his attention to Lin Dong. Boy, can you forge an exact replica of your purification handkerchief? Lin Dong blinked. Somewhat embarrassing. It's possible, but I don't have the materials on hand right now. Why not forge acceleration gloves? After all, the materials are readily available. After saying that, Lin Dong looked at Qing Niu with a sly look. This guy just caused trouble for him. So we must take the opportunity to let him bleed some blood. And now he really doesn't have the materials to forge the purification handkerchief. When he forged it for Zhao Qingxue just now, he still looked for the cotton cloth that Zhao Qingxue got. Seeing Lin Dong looking over, Zhao Qingxue's face turned red. She remembered the scene in the office just now and couldn't help but twist her long legs. It was so embarrassing. But Shen Jiangnan was very excited when he heard that Lin Dong could forge the acceleration gloves again. If there were another acceleration glove like this, it would be so shocking. So he turned his attention to Qing Yao. Hurry up and give Lin Dong a few copies of your materials. Ah! Qing Yao's face turned into a bitter gourd color. What a sin he has committed. Not only did he waste the materials, but he also wanted to build up Lin Dong's reputation. Seeing him hesitate, Moizi knocked him on the head. Idiot. Do you want the Jiangnan God of War to say the same thing a second time? Oh! Qing Yao reluctantly threw a piece of information to Lin Dong, turned his head, and cried silently. What a loss! What a huge loss! But Lin Dong just looked at him with a smile and did not move. Brother Qing Yao, I just remembered that forging equipment usually requires several materials. I'm afraid one is not enough. Fuck you. Qing Yao cursed secretly in his heart. Lin Dong was clearly trying to trick him. But at this moment, the situation was stronger than his own, and he had to come up with 2 more pieces of materials. Lin Dong collected all the materials with satisfaction before starting to perform. Start forging. During forging, he deliberately took the system furnace out of the space to facilitate Shen Jiangnan's video recording. Don't make the forging process too simple. Even Mo Xiezi, the legendary blacksmith, was shocked. What kind of method is this? I actually feel that I have benefited a lot from it. 1 minute later, ding, the host successfully forged bronze-level equipment. Proficiency plus 10. Ding, enchantment successful. This consumption consumes 1 enchantment value. Awakening suppresses the blood recovery entry. Ding, the quality improvement chance is triggered, and the equipment quality is improved to silver level. Ding, the host successfully forged silver-level equipment for the first time. Experience plus 100, proficiency plus 30. Enchantment value plus 15. Ouch! Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. The chance of improving quality has been triggered again. Turned an ordinary bronze equipment into silver equipment. And this time the attributes are even more outrageous. Equipment. Speed up gloves, silver level. Attack plus 500. Attack speed plus 35. Defense plus 100. Movement speed plus 20. Suppress blood recovery. For monsters with less than 30% health, suppress any form of blood recovery ability. Silver gloves that add 500 attack points. This attribute can only be achieved by diamond-level weapons. It also has a special effect of suppressing blood recovery, which is a complete defeat for a monster with the ability to recover blood. Shen Jiangnan had already thought of the scene where he was holding 2 accelerating gloves, a shadowless fist in his left hand, and a suppressed blood recovery with his right hand. So domineering. Invincible warrior. He smiled and silently posted the photo of the bronze-level acceleration gloves and the video of Lin Dong making the silver-level acceleration gloves on the spot in the meeting group. This time, he didn't say anything, just stood there and laughed. At this time, Li Shenhou could no longer refute it. Really? His two messages quickly became read. There are only 32 people in the group, but now it shows that 32 people have read it. Obviously, these two pieces of equipment have attracted everyone's attention, with the on-site forging video as evidence. All doubts are dispelled. Many school executives who had originally remained silent could no longer sit still. School director God of War Nan Batian, Jiang Nan, asked this guy if he wants to sell this speed-up glove that suppresses HP recovery. 10 billion, I'll buy it. Damn, it's too annoying to play the Lord Boss in this ancient demon god dungeon. Every time I'm about to die, my HP is instantly full. School director, God of War Zhuge Yuan. Oh, this boy is great. Come to our Blood Demon Guild to be a worshipper. The treatment is much better than that of the honorary president of the Blacksmith Guild. Student Union President, God of War Ling Feng. This junior fellow is from Jiangcheng, right? He is from the same hometown as me. Come to our student union, I will make him the vice president. War God Hua Yiye, leader of the combat readiness team. This little brother is so handsome. He is emotionally stable and reliable. I want to talk. Principal War Master Xiao Beizhou. Ahem, Jiang Nan, please bring this Lin Dong back. I have been very restless recently and want to recruit a close disciple. Looking at the lively scene in the group, Li Xinho's expression changed. Damn it, Shun Jiangnan pretended to be here again. He pretended to dive in the group, but observed the dynamics of the group. It even made Lin Dong hate him. This kid is so disgusting. He actually helped that old dog Shin Jiangnan deal with me. I want to make you look good when you come to school. And Shin Jiangnan also seized the opportunity at this time and asked in the group. Lin Dong becomes the honorary president of the Blacksmiths Guild. Is there anyone who objects to it now? 011 nowadays, who doesn't have a circle of friends. Be opposed to? What can you object to? Why oppose? They couldn't wait to curry favor with a genius blacksmith like Lin Dong. After all, the warrior is the profession that requires the most equipment. A god of war without legendary equipment cannot even defeat a war king in a full-body suit. I don't see many war gods in the group, and there are only a few legendary equipments. Most of them are wearing diamond equipments. A new god of war like Ling Feng, the president of the student union, even wears a platinum suit and doesn't even have diamond equipment. If they could gain the friendship of a genius blacksmith like Lin Dong, it would be extremely useful to them. After all, who would want too much equipment? Of course, the more the better. So the group was instantly flooded with the words agree +1. Shun Jiangnan also began to show his mathematical talent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 31? There is still one person missing. Who didn't agree? Shun Jiangnan directly shouted loudly in the group. Who is so out of touch, and why don't you agree? If you have an opinion, just say it quickly, so you don't have to complain later that everyone didn't adopt your opinion. As for who didn't agree, everyone knew it. Who else besides Li Xinho? At this time, being held by Shin Jiangnan, Li Xinho's lungs almost exploded with anger. You Shin Jiangnan, you are really a villain. Isn't it just to find a talented blacksmith? Look how awesome you are. Didn't I just question you a few words and hold on to it? Do I have to step down in front of all the teachers? Over there, Shin Jiangnan hasn't vented his anger yet, and is constantly making comments in the group. Admissions Director Shin Jiangnan, voice. 59 seconds. Admissions Director Shun Jiangnan, voice. 36 seconds. Admissions Director Shun Jiangnan, voice. 27 seconds. Admissions Director Shun Jiangnan, voice. 41 seconds. We obviously know that Shin Jiangnan has nothing nice to say. Li Xinho couldn't help but click on it and listen to it again. What Shin Jiangnan scolded was so unpleasant. All we have to do is mention him by name. Damn it, it's not over, right? At this moment, Principal Xiao Beizhou was in the group at Li Sima. Principal War Master Xiao Beizhou. God, hurry up and express your opinion. Otherwise, the group will be scolded and banned by Shin Jiangnan in a while. The principal spoke. Li Xinho had no choice but to hold his nose and agree. But the hatred in my heart became even deeper. The shame of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Didn't you recommend this blacksmith to be the honorary president? Hey, I'll go to the Blacksmith Guild and give some of my drops to the president, Yin Linglong. After all, Yin Linglong's nephew Yin Liangshan also wanted to compete for the honorary president. As long as he adds more fuel and jealousy, the entire Blacksmith Guild will not be able to tolerate this Lin Dong. The group chat is still going on, Principal Xiao Beizhou specially asked Shun Jiangnan several times. Principal War Master Xiao Beizhou, Jiangnan, you must protect this Lin Dong well and make sure nothing happens. Once this child is trained, we in China will probably have an equipment revolution. It is no exaggeration to say that China may rise again because of this and completely make a comeback in the face of adversity. Shun Jiangnan even claimed that it was. In fact, he thought so too. Lin Dong's value is self-evident. It can be seen from the pieces of equipment he forged that his role is almost subversive, giving equipment 100% skill entries. This kind of thing has never happened in Blue Star. If we can arm a team of God of War, I'm afraid it will be able to sweep across the warcraft and be invincible. After coming back to his senses, Shun Jiangnan looked at Lin Dong again. Lin Dong, I have already taken care of the matter of honorary president of the Blacksmith Guild for you. During the period before school starts, I will protect you secretly, and nothing will happen to you. With Shun Jiangnan's words of assurance, Lin Dong can spend the rest of his life as he pleases. This is the warlord, one of the top 9 people in China. As a thank you, Lin Dong placed the 2 acceleration gloves in front of Shun Jiangnan. Jiangnan, God of War, thank you for taking care of me. You can use these 2 acceleration gloves first. When I am promoted to a sky-level blacksmith, I will make you a set of sky-level equipment for free. If the country needs acceleration gloves at that time, I will forge 2 more, and these 2 will belong to you. Lin Dong's words made Shun Jiangnan's eyes light up. This kid, sensible, can pay. Smiling, he put the 2 acceleration gloves into the space ring. Shun Jiangnan remembered something important. I plan to open a small stove for Lin Dong. After the enrollment season ends in previous years, our God of War Academy will select outstanding freshmen for actual combat training. Go to the next level to clear the level dungeon. This experience of leveling up dungeons is crucial to the growth of the team and individuals. It is also the best way for us in China to cultivate team combat awareness. In previous years, there were many outstanding freshmen who grew up and gained insights in the dungeon. They even reached level 30 before the start of school and became golden warriors. Although you are a blacksmith, if you work well with the team, you may have unexpected results. If you are willing, I can get you a place to participate in actual combat training. Something that Shun Jiangnan could say solemnly. It must be a good thing, and if someone takes it with you to brush the copy, your safety will definitely be guaranteed. If you don't participate in such a good thing, you are out of your mind. So Lin Dong agreed immediately. It all depends on the arrangements of Jiangnan, God of War. Okay. Then when Jiangsu No. 1 Middle School's career awakening is completed tomorrow, I will select a few talented students, and we will rush back to Ares Academy immediately. After Shun Jiangnan arranged for Lin Dong, he couldn't help but take out his accelerating gloves again, holding the storm hammer, and walked around majestically for a few times. Once you put this outfit on, it's so enjoyable. Now he can't wait to return to the Southwest Front immediately and kill the mutated poisonous dragon that almost made him lose his qualification as God of War. I believe that this time, with this piece of equipment, we will be able to completely drive the monsters on China's Southwest Front back into the abyss crack. Come on, brat, take some photos for me and make me look pretty. Hear the words. Lin Dong found a good angle and took several powerful and domineering photos of Shun Jiangnan. Shun Jiangnan is getting excited. After all, his promotion to warlord has not been revealed to anyone yet. So I decided to announce it to the world and posted it on WeChat Moments to boost the spirits of the Chinese people. Alas, I advanced by accident. Who would understand this kind of distress? I didn't expect that just a few seconds after posting it, the number of comments in the circle of friends reached 99 plus. Shit, you are the newly promoted war master of our China. How unfair. As far as I remember, your level and experience are not as high as mine. How can you talk like that upstairs? This is our honorable Lord Zhang, the backbone of our China, the pride of our China. Please watch your mouth. What kind of rubbish is this diamond weapon in my hand? It's not even as good as the bronze-level speed-up gloves. When did China have another sky-level weapon? Why does this Storm Thunder Hammer look familiar? Is it a modified version of the Wind Thunder Spear? Zhao Qingxue also secretly posted a message on her moments. Who says blacksmiths are weak? There are no rubbish jobs in this world, only rubbish practitioners. As long as you work hard enough, you can shine even if you are insignificant. Classmates, encourage yourselves. Her intention was to encourage those motivated students. The attached screenshot is a picture of a purification handkerchief with wings. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Lin Dong's back was in the photo. After all, it was just Lin Dong's back, and she didn't believe anyone could recognize him. However, there are always exceptions. Lin Yang, who was bored and browsing his phone at home, suddenly saw this post on WeChat Moments. After seeing Zhao Qingshue's implicit hint, Lin Yang suddenly became curious. This back figure? Isn't this Lin Dong? Could it be that this purification handkerchief was forged by Lin Dong? Did he awaken his profession ahead of time? He jumped up and ran straight out of the bedroom. Dad, Mom, I like this purification handkerchief. Ask Lin Dong to make one for me as soon as possible. I want it now. He seemed to have not yet realized that Lin Dong had completely broken off with their family. He was still bossing them around as before. When Father Lin Songxing saw it, he was shocked. The value of the purifying handkerchief is self-evident, and it might just make their family a small fortune. This little bastard actually did these things without telling his family. Doesn't he know that everything has to be used at home? He's really getting more and more outrageous. I'll call him right now and ask him to come back and make one for Lin Yang. 012 if you ask me to come back, I will come back. Why? Lin Songxing called Lin Dong. I couldn't help but frown. The phone has been ringing for more than 10 seconds. Why hasn't Lin Dong answered it yet? This Lin Dong is really too arrogant. He didn't even answer his call immediately. Lin Dong is becoming more and more disappointing. Does he still regard me as his father? He doesn't even know how to observe proper manners. Zhao Qingxue, who was begging Lin Dong to make equipment, heard the phone ringing for a long time and couldn't help but remind Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you're calling. Do you want to answer it first? Lin Dong picked up the phone, took a look, and hung up. Seeing Zhao Qingshue's puzzled expression, he smiled slightly. Oh, a nuisance call? Don't worry about it. Zhao Qingxue did not doubt him and continued to beg Lin Dong. Lin Dong, can you help the teacher build a set of bronze equipment? Just a bronze set will do. She grabbed Lin Dong's arm and shook it hard, like a spoiled girl, without showing any of the composure she showed in class. Is this what Teacher Zhao is like in private? The contrast with the cold and stern look in class is too big. But before Lin Dong could answer, his phone rang again. Lin Dong frowned. It was Lin Songxing who called. We have already severed our relationship. Why are you calling him? Do you want to call him back to continue to be a slave? He's had enough of that kind of life. He would never allow himself to jump into the same pit twice. He hung up the phone again and blocked the number. Zhao Qingxue blinked and noticed that Lin Dong's expression was not looking good. What's wrong? Why didn't you answer? Is it someone you hate? A property insurance salesman? He tricks people into investing without giving them any real returns. Lin Dong replied casually. I no longer have any attachment to the Lin family. Zhao Qingxue echoed. Yes, these property insurance salespeople are so annoying. They deceive people every day. They are even more hateful than the monsters that eat people without leaving any bones. Looking at Zhao Xueqing's face full of indignation, Lin Dong formally responded to her request. Teacher Zhao, didn't you just say that you wanted to forge a bronze suit? While I'm here with Mr. Mo, I have all the forging books and materials. I might as well forge them for you. Lin Dong changed the subject and immediately attracted Zhao Qingshue's attention. She had already witnessed Lin Dong's forging ability and had no doubts about it. If he was willing to make a bronze suit for her, it would probably be the most exaggerated bronze suit in history. Zhao Qingxue couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. She couldn't help but hug Lin Dong and kiss him. You are such a good student of the teacher. You are the teacher's pride. Ahem. Teacher, relax a bit. I can't breathe. Zhao Qingxue let go of Lin Dong embarrassedly. She was really too excited just now. Lin Dong looked at Zhao Qingshue's terrifying cleavage and felt a lingering fear. Teacher, please prepare the materials. Zhao Qingxue nodded and started to act coquettishly towards Moizi. Grandpa Mo, I need all the forging materials for the deerskin boots, devil hat, magic helmet, mysterious ring, and 4 staff. Please help me find them. Lin Songxing's face turned pale. He didn't expect that Lin Dong would hang up on him twice. He suddenly slammed the table in anger and lost his temper. Rebellious son. He hung up on me again. He's testing my patience. Lin Yang was still adding fuel to the fire, not realizing Lin Dong's resolute attitude at all. Lin Dong is already like this. How can you tolerate it, Dad? You raised him up, but he has no gratitude at all. He is such an ungrateful person. His conscience has been eaten by a dog. Lin Songxing looked at Lin Yang lovingly. Lin Yang is really sensible. He knows that parents should be grateful for raising their children. Look at Lin Dong again. He's a complete negative example. He suppressed his anger and called Lin Dong again. The phone call couldn't be dialed. You bastard. He actually blocked me. I told him to get lost, but it was just a rant. How could he take it seriously? He's even mad at me. Thinking of the scene in the morning, Lin Songxing was furious. But when faced with blocked phone calls, I feel like I have nowhere to vent. So he looked at his mother Meng Qinshi and said unhappily, "Look at what you've done to Lin Dong. He's too unruly. He's so rebellious that he won't obey any discipline." Meng Qinshi surprisingly didn't say anything. She carefully reviewed everything that had happened in the past 18 years and felt that Lin Dong was like a nobody. She couldn't even recall a single detail of her time with Lin Dong. Why is it that even though Lin Dong has lived by her side for 18 years, she has so few memories of him? She not only asked herself, "Am I such a failure as a mother? I can't even recall any time I spent with my child. All my energy over the years has been poured into Lin Yang, causing Lin Dong, as my brother, to have no sense of existence at all. I should have discovered this when I was sorting out Lin Dong's personal belongings this morning. There is nothing of Lin Dong's in the house, but Lin Yang's personal belongings have filled up the house. It's just that Lin Dong suffered so much injustice. Why didn't you tell me? If you told me, how could I sit back and do nothing?" Lin Songxing saw Meng Qinshi standing there in a daze and couldn't help but frown again. "Qinshi, what are you doing? Hurry up and call this rebellious son. Ask him to come back and purify Lin Yang's handkerchief." Meng Qinshi raised her head, unable to conceal the disappointment on her face. She looked at Lin Songxing seriously and said what she had been thinking about over and over again. "Songxing, is there something wrong with the way we educate our children? I have a feeling that Lin Dong will never come back to us. We owe the kids an apology." Lin Songxing looked at Meng Qinshi in confusion. "I don't know what's wrong with this woman. How can parents apologize to their children? Even if parents are wrong, they cannot apologize to their children. How damaging it is to the authority of parents. Besides, he didn't think he was wrong. He was just exercising the normal rights of a father. You've lost your mind. Give me the phone number and I'll call him." Having said that, he snatched Meng Qinshi's phone and called Lin Dong again. But Lin Dong was helping Zhao Qingxue study the forging book of deerskin boots at that moment, so he hung up the phone again without any hesitation. While preparing for forging, Lin Dong made a new discovery, which made him a little confused. Because the content of the forging book provided by Moise is very different from the solution provided by his system. Normal deerskin French boots. Forging requirements: deerskin magic boots, forging book plus mutated 7-star magic deer, fur plus diamond sand plus energy stone. Deerskin boots provided by the system. Forging requirements: deerskin magic boots, forging book plus mutated 7-star magic deer, fur plus aquamarine plus bronze magic beast magic core plus energy stone plus tyrannical magic stone. It is provided by the system and will definitely not go wrong. But the difference seems too big. The other equipment is not much different, mainly the deerskin French boots, which are almost completely different. At the same time, he also realized that the forging books that existed in the world now did not seem to be completely correct. So Lin Dong rewrote the materials and gave them to Zhao Qingxue. "Teacher, please prepare a new set of materials." Zhao Qingxue found Moise with Lin Dong's plan. "Grandpa Mo, the materials just now are wrong. I need to prepare a new set of materials." Moise looked at Zhao Qingxue in surprise. How could there be anything wrong with the materials he prepared? So he took Zhao Qingxue's list of materials and took a look at it, and was so angry that his beard stood up. "Nonsense! This tyrannical mana stone is a material that can only be produced in platinum-level dungeons. Is it a joke to use it to create bronze equipment? Bronze equipment can't withstand this violent magic power. This is simply nonsense." Zhao Qingxue pouted. "I didn't expect Moise to have such a big reaction. But this is the material Lin Dong asked me to find." As soon as these words came out, Moise seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. It suddenly became quiet. "Oh, that's what Lin Dong said. Then there shouldn't be any problem. I'll study it carefully." Watching Moise select materials again, Zhao Qingxue's eyes narrowed into crescents. Is Lin Dong so powerful now? Even Mr. Mo, the only remaining legendary blacksmith in China, has to seek his advice. But at this moment a phone call came in. Huh? Is it Lin Dong's mother's call? Why did she call me? 013 The belated love is cheaper than grass, and the husband has pledged his life to the country. Zhao Qingxue secretly glanced at Lin Dong. It was discovered that Lin Dong was concentrating on sorting out materials and forging equipment, so I didn't disturb him. Instead, he gently pressed the connect button. Hello, Lin Dong's mother. What can I do for you? Sweet sound, very high in sugar content. Lin Songxing's anger on the other end of the phone was instantly reduced by half. Facing such a teacher with a sweet voice, he needed to show his gentlemanly side. Just now, he came to Zhao Qingxue after being reminded by Lin Yang. After all, Lin Dong's phone couldn't be reached at all. If he was with Zhao Qingxue, maybe he could be found. Ah, Teacher Zhao. I am Lin Dong's father. This child is usually naughty, and I am sorry to trouble you. Zhao Qingxue took a look at the phone number. It was definitely from Lin Dong's mother. Why was it his father calling? Feeling slightly strange, she began to doubt the other party's intentions. Because Lin Dong's parents called her, but they never asked about Lin Dong's situation, and basically all the questions were about Lin Yang. This time the sun rose from the west. Why did he suddenly mention Lin Dong? But she also knew that the other party was just being polite. Almost every parent who called her said the same thing. As a teacher, she answered Lin Songxing's question very objectively and based on reality. Mr. Lin, I need to explain something to you. Student Lin Dong is not naughty at all. On the contrary, he is the pride of the teachers, the pride of our school, and even the pride of the entire China in the future. Compared to his little brother who is like a giant baby and fights with his classmates all day long at school, Lin Dong is so much better. And today, Lin Dong received a special admission quota to the God of War Academy. Even a God of War level figure personally praised him. You should be happy for Lin Dong. Zhao Qingxue spoke truthfully. After all, as a teacher, she knows every student well. But to Lin Songxing, it sounded unpleasant. Teacher Zhao, are you mistaken? How can a rubbish like Lin Dong be the excellent student you mentioned? Even if you are admitted to the Aries Academy, you should only admit an obedient and sensible child like Lin Yang. I think your school's understanding of students is too one-sided and does not meet the standards of a teacher. Zhao Qingxue originally listened to him patiently. But after listening to it, I couldn't bear to listen to it anymore. What does Lin Dong's father mean? He actually belittles his excellent son and says he is worthless. This is totally out of line. He has seen outrageous parents before, but most of them are protective of their own children. This is the first time he has seen someone belittle his own child like this. Mr. Lin, please be careful with your wording, and don't doubt my professional ability. As their class teacher, I know the twins very well. We have conducted in-depth research. As a parent, you are completely ignorant of Lin Dong's excellence. Don't you find it ridiculous? Zhao Qingxue retorted. Lin Songxing got angry again. Zhao Qingxue doesn't even know the specific situation, but she actually interferes in their family issues. She is really crossing the line. She was just a teacher. How could she know as much about children as he did? Lin Dong was clearly a useless person, but how come she made him the representative of excellent students? But Lin Yang, whom they had high hopes for, didn't get any praise from the teacher. Is this right? This kind of teacher, who has no ability to judge people, is simply a parasite in the school and should be fired. Teacher Zhao, if you don't understand, don't make blind comments. This makes me doubt your ability even more. Is Lin Dong by your side? Let him answer the phone and get back home right away. Otherwise, he will never have a chance to save the relationship. Lin Songxing's tone was very serious. And even if the speakerphone was not pressed, the people around him could hear it clearly. Zhao Qingxue covered her swollen ears and looked at Lin Dong with some concern. It seems that there are some irreconcilable conflicts in Lin Dong's family. And Lin Dong just happened to be looking at her with a smile at this moment, holding a deerskin boot in his hand. Teacher Zhao, if I remember correctly, you are a magician. These deerskin boots are very suitable for you. Then she took the phone from Zhao Qingxue and shrugged. Don't worry, let me handle my family affairs myself. I'm sorry to trouble you, teacher. Lin Dong took the phone with a very calm expression. We no longer have any relationship, so stop bothering each other. Besides, you only have one son, Lin Yang. I'm just a tool. What difference does it make to you whether I am here or not? Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Meng Qingqi's eyes finally brightened up. She snatched the phone directly from Lin Songxing's hand, her voice trembling. Lin Dong, please stop fighting with your dad. I have reflected on myself, and feel guilty towards you over the years. Please forgive me. Come back home. Our family will be happy together, and Mom will not ignore your feelings anymore. Lin Dong's brows were knitted together. Why was he suddenly playing the emotional card at this time? But belated love is cheaper than grass. Will he come back just because you regret it? Moreover, he has chosen to sever ties with the activation system and has pledged his life to China, with no more distractions in his mind from now on. There is no possibility of going back. I'll call you Mom for the last time. Goodbye. We won't see each other again. After saying that, he hung up the phone and returned to Zhao Qingshue's side. Meng Qingxi nervously called out to Lin Dong a few times, but the phone was busy. At that moment, she seemed to have been drained of all her strength. A huge sense of loss surged in her heart. The son who had always been low-key and sensible has completely gone away. She slumped down on the sofa, feeling a little bitter. You must bear the consequences of your own actions. Zhao Qingxue looked at the deerskin boots in her hand. The unhappy mood she had just had was instantly replaced by shock. This. Oh my God, am I really seeing this correctly? There are only two words to describe this attribute. Incredible. Equipment, deerskin boots, bronze level. Attack plus 80, magic power plus 2,300, movement speed plus 100, dodge plus 30. Flash. Every 10 seconds, you can tear the space in front of you and make an instant jump of 50 meters. Rejuvenation. When receiving damage with a 5% chance, restore 300% of the HP caused by this damage. Not to mention the 2,300 spell attack strength. The attributes of those two entries alone are simply incredible. Flash and rejuvenation are both life-saving skills. When encountering danger, it can help people turn danger into safety. If she is willing to sell, I am afraid there are some more god-level figures who are willing to pay a high price for this pair of deerskin French boots. Is this really just a bronze-level equipment? Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Dong again. In her eyes, the image of this thinly clothed young man suddenly became taller. Even Moizi, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The deerskin boots with the addition of the tyrannical magic stone actually have such a magical change. Just in terms of attributes, it has surpassed legendary equipment. It is no exaggeration to say that the properties of these bronze-level deerskin boots are not much inferior to those of the sky-level demon boots. And the key point is that such equipment can be worn by low-level magicians of level 10 to 20. It simply doesn't make sense. With Lin Dong here, I can't imagine how exaggerated the fighting capabilities of our Chinese warriors will be. I'm afraid that everyone will become a god of war. Mo Yezi's words were spoken from the heart. The higher the level of equipment, the higher the attributes. If you want to wear equipment with higher attributes, you must have the corresponding level. But Lin Dong's forging method completely subverted this traditional concept. Such exaggerated attributes can actually appear on low-level equipment. Then low-level warriors will be able to exert super combat power that transcends their levels. This is really great news for the Chinese soldiers who have been fighting hard against the attacks of Warcraft. Moizi couldn't help but walk forward and touch the deerskin boots, his eyes full of admiration. I'm also going to post a circle of friends to open the eyes of those old, stubborn people. Alas, times have changed, and it's really time for us old guys to retire. He also has a circle of friends, and his friends are all master blacksmiths. Unexpectedly, this post on his moments directly exposed many old monsters who had been in seclusion for many years. These old monsters got up and rushed to Jiangqing the moment they saw the properties of the deerskin boots. Because this piece of equipment is a groundbreaking product for blacksmiths like them. All of a sudden, the small city of Jiangqing was in turmoil. It became an area where various forces competed. 014 The sky is silent, and the forest is still. Forging eternity is as long as night. Old Monster Li, have you seen the deerskin boots in Moizi's circle of friends? Peng Hualong, the head of the Pingqing blacksmith family, was looking at his phone carefully with a magnifying glass while talking on the phone with Li Shijun, the head of the Lianqing blacksmith family. I see. This deerskin boot is out of this world. How can a bronze-level magic weapon be this powerful? Li Shijun is also a legendary blacksmith who has forged countless masterpieces with just a single move. But all his other works pale in comparison to this bronze-level deerskin boots, because he spent his entire life trying not to create a piece of equipment with entry attributes. But this pair of bronze-level deerskin boots actually has two of them, and both are exaggerated life-saving skills. It really subverted his three views. At the same time, you also had a vague guess about his inner breath. Old Peng. Do you think that old monster Moizi from Jiangxing has made further progress and become a sky-level forger? Then he simplified the complex and made a breakthrough on the path of the blacksmith. And then he forged such a work. Peng Hualong was shocked and immediately connected some clues. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Yes, I heard that Shun Jiangnan from the God of War Academy went to Mo Laoguai to repair his weapon and was suddenly promoted to Warlord, and his original weapon, the Wind Thunderhammer, was successfully upgraded to a Sky-level Storm Thunderhammer. Monster Mo also posted the deerskin magic boots to moments at the same time. If these two clues are connected, MOMO may have really made a breakthrough. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun suddenly said in unison, Sky Forger. No, I want to go to Jiangxing in person to witness the miracle. I want to go too. Since the death of Grandmaster Mei 100 years ago, there has been no Sky-level forger in China. But there have been a lot of good news recently. I feel that China may be welcoming another great era. I want to go to Jiangxing too. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun boarded a plane that afternoon and headed for Jiangxing. Not only them, there are more old monsters taking action. Their goal is the same, which is to go to Jiangxing and witness the miracle of the forging world, the deerskin French boots. At the same time, he also went to see whether Moizi had really advanced to the Sky Blacksmith as rumored. As the few remaining legendary blacksmiths in China, their actions immediately attracted the attention of China's top leaders. A majestic man in military uniform was sitting in the command room, listening to a report. Marshal Xiao. This afternoon, all of China's legendary blacksmiths rushed to Jiangxing. It is said that this is a newly born bronze equipment, which has driven the entire blacksmith community crazy. A hint of surprise appeared on Xiao Zhenyi's square face. It's just a bronze equipment, almost the lowest-end equipment, so how could it attract the attention of so many legendary blacksmiths? Do you have any specific information about that piece of equipment? Send it to me. However, the guard brought him not only pictures and information about the deerskin boots, but also pictures of the purification handkerchief, pictures of the acceleration gloves, and a video of Lin Dong forging the acceleration gloves. After just one glance, Marshal Xiao Zhenyi couldn't take his eyes off it. This equipment, absolutely amazing. He pounded the table hard with his fingers, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Bronze-level equipment has legendary or even sky-level attributes. Moreover, each piece of equipment has its own attributes, which is really good news for low-level warriors. Even a great war master like him couldn't help but want to take it for himself. He finally understood why those legendary blacksmith old monsters came in full force. Because these pieces of equipment have overturned all perceptions of equipment and weapons. If this kind of equipment appears in large quantities, it can even directly rewrite the current war situation. After a while, his eyes lit up completely. That is to say, these equipments are all the works of this bronze forger Lin Dong. And those old monsters came out en masse just to see this epic-making work in person. The guard lowered his eyes and nodded. From the information collected so far, this is indeed the case. Marshal Yi couldn't help but let a smile appear on his lips. He hasn't laughed for a long time recently. The battle line with Warcraft was compressed again and again, and the Western powers took advantage of the situation to rob. He was under tremendous pressure. This is the only good news he has heard recently. Come on, come with me to Jiangxing secretly. I also want to meet this unexpected little guy. Oh, by the way, urgently dispatch a company composed entirely of platinum warriors to secretly protect Lin Dong 24 hours a day. Don't let him have any accidents. I heard that Shun Jiangnan, who has just been promoted to warlord, is also in Jiangxing. Let him be responsible for this matter. But Lin Dong, who was at the center of the whirlpool, was completely unaware of it. Still forging equipment seriously. What he wants to create is a bronze suit worthy of a magister. During the forging process, Lin Dong made a new discovery. His god-level blacksmith system will adjust the forging materials and attributes according to the user's profession. This discovery made Lin Dong excited for a long time. After more than 10 minutes of forging, the 5 pieces of equipment, including buckskin magic boots, devil's hat, magic helmet, mysterious ring, and 4 staff, have all been successfully crafted. Lin Dong took a look at the attributes and was very satisfied. Equipment: devil's hat bronze level. Life plus 2,000. Magic power plus 800. Attack plus 10. Defense plus 100. Magic defense plus 100. Invisibility. When attacked, there is a 2% chance of entering invisible state, making the opponent's attack ineffective. Equipment: Magic Helmet, Bronze level. Life plus 1,200. Magic Power plus 900. Defense plus 110. Magic Defense plus 110. Anti-armor. When attacked, there is a 30% chance of rebounding the damage. Equipment: Mysterious Ring, Bronze level. Magic Power plus 1,100. Magic Points plus 600. Mana Recovery. Provides a mana recovery rate of 30 points per second. Equipment: Force Staff, Gold level. Magic Power plus 6,800. Health plus 1,500. Attack plus 300. Magic Points plus 3,000. Remove level restrictions. There is no level restriction for using this equipment. Ice Binding. Every 60 seconds, release an ice binding that lasts for 5 seconds and deals 1,000 damage to the target, consuming 300 mana points. Extreme Cold Storm. Every 600 seconds, a blizzard with a damage of 1,500 per second can be released to a 10-meter range, consuming 3,000 magic points. Zhao Qingxue, who was standing aside, was so surprised that she was speechless. With just this set of equipment, she felt that after putting it on, she could even go play a platinum dungeon. So strong. Ridiculously strong. Lin Dong urged Zhao Qingxue to put it on and took a look at its basic attributes. Name: Zhao Qingxue. Level: 13. Life: 7,000. Magic Power: 11,900. Attack: 1,900. Defense: 210. Magic Defense: 210. Movement Speed plus 100. Dodge plus 30. Magic Value: 4,900. 7,000 lives have surpassed the ordinary Gold Warrior and can even reach the level of Platinum Warrior. You have to know that mages are all fragile, and their basic health is much lower than that of warriors. This kind of tank shield magician is the first time I have seen one. And that 11,900 magic power is equivalent to 11,900 damage caused by each basic attack. This is not the combat power of the Bronze Mage. Even the legendary warrior cannot deal this kind of damage. Anyway, looking from top to bottom, I can only sum up 2 words: abnormal. And Warlord Xinjiangnan was also very surprised. I couldn't help but fight with Zhao Qingxue. As a result, the two fought fiercely for nearly half an hour, but there was no winner. In the end, Zhao Qingxue was defeated because of lack of physical strength. Who dares to believe that a bronze mage fought against a war master with a sky weapon for half an hour without losing? Only a god-level blacksmith like Lin Dong can create this kind of terrifying amplification equipment. Moizi, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but sigh. If the sky doesn't move, the forest will move. Forging eternity is as long as night. But just at this moment, outside the gate of Moizi's house, Qingyo's silly voice suddenly rang out. "Stop! What are you guys doing? My teacher is in seclusion forging equipment. If the forging fails because of you, can you afford the compensation?" Lin Dong found this familiar voice and accent funny. He blinked and looked out the door. I saw 2 old men with extraordinary momentum standing at the door arguing with Qingyo. "Little brother, please go in and inform old Monster Mo. I am Peng Hualong, the legendary blacksmith from Pengcheng. And this is Li Shijun, the legendary blacksmith from Lianqing. Your master has created a pair of bronze-level deerskin boots. We are very interested in them and have come here to discuss this with him. What they don't know is, the real forger is not Moizi, but the thinly dressed young man inside the door. 015, the person you're looking for, is him, not me." Peng Hualong and Li Shijun originally thought that after revealing their identities, Qingyo would let them in respectfully. But he didn't expect that Qingyo would just pull the horse's face, appearing very arrogant. "You said you were Peng Hualong, so you were Peng Hualong?" "I also said I was Marshal Xiao, the Minister of Military Affairs of China." Qingyo always looks at people through tinted glasses. He saw that the 2 old men were dressed in ordinary clothes and did not have the domineering aura of a wealthy family at all. So he concluded that the 2 old men were lying. But his words offended 3 people at once. Outside this mansion, on a hidden eaves, Marshal Xiao, who happened to arrive here, almost fell off the wall. My goodness, this young man with a horse face has a lot of loose lips. How dare he say anything? At this moment, the guard Jiangfan beside him suddenly became furious and asked Marshal Xiao for instructions. "Marshal, this horse-faced monster is disrespectful to you. Do you want me to go over and teach him a lesson?" Marshal Xiao waved his hand and said, "Ignorance is not a problem. He still has some manners." The two continued to hide in the dark and observe the situation on the field. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun, who were blocked at the door by Qingyo, were also stunned. Wherever they go, there are crowds of people lining the streets to welcome them. As long as they are willing, even the top leaders of China will condescend to welcome them. I was in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring any guards with me. But they didn't expect it. Now I am being stopped outside by a tiny doorman. It is simply outrageous. Lin Dong, who was inside the door, saw this scene and immediately covered his mouth. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would laugh like a duck. Alas, this blue ox is really like a little cow pulling a train. It's really awesome, but I'm afraid it has hit a wall this time. Seeing the embarrassed looks of the two legendary blacksmiths, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun, Lin Dong suddenly felt balanced. No matter how high the status of a person is, he must first pass the Qingyo level when he comes here. In order to hide his embarrassment, Peng Hualong covered his mouth and coughed. "If I remember correctly, you are Qingyo, the apprentice of Mo Leaguai." Here Peng Hualong called out his name directly. Kiniyama had a proud look on his face. After all, his identity as Moise's disciple was the only thing he could show off now, and it was also his pride. It seems that the old man in front of him has already realized how powerful he is. So he said with a pout, "Why? Have you heard my story?" Peng Hualong was stunned again. Are all young people nowadays so confident when speaking? Or is it that he is not speaking in the right way? Li Shijun saw Peng Hualong was embarrassed. So he stepped forward and spoke seriously. "When old monster Mo accepted you as his apprentice, we attended the banquet. Qingyo, you wouldn't be unfamiliar with us, right?" Listen to what Li Shijun said. Qing Newton's eyes widened as he looked at these two people carefully, feeling panicked in his heart. Broken. Why do these two people look more and more familiar? Could it be that they are really Peng Hualong and Li Shijun? The Peng family and the Li family are both blacksmithing families. It has an extremely huge inheritance and even has a significant influence on China's top leaders. Not his master, a lonely old man like Mo Yezi, can compare. If these two guys are really Peng Hualong and Li Shijun, then he will be left with nothing to eat. At the same time, he was also complaining in his heart. You said, "Why can't big men like you, like Xinjiang in the God of War, take the step of disowning all relatives and let people see it at a glance? He is dressed so ordinary, like an old man exercising in the park. Isn't this intentional to make him make a mistake?" Just when Qingyo was hesitating, Moise, who was inside the door, came out to greet them with a smile. "So it's you two old guys. Why didn't you inform us in advance when you came?" Peng Hualong blinked and deliberately gave Moise a sour face. "Haha, if it weren't for this sudden visit, I wouldn't have known that your house is so difficult to enter." Of course, Moise knew what was going on. He glared at Qingyo. He kicked Qingyo in the butt. "You idiot, hurry up and sort out the materials for forging." Qingyo ran away dejectedly, not daring to speak loudly. He looked at the three old men who were so close to each other and suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. At the same time, a sense of anticipation arises in my heart. The Peng family and the Li family are both large forging families. If I can join them, it will be much better than living a hard life here with my teacher. I have to think of a way. He is a rebellious person. It's something you're born with. If his father hadn't saved Mo Yezi's life, there was no way he could become Moise's disciple. Look, the green bull is no longer blocking the road. A smile appeared on Peng Hualong's face, and he took Mo Yixiezi's hand with a smile. "Old Mo, take us to see those French deerskin boots. Your skills are improving. To be honest, we came here specifically to witness this miracle." Li Shijun was also joking and patting Moise's shoulder. "Yeah, old monster Mo, you've made us suffer so much. Tell us quickly, how did you break through to become a sky-level blacksmith?" Moise looked at the two people's eager eyes. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the old face. "So, you two are here for this matter. I thought you came here just to see me. But if you are here for the deerskin boots, then I can only tell you that this treasure was not forged by me, and I have not been promoted to a sky-level blacksmith." Moise spread his hands and looked helpless. The two of them saw that his expression did not seem fake. Suddenly I was surprised. Is it possible that in this small jiangsheng, besides Moise, there are other people who could be promoted to sky-level blacksmith? Or was it that a sky-level blacksmith traveled here, got inspired by chance, and just happened to forge those deerskin boots? So Peng Hualong couldn't wait to say, Old monster Mo, don't keep me in suspense. In the whole Jiangcheng, who else can forge that pair of deerskin boots except you? Li Shijun also kept his eyes on the door and walked towards the door holding Moizi's hand. Is there a senior sky-class forger who has visited you? Hurry up and take us in to visit this master. Moizi was pushed into the door by the two men. The corners of his mouth curved. I plan to give these two old friends a good shock. So he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Dong, who was studying equipment with Zhao Qingxue. Here, the expert you are looking for is him. The two followed Moizi's gaze. He frowned immediately. They felt like Moizi was playing a trick on them. Lin Dong is even younger than Qingyo. Even if he became a blacksmith, he would just be a beginner. How could he have created such a magical weapon? Is this a joke? Old monster Mo, this is not funny at all. But Moizi came to Lin Dong solemnly. The look was not like that of an elder treating a younger person, but more like that of a student treating a teacher. Lin Dong, these two are looking for you. 016, such a genius, should become my disciple. Lin Dong and Zhao Qingxue turned around at the same time. He looked at Peng Hualong and Li Shijun. For these two legendary blacksmiths, Lin Dong also had some contact with this in his previous life. These two people have made great contributions to resisting monsters and defending China, and are respectable elders. Even the armor that Lin Dong held in his previous life was made by Peng Hualong. To these two people, Lin Dong still respected him very much. So he took a step forward, cupped his hands, and bowed deeply, very politely. Mr. Peng, Mr. Li, I am polite. But at this time, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun completely ignored Lin Dong's actions. They all looked behind Lin Dong, at Zhao Qingxue, who was wearing bronze equipment. Oh my god! How is this possible? A whole set of bronze attribute equipment. I must be dazzled. How is it possible that every piece of equipment has an entry, and the attributes are so exaggerated? The two old men ran faster than the young men. They passed Lin Dong in an instant and surrounded Zhao Qingxue, moving back and forth nonstop. Looking at that expression, it's just like a child who gets his favorite toy and can't let it go. Zhao Qingxue was also a little embarrassed. It was the first time that he was stared at by two old men like this. If he hadn't known in advance that these two were the heads of prestigious forging families, he would have thought that these two old men were being hooligans. Ahem, Mr. Peng, Mr. Li, if you want to see the equipment, I'll take it off and show it to you. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun both nodded. They also felt that it was a bit inappropriate to do so. Lin Dong, who was standing behind them, was very upset. These two old men didn't take him seriously at all. Seeing Lin Dong's expression change, Ji Moizi had no choice but to remind them. Hey, you two old guys are so rude. Lin Dong, who created this set of equipment, is standing right here. Don't you two know how to say hello? But Peng Hualong and Li Shijun didn't even turn their heads and completely ignored Moizi's words, because they simply didn't believe that these equipment were forged by that young boy. In the field of blacksmithing, it is impossible to create such equipment without decades of experience. They stared at Zhao Qingxue as she took off her clothes, their eyes fixed on her. Even Marshal Xiao and the guards who were secretly observing outside the door couldn't stand it anymore. These two are too outrageous. They are so old, but they still stare at a little girl changing clothes. I have to say, the two old men looked like hooligans to the extreme. But the two elders' eyes were actually always on the equipment. Every time Zhao Qingxue took off an item of clothing, they couldn't wait to pounce on it, carefully examining the equipment and exclaiming in amazement. Fortunately, Zhao Qingxue was wearing a suit for class. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to change clothes in front of everyone. But even so, her face still blushed. After taking off all his equipment, he hid behind Lin Dong as if escaping, revealing his little head from behind and looking at the two legendary family heads who were a little crazy. At this time, the two family heads, he had completely fallen into a state of intoxication. This demon hat is simply a stroke of genius. I got new inspiration from this equipment. The realm that I haven't broken through for many years seems to have loosened up at that moment. Hey, take a look at this forestaff first. This is a true work of art. I think the forger's level has even surpassed the sky level and is at another higher level. The two people who originally came for the deerskin French boots no longer cared about the deerskin French boots at this time. They held the equipment in their hands, their eyes shining, and were all immersed in excitement, unable to extricate themselves. Peng Hualong swallowed. I couldn't suppress my excitement. Old Li, even bronze-level warriors can wear this kind of equipment. Doesn't that mean bronze-level warriors can exert the strength of a god of war? Yes, if that's the case, we Chinese can mass-produce war gods and no longer have to worry about monster invasions. And Marshal Xiao was hiding outside the door. At this time, his face was full of shock. Before coming, he already thought highly of Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, after coming, he was surprised again. So many bronze-level equipment can be forged in such a short time. This Lin Dong is simply the savior of China. My heart is surging. A plan to create a god slowly emerged in his mind. China is now facing internal and external troubles. With monsters constantly disturbing the border and strong pressure from Western powers, the country feels quite precarious. The people of China are generally pessimistic and believe that China may not be able to hold on any longer. But Lin Dong suddenly appeared. This gave Marshal Xiao hope. It's time to create a god that everyone admires. Only in this way can we boost our Chinese fighting confidence. Moreover, such a genius should become my disciple. As the super war master who topped the entire Chinese battle power list. For the first time in so many years, Marshal Xiao had the idea of accepting a disciple. And Peng Hualong and Li Shijun inside the door. After carefully savoring the magic of the equipment. Once again, he looked at Moizi with resentment on his face. Old Monster Mo, where did you get this bronze suit? Who forged it? Yes, old Monster Mo, you are really making me anxious. Please call this expert out so that we can meet him. Moizi rolled his eyes. He introduced it to them several times just now. The two men acted as if they didn't hear anything, leaving both Lin Dong and him aside. Now I come to him again excitedly and ask him if he is a repeater. Do I need to repeat myself several times? So Moizi hugged his shoulders, looked up at the sky, and ignored them completely. Just when Peng Hualong and Li Shijun were confused, Zhao Qingxue stuck out her tongue, said behind Lin Dong, Mr. Peng and Mr. Li, the person you are looking for is far away in the sky, but right in front of you, it is Lin Dong. After all, this set of equipment was worn by Zhao Qingxue just now. So Zhao Qingxue's words finally caught their attention. They looked Lin Dong up and down. After looking for a long time, he finally shook his head. They would never believe that this young man could forge such a bronze suit. Him? Unless he can forge a piece of equipment like this on the spot. Otherwise, I can't believe it. Little girl, are you going to be like old Monster Mo and make fun of us two old bones? If he can forge equipment of this level, I will immediately take him to the Leaf family to train him. Humph, if it were him, my Peng family wouldn't mind cultivating him vigorously. This is a clear indication of disbelief. In their hearts, the two of them thought that the sky-level blacksmith must be an old man older than them. Under the guidance of this preconceived impression, they were unable to give Lin Dong the respect he deserved. The only one who could convince these two old men, War Master Xinjiangnan, had already received a signal from Marshal Xiao and went to see Marshal Xiao. Seeing the doubtful looks of the two old men, Qing Yo curled his lips. These two old men will probably be slapped in the face soon. Lin Dong had no interest in talking at this time and stood there numbly without any movement. I've been questioned too many times today. If anyone who questions has to demonstrate it again, there will probably be no end. Moreover, he has already gained Shun Jiangnan's favor, and his goal has been achieved, so there is no need to show off too much. Zhao Qingxue noticed that Lin Dong was in a bad mood and shook his shoulders. She knew that this was an opportunity for Lin Dong, and she must not give it up. The Peng family and the Leaf family are famous blacksmithing families, and they are much better than a lonely old man like Mo Shiezi. If he could gain favor from these two old men, Lin Dong would surely skyrocket in the future, so now was not the time to be petty. Lin Dong, it's normal to be questioned by others. Don't feel uncomfortable. These two are both highly respected legendary blacksmiths. Please give them another forging performance. I beg you, teacher. 017 3-item equipment is released. Once again, amazing. Zhao Qingxue blinked her big eyes. He looked at Lin Dong expectantly. She was really afraid that Lin Dong would lose his mind and refuse this opportunity to soar to the sky. Lin Dong smelled Zhao Qingxue's body fragrance and nodded helplessly. It was so difficult to enjoy the favor of a beautiful woman. All right, Zhao Qingxue gave him a lot of help in his studies. Even his qualification to enter the novice copy to earn coins was obtained by Zhao Qingxue. If Zhao Qingxue hadn't begged him so much, he might not have been willing to forge another piece of equipment. After all, he has already obtained the qualification to go to the Ares Academy. Even if he is recognized by these two old men, it is just icing on the cake for him. Therefore, he does not need to work so hard to gain the approval of these two people. Because of their actions just now, Lin Dong was really unhappy. But since I have promised Zhao Qingxue, Lin Dong also planned to forge a piece of equipment carefully. Now he also lacks some life-saving equipment. He is a blacksmith and does not have to go to the battlefield himself. But that does not mean he will not encounter danger. A piece of equipment that can save your life is extremely important. Lin Dong glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 12. Life, 1200. Attack, 60. Defense, 60. Enchantment value, 105. Storage experience, 2500/4000. Profession, blacksmith. Blacksmith level, blacksmith. Proficiency 280/500. God level forging technique. Forge according to the material ratio in the forging book with a 100% success rate. Currently, the forging level can only forge silver equipment and below. God level enchantment. Spend enchantment points to enchant items on equipment, with a chance to increase the equipment's level and quality and gain special attributes. Level 2 system store. Get one forging book below gold quality every 24 hours. Currently have forging books, purification handkerchief, speeding gloves, storm thunder hammer, deerskin magic boots, demon hat, magic helmet, mystical ring, force staff. 1200 lives are really too few. Although he can now forge silver level equipment. However, from level 10 to 20, you can only wear bronze level equipment. Among the bronze level equipment, the armor with the strongest defense that Lin Dong knew of was the chainmail. Then make a chainmail? So Lin Dong looked at Moizi beside him and started rubbing his hands. Hey, Mr. Mo, can you help me prepare the forging materials and forging books for a set of chainmail? I want to prove to Mr. Mo and Mr. Lee my strength. Moizi smiled slightly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Those two old guys would definitely be severely slapped in the face by Lin Dong soon and would feel ashamed of their arrogance. Even Marshal Xiao, who was secretly observing outside the door, began to concentrate and stare with wide eyes for fear of missing a step. After all, what you hear is not as good as what you see. Whether Lin Dong is really as valuable as he has heard depends on now. The materials will be ready soon. Lin Dong simply collected it and put it into the system furnace. The system furnace had been moved out of the system space and was now placed in the courtyard. As the material is put in, on the originally ordinary stove, soudain lit, mystérieux totem formation rune up. In this scene, it also made Peng Hualong and Li Shijun, who were originally full of doubts, become cautious. This kid is a bit weird. Looking at his confident look, could it be that we really made a mistake? That furnace seems unusual. It feels ordinary and extraordinary to me. It's really strange. Lin Dong at this time, concentrating on forging equipment, because he discovered, this time, the enchantment value consumed for forging was actually 2 points. Generally speaking, adding attributes to bronze level equipment will only consume a little enchantment value. If he consumes 2 points, he didn't know what magical reaction would occur, and even he himself was looking forward to it. 1 minute later, the flame of the system's furnace suddenly went out. There's no way the system is forged so fast. But when Peng Hualong and Li Shijun saw this scene, it was not the case. Alas, I actually had some hope for this guy just now, but his technique is too unfamiliar. The fire went out during the forging process. This is the most basic common sense mistake of a blacksmith. Yeah, a good furnace of materials is ruined like this. If this is used to forge legendary equipment, it's heartbreaking to think about it. But the next second, both of them shut their mouths wisely, because they discovered that Lin Dong actually opened the furnace door and took out a gray armor. This piece of armor looks ordinary, as if it was picked up from a pile of junk. Equipment. Chainmail bronze level. Defense, +5. Magic defense, +5. Magic resistance, +5. It's just an extremely ordinary bronze equipment, neither good nor bad. Peng Hualong immediately lost interest and no longer took Lin Dong seriously. For a rookie who has just started, to be able to forge a piece of bronze equipment in such a short time, he is considered a genius. But old Monster Mo, there are a lot of these kinds of equipment on the street. How can they compare to the bronze suits we have? You didn't deliberately tell us that he was the sky-class forger in order to recommend him to us, did you? Li Shijun also shook his head. He echoed, Old Monster Mo, the facts are clear. Stop making fun of us too, and quickly invite that sky-level forger out. Moizi was also very surprised. Each of the 7 pieces of equipment that Lin Dong had forged before had its own attributes, and the attributes were extremely exaggerated. Why did the forging suddenly fail this time? Or was it a deliberate attempt to hide his weakness? This puzzled him. Marshal Xiao, who was standing outside the door, also had a hint of disappointment in his eyes. His originally enthusiastic expression began to cool down a bit. Perhaps this is a normal behavior. Lin Dong was probably just extremely lucky when he forged those equipments. And the green ox was hit several times by Lin Dong. At this time, his face was full of gloating. Rubbish, this is just a piece of rubbish. Only Zhao Qingxue had deep disappointment in her eyes. I kept sighing in my heart. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Doesn't this mean that Lin Dong has lost his only chance to enter the forging family? Although I feel a little unwilling. But the die is cast. You only have one chance. It's too late to recover. She had no choice but to comfort Lin Dong and told him not to be discouraged. Lin Dong, I know that forging requires luck. It doesn't matter if you fail this time. Even if you can't enter the forging family, you can still go to the Ares Academy. But at this time, Lin Dong, there was no expression of loss on his face. He looked at the plain mail. The smile gradually gave up. It's a divine weapon. It's truly a divine weapon. Chainmail in his eyes. It is completely different from the chainmail that outsiders see. Equipment. Chainmail bronze level. Life. Plus 8,000. Defense. Plus 500. Magic defense. Plus 500. Magic resistance. Plus 500. Attribute deception. Hide the real attributes and display the normal attributes of the same level equipment. Invincible shield. After receiving an attack far beyond the defense, the invincible shield is activated, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Death substitute puppet. The moment the chainmail is shattered, the wearer will be randomly and instantly transferred to a place 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse at the original place. 2 points of enchantment value and 3 activated attributes are simply horrifying. Since the advent of Warcraft on Blue Star, there has never been equipment with 3 attributes. It can be said that this is the first one ever. This piece of equipment is bound to shock the entire blue planet once it is released. Now, let's conquer Mr. Peng and Mr. Li first. Lin Dong took a step forward and raised his chainmail. Then he gently closed the attribute deception entry. Who said this was a piece of trash? 018 Xiao Dashuai comes to accept disciples. I am your superback. The moment Lin Dong finished speaking, Marshal Xiao outside the door suddenly stood up. His eyes were full of brilliance. Good boy, you even fooled me. Shen Jiangnan, lead the way quickly. I will personally accept this little guy as my disciple. In the courtyard, the atmosphere was a bit strange. Hearing Lin Dong's confident words, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun almost laughed out loud. Young people today, I really don't know how high the sky and the earth are. He actually has the courage to say such things in front of legendary blacksmiths like them. It's really ridiculous. How dare you show off a bronze chainmail armor with a defense plus 5? They randomly took out a piece of equipment from the space ring, and it was thousands of times better than this. So Peng Hualong reprimanded directly. That's enough. Stop this endless farce. We are not monkeys, stop playing around. Li Shijun also looked at Mo Xiezi angrily, with a very cold expression. Old monster Mo, it's a bit too unfair for you to tease us like this. We came all the way here, not to watch such a farce. But Moizi's shoulders were shaking with laughter. He was referring to the equipment in Lin Dong's hand. He motioned for them both to take a closer look. You two are so short-sighted that you actually sneer at such a divine outfit? I can only say that you two have missed a great opportunity. The opportunity that Moizi mentioned was Lin Dong's friendship. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun have ignored Lin Dong so many times that it may be difficult for them to gain Lin Dong's friendship again. He is very optimistic about Lin Dong, the rising star of China. I'm afraid it won't be long before Lin Dong becomes famous throughout China and becomes a true legend in the forging world. At this time, I don't want to build a good relationship with him, but instead make sarcastic remarks. In the end, I'm afraid I can only sigh. But Peng Hualong curled his lips, his goatee raised. Opportunity? This kid really missed an opportunity. He had time to quarrel with Mo Xiezi, but he didn't have time to take a look at the equipment in Lin's hands. And right now, there were footsteps outside the door again. Shen Jiangnan and Zhanzun left and came back. Behind him, Marshal Xiao and his guards walked in slowly. It turned out that Marshal Xiao finally decided to show up after seeing Lin Dong cancel the attribute deception effect. As soon as his figure appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone present. Peng Hualong, Li Shijun, and Moizi all quickly stood up and saluted, showing great respect. Marshal! Marshal Xiao! Boss Xiao! Marshal Xiao waved his hand, signal them not to get too excited. His gaze did not linger on these legendary blacksmiths. Instead, he walked forward and looked at Lin Dong with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Lin Dong, you are great. Lin Dong looked at Marshal Xiao in front of him with bright eyes and surprise. He also knew Marshal Xiao in his previous life, but he didn't expect to meet him so early in this life. This person is one of the top leaders of China. If he was willing to back up Lin Dong would be able to implement his plan much earlier in time. And Xin Jiangnan behind Marshal Xiao. At this moment, he winked at Lin Dong. It was obviously for Lin Dong to seize the opportunity. After all, such a giant Buddha would never be encountered at ordinary times. As long as Dashuai Xiao makes a random promise, it will be enough to last a lifetime. Therefore, Xin Jiangnan is also working hard for Lin Dong, hoping that he can have a good future. Lin Dongxin understood. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he shouted loudly. Commander! Marshal Xiao was surprised. Recalling that Mo Xiezi and the others had called him Marshal just now, it was not strange for Lin Dong to call him like this at this time. He was actually a smart boy. Now that you know me, it will be much easier. I came to Jiangqing this time specifically for you. Are you willing to be my disciple? Lin Dong smiled slightly. How could he refuse such a good thing? Of course I do. As he said that, Lin Dong knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Marshal Xiao. The movement was so swift that everyone present was stunned. As he knelt on the ground, the chainmail he had held in his hand was also placed on the ground. This chainmail finally caught the eyes of Peng Hualong and Li Shijun. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun, who were originally wondering why Marshal Xiao accepted Lin Dong as his disciple, suddenly had their pupils contracted and their eyes narrowed. Hiss! Both of them gasped. Equipment. Chainmail bronze level. Life. Plus 8,000. Defense. Plus 500. Magic defense. Plus 500. Magic resistance. Plus 500. Attribute deception. Hide the real attributes and display the normal attributes of the same level equipment. Invincible shield. After receiving an attack far beyond the defense, the invincible shield is activated, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Death substitute puppet. The moment the chainmail is shattered, the wearer will be randomly and instantly transferred to a place 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse at the original place. This attribute is really exaggerated. Peng Hualong couldn't help but shout out. How is this possible? It was a piece of junk with a defense of 5 just now. How come it has now become a godly piece of equipment with a defense of 503 attributes? Old Peng, we are both blind. There is an attribute cheating entry on this equipment. We were deceived just now. The two were very upset at this time. Only now did I understand what the opportunity Moizi was talking about just now was. Such a genius. And they missed it, but it's too late for them to regret now. With Marshal Xiao personally stepping in to snatch the man, the 2 forging families had no chance of recruiting Lin Dong under their command. Marshal Xiao looked at Lin Dong with satisfaction. He rarely smiled. The guard next to him suddenly looked serious. Marshal Xiao hadn't laughed for a long time, but today he laughed for the second time. And these 2 times of laughter were all because of Lin Dong. At this moment, the guard's eyes were full of awe as he looked at Lin Dong. This boy, he is appreciated by Marshal Xiao. His future achievements are limitless. Marshal Xiao personally stretched out his hands and helped Lin Dong up. Then he looked me up and down. Lin Dong, it's not easy to be my disciple. I have a few requirements, so you must listen carefully. Lin Dong nodded. Teacher, please speak. This kind of humble attitude towards learning. This made Marshal Xiao like him even more. If Lin Dong was not a blacksmith, he really wanted to teach Lin Dong everything he had learned throughout his life and all his combat skills. But the other party was a blacksmith, and he knew nothing about this area, so he and Lin Dong could only be in the name of a master and apprentice. But the reason why he gave Lin Dong this title was to make it easier for Lin Dong to do things in the future. So he cleared his throat and stated a few requests. First of all, we must take the revitalization of China as our responsibility and the ultimate goal of our lives. Everything we think about must be for the overall interests of China. Secondly, we must play a leading role and take the lead in doing the hard, tiring, and difficult tasks. We must not be arrogant and bully others by taking advantage of our talents and power and maintain the long-term stability of our China. Finally, I will appoint you as the Minister of Forging and Hand over the Chinese military's Forging Division Engineering Department to manage and produce high-quality equipment for Chinese soldiers. Have you memorized these 3 points? Marshal Zhao's eyes were full of expectations. And his words, but Peng Hualong, Li Shijun, and Mo Yezi were scared to death. The 3 of them are all legendary blacksmiths and have considerable influence in the blacksmith world. But if they were asked to be the director of the engineering department of a military blacksmith, they would still lack a lot of qualifications. The man who is now the director of the forging engineering department was once the apprentice of Master Mei, so he can be said to have a good family background. And now, Marshal Xiao actually directly appointed Lin Dong as the minister. This is simply a huge pie in the sky falling on your head. But this was what Marshal Xiao said after all, and they did not dare to object at all. They could only look at Lin Dong silently, wondering what Lin Dong would choose. 019 gives strong medicine to severe cases and create gods for China. Everyone looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong would never refuse such a pie-in-the-sky thing. But Lin Dong, who knew that the World of Warcraft craze was about to break out in 3 years, lowered his head and thought seriously. Lin Dong was actually hesitant. Zhao Qingxue, Xin Jiangnan, and others couldn't help but sweat for Lin Dong. Such a huge pie, Lin Dong. Why are you hesitating? You must know that Dashui Xiao is a person who always speaks his mind. Lin Dong might very well miss a huge opportunity because of his hesitation at this moment. Even Peng Hualong and Li Shijun couldn't help but shake their heads. This young man really doesn't know how to seize the opportunity. Why is he pretending in front of Marshal Xiao? But Lin Dong had his own plans. Because after the Warcraft craze arrives, not only will there be sky-level, legendary, epic, and mythical super beasts, but even supreme-level and eternal-level beasts will make an appearance. Faced with such a powerful beast, even the strongest of humans pale in comparison and are completely unable to resist. He must seize the time and build the strongest fighting force for China to deal with the crisis. The director of the military's forging engineering department sounds glamorous and has real power, but the busy daily duties waste a lot of his time. Therefore, this is not a good choice for Lin Dong. He does not want the tragedy of his previous life to repeat itself. After thinking carefully for a while, Lin Dong shook his head decisively. Teacher, I have no objection to the first 2 points, but I cannot serve as the director of the engineering department of the Huaxiao Forging Department. Lin Dong said this. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun couldn't help but curse him as a fool. They looked down on Lin Dong before because they didn't believe in him. Now that you have witnessed Lin Dong's talent, don't be too envious of his talent. Peng Hualong took the first step forward, feeling a bit disappointed with his friend. How foolish. Lin Dong, do you think that anyone can be the director of the Forging Division's engineering department? Marshal Xiao really thinks highly of you, so he gave you this opportunity. Li Shijun also sighed and was puzzled by Lin Dong's choice. Young man, I advise you to think about it carefully. Marshal Xiao is a man of his word. Once you reject his opinion, you will never have this opportunity again. These 2 old men were arrogant at first, but became respectful later. The change is so great that it is amazing. Even Moizi looked at the 2 of them strangely. But Lin Dong remained unmoved and still stood there with a determined look. Marshal Xiao turned his eyes and looked at him with interest. No one dared to refute or reject his opinion easily, and Lin Dong was the first one. He pretended to look at Lin Dong sternly, wanting to see why Lin Dong rejected him. Are you sure you want to reject my appointment? Lin Zhong nodded. Teacher, I just want to forge more powerful equipment for our China. I don't want to deal with those interpersonal relationships and tedious tasks. So, teacher, you can give me the authority of the head of the forging engineering department and help me forge equipment with all my strength, but I don't need to take on the work of the head. This statement shocked everyone present. Good boy. You want benefits but don't want to take responsibility, so you get all the benefits. Moreover, he dared to bargain with Marshal Xiao. This guy is so bold. But Marshal Xiao looked at Lin Dong with interest. He already knew what Lin Dong was thinking. This guy is afraid that work will take up his time and waste his forging. However, there is some truth in what Lin Dong said. Such a talented blacksmith cannot be dulled by the work in the engineering department. Well, I will give you the treatment of the head of the engineering department, but I won't require you to do any actual work. I will fully cooperate with your forging. But as my disciple, Xiao Zhini, you can't be shy about taking on heavy tasks. If you reach the sky level forger level in the future, the burden of the director of the engineering department will still fall on you. Marshal Zhao's words. Everyone present was shocked. Marshal Xiao actually compromised for Lin Dong. Is Lin Dong's value really that great? You have to know that Marshal Xiao always keeps his word and has never been seen to compromise for anyone. Today is the first time in history. Therefore, when everyone looked at Lin Dong, there was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. It seems that they still underestimated Lin Dong. Marshal Xiao did this because he definitely saw Lin Dong's great potential in the future. What they didn't know, however, was Marshal Zhao's admiration for Lin Dong goes far beyond this. Before they could finish being shocked, Marshal Xiao spoke again. Lin Dong, there's one more thing that requires your cooperation. When Peng Hualong heard this, his heart was once again filled with storms. Did I hear correctly? Marshal Xiao was actually talking to Lin Dong in a negotiating tone? Is this the attitude of a teacher treating a disciple? He is totally treating Lin Dong as his equal. Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but tremble her eyelashes. My heart is filled with excitement. She knew that from today onwards, Lin Dong would surely soar to great heights and become indescribably noble. But Lin Dong, who was used to big scenes, just smiled slightly and looked at Marshal Xiao respectfully. Teacher, please speak. Marshal Xiao looked at Lin Dong with satisfaction, who was neither humble nor arrogant. He felt that the more he looked at this boy, the more he liked him. He twisted his fingers lightly, unfolded a map of the current situation in midair, then pointed at China's location and spoke. We in China are experiencing the greatest crisis in history. It is no exaggeration to say that we are facing internal and external troubles and a matter of life and death. Recently, a large number of high-level monsters have appeared in many-level copies, and even sky-level monsters have occasionally appeared. In just one day yesterday, we lost 2 war gods, 13 war kings, and 291 great warriors. The warriors' fighting faith has been greatly affected, and some battle zones have even begun to become passive and lazy. The situation on the front line against the monsters has become precarious. Once the defense line of the dungeon is lost, the monsters will instantly invade and occupy our China. At that time, the more than 1 billion Chinese people will no longer have any defenses. And the Western powers, taking advantage of this opportunity, actually wanted to divide up China. Their wolfish ambitions are obvious. Marshal Xiao said here, the atmosphere at the scene became solemn. A huge crisis is facing everyone, making people feel suffocated. Has the situation in China become so critical? Why are their production and life still going on normally with almost no impact? Only at this moment did they realize how much sacrifice the soldiers on the front line had made in order to maintain stability in the rear. Right now, Marshal Xiao suddenly put his hand on Lin Dong's shoulder. Lin Dong, if you hadn't appeared, we Chinese might have compromised with the Western powers in order to fight against Warcraft. But now, I want to implement a god-making plan. Create a new god for our Chinese people. Serious illnesses require strong medicine. With the appearance of you, the new god, you will surely boost the fighting confidence of our frontline soldiers and save the situation from collapse. Create a god. The terrifying energy behind these 2 words once again made Peng Hualong and others gasp. Marshal Xiao is going to praise Lin Dong to the sky. Lin Dong also felt the heavy weight on his shoulders. He put aside his previous cynical attitude and looked at Marshal Xiao seriously. Teacher, what do you need me to do? Looking at Lin Dong's determined eyes, Marshal Xiao knew that he had chosen the right person. Tomorrow is the day for your career awakening at Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. I will arrange for all the major media in China to broadcast this event live. You will appear as the finale and create a super bronze equipment with entry attributes on the spot. I will personally come forward and accept you as my apprentice, and you must also promise to ensure that all the soldiers on the front line use this equipment. By then, the billions of viewers across China will remember your name, and you will become the true new god of our China. As Marshal Zhao's voice paused, everyone's heart was shocked. Marshal Xiao, this is to give those soldiers on the front lines who are passive and lazy the confidence to fight again. And Lin Dong is the most suitable candidate. At this time, the appearance of a god-level blacksmith is more shocking than the appearance of a warlord, and the conspiracy of Western powers will also collapse. I'm afraid only Marshal Xiao could come up with this plan that kills two birds with one stone. But Lin Dong smiled slightly. If he really became the new god of China tomorrow, the people at home would probably regret it and cry. 0-20 improve equipment quality and create China's first war saint. After finalizing the above matters, Marshal Xiao did not seem to have ended the conversation, but looked at Lin Dong meaningfully. Being stared at with such deep eyes, Lin Dong felt somewhat uncomfortable all over. He scratched his head. "Teacher, do you have anything else to tell me?" Marshal Xiao nodded. He took out his own weapon, the Golden Dragon Peri Ge. In fact, Marshal Xiao had already reached level 81. But he had kept silent for fear that the news would be revealed and he would be besieged by Western forces. However, due to the lack of weapons at hand, his combat power has always been at the level of a top warrior. If he had a legendary weapon, Marshal Xiao could exert his full strength and become a true war saint. "I heard from Shun Jiangnan that you can enchant the equipment, which will have a chance to improve the quality of the equipment and increase the attributes. Can you help me enchant my sky-level weapon, the Golden Dragon Pozigo?" Listen to what Marshal Xiao said. Mo Xiezi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't contain the excitement on his face. Shun Jiangnan was promoted to Warlord because the weapon Storm Thunder Hammer has a 100% experience bonus. If Marshal Xiao's weapons can also stimulate this attribute, doesn't it mean that China will give birth to a legendary warrior who surpasses the Warlord? Mo Xiezi's words. Both Peng Hualong and Li Shijun were extremely shocked. They extracted a key message from this sentence. That was Shun Jiangnan's weapon, which was most likely enchanted by Lin Dong. This was even more shocking than when they saw the bronze suit. At this time, Peng Hualong's hand started to shake a little. He couldn't help but point at Lin Dong. His voice was a little dry. "Old Monster Mo, are you saying that he, a mere forger who has just entered the profession, actually has the ability to improve the quality of high-level weapons?" Li Shijun's heart was also pounding, and his old eyes were full of disbelief. If this is true, then doesn't it mean that all of China's combat power has the possibility of being upgraded to a higher level? Watching the two of them talking more and more outrageous, Lin Dong had no choice but to come out and clarify. He coughed twice awkwardly. "It's not as magical as everyone says. The quality upgrade of equipment is probabilistic and may not succeed every time. Moreover, the attributes of the entries that are born are also random, and I have no way to specify the entries." Although Lin Dong tried his best to deny it, it was also equivalent to implicitly admitting that he had the ability to upgrade the quality of high-level equipment, which was enough to make him proud. At this time, Peng Hualong became more respectful towards Lin Dong and even began to stand up for Lin Dong. Of course, it's probabilistic. If every enchantment can improve the quality of the equipment, it would be too shocking. Li Shijun also nodded, expressing his deep agreement. "Compared to Lin Dong, we legendary blacksmiths are just a name only. I have never been able to improve the quality of a piece of equipment in my entire life." The two of them themselves did not realize that their attitude towards Lin Dong had become somewhat admiring. But at this moment, Lin Dong only had eyes for the Golden Dragon Breaking Sun Spear. Equipment: Golden Dragon Breaking Sun Spear, Sky Grade. Attack: 13,000. Defense break: plus 120. Break: plus 180. Armor break: plus 300. A decent Sky-class weapon. But for China, where weapons are scarce, such a weapon is worth hundreds of billions. Even in the dark market, some people are willing to pay double or even triple the price to buy it. But in Lin Dong's eyes, this weapon is much worse than the Storm Thunder Hammer. Holding it in his hand, Lin Dong closed his eyes and prepared to start enchanting. Ding! This enchantment is successful, consuming 8 points of enchantment value. Awakening the Great Sun Fire Dragon Art entry, the current enchantment value remaining is 95 points. An awakening entry, but the quality is not upgraded. However, Marshal Xiao, who had observed the changes in Jinlong Peri Ge from his surroundings, was already very satisfied. Great Sun Fire Dragon technique. When attacking, summon a Great Sun Fire Dragon every 10 seconds, causing 200,000 damage to the opponent. This entry is already outrageous. You can summon the Sunfire Dragon 6 times in 1 minute, which means 1.2 million damage. If normal attacks are not counted, the Sunfire Dragon alone can kill a sky-level monster with a health bar of tens of millions in 10 minutes. So Marshal Xiao stood up happily and started applauding first. "Lin Dong, you really amaze me. But before he could finish his words, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. Suddenly, a dazzling flame burst out from his golden dragon-breaking sun spear, and 9 fire dragons suddenly roared out from it and soared into the sky. The enormous power once again caused heaven and earth to change color. This time, not only Jiangcheng, but the entire Jiang province was covered with thunderclouds and dark clouds. This is... Marshal Xiao swallowed his saliva. An unspeakable ecstasy surged in his heart. Lin Dong looked at him with a smile. Because just now, he enchanted the golden dragon breaking the sun spear for the second time. And this time he successfully upgraded the quality of the golden dragon breaking the sun spear to the legendary level. Equipment: sun-destroying flame dragon spear, legendary. Attack, 98,000. Defense break, plus 3,000. Break, plus 1,500. Armor break, plus 3,800. Attack speed, plus 100. Great Sunfire Dragon Art. Enhanced edition when attacking, summon 9 Great Sunfire Dragons every 10 seconds, each causing 200,000 damage to the opponent. Petrification. Causes a 3-second petrification effect on the target, making it unable to move. Cooldown time is 1 minute. The second enchantment added petrification to the equipment and enhanced the Great Sunfire Dragon technique. With just the Great Sunfire Dragon Art, he could deal 8 million points of damage per minute. Even if he faced a legendary beast with a health bar of over 100 million, he could still fight against it. And Xiao Zhini, the war saint with hidden strength, finally possessed weapons that matched his strength and became the #1 war saint in China in the true sense. And at this moment, from high in the sky, came the roars of beasts. It turned out that the noise of the weapon advancement just now had aroused the ferocity of the sky-level monsters in the southwest border of Jiang province. The legendary ferocious beast, the Great Wilderness Quinyu, hidden in the dungeon, is violently ramming the dungeon barrier, trying to break out of the dungeon. For a moment, the entire Jiang province began to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. Marshal Xiao had already known that the Great Wilderness Quinyu was hiding in the copy, but he had secretly sealed it with a formation. Obviously, the Great Wilderness Quinyu was stimulated just now, and the formation could no longer trap him. But this time, Marshal Xiao was full of fighting spirit and he was confident enough to fight. So he stood up and picked up the sun-destroying flame dragon spear. That's perfect. I'll use this Great Wild Kainyo to try out my newly upgraded weapon. After saying that, Marshal Xiao soared into the sky and entered the sky-level copy near Jiang province through the teleportation stone. He has to block the attack of the monsters for the sake of the hundreds of millions of Chinese people behind him. The movements in Jiangcheng were soon noticed by China and even the entire Blue Planet. The Pope in the Western Holy City slowly opened his cloudy eyes, his eyes full of horror. The knights and the Dharma masters behind him also had solemn expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. A legendary beast. This kind of movement is definitely a legendary beast. Sure enough, this time the legendary beast descended on China first. If China does not agree to our terms of division, China will be destroyed. 021 Golden Horn. Team morale increased by 10,000. The Holy City Emperor of the West. He is a legendary wizard respected by all the Western powers. With China standing at the front line to resist Warcraft, the Western world can grind without worries, which led to the birth of the French Emperor Nubis. Ever since he became the French Emperor, the entire Western powerful world basically has to obey his wishes. However, the French Emperor Nubis was ambitious, and the plan to divide China was formulated by him. Now he thought that the strange phenomena in China's Jiang province were all caused by the legendary star beast, the Great Wilderness Quinyu. He completely ignored the movement of the legendary weapon, the sun-destroying flame dragon spear. Of course, even if you tell them the truth, they won't believe it. Since the appearance of World of Warcraft on Blue Star, no legendary weapons have ever appeared, whether they are dropped by monsters or artificially forged equipment. So they would rather believe that this horrific movement was caused by the emergence of magical beasts. His fingers tapped on the golden chair, and the staff in his hand couldn't help but emit bursts of golden light. The appearance of the legendary beast once again increases our chances of dividing up China. Immediately send the negotiating envoy to raise our demands. 1/3 of the land is not enough for us. This time we want half. This side of Jiangcheng. After Marshal Xiao left, everyone was worried, because the power of the Great Wild Quinyu was so strong that everyone who heard his roar felt terrified. I don't know whether Marshal Xiao can resist this wild Quinyu. Otherwise, the entire Jiang province will probably fall. But Lin Dong was not worried, because he believed that it should be easy for Marshal Xiao, who was holding the sun-destroying flame dragon spear, to handle the great wilderness sunflower milk. And the benefits Lin Dong gained were also huge. The system feedback has been received. Ding! The host has successfully forged legendary equipment for the first time. Reward experience plus 10,000. Proficiency plus 500. Enchantment value plus 1,000. Lin Dong checked his personal dashboard. Some were pleasantly surprised. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 16. Life, 1,600. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Enchantment value, 1087. Storage experience, 12500/20,000. Occupation, blacksmith, blacksmith level. Blacksmithing veteran, proficiency 780/1000. God level forging technique. Forge according to the material ratio in the forging book with a 100% success rate. The current forging level can only forge gold equipment and below. God level enchantment. Spend enchantment points to enchant items on equipment with a chance to increase the equipment's level and quality and gain special attributes. Level 2 system store. Get one forging book below gold quality every 24 hours. Currently have forging books. Purification handkerchief, speeding gloves, storm thunder hammer, deerskin magic boots, demon hat, magic helmet, mystical ring, force staff, sun-destroying flame dragon spear. The basic level has risen by 4 levels and has reached level 16. Unexpectedly, within one day, I reached level 16 like riding a rocket. This is much faster than gaining experience by leveling up in dungeons. It seems that if you want to upgrade quickly, creating high-level equipment is also a good way. Moreover, when the blacksmith level reaches the veteran blacksmith level, he can directly forge gold-level equipment. After sorting out the harvest, Lin Dong came out of the old monk's meditative state and heard the worried voices of Shun Jiangnan and others. Oh, I can't participate in a battle of this level. That Dahuang Kuei-Nyo is so powerful. Even though he only has one leg, he can unleash unlimited earthquake shock. As soon as I showed up, I was knocked out of the dungeon. It's not something that the Lord of War can resist. After Mo Xiezi and others heard what Shun Jiangnan said, their expressions changed drastically. Even Zhan Zun is not a general of this great wilderness Kuei-Nyo. Marshal Xiao will not be in danger, right? Yes, Marshal Xiao is the spiritual leader of our China. If he encounters danger, we in China may never have such a pillar-like figure again. No, we must immediately call on the entire Southwest Border Defense Forces to rescue Marshal Xiao. Obviously, after hearing about the power of the great wilderness Quinyu, everyone panicked. A legendary beast. According to the level conversion, it has 10 times the health and attack of a sky-level beast. I'm afraid that even if we call for all the wars in China, it will still be difficult to fight against them. Marshal Xiao would be in great danger if he faced a murderer of this level alone, even with a legendary weapon. Among the people present, Lin Dong was probably the only one who could remain calm and composed. His eyes were always looking towards the southwest sky, because he knew that Marshal Xiao would surely return triumphantly. 10 minutes later, a gap suddenly appeared in the sky. Marshal Xiao, who was entangled by 9 fire dragons, walked out of it with blood all over his body and a huge horn on his shoulders. Seeing Marshal Xiao covered in blood, Shun Jiangnan and others couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. Commander, are you injured? Commander, it's great that you are back alive. Don't take such risks next time. You are the spiritual pillar of the entire China, and you should not take risks with your own life. Commander, I will lead the border guards right now and fight to the death to stop the twin Kuei-Nyo. We must not let him invade China. Marshal Xiao originally had a smile on his face. After seeing the nervous people, he touched his chin in confusion. What happened to these people? Didn't you see him come out carrying the trophy? Just now, he displayed his supernatural power in the sky-level copy and cut off the horn of the Great Wilderness Quinyu, allowing the Great Wilderness Quinyu to escape back to World of Warcraft. Such a thrilling battle. Such a brilliant record. How come in these people's mouths? It seems like he was fleeing in panic. So he snorted in displeasure. Flying down from a high altitude, he slammed his feet down on the ground. You bunch of crow mouths, if you can't speak, don't speak next time. A mere great wild Kuei-Nyo is no match for me now. Didn't you see that I cut off his horn? Everyone's eyes were then focused on the huge bullhorn. Lin Dong's eyes lit up instantly. Ding, legendary material detected. The system issues a temporary task. Ding, use the horn of the great wilderness Quinyu to make a golden horn. Equipment, golden horn skill. Fighting will within 5 minutes after the horn is blown. Team morale plus 10,000. Each additional person in the team. All members attack plus 1. Defense plus 1. Current team member limit 10,000. Cooldown time 1 hour. Ding, the golden horn forging book has been issued. Golden horn has a team bonus effect. It can be said to be a magic weapon for large-scale group combat. According to the system, in a team of 10,000 people, even ordinary people can launch 10,000 points of ordinary attack. Isn't this the attack power of an average god of war? If you encounter a ferocious beast like the great wilderness Quinyu again, as long as the golden horn is blown, 10,000 ordinary people can kill it in seconds. So Lin Dong raised his head excitedly, looked at Marshal Xiao. Teacher, please give me the horn of the great wild Quinyu. I've thought about the equipment you asked me to forge for the career awakening ceremony tomorrow. I want to forge a golden horn. 022 Zhao Qingxue kills monsters in seconds. Lin Wan is shocked. Marshal Xiao wants to make Lin Dong into a god. Lin Dong was asked to create a stunning piece of equipment at the career awakening ceremony of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. This will not only attract attention, but also cause a sensation and boost morale. However, Lin Dong was somewhat troubled as to what equipment to forge, because equipment like acceleration gloves can only be used by one person. Even if he worked nonstop to build them, it would be impossible for him to provide one for every member of the army. After all, each army has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Although he could get one piece of equipment per minute, it was still a huge project to arm all the troops. Gear like the speed gloves is best, but it doesn't inspire every fighter. But weapons like the Golden Horn are different. It can play a powerful auxiliary role and enhance the combat strength of the overall team. For every additional person added to the team, the attack of all team members will increase by 1 and the defense by 0.05. A legion of 10,000 people can directly kill a legendary beast in seconds. By that time, the soldiers on the front line will not only no longer be afraid of the ferocious beasts, but will find ways to hunt them down. Therefore, if the Golden Horn is forged at tomorrow's ceremony, it will definitely greatly enhance the confidence of the anti-war magic throughout China. After Lin Dong told Marshal Xiao about his thoughts, Marshal Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. Okay, I'll do as you say, Lin Dong. I never thought that the horn of this great wild Kuei Nyo could play such a role. It was worth my battle with it, in order to witness Lin Dong create the golden horn with his own eyes. For the first time in his life, Marshal Xiao gave up everything he had and settled down in Moizi's home. All of a sudden, in this small Jiangqing, 3 legendary blacksmiths appeared, 1 warlord and 1 war saint. It was a gathering of great talents. And because of the previous deerskin boots, more blacksmiths are on the way. The career awakening ceremony of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School is about to turn into a blacksmith event. The next period of time, Lin Dong was secretly assigned a mission by Marshal Xiao. Let him speed up the production of a batch of acceleration gloves. If the materials are sufficient, how many speed-up gloves can you make in one night, Lin Dong? This equipment is extremely useful for our soldiers on the front line. I plan to first create a group of great warrior decapitation teams, specifically to eliminate the Lord-level bosses in the dungeon, so that all level dungeons are leveled with ordinary people. Looking at Marshal Zhao's eager eyes, Lin Dong stroked his chin and thought about it. After all, he still has to prepare for the career awakening ceremony tomorrow, so he needs to leave himself enough rest time. Seeing Lin Dong hesitate, even Marshal Xiao couldn't help but become nervous. He was thinking in his heart, if Lin Dong can get 10 acceleration gloves, his plan of beheading the big warrior team can be completed. But looking at Lin Dong's appearance, he seemed to be in a difficult situation. So he rubbed his palms and asked nervously, the speed-up gloves are crucial to my plan. I need to hit at least 8 of them. No, 5 of them. No less. Seeing Marshal Xiao, who was very nervous, Lin Dong smiled slightly. He hasn't spoken yet. Has Marshal Xiao lowered his requirements? Then Lin Zhong stretched out a finger, looking at Marshal Xiao with a smile. But Marshal Xiao was a little disappointed. 1 is too few. It's not enough. Lin Dong, your forging speed is so fast. Can't you forge a few more? The situation on the front line is really tense right now. High-level monsters have appeared in many dungeons. Many soldiers die every minute and every second. You must share some of the teacher's worries. But Lin Dong shook his head. Always keep a smile on your face. Teacher, you misunderstood. What I meant was that I can help you make 100 speed-up gloves. Because forging speed-up gloves requires enchantment value and consumes a lot of physical strength. My limit tonight is 100 speed-up gloves. Marshal Xiao was originally extremely disappointed. After hearing Lin Dong's words, he was overjoyed. As expected, Lin Dong's arrival was to save China. He couldn't help but hug Lin Dong tightly and patted Lin Dong's back hard. Good boy. Our China is saved this time. Lin Dong still maintained his indifferent attitude, smiling and nodded. Teacher, this is what I should do. Since I am your student now, I should learn from you and help China. This evening, Lin Dong has been busy making acceleration gloves. Fortunately, there are 3 legendary blacksmiths, Moizi, Peng Hualong, and Li Shijun. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gather all the materials to make so many acceleration gloves in a short time. Even so, I'm almost using up all the materials in their space rings. And Lin Dong's teacher, Zhao Qingxue. After separating from Lin Dong, couldn't resist trying out the bronze set myself. After all, she is only level 13 now, while Lin Dong is already level 16 after forging the sun-destroying flame dragon spear, which has completely surpassed him as teacher. She didn't know why, but she felt a little lost. She didn't want to be overtaken by Lin Dong too far and wanted to catch up with Lin Dong's pace. At the same time, she felt some inexplicable emotions in her heart. There are many level copies in Jiangcheng. They are deployed to various regions for ordinary people to level up only after being tested as safe by the military. The levels of copies are also divided according to levels. The novice copy can be entered at level 0, but it only drops low-level materials and no experience. The Black Iron Dungeon can be entered by levels 1 to 10, and it will drop a small amount of black iron materials and a small amount of experience. Bronze copy can be entered by levels 11-20. It drops a small amount of bronze materials and a small amount of experience. And so on. All copies have this entry level. As for Zhao Qingxue, she can only enter the bronze dungeon now. After coming to the copy, she was calculating silently in her mind. I only get a little experience from killing a bronze monster. I only have 4,200 experience points stored now. If I want to catch up with Lin Dong, I will need at least 5,800 experience points. That means if I want to catch up with Lin Dong's level, I need to kill at least 5,800 bronze monsters. Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling when she thought of the terrifying number of monsters. According to his previous experience in dungeon clearing, it would be good if he could clear 50 bronze monsters in one day. Now we have to kill 5,800 monsters, and we don't know when we can finish them. Of course, she could also choose to fight a small boss with 10 experience points, or a big boss with 50 experience points, but she never dared to confront that kind of boss-level monster before. But after entering the bronze copy, the worries in his heart suddenly slowly dissipated. Because she was wearing a bronze suit and holding a force staff, her true combat power had reached the level of a god of war. These bronze monsters with only a few hundred or 1,000 HP can basically be killed instantly by him with one move. Even those high-defense bosses with around 5,000 HP couldn't withstand 2 of her attacks. So she was almost like a fish in water in the bronze copy. She killed almost all the enemies in such a huge bronze copy. Her level has been rising rapidly. Level 13, level 14, level 15, level 16, level 17. Zhao Qingxue even felt that she could reach level 20 tonight and gain hundreds of thousands of experience points in this dungeon. Zhao Qingxue's bravery naturally attracted the attention of other people who were doing dungeon runes. Lin Dong's sister, Lin Wan, is a level 11 assassin. At this moment, she was teaming up with 3 friends to kill a 1,200 health bar porcupine. Everyone, if we work harder, we'll kill this porcupine in no time. This kind of small boss can give each of us 2 experience points and maybe even reveal some rare bronze materials. As an assassin, she was waiting for an opportunity, constantly looking for the porcupine's weaknesses, while encouraging her 3 companions who were struggling to resist. Because the assassin's skin is too weak, without those 3 companions, she has no way to level up the dungeon alone. But at this moment, a beautiful figure, dressed in luxurious bronze equipment, appeared in the distance. That is Lin Dong's homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingxue. I've heard that she's the little princess of the Zhao family, but is she that rich? She can actually wear a full set of bronze equipment to play a bronze dungeon. Because Lin Yang was distracted, the steel-bristled porcupine, which was already low on health, suddenly found the right opportunity and rushed towards her. The huge fangs suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yang. Help! 023 My younger brother is so outstanding. Lin Yang regrets it. Help! Lin Yang was so frightened that her soul was about to die. She's an assassin. The defense is pitifully small. If you were hit by a steel-bristled porcupine, you would probably be killed at least with broken bones. She felt a little regretful now and went to secretly look at Zhao Qingxue. If I hadn't been distracted just now, this scene would never have happened. For the porcupine, Lin Yang poses the greatest threat and has the worst defense. As long as Lin Yang is eliminated, the encirclement formed by these four people will collapse, and then he can escape. Therefore, the porcupine's fatal attack also unleashed a huge potential for survival, which was even more than twice as powerful as its usual attack. The other three male companions were forced back by the porcupine at this time. They wanted to go forward to help, but distant water could not quench immediate thirst. He could only watch Lin Yang being bullied by the steel-bristled porcupine. At this critical moment, everyone heard a cry. Ice imprisonment. The originally aggressive and low-health steel-bristled porcupine stopped moving in an instant and turned into a snow-white ice sculpture. It turned out that it was Zhao Qingxue who was killing monsters. She heard Lin Yang scream and came to help. Ice imprisonment has a duration of 1,000 damage for 5 seconds, which is more than enough to deal with a bronze boss, not to mention a steel-bristled porcupine with only 1,200 health. So in an instant, the lifeless porcupine fell straight to the ground. Lin Yang, who escaped death, patted her proud chest and said with lingering fear, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. If you hadn't helped me just now, I would have been killed by this steel-bristled porcupine." Zhao Qingxue smiled slightly. At this time, he also saw Lin Yang's face clearly, which was somewhat similar to Lin Dong. After recalling for a moment, she realized that this was Lin Dong's sister, Lin Yang, who was about the same age as her, also around 23 years old. Seeing that they were Lin Dong's family members, she felt a little bit of a desire to please them for some reason. Logically speaking, the Zhao family is also a wealthy and powerful family in Jiangcheng, much stronger than a small family like the Lin family, so there is no need to be polite to Lin Waner. But Zhao Qingxue nodded to Lin Wan very politely. "You're welcome. You must be Lin Dong's sister, Lin Wan. Lin Dong has helped me a lot, so it's only right that I save you." But when Lin Wan heard Lin Dong's name, she couldn't help but frown. He had no tolerance for this brother who ran away from home, disobeyed his father, and even peeped at her while she was taking a bath. "Humph! Teacher Zhao, how can a treacherous person like Lin Dong help you? Don't flatter him. He doesn't deserve it." Hearing Lin Wan describe Lin Dong in this way, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but show a trace of anger on her face. If it wasn't Lin Wan, who was Lin Dong's sister, she would probably have been unable to resist arguing with the other party. Now Lin Dong is her favorite student, and she feels that she seems to have other feelings for Lin Dong. So she couldn't help but ask softly, "How could Lin Dong be such an outstanding person? Be the way you said? Lin Wan, do you have any misunderstandings about your brother?" But Zhao Qingxue's words once again caused Lin Wan to complain. She simply looked down upon her younger brother Lin Dong. Compared to the excellent Lin Yang, Lin Dong is just a scumbag. There is nothing likable about him. Misunderstanding? Not happening. Lin Dong has been a scum of our Lin family since he was young. He often steals things and makes my parents angry. My mother's silver-level magic crystal hairpin was stolen by him, and he sold it to buy a warrior job transfer card. Just this morning, he even peeked at me taking a shower. My parents only gave him a few words of admonition, but he wanted to break off relations with the family and run away. I can't even scold him lightly for being such an unfilial son. Hearing Lin Wan's description, only then did Zhao Qingxue realize how deep the misunderstanding between Lin Dong and their family was. No wonder Lin Dong would rather live in school than go home. Just look at Lin Wan's experience, and you'll know how bad his family's attitude towards him is. It was Zhao Qingxue who helped Lin Dong buy the warrior job transfer card. Lin Dong had worked hard to clear the level 0 novice copy tens of thousands of times before he saved up enough materials to buy it for 1 million. Although the silver-grade magic crystal hairpin is precious, it is only made of the leftover materials of silver-grade ferocious beasts and is worth only 100,000 Chinese yuan at best. Even if I sell it, I still can't afford a warrior job change card. So this lie is totally untenable. Is it possible that Lin Wan doesn't know such a simple thing? She must have known it, but she was just pretending to be ignorant and unwilling to admit the fact that Lin Dong had worked hard. Figured out these links, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but frown and decided to teach Lin Wan a lesson. Lin Wan, I don't allow you to talk about Lin Dong like that. I can only say that everyone in your family is blind and can't see how great and powerful Lin Dong is. Lin Dong is now a distinguished god-level forger. Have you seen my bronze-level equipment? All of them were made for me by Lin Dong. For any piece of equipment I have, there are people willing to spend 1 billion Chinese yuan to buy it. Do you think Lin Dong would steal your mother's silver-grade magic crystal hairpin and sell it for a mere 100,000 Chinese yuan? Please use your brain to think about it. Who would be interested in a piece of garbage on the ground when they have a mountain of gold and silver? After saying, Zhao Qingxue had lost interest in talking. He left with a sullen face and continued to kill monsters. Although Zhao Qingxue's words were harsh, Lin Wan did not dare to refute them at all. After all, the Zhao family's influence in Jiangcheng is enormous, and she doesn't want to bring trouble to the Lin family because of his outspokenness. But Zhao Qingxue's words also made Lin Wan couldn't help but think seriously. Logically, as Zhao Qingxue was the little princess of the Zhao family, there was no need to lie to her. Zhao Qingxue would never say those words to defend Lin Dong just because he was a student. In other words, what Zhao Qingxue said was very likely true. Moreover, the attributes of the equipment Zhao Qingxue wore were extremely exaggerated, and it was impossible for them to be attributes that bronze equipment could possess. Didn't you see that those monsters were basically killed instantly by her? At this rate, Zhao Qingxue could reach level 20 in one night. If this was really forged by Lin Dong, would Lin Dong still be short of money? Yes, a silver-level magic crystal hairpin is only worth 100,000 Chinese yuan, which is not enough to buy a warrior job change card. In other words, this warrior job transfer card was really bought by Lin Dong using his own ability to earn money. Did he really misunderstand Lin Dong? But how to explain Lin Dong peeping at her taking a bath? Suddenly, a new possibility came to her mind. Could it be that the person who peeked at her taking a bath was not Lin Dong, but her younger brother Lin Yang? She couldn't help but grab her phone and started checking the surveillance footage in her living room. She installed this surveillance secretly, and no one else in the family knew about it. Her purpose was to monitor the thief Lin Dong. As long as Lin Dong appeared, she would be on high alert to prevent him from doing bad things at home. However, Lin Dong had always behaved himself and did not give her any chance to find fault with him. But now when she reviewed the video, she suddenly found that Lin Yang's behavior became extremely suspicious. Not only did Lin Yang often take valuable things out of the house, he also often walked back and forth at the door when she was taking a bath, and even lay on the door to observe carefully. In an instant, Lin Wan realized that she had been wrong before. Recalling that Lin Dong used to bring her lunch when she was at school and pick her up on his bike when he was at work, she suddenly realized that she had wronged this younger brother. Lin Dong, it turns out that I have always wronged you. I am sorry. The scenes that she had ignored in the past flashed through her mind like a movie. Lin Dong's every bit of effort for her made her burst into tears. It turned out that this younger brother who had been ignored by her for so long had done so many things for the family, but he chose to turn a blind eye and completely ignore it. Lin Dong has suffered so much injustice. Why doesn't he speak out? How can we know if he doesn't speak out? He is simply a fool. Lin Wan pounded her fist fiercely and couldn't help but blame Lin Dong. In fact, she wanted to apologize to Lin Dong in her heart. But now I can't contact Lin Dong, and I don't know where he is. We can only wait until the Career Awakening ceremony of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School begins tomorrow. All major colleges will come to participate in the Career Awakening ceremony and select outstanding talents at the ceremony. If Lin Dong wants to enter university, even if he awakens as a blacksmith, he will definitely participate in the Career Awakening ceremony. It seems that tomorrow, I have to persuade my brother to go home. 024 Warrior Job Change card? I don't need it anymore. Lin Wani naively thought so. As long as she bows her head and admits her mistake to Lin Dong will definitely come back home obediently. However, in order to compensate Lin Dong for his silent dedication over the years, she decided to give Lin Dong a gift. Didn't Lin Dong want to be a warrior? Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought the Warrior Job Change card. Lin Wana looked at all the materials in her space ring and found that they could be sold for about 800,000 Chinese yuan. But a Warrior Job Transfer card is worth millions, and there is still a shortfall of at least 200,000. Moreover, the Job Transfer Awakening ceremony is about to be held, and the price of Warrior Job Transfer cards has also skyrocketed. In the past 2 days, it has even been sold for 1.2 million Chinese yuan. Therefore, she needs to prepare at least another 400,000 Chinese yuan to be able to buy a warrior job transfer card. Lin Yang hardened her heart and held her bronze-level weapon, the Shuiwe thorn, in the palm of her hand. She spent 500,000 to buy this Shuiwe thorn, which adds 2 points of attack speed. If it is sold at a discount of 400,000 now, there will definitely be people willing to buy it. In this way, she could collect enough money to buy a warrior job transfer card for Lin Dong. As for weapons, she also has a spare dagger. Although its attributes are not as good as this one, it can still be used. After making up my mind, Lin Yang quickly logged into the equipment trading system and put her water moon thorn up for sale. A few minutes later, the Shuiwe thorn was quickly bought by someone, and her account increased by 400,000 Chinese yuan. Then she sold the various materials in the ring one by one, and finally collected 1.2 million Chinese yuan. Then he searched for the warrior job transfer card again. I found that the cheapest one is now being sold for 1.15 million Chinese yuan. She was very happy to have found a bargain, because this way she could save 50,000 Chinese yuan, which she could use to buy a lot of things. Lin Yang decisively bought this job transfer card and planned to give it to Lin Dong tomorrow morning before the awakening ceremony. After doing all this, Lin Yang finally stopped regretting it. She felt that this was enough to compensate Lin Dong. As a sister, I have done my best. I hope Lin Dong will not be ungrateful. It can be considered as compensation for his warrior class change card being snatched away by Lin Yang. After grinding the dungeon all night, Lin Yang rushed to the career awakening venue of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School early. After a careful search, she found Lin Dong on top of the rostrum. At this time, several old men were sitting around Lin Dong. At first glance, they seemed to be people of extraordinary status. This made Lin Yang frown. Lin Dong is too young. Those people look like big shots. Even if he goes to curry favor with others, he shouldn't sit next to them. He should stand. These big shots have to be well-educated to allow a child to sit next to him. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would have kicked him out long ago. The people sitting next to Lin Dong were Mo Xiezi, Peng Hualong, Li Shijun, and others. As for Xun Jiangnan and Marshal Xiao, because of their special status, they sat in the secret room of the rostrum and watched all this silently. The job transfer awakening ceremony is about to begin, and they also want to see whether other geniuses will be born in Jiangqing. At this moment, the appearance of a little girl caught their attention. According to the information, this little girl seems to be Lin Dong's sister Lin Yang. And Lin Dong has already severed his relationship with his neighbor. So why is she here looking for Lin Dong? Lin Yang was already not far from Lin Dong at this time. She was holding the warrior job transfer card in her hand and was thinking about what to say in the first sentence. Although she was ready to apologize, she still found it difficult to say it if she really had to apologize. As a sister, does she have to apologize to Lin Dong even if she misunderstood him before? Shouldn't Lin Dong take the initiative to come forward and explain all the misunderstandings to her? But when he stood there hesitating, a pretty girl in school uniform suddenly got in front of him and greeted Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I finally found you. Why did you come here? Ah, it's Grandpa Mo. How come you're here for the career awakening ceremony? Oh my God, Grandpa Peng, Grandpa Li, you're here too? Did something big happen in Jiangqing? This little girl is the school beauty Su Runin. Their Su family has a god of war who is stationed in the southwestern border and has made great military achievements. As the daughter of the god of war Su Lingyun, it is normal for Su Runin to know some high-level figures. At this time, she greeted everyone one by one and seemed very familiar with them. It's Miss Su. She's still so clever and eccentric. When the three old men saw who was coming, they greeted him with a smile. After seeing this scene, Lin Yang stopped timidly and dared not move forward. Planning to wait for Su Runin to leave, she went forward to find the connection. At this time, Lin Dong was looking at Su Runin with a smile. He has helped a lot with this campus beauty, who is known as the most beautiful girl in Jiangqing. Su Runin secretly went to the level 0 novice copy without telling his family and was almost hurt by a monster. Fortunately, Lin Dong showed up in time to save him from danger. Since then, Su Runin has been pestering Lin Dong to take her to the level 0 dungeon to broaden her horizons. After a few interactions, the two became familiar with each other and became good friends. However, he didn't know that Su Runin's father was a god of war. He just thought that Su Runin was a girl who worked and studied like him. Why would I want to find you? If you don't prepare for your job change and awakening, aren't you afraid that you will awaken to a useless job later? Su Runin made a face and stuck out her tongue at Lin Dong. Then he took out a Saint Warrior job transfer card with body fragrance from his arms and placed it in front of Lin Dong. There is still a big difference between the Warrior transfer card and the Holy Warrior transfer card. A Warrior job transfer card is worth 1 million Chinese yuan, but the Awakened Warrior profession is random. The Holy Warrior job transfer card is worth 100 million Chinese yuan. Once you own it, you will definitely awaken the Holy Warrior profession, which is also one of the most difficult professions to awaken. The warrior profession is divided into 6 main professions: Holy Warrior, Berserker, Shield Warrior, Assassin, Blade Maniac, and Sword Master. Among them, the Holy Warrior is the most comprehensive and most popular profession, and is the first of the 6 warrior professions. The Berserker, Blade Maniac, and Sword Master are a bit weaker. Shield Warriors and Assassins are the weakest among the 6 warrior professions. Of course, not everyone awakens as a warrior. Some also awaken as a magician, mages, Taoist priests, and Dark Lord. But other professions are very expensive and can only be niche. In China, due to the rampant spread of Warcraft, people prefer the warrior profession, which awakens and grows faster. Therefore, the Holy Warrior job transfer card that Su Runin gave to Lin Dong was priceless and made countless people jealous. Even Lin Dong was shocked by Su Runin's generosity. "Su Runin, what are you doing? Put away such an important thing quickly." Su Runin smiled slyly. The big eyes were always fixed on Lin Dong. "This is for you. When we were doing dungeon raids together, you said that your dream was to become a warrior. Today I will help you realize it." However, the scene she expected did not appear. Lin Dong laughed and cried while shaking his head. "Thank you, Runin, but I really don't need it right now. I have already awakened the blacksmith profession, and this warrior job change card is no longer useful to me." Su Runin just thought that Lin Dong was lying to her. Lin Dong had said at the beginning that he was determined to become a warrior and serve China. Moreover, the career awakening ceremony has not yet begun. How can Lin Dong awaken his career? Lin Dong must be lying to her. He doesn't want to accept her gift. So she took out a Holy Warrior job transfer card from her bosom and gestured in front of Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, just take it. I have another one here. We can both awaken and become holy warriors today." Actually, in the previous life, Lin Dong did accept Su Runin's Holy Warrior job transfer card and successfully awakened the Holy Warrior profession. Otherwise, he would not have been successfully promoted to Warlord within 3 years. So he was still grateful to Su Runin and understood Su Runin's feelings for her. He regarded Su Runin as the most worthwhile friend in his life. "Runin, I didn't lie to you. I really awakened the blacksmith profession. I can no longer use the warrior job transfer card. 025, I just gave you a gift. Why are you so upset?" Su Runin saw that Lin Dong was speaking seriously. He opened his mouth in surprise. There was disbelief in those big, lively eyes. "Lin Dong, what you said can't be true. Blacksmithing is a very expensive profession. Your family's conditions." But halfway through, Su Runin covered her mouth. She was obviously afraid that what she said would hurt Lin Dong's self-esteem. Aren't boys said to be very strong-willed? Wouldn't it make Lin Dong unhappy if she criticized him like this? Su Runin knew about Lin Dong's family conditions. Lin Dong's father was just a great warrior, and his family was barely considered middle class. For a profession like awakening blacksmith, even if one has hundreds of billions of assets, it will all be burned out during the growth process. Therefore, for middle and low-income families, awakening the profession of blacksmith basically means a bleak future. Lin Dong blinked. He knew that Su Runin just cared about him and treated him as a true friend. He is still very happy to have such a good friend. Although this Holy Warrior job transfer card is useless to him, it is a token of Su Runin's good intentions after all. If I forcefully refuse, I'm afraid Su Runin will be sad. So he quietly put away the Holy Warrior transfer card, looking at Su Runin with a smile. "Although I don't need it now, it is a gift from you after all. I accept it. But since you gave me a gift, I should prepare a gift for you as well." When Su Runin saw Lin Dong put away the Holy Warrior job advancement card, her big eyes narrowed into crescents, and she was obviously very happy. Moreover, Lin Dong also prepared a gift for him, which showed that she existed in his heart. A sweet feeling surged in Su Runin's heart. "Lin Dong, are you serious? You also prepared a gift for me?" To be honest, Lin Dong did not prepare anything special for Su Runin. He was just offering something by borrowing someone else's flower to pay tribute to Buddha. Last night, He used the materials provided by Moise and others to obtain more than 100 acceleration gloves. He gave 100 of the acceleration gloves to Marshal Shao to build a team of great warriors to behead bosses. He put the extra ones into his space ring for future use. And now, in order to return the favor to Su Runin, it could be used just right. However, seeing Su Runin's excitement, he was too embarrassed to tell her the truth and could only pretend that he prepared it for Su Runin alone. But as soon as this acceleration glove was taken out, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Equipment: speed up gloves, bronze level. Attack plus 80, attack speed plus 50, defense plus 100. Bung Quan: every 10 seconds, release a Bung Quan with 1500 damage, causing a 3-second paralysis effect on the target. After seeing this entry, Moise, Peng Hualong, and Li Shijun, who were originally calm and composed, suddenly started breathing rapidly. The entry for this bronze-level acceleration glove is really abnormal. It can deal 9,000 damage in 1 minute and can even paralyze the target for 18 seconds. That means paralyzing the target for 18 seconds in 1 minute. In the whole of China, only the legendary paralysis ring of the god of war Ouyang Zhantian has the paralysis effect. And it is probabilistic, and even if it is triggered, it can only paralyze the target for 3 seconds. Sometimes, even after fighting for several minutes, it is not possible to paralyze the target. After Su Runin saw the acceleration gloves, I couldn't help but be shocked by the exaggerated attributes. After a while, she suddenly reacted and pointed at the acceleration gloves that Lin Dong took out. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Lin Dong, are you saying this speed-up glove is for me? Su Runin is knowledgeable. If this acceleration glove is put into the equipment trading system, it can be sold for at least 1 billion. Lin Dong actually gave her such a valuable thing so casually? Lin Dong, isn't this a bit too expensive? Although his Holy Warrior job transfer card is also valuable, it is still far inferior to this acceleration glove. But Lin Dong on the opposite side waved his hand, looking nonchalant. What's so valuable about this? I have plenty of this junk. But these speed-up gloves are too flimsy to wear alone. They come in pairs. I might as well just give you a pair. As he spoke, Lin Dong took out another acceleration glove from his space ring. Everyone's attention was once again attracted by the acceleration gloves. Equipment: speed up gloves, bronze level. Attack plus 100. Attack speed plus 30. Explosion rate bonus, plus 10%. Ba Quan: every punch delivered to the target adds a continuous burning effect, causing 300 damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds, which can be stacked. After seeing this entry about acceleration gloves, the 3 old men around could no longer remain calm. Peng Hualong swallowed his saliva and advised from the side. Boy, are you going to give this acceleration glove to this Shao Su so easily? Don't you know how valuable this speed-up glove is? I can tell you clearly that it is more valuable than all the speed-up gloves you forged last night combined. Peng Hualong is not exaggerating. Because of this Bakuan attribute, the effect is so terrifying. Although it can only cause 300 points of damage per second and last for 5 seconds, which totals only 1,500 points of damage, its effects can be stacked. Just imagine, if this acceleration glove was in the hands of a god of war-level character, he could even throw hundreds of punches in a minute. Each punch will add 1,500 points of continuous damage, which means that 150,000 damage can be caused in just 1 minute. It won't even take 10 minutes to kill a golden monster with millions of health bars. If you add some other attack speed equipment, this value can be even higher. In other words, even a legendary Warcraft lord cannot withstand the output of a god of war for 1 minute. Such explosive output is enough to make this bronze-level acceleration glove a masterpiece. But now, Lin Dong actually gave it to Su Runin without a care in the world, which made Peng Hualong cry out that he was a spendthrift. What a sin! Boy, are you attracted to the girl from the Su family? But the next second, they were shocked by Lin Dong once again, because Lin Dong directly poured out a bunch of acceleration gloves from the space gloves, piling them up into a small hill. Hey, I have plenty of speed-up gloves. There are more than a dozen of them, with the Tyrant Fist attribute alone. Runin, take it with confidence. If you accidentally lose it, you can come back to me for a replacement. These 2 acceleration gloves were actually carefully selected by Lin Dong for Su Runin. Su Runin hasn't awakened her profession yet, so she has no level. However, the 2 acceleration gloves he took out have no level restrictions for use. Even if Su Runin has no level, he can put them on and use them directly. Seeing that Lin Dong had so many acceleration gloves, Su Runin happily took them. She suddenly realized that Lin Dong's awakening as a blacksmith might not be a bad thing. If these acceleration gloves were all forged by Lin Dong, then Lin Dong might become the first person to get rich by forging. Thank you, Lin Dong. I'm going to prepare for the career awakening ceremony. I'll come find you later. Lin Dong nodded. Watch Su Runin leave. At this moment, Li Shijun on the side also stared with his eyes wide open. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his eyes full of horror. Hey? Why do you have so many speed-up gloves? We only provided you with 300 materials last night. I remember you gave Marshal Xiao more than 100 of them this morning, and this pile in front of me is nearly 200. In other words, you didn't fail once in forging these 300-plus materials. You forged them all successfully, and they all have entry attributes? That's a 100% success rate. Even if these legendary blacksmiths took action, it would be impossible to successfully forge all of the more than 300 pieces of materials. At least 1/5 of them would be lost. But Lin Dong can achieve 100% success. This success rate is really too terrifying. Look at Li Shijun being so shocked. Lin Dong originally wanted to be humble, but I didn't expect that the more I explained, the worse it would get. I just made a slight move. Lin Wan, who was standing not far away, was also extremely shocked when she saw Lin Dong chatting happily with big shots like Moizi and Li Shijun. She then realized how little she knew about her younger brother. After all, the people his brother is dating now are the ones that their neighbors need to look up to. He lowered his head to look at the warrior job transfer card in his hand, then looked at the acceleration gloves on Lin Dong's desk, and his pupils suddenly glowed with an inexplicable color. 026, you raised the price. Who made you look down on me at that time? Looking at the pile of acceleration gloves on the table, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun could no longer remain reserved. Peng Hualong spoke first. Lin Dong, can you sell some of these acceleration gloves to our Peng family? Don't worry, old man. I will never take advantage of you. As long as these acceleration gloves of yours have entries, no matter what their basic attributes are, I will give you 2 billion for each one. Although the Peng family, to which Peng Hualong belongs, is a blacksmithing family, there are also many warriors among their descendants. If you can buy some acceleration gloves, it will not only greatly improve the efficiency of family members in leveling up copies, but you can even pass them down as heirlooms. Li Shijun had the same idea. The gaze became extremely intense, although he knew that these acceleration gloves were forged from the materials they provided at the time. But who can blame Lin Dong for having the ability to turn decay into magic? These ordinary materials were transformed into priceless equipment. Lin Dong, our Li family is also willing to purchase a batch of acceleration gloves from you at a price of 2 billion per pair. The calmest person is probably Moizi. This lonely old man has no children and only Qingyo as his disciple. It can be said that he has no desires or demands at all. He looked at Peng Hualong and Li Shijun coldly, feeling amused. I never thought that a legendary blacksmith would actually have to buy equipment from others one day. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. After hearing this, both Peng Hualong and Li Shijun felt a little embarrassed. But in front of Lin Dong, they really had nothing to be proud of. After all, equipment with entry attributes is hard to come by. The most important thing is that even ordinary warriors from level 10 to level 20 can wear these equipment with attributes, which greatly reduces the level requirements for the equipment. If you wear this kind of acceleration gloves, family members can quickly reach level 30, 40, or even 50, which can create a large number of young, strong people. In the face of such temptation, is face important? Not at all. For them, family development is the most important thing. Even if you can just buy 2 acceleration gloves, it can help a family rise quickly. After all, such low-level equipment with high attributes and entries has never appeared in the Blue Star continent. If this kind of equipment appears in a low-level dungeon, it can kill monsters instantly, so you should not gain experience too quickly. There is no need to follow the routine and kill monsters bit by bit like we do now. They have reason to believe that if an ordinary person wears a pair of such acceleration gloves, he can level up 20 levels in one day. In the past, if an ordinary person wanted to reach level 20, it would take at least 2 to 3 years. This is also the reason why people like Peng Hualong and Li Shijun are drooling over the acceleration gloves forged by Lin Dong. How can this be called an acceleration glove? This is simply a mass production machine for the strong. Therefore, their attitude towards Lin Dong became more humble. Of course, Lin Dong would not miss any good opportunity to make money. But these two old guys were mocking him yesterday. He needs to teach them a lesson. Lin Dong is not the kind of person who would not take revenge. He must punish them a little. He raised his eyelids and smiled wickedly. Mr. Peng and Mr. Li, this is making it difficult for me. After all, I want to give it to my teacher, Marshal Xiao, first. As for the value of these acceleration gloves, I believe you know better than me. If they are handed over to the military, they will be much more useful than if they are handed over to an individual family. The two old men looked at Lin Dong's cunning eyes and immediately understood. Lin Dong, this brat, is trying to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail me. I just don't know how big Lin Dong's appetite is, so I need to test it out first. So Peng Hualong pretended to sigh. Lin Dong, our descendant is not angry. As his grandfather, I am worried sick about him. Since I love my grandson so much, just sell me a wristband. Li Shijun was also sighing sadly. It seems like it really came from his heart. We also have a useless grandson in our family. He is stuck at level 10 and cannot move. If he is smart, just be kind. I don't need much, just keep going. Lin Dong, just name a price. As long as it's reasonable, Lao Peng and I can accept it. Lin Dong looked at the two of them with a smile. I silently estimated the price in my mind. A pair of acceleration gloves, worth 2 billion Chinese yuan, is certainly worth a lot of money. Ordinary platinum equipment, or even legendary equipment, cannot reach such a price. But Lin Dong knew. He forged these speed gloves, but they were just bronze equipment. The reason why it is different is entirely because of the additional entry attributes. These entry attributes are something you can only encounter by chance. As long as he doesn't ship in large quantities, many of the equipment may even become unique items and can be sold at unimaginable prices in the future. Therefore, even if the accelerating gloves are sold for 5 billion Chinese yuan, it is considered a fair price. So Lin Dong stretched out a finger and waved it in front of the two legendary blacksmiths. Mr. Peng and Mr. Li, you are both legendary forgers. Do you know how difficult it is to create equipment with this kind of attributes? This is the value of the acceleration gloves. I don't need to explain it in detail. You must know it well. When Mr. Lin said this, the two old men couldn't help but look down on him. Is it difficult to forge such 4 attribute equipment? It may be difficult for them, but for you, Lin Dong, isn't it as simple as eating and drinking? 1 acceleration glove per minute, that's too fast. Then Lin Dong changed the topic and started to reveal his cards. But I am really touched by the two elders' desire to cultivate Kopai to become a talent quickly. I've decided to make an exception and sell them to you two at the price of 10 billion per pair. After all, these acceleration gloves are part of a set. If you buy a pair, your attack will be increased by 5%. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun both frowned. Did they buy the speed-up gloves just for the 5% attack bonus? No matter how high the normal attack of this accelerating glove is, it is only 100 points, and the 5% attack bonus is only 5 points, which can only be said to be better than nothing. Just when they wanted to bargain, the lively face suddenly became stern, and he pretended to be serious. Gentlemen, this price is already very reasonable. It's only you who asked for it. If it were anyone else, I would never agree to it. You should know that all the equipment in my hands is reserved for my master, Marshal Xiao. If you two want them, I will put them away. After saying that, Mr. Lin put the pile of acceleration gloves and manly strips on the table into the space ring one by one. By now, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun had completely figured it out. This kid Lin Dong was definitely seeking revenge for their actions of ignoring Lin Dong yesterday. Otherwise, how could Mr. Lin sell the acceleration gloves that he just gave them as a gift at such a high price? But knowing this, they just accepted it. After all, this thing is not something that anyone can buy if they want to. Just as they transferred the payment, and each took a pair of acceleration gloves, Lin Dong suddenly found a familiar figure in front of him. He couldn't help but raise his head and frown at the person in front of him. Lin Wan, what are you doing here? When Lin Dong asked this, Lin Wan was at a loss and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Wan was also greatly shocked when she saw Lin Dong take out the acceleration gloves just now. She was originally hesitant, but under the temptation of the acceleration gloves, she unconsciously came to Lin Dong's side. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun could see the value of the acceleration gloves. Of course, Lin Wan could see it too. It's such a waste to let such a good thing flow out into the open. If all of it were used to arm the family, the Lin family would rise rapidly and even become one of the top families in China. And these acceleration gloves are bound to become the Lin family's heirloom. Lin Dong is still too young. How can he sell such a good thing just for a little money? He has no sense of family at all. Thinking of this, she slammed the warrior conversion card on the table and couldn't help but speak. Lin Dong, this is your warrior class advancement card as compensation. Your family has done nothing wrong to you, so you don't have to use this as an excuse to run away from home. These acceleration gloves of yours are very useful to our Lin family. They should be given priority to our Lin family before we consider selling them. 027 Lin Dong, are you really so heartless? Lin Dong raised his eyelids. There was a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth. Am I related to the Lin family? What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that? Lin Wanner originally blamed Lin Dong out of habit and acted justified. After being scolded by Lin Dong, he suddenly became a little furious. Just when she was about to lose her temper, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Dong's cold, emotionless eyes, and her heart skipped a beat for no reason. Could it be that Lin Dong really wanted to sever ties with their Lin family? Lin Wan, who already knew that Lin Dong was wronged, felt the anger beneath Lin Dong's calmness. The whole family misunderstood Lin Dong, and they should indeed apologize to him. Lin Dong, what father and mother said before were just words spoken in anger. Sister was also wrong. She shouldn't have wrongly accused you without knowing right or wrong. I sincerely apologize to you here. After all, under the circumstances at that time, everyone would habitually think that you did it. But before she could finish her words, Lin Dong waved his hand in displeasure. That's enough. Stop giving me hypocritical explanations. I don't need them. You Lin family members can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Wan looked at the expressionless Lin Dong and bit her lip. She knew that Lin Dong was really angry and she couldn't persuade him with just a few words. But she still said without giving up, Lin Dong, this incident was caused by Lin Yang's mischief. As a brother, you should behave like a brother and not be so petty. My parents are coming over today. Let's go over there and have a family reunion. However, Lin Dong raised his eyelids, scanned the venue, and then found the location of Lin Yang, Lin Songxing, and others, and his gaze paused. He squeezed his fingers hard, with a sneer on his face. I'm afraid Lin Songxing and Meng Qinshi are here to see their good son Lin Yang awaken his profession. What does this have to do with me? Lin Wan, I hope you won't bother me again. This is the rostrum. We don't welcome outsiders. Security personnel, show the guests out. In order to protect Lin Dong's safety, before Lin Dong arrived at the career awakening venue, Marshal Xiao personally equipped Lin Dong with a team of warrior guards. Following Lin Dong's order, four guards dressed in the uniforms of the Chinese army suddenly appeared behind him and stood in front of Lin Wan. The tall and mighty guard frightened Lin Wan. The uniforms of the Huaxiao Legion are not something that ordinary people can wear. One must join the Huaxiao official organization and then pass an assessment to reach the level of a great warrior of 40-50 before being able to wear them. In other words, there were 4 great warrior-level figures standing in front of her. She was a small bronze warrior, standing in front of several people, feeling a little panic in her heart. How could Lin Dong order 4 people of this level around? Could it be that he hired a bodyguard? But a bodyguard at this level would probably cost a lot of money. Lin Dong was really a spendthrift. However, considering that Lin Dong is now able to forge acceleration gloves, he does have the financial resources to do so. It seems that this is the only explanation that can make sense. After the 4 guards stopped Lin Wan, they stared at her coldly, with a murderous aura. Please leave here immediately. Lin Wan didn't dare to look at the 4 people, but leaned over and shouted to Lin Dong behind her. Lin Dong, are you really going to be so heartless? I am your sister. Aren't you afraid that others will point fingers at you behind your back if you treat me like this? Upon hearing this, the 4 guards turned their heads and looked at Lin Dong. If this is really Lin Dong's sister, it would be bad if they use violence. Even Moizi and the others beside him looked strange. Logically, Lin Dong shouldn't be such a heartless person. Why did he get into such a mess with his family? There must be something fishy going on. Lin Dong, however, still kept his face covered with coldness, not even looking at Lin Wan. I have severed my relationship with the Lin family. She is not my sister. Get her off the podium. Without my order, she cannot enter the podium. After hearing Lin Dong's words, the 4 guards stopped hesitating. They all took a step forward at once, frightening Lin Wan so much that she turned pale and stepped back in panic. Ms. Lin Wan, our Mr. Lin Dong has already ordered you to leave. Please don't make things difficult for us. Otherwise, we will use force against you. Lin Wan knew that Lin Dong was determined now, and she was also extremely afraid of these four great warriors. After all, even her father, who was also a great warrior, could not be a match for these four people. She looked at Lin Dong again with some reluctance before stepping down from the podium with a complicated expression. If Lin Dong behaved as obediently and as strictly as before, she wouldn't care. However, the great talent that Lin Dong showed in forging at this time could no longer be ignored. It can even be said that the current Lin Dong has the potential to make their Lin family rise in China. As an elder sister, how could she not feel sorry for such a talented person? No, we must tell our parents about this. It was our mistake to let Lin Dong leave. Perhaps with the help of his parents, Lin Dong may change his mind. After thinking for a moment, she immediately turned around and walked towards where Lin Songxing and others were. At this time, Lin Songxing and Meng Qinshi were looking at Lin Yang fondly and instructing him on his career awakening. Lin Songxing touched the head of Lin Yang, who was taller than him, and said lovingly, "Lin Yang, my father asked someone to find out that Shun Jiangnan, the admissions director of Aries College, is at your Jiangqing #1 middle school right now. When you awaken on the stage later, you must defeat the test puppet as quickly as possible to show your amazing talent. As long as you can defeat all the test puppets within 1 minute, God of War Shin Jiangnan will definitely recruit you to enter the God of War Academy." Lin Yang nodded, but there was a trace of doubt on his face. Because since Lin Dong left the Lin family yesterday, the twin bond effect between him and Lin Dong seemed to have disappeared. The double experience feedback that he would have received every day was not received today, which made his growth progress much slower. Without Lin Dong's experience support, even if he awakened as a warrior, he would not be able to level up quickly and could only slowly level up by grinding monsters. Seeing Lin Yang's strange expression, Lin Songxing thought he was worried about the talent test that would take place later. So she smiled and comforted him. "Lin Yang, you don't have to worry too much. As long as you follow my method to deal with those test puppets, it won't be difficult to enter the 1-minute state. And this time, in order to help you pass the level quickly, your father spent a huge amount of money to buy you a non-level sword. This sword has 2 points of attack power, which will allow you to quickly kill the test puppet." Lin Yang curled his lips. The sword with 2 points of attack power might not be very effective against the test puppet with amazing defense. But at this moment, Lin Wan came out from the crowd. As soon as she saw them, Lin Wan couldn't wait to shout loudly, "Mom, Dad, and brother, I finally found you. I have some surprising news for you." Lin Dong has awakened his profession ahead of schedule, and it's the blacksmith profession. Our family has misunderstood him before. He actually has extraordinary talents. Hearing Lin Wan yelling, Lin Songxing's face suddenly darkened. "Look at you. You look so unbecoming. You don't look like a lady at all. We already knew that the beast had awakened to the blacksmith profession. What's the big deal? He is such an ungrateful person. I will break his legs sooner or later." Lin Yang liked a handkerchief he made, but not only did he not take it home, he also hung up the phone on me and your mother. This is totally unreasonable. Lin Wan opened her mouth and her throat rolled for a long time, but no words came out. Once upon a time, she was full of misunderstandings about Lin Dong, just like her father, but now it seems that her father was also extremely wrong. "Dad, you are really wrong this time." "What? I was wrong? How could I be wrong?" 028 Career Awakening. Lin Yang becomes emo. Lin Songxing scratched his ears with his fingers, his tone very impatient. Now is the critical moment for Lin Yang to awaken his career, and he is in no mood to listen to any news from Lin Dong. This rebellious son, whenever Lin Songxing mentions him, he will feel his blood pressure soar. Mother Meng Qinshi also looked at Lin Wan reproachfully, disliking that Lin Wan didn't know how to choose the right time. "Wanner, your father is now teaching Lin Yang the secret technique to quickly pass the talent test puppet test. Don't disturb him." Lin Wan, who had rushed over to explain the whole story to Lin's father and mother, suddenly felt like a clown. This feeling of being ignored gave her an illusion that she was just like Lin Dong. Lin Dong must have always felt this powerless feeling at home. Her heart trembled, and she finally realized how wronged Lin Dong had been over the years. But this talent test is a big deal after all and cannot be taken lightly, so she can only stand aside and wait. At this time, Lin's father was more professional than the teacher on the stage, and he kept telling Lin Yang the relevant knowledge. "Yang, even though you now have a warrior job change card, Your job change to warrior is set in stone. But after awakening your profession, the most important thing is the talent test. If you can defeat the test puppet within 1 minute, it proves that your talent can reach the S level and you are qualified to be admitted to the God of War Academy. Your father and I once served as a soldier under Xinjiangnan, the God of War. As long as I have two identities, I believe that God of War Xinjiangnan, thinking of the friendship in the military, will definitely give you a chance to enter the God of War Academy. So I just taught you how to deal with the test puppet. You must remember it carefully and don't be careless. After all, Xinjiangnan, God of War, is selfless. Only if your grades can meet the standards, Father, can I give you a chance. Lin Wan looked at Lin Kansheng, who was chattering away, and suddenly felt that she was a little bit disgusted. Her father treated Lin Yang so well. When she was awakening in her career last year, her father didn't tell her any of this. Now that Lin Dong is gone, it seems that she has automatically taken Lin Dong's place and has begun to be ignored by the family. Lin Songxing was talking enthusiastically when suddenly waves of exclamations erupted from the surroundings. The first genius has appeared. Xiao Yi from Class 3 of Grade 5. He has awakened the Berserker class and defeated the test puppet in just 49 seconds. It looks like he has a chance to enter the Ares Academy. Ha, you don't know this. This time, it's not just Ares College that is recruiting students at Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. I heard that Hualong College has also sent people this time. Maybe both colleges will compete for students at the same time. Hey, what do you think of the performance of the two brothers Lin Dong and Lin Yang this time? They are known as the two heroes of the Lin family, so I think they won't be bad. Forget about Lin Dong. He works so hard, but he can't catch up to half of his brother Lin Yang. Talent is something that cannot be made up for by hard work. Hearing the people around him discussing Lin Yang and Lin Dong, Lin Songxing immediately pricked up his ears. As expected, these teachers and students are all knowledgeable. How can a fool like Lin Dong be compared with the genius Lin Yang? Lin Yang's talent was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. He could understand anything at a glance and learn it quickly. The only thing he lacked was hard work. If Lin Yang had worked half as hard as Lin Dong, he would have taken off long ago. No matter what, under the leadership of Lin Yang, their Lin family will surely take off completely and become one of the most famous families in China. Today, it is a good opportunity for everyone to see how outstanding his Lin Yang is. It's ridiculous that Lin Dong, that fool, doesn't know how to curry favor with his brother Lin Yang. Today is a watershed. He will also understand the real gap between him and Lin Yang. With his chin raised proudly, Lin Songxing looked at the list of testers on the stage and gave instructions to Lin Yang. Yang, after Su Runin finishes the test, you will be the next one. When Lin Yang heard Su Runin's name, his eyes suddenly lit up. Su Runin is the most beautiful girl on campus at Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. He has always had improper thoughts about Su Runin, but Su Runin never looks at him straight in the eye. But what surprised him was that Su Runin had a very good impression of Lin Dong and often secretly put things on Lin Dong's desk. But these things, without exception, were secretly intercepted by Lin Yang, and Lin Dong knew nothing about them. He stared at Su Runin in the audience and couldn't help licking his lips. This beauty will be mine sooner or later. But the next second, his eyes became solemn. What? Su Runin actually has a Saint Warrior job advancement card? Where did she get such a valuable thing? I wish this Warrior job change card was mine. That's a Saint Warrior job transfer card. It locks the job precisely. Unlike the Warrior job transfer card in his hand, although it can awaken a profession, the 6 Warrior professions are random. If you awaken an assassin like Lin Wan, you will suffer. Looking at the surprised Lin Yang, Lin Wan, who had been unable to find a chance to speak, finally spoke. Lin Yang, don't aim too high. Su Runin is not someone you can reach. The Su family is one of the 4 hidden families in Jiangxing. The family power is so huge that it is unimaginable. If you provoke them, you will die. Seeing Lin Wan scolding Lin Yang, Lin's father's face suddenly became displeased. He looked at Lin Wan reproachfully and knocked on the armrest of the chair. Lin Wan, how can you talk to your brother? Your brother is extremely talented. Even if he falls in love with Su Runin from the Su family, it's not a big deal. The Su family is just a local force in Jiangxing. As long as your brother enters the Ares Academy, I will go to the Su family in person to propose marriage. After teaching Lin Wan a lesson, Lin Songxing continued to keep his eyes on Lin Yang, and his gaze became much softer. Yang, don't worry. Although she got a Saint Warrior job transfer card with the help of her family's financial resources, it's not so easy to pass the talent test. After all, the unlevel novice equipment can only increase the attack by 2 or 3 points at most. If you want to defeat the test puppet with 100 health points, you still have to rely on the experience of killing monsters in your daily training. Father, I dare to conclude that she will never be able to kill the test puppet within a minute. However, as soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, there was another burst of exclamations at the scene. The exclamation was filled with disbelief. No way, what did I see just now? Su Runin actually killed the monster in 1 second. 1 second, even less than 1 second. Our Jiangxing Middle School might be on the hot search list. This kind of talent is probably comparable to the 3S level. I never thought that Su Runin, who usually keeps a low profile, is actually so amazing. Bathed in the praise, Su Runin couldn't help but tighten her acceleration gloves with her hands. This accelerating glove has been disguised by Lin Yang, and it looks ordinary. It is just an ordinary glove with an attack speed increase of 2. But only she, the user, knows how terrifying this glove is. Just now, she used only 1 punch, and the talent test puppet was shattered into pieces. Is this the effect of the acceleration gloves? Lin Yang, you really gave me a big surprise. A high attribute weapon that can be worn without a professional level. I really don't know how Lin Yang forged it. I'm afraid that such a weapon has never appeared in the entire human history. In front of such a perverted weapon, talent becomes as ridiculous as a joke. Su Runin raised her head in surprise and looked towards the podium. There, a sunny big boy was nodding slightly at Su Runin. It was Lin Yang. As for Lin's father, his expression turned extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. I never thought that a great warrior like me would make such a mistake. But Yang, don't worry. Although your talent may not be as good as hers, you will definitely have no problem in actual combat. I have seen your experience in killing monsters. It is as high as 40 points, which is close to the level of level 1. It can be said that it is the highest among the testers present. Father believes that you can kill the test puppet within a minute. Lin Yang sleeps twitchet. How could he have any experience points from killing monsters? These 40 points of experience points from killing monsters were obtained from Lin Yang through the twin bond. In the novice copy, you have to kill 2,500 monsters to get 10 experience points. To get 40 points, you have to kill tens of thousands of novice monsters. He can't afford such hard work. Although he had experience, he had never actually fought a monster. Now I have to fight with the test puppet in actual combat. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. But now, it's his turn. The tester on the stage also started shouting. The next tester is Lin Yang from class 5-1. 029 Western powers are too arrogant. Lin Yang's uneasy heart finally died. He walked up to the testing bench with his head held high, feeling somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Without Lin Dong's twin bond, he is now just an ordinary person, and his talent is really dismal. He pinched the warrior job transfer card hard, slowly took it out from his sleeve, and looked at the awakening instrument in front of him. This scene immediately caused people in the audience to start talking. Oh my god, another warrior job advancement card. Are people so rich these days? This is the 5th warrior job advancement card that has appeared. It costs millions of Chinese yuan per card, and now it's everywhere. I'm afraid they got the news in advance, and only when the God of War Academy and Hualong Academy came to our Jiangxing to recruit students did they feel willing to spend so much money. Listening to the noise from the audience, Lin Yang finally made up his mind. I just don't believe that without Lin Dong, I can't enter the God of War Academy. Boom! As the warrior job transfer card was directly used by Lin Yang, the machine shook. Ding! Awaken the Holy Warrior class. As the machine's prompt sounded, Lin Yang's hanging heart finally settled down and was replaced by a burst of ecstasy. Haha, Holy Warrior. I awakened the Holy Warrior. One of the 3 top warrior professions. I have become one. He walked around the test bench several times showing off his whole body in ecstasy. Father Lin in the audience smiled with satisfaction. I knew that with Lin Yang's talent, he would definitely awaken the super warrior profession. As expected, he is a rare holy warrior. Our Lin family is going to rise completely. The audiences in the audience were also amazed. Holy warriors, these are holy warriors. 2 new holy warriors appeared in Jiangxing in one day. This is too scary. You know, in the past 300 years, no more than 10 people in Jiangxing have awakened holy warriors. After all, only the top families can buy the Saint Warrior job advancement card. You can't even buy it if you want to. In every big family, a holy warrior is born approximately every 50 years. After all, the growth of a holy warrior requires a lot of resources. Once a holy warrior is born in a family, the entire family will devote all their efforts to training him. This means that in the next 50 years, this family will no longer train new holy warriors. Because of this, even if a holy warrior job transfer card exists, these big families will not use it casually. For ordinary people, the probability of awakening a holy warrior is too low, which makes the holy warrior a 1 in a million profession. However, becoming a holy warrior, a profession with explosive defense and output, is still an opportunity for many ordinary people to turn their lives around. Therefore, ordinary people are also extremely eager for this kind of profession. And today, Lin Yang, relying on an ordinary job transfer card, awakened the holy warrior profession. His luck is simply amazing. In the next battle with the test puppet, Lin Yang also spent 48 seconds and successfully killed the test puppet, which once again caused a burst of exclamations. Lin Dong, who was sitting on the rostrum, watched all of this with his eyes narrowed. His heart was very calm. Sure enough, just like in his previous life, Lin Yang awakened the holy warrior profession. However, he has severed the twin bond, and Lin Yang's future growth will definitely not be as rapid as in his previous life. If you remember correctly, Lin Yang would also enter the Ares Academy and would enter the Black Iron Dungeon to kill monsters and level up in the next few days. Lin Dong rubbed his hands, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Now he is very interested in revenge on Lin Yang. By then, he will find a way to clear out all the low-level monsters in the Jiangxing Black Iron copy, leaving Lin Yang with no way to upgrade. And in a secret room behind the rostrum, Chen Zhong, the principal of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School, rolled his glasses and introduced the two elderly men in Chinese costumes beside him. War God Wei Mingyuan, Warlord Xinjiangnan. This student is called Lin Yang, and he is a genius in our Jiangxing Middle School. With his qualifications, he should have the opportunity to enter the two major colleges. Wei Mingyuan is the admissions director of Hualong College, and Xinjiangnan is the admissions director of Ares College. They both came to Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School today, and the principal Chen Zhong also joined Yurong. But at this time, Wei Mingyuan looked at Shun Jiangnan politely, waiting for Shun Jiangnan to speak. After all, Shun Jiangnan has been promoted to warlord. As a god of war, he still needs to keep a low profile. There are a total of 7 colleges in China, known as the 7 Colleges of National Defense. They are Black Dragon College in the northwest, Filong College in the northeast, Tinglong College in the middle, Aolong College in the southwest, Shenlong College in the southeast, Ares College in Lizhou, Hualong College in Liao City, and Jiuzhou College in Fengdu. The rankings are in no particular order, and the principal of each college is a warrior-level figure. Originally, including Marshal Shao from the Chinese military, China had a total of 8 war masters. And now Shun Jiangnan of the God of War Academy has become the warlord first, immediately putting the strength of the God of War Academy above the other 6 colleges. Now Shun Jiangnan has the strength of his own. Therefore, even Marshal Shao was very ambiguous about Shun Jiangnan's appointment, and even wanted to add a new college. But Shun Jiangnan refused without hesitation. He was willing to stay at Ares Academy, continue to be his admissions director, and guard the southwest border to fight against the raging monsters. Now, with such a giant Buddha sitting in front of him, Wei Mingyuan would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. He looked at Shun Jiangnan politely, a little helpless. Shun Jiangnan, God of War, look at this student. Are you interested in enrolling him in God of War College? Shun Jiangnan curled his lips. He had already heard that Lin Yang was Lin Dong's younger brother. He had thoroughly investigated Lin Dong's experience in the past few days, and he had no good impression of such a parasite. Even if Lin Yang has amazing talent, he will not recruit him. After all, compared to Lin Dong, Lin Yang's value is far inferior. Naturally, he would not lose Lin Dong's friendship because of Lin Yang, so he shook his head, showing little interest. Our God of War Academy has already appointed Su Runan. This genius will be left to Hualong Academy. Wei Mingyuan, the admissions director of Hualong College, immediately beamed with joy after hearing what Xinjiangnan said. For geniuses like Lin Yang, they in the theological seminary also attach great importance to them. Since Shun Zhanzuan intends to fulfill it, then I would like to thank Shun Zhanzuan on behalf of our Huashan College. Xinjiangnan nodded slightly and stopped talking. He looked at Lin Dong on the stage. According to the list, Lin Dong is next to take the test. According to the plan, at that time, Marshal Xiao will appear in person to recruit disciples and ask Lin Dong to build a golden horn to build momentum for Lin Dong. Since then, China has had a new god who can even be said to be a spiritual leader. The timid warriors on the border will become brave again because of Lin Dong's appearance. This time the riot caused by the Warcraft uprising will be completely put down. Even the conspiracy of Western powers to divide up China will fail completely. If nothing unexpected happens, China will usher in a great prosperity. But if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is going to happen. The military far away in the capital of China welcomed a group of uninvited guests. The visitors were Emperor O, the leader of the Western Knights Templar, who had come to negotiate with China, and one of his disciples. He shouted at the Chinese officials who greeted him in an extremely impatient tone. "Why hasn't your Marshal Xiao come out to see me yet? Does he want me, a dignified and respected figure, to stand here and wait for him?" Although the Chinese officials were displeased, they still responded in a very restrained and polite manner. "Our Marshal Xiao is currently in Jiangxing handling some important matters. Please wait a few more days, Mr. O Huang." "Humph, I think Xiao Zheni clearly doesn't take us Western powers seriously. He actually dares to treat me like this. This is simply outrageous." The European emperor suddenly threw the cup of water to the ground, and the splashing juice and fragments hit the face of the Chinese official. Many Chinese officials glared at Emperor Europe. This guy was really unreasonable. However, Emperor Europe ignored their anger. He is a dignified Knight Templar and a warlord-level figure. There is no need for him to reason in front of all the Chinese war gods. "Okay, since Xiao Zheni is in Jiangxing, I will go to Jiangxing to find him. Let's see how long he can hide." 30 The wind has changed. Are blacksmiths still so popular? Emperor O took his disciples directly to Jiangxing. For them, a journey of 1,000 miles is just a few hours. Marshal Xiao also received the news. Marshal Xiao just smiled contemptuously and didn't take Emperor Europe seriously at all. This European emperor, relying on the Western powers behind him, wants to do whatever he wants in China. He is really thinking too much. If he really dared to come to Jiangxing to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind teaching Emperor Europe a lesson. In a private and luxurious private room, he was playing with the space ring that Lin Dong gave him. Inside the ring were the 100 acceleration gloves that Lin Dong had forged last night. What he didn't know was that Lin Dong asked for the materials for 300 sets of acceleration gloves, and Lin Dong still had nearly 200 sets of acceleration gloves. However, for Marshal Zhao's plan, these 100 are enough for now. Although these acceleration gloves are only bronze level, their exaggerated properties and advanced entries make these equipment even more precious than legendary equipment. Report to the commander-in-chief. "The 50 war soldiers you summoned have arrived." "Okay, let them in." Marshal Xiao waved his hand and asked the guard beside him to call the person in. These 50 great warriors are all around level 49, which can be said to be the top great warriors. They are only one level away from being promoted to Diamond Warrior, that is, the King of War. The division of warrior grades has customary names. Gold warriors above level 30-40 have inertial titles. For example, Platinum warriors at levels 40 to 50 are usually called Great Warriors. Level 50-60 Diamond Warrior, commonly known as the King of War. A legendary warrior of level 60-70, commonly known as the God of War. Level 70-80 Sky Warriors, commonly known as War Masters. A legendary warrior of level 80-90, commonly known as the War Saint. The reason why Emperor Europe dares to be arrogant towards China is because in his consciousness, up to now, in the entire human history, only one war saint has been born, and that is the French Emperor of the Western Holy City. The Emperor of France was able to break through to level 80 and become a war saint because he picked up the inner core of a dying monster by chance. But that was outdated history. Now Marshal Xiao has become a war saint and has even fought against the legendary warcraft Great Wilderness Quinyu. So he has practical combat experience. This is also the reason why Marshal Xiao was so tough in the face of Western powers. Looking at the 50 warriors coming in one after another, Marshal Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He simply poured out all the acceleration gloves in the space ring, forming a small hill on the ground. A pair for each. Get dressed. These great warriors are all warrior kings at the great warrior level in the Chinese military camp, and their actions are well trained. In less than half a minute, everyone was dressed in an orderly manner. Looking at these outstanding warriors, Marshal Xiao spoke again. You are the beheading operation team I set up. We specialize in beheading special monsters that have mutated in platinum and lower dungeons to ensure that ordinary warriors will not encounter danger when they clear the dungeon. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Mutated monsters have appeared frequently in major dungeons recently, causing many leveling warriors to encounter unexpected events. Even a figure like Shun Jiangnan, the god of war, almost died in the copy. For a time, the entire Chinese people were in panic, knowing that a new round of Warcraft riots was about to come. During these few months, the Chinese authorities have been unable to take effective measures to eliminate these mutated monsters. As a result, many soldiers on the front line are now afraid of fighting and are even afraid to go to dungeons. If these extremely powerful mutated monsters can be eliminated, it will be a good thing for the entire China. But can it really be done with just these acceleration gloves on the ground? These soldiers looked at the acceleration gloves on the ground with suspicion. When they saw the exaggerated properties of the acceleration gloves, they all opened their mouths in surprise. Oh my god, are these really bronze-level acceleration gloves? I'm afraid legendary equipment doesn't even have this attribute. Look, these speed-up gloves all have attributes, and almost all of them can deliver tens of thousands of attacks in 1 minute. The Platinum Beast Lord is only a few 100,000 HP. Does that mean that a mutated Platinum Lord Beast can be killed in 10 minutes? That's too much. If I can really kill monsters at this speed, within 3 days, I can gain enough experience to advance to level 50 and become a War King. In 3 months, I can become a War God. Many great warriors who were originally skeptical became excited after seeing the exaggerated attributes of the acceleration gloves. This is simply a pie in the sky. Marshal Xiao selected them to be part of the decapitation operation team and equipped them with such good equipment, which was equivalent to directly opening a channel for them to quickly become gods of war. Looking at their cheering, Marshal Xiao frowned. Don't be happy too soon. I will take back these equipment after you become the god of war. A new batch of great warriors will inherit them, and these acceleration gloves will become a legacy item in the army. Many soldiers nodded. They were satisfied to be able to use it for a period of time. How could they dare to hope to own it forever? After giving the order, Marshal Xiao turned his attention to the testing site. At this time, Lin Dong has officially appeared on the stage. Lin Dong was seen standing in front of the testing equipment, motionless, causing the whole audience to laugh. Some people in the audience even whistled, and the scene became a little chaotic. Haha, I think Lin Dong was shocked by Lin Yang's results. That's right. After all, the younger brother is much better than the older brother. It's understandable that he was so depressed and lost his mind. What a pity! Usually Lin Dong works very hard, but his father is partial to him and only bought a warrior job advancement card, so it can only be used by the extremely talented Lin Yang first. I'm afraid he won't get one. Hearing the students booing, Father Lin, who had a smile on his face, suddenly became so angry that his beard stood up. Listen to this. What kind of words are these? Why is he biased? It's obviously Lin Dong's fault. What does it have to do with him being nice to Lin Yang? Humph, for someone like Lin Dong, giving him a warrior job advancement card is a complete waste. His words made the students and parents who were originally making a fuss even more excited. The father and son of the Lin family seemed to have a big melon, which is suitable for them, the spectators, to watch. The teacher in charge of the test guidance at the test bench frowned as he looked at Lin Dong, who was lying motionless. Lin Dong, quickly awaken your profession and don't waste everyone's time. Lin Dong smiled slightly and turned to look at his instructor. Teacher, I have actually awakened my profession in advance, so I don't need an awakening device to awaken. Awaken to the profession ahead of time? The instructor looked at Lin Dong suspiciously. Those who can awaken their profession in advance are all people with great opportunities, and no matter how he looks at Lin Dong, he doesn't think so. And because Lin Dong used equipment to hide his personal level, he now looks like an ordinary student with no level. The instructor looked at Lin Dong unhappily and slapped the table. Lin Dong, this is a serious occasion. You'd better not mess around. You said you awakened a profession. What profession did you awaken? Why can't I tell? Seeing that his instructor had a bad look on his face, Lin Dong finally stepped back a little and revealed his profession as a blacksmith. I have awakened a blacksmith, and I am a god-level blacksmith. Phew! The instructor almost laughed out loud. Are there any levels for blacksmiths? This is the first time he has heard of a god-level blacksmith. However, he could see that Lin Dong was indeed a blacksmith now. According to the regulations, To awaken the blacksmith profession, one must forge a piece of equipment on the spot to test the blacksmithing talent. But it's usually just a formality. Generally, once the blacksmith is awakened, that person is basically doomed. Today, because Lin Dong had already wasted a lot of time, and the instructor wanted to please his younger brother Lin Yang and wanted to take this opportunity to make friends with Lin Yang, this gifted child, the instructor simply waved his hand. Since you have awakened your profession, just go down and invite the next student to the stage. As he spoke, the instructor was about to call out the name of the next student. This made the principal Chen Zhong, who was in the secret room, very anxious. Asshole, this guy has really gotten himself into trouble. Has he forgotten what I just said? Every student must take this seriously. Just when he was extremely anxious, a loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the venue. Wait, rules cannot be abolished. Who says blacksmiths are not worthy of attention? Blacksmiths are the soul of China. The sound was so deafening that everyone present couldn't help but look towards the podium where the sound came from. Marshal Xiao, dressed in military uniform and wearing a nine-dragon battle robe, walked out of the box bathed in the holy light. His eyes were always on Lin Dong on the test bench. I happen to have a newly acquired Warcraft horn here, which can be forged for this classmate Lin Dong. 31 live broadcast across the entire Blue Star. Lin Dong creates the golden horn. The voice came suddenly, with an irresistible sense of conviction. Everyone couldn't help but look at the person who had just walked out of the podium, with an urge to worship him. This. Are we seeing things? This is the Chinese commander, Marshal Xiao. Why is he coming to our small Jiangcheng? Mom, I've made it. I'm lucky enough to see Marshal Xiao in person. Right now, he's less than 300 meters away from me. Marshal Xiao must have a deep meaning behind this. It seems that Lin Dong may be very successful. Just as everyone was discussing the issue, Principal Chen Zhong rushed out and took over the meeting in person, replacing the instructor at the testing table. Teachers and students, today Marshal Xiao is here at Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. This is truly a century-old honor for our school. Let's salute Marshal Xiao. Following Chen Zhong's order, all the students and parents present stood up and saluted Marshal Xiao. Even Lin Songxing couldn't help but be excited. His eyes were full of respect. Marshal Xiao. I never thought I would get to meet Marshal Xiao in my lifetime. It would be worth it even if I die now. Lin's mother Meng Qinshi glanced at him and thought his words were unlucky. Lin Songxing realized that he had said something wrong and couldn't help scratching his head. You don't know, Marshal Xiao is the spiritual belief of us warriors. As long as Marshal Xiao is here, China will never fall. Lin Songxing is right. In China, a land of heroes and heroines, Marshal Xiao's name is known to everyone. It was he who led the Chinese people to resist the attack of Warcraft, completely stabilizing the defense line and preventing the Warcraft from advancing an inch. In the eyes of Chinese warriors, Marshal Xiao is a godlike existence and their spiritual belief. And now, this god who lives in the human world actually appears before their eyes. How can they not be excited and crazy? Marshal Xiao looked at the excited crowd in the arena, smiled, and waved his hand, signaling to everyone. Then he cleared his throat. Today is the day of career awakening for Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. I came here specially to see if there are any young geniuses born. And in my opinion, there is no distinction between high and low professions. As long as one can bring out his or her strengths, he or she can serve China. I know that everyone wants to be a warrior now. Today I want to tell you that the blacksmith is also one of the top professions in China. You can't ignore it. Okay, now according to the procedure, Lin Dong should take the forging talent test. As Marshal Xiao finished speaking, the single horn of the great wild Quinyu in his hand was sent to the talent testing field. From this moment on, countless top Chinese media rushed into the venue and began live broadcasting and recording every moment that followed. These media outlets have been instructed by the Chinese military to expand the publicity so that all Chinese citizens can see this live broadcast. After all, if the Golden Horn is born, it will greatly boost the confidence of the entire China in fighting against Warcraft. At this critical moment of life and death for China, this live broadcast is particularly important. At the same time, all the places with electronic screens in China force the screens to switch to the scene of Lin Dong preparing to forge equipment. It's playing on electronic screens in restaurants, cinemas, and major shopping malls. The entire Chinese people were attracted by this sudden change. What's going on? Why did the TV show I paid for on demand suddenly have to switch screens? Who is this young man? How can he have such great power that the whole of China can live broadcast the forging test scene for him? Hush, look what's playing on the screen. The horn of the great wilderness Quinyu? This must be the material of a legendary monster. But this boy who forged the equipment must have just awakened to the profession of blacksmith. If he fails to forge equipment with such precious materials, it will be a waste. It's simply a waste of resources. Hey, since he can influence all the media in China to broadcast live, I think this boy must be extraordinary. Maybe he can really forge it successfully. And other countries on Blue Star noticed the changes in Chinese film and television news. They also realized that this live broadcast might not be ordinary, so they began to broadcast it one after another. The Western powers gathered in the conference room, looking at the big screen together, analyzing with frowns on their faces. What on earth is Huaxia doing? Why is there a sudden live broadcast covering the entire Huaxia? What is their intention? Haha, this time the monsters rioted and many high-level mutant monsters appeared. I think China can't bear it anymore. Let's take this opportunity to dissolve the country. Given the character of the Chinese people, they probably won't do this. After all, their Marshal Xiaozheni has the ability to mobilize the entire Chinese people. Speaking of this, Xiaozheni makes me angry. Our honorable leader of the Knights Templar, Emperor O, went to sign a treaty with them, but he stood us up. He didn't take the negotiations with us seriously at all. Does the Chinese want to be completely wiped out by the monsters? Wait a minute, look, there's something strange about that boy named Lin Dong. Is there something strange? These Western powers were all staring intently at the big screen, afraid of missing any details. Because they found that Lin Dong in front of the camera behaved very calmly and did not look like a novice blacksmith at all. The materials in Lin Dong's hand made them open their eyes wide. What is this? The horn of the great wilderness Quanyo? Where did China get this legendary material? Using the horn of the great wild Quanyo as the material is really a big deal. I'm afraid that the legendary monster that appeared in China yesterday was the great wild Quanyo. How could China possibly deal with a legendary monster without the strength of a war saint? Could it be that they found this in a dungeon? Their luck is too good. The entire Blue Star was filled with various speculations because of Lin Dong's actions. Lin Dong, who was caught in the vortex of the incident, was unaware of it and started his forging with full concentration. He took out the system forging furnace, prepared the materials on the test bench, put them directly into the forging furnace, and began to control the temperature for forging. It only takes Lin Dong about 4 minutes to forge gold-level equipment. In just 4 minutes, tens of billions of viewers across the entire blue planet held their breath and watched carefully, fearing that they would miss any details. As soon as the 4 minutes were up, Lin Dong directly opened the forging furnace without any delay. But this action confused the audience. It's only been a few minutes, and he couldn't wait to open the forge. The forging must have failed. Huaxia is really ridiculous. They actually held a live broadcast on the entire Blue Star just for this kind of rubbish forger. Disband, disperse. There's nothing to see anymore. The embarrassment has been spread abroad. It's a disgrace to the country. Even the students and parents present shook their heads and booed. Lin Dong was too unstable and didn't look like a blacksmith at all. Lin Yang sneered. He originally thought that Lin Dong was lucky enough to meet Marshal Xiao, who suddenly had the urge to give him materials and let him forge equipment. But I didn't expect that even if Lin Dong was given the chance, he would be useless and directly wasted such precious materials. Lin Yang even imagined Marshal Xiao getting furious. However, Lin Dong remained calm as he slowly took out a long curved horn from the forge. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, Marshal Xiao. The golden horn has been forged. Done? This sentence made everyone a little confused. Lin Dong, does he still want to get away with it at this point? What good equipment can be forged in 4 minutes? Even a legendary blacksmith like Moizi would take half an hour to open the furnace. So everyone's eyes turned to Marshal Xiao, trying to catch the changes in his facial expressions. Even the camera gave Marshal Xiao a close-up, wanting to see his reaction to Lin Dong. But unexpectedly, Marshal Xiao had a look of joy on his face and seemed extremely excited. Okay. Lin Dong, you really didn't let me down. This golden horn can enhance the prestige of our Chinese warriors. Such a genius should be accepted as my disciple. Lin Dong, are you willing to become my disciple, Xiaozheni? Marshal Xiao's reaction made everyone drop their jaws. Marshal Xiao wants to accept Lin Dong as his disciple? How powerful must the golden horn forged by Lin Dong be to make Marshal Xiao have such thoughts? What these viewers don't know is that this is actually a play performed by Marshall Xiao and Lin Dong. It is also a good opportunity to announce their master-disciple relationship to the world. I do. Lin Dong raised the golden horn and responded loudly. Marshall Xiao and Lin Dong smiled at each other. They knew that the fun was about to begin. 32 Group War Artifact? The Templars are dissatisfied. The equipment Golden Horn. Because of Marshall Xiao's words, it also attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were on the golden horn in Lin Dong's hand. Equipment. Golden Horn, no level. Defense, 100,000. Fighting will. Within 5 minutes after the whistle is blown. Team morale plus 10,000. Each additional person in the team. All members attack plus 1. Defense plus 1. The current team member limit is 10,000. The cooldown time is 1 hour. Defense increased by 100,000? Seeing this number, everyone present swallowed. What a high-level attack is needed to break through such a defense? In other words, holding the golden horn is basically equivalent to having immortality. Attacks below the level of Warlord are like tickles when they hit the body, and have no harmful effect at all. The most important thing is that such awesome equipment is level-free, and even ordinary people can wear it. And that attribute entry is too exaggerated. As the number of team members increases, everyone's defense and attack will increase accordingly. If we can really gather 10,000 people, each person can get 10,000 attack points. Just imagine if 10,000 people with 10,000 attack power attack at the same time, that would amount to hundreds of millions of damages. What kind of monster can withstand such damage? Its health bar is completely drained. If this kind of equipment were given to the pioneers on the frontiers of China, wouldn't they be able to defeat monsters below the legendary level? The picture is so beautiful that it is simply unimaginable. The Chinese people who were watching the live broadcast in front of various screens were also completely excited at this time. Divine weapon. Divine weapon. A divine weapon has been born in China. China is saved. We don't have to be afraid of monsters anymore. Yes, with this kind of equipment, even ordinary people like us can kill sky-level monsters as long as we unite. This is really exciting. The soldiers who were on the border, resisting the invasion of monsters, looking at the endless black masses of monsters, suddenly felt hopeful in their dead hearts. We are saved. If this golden horn can be delivered to the front line in time, we can completely destroy this surging army of monsters at our southwest border. Hurry up and report to the military headquarters. We are the Southwest Theater and request that the golden horn be sent to the front line immediately to reduce the casualties of the soldiers. At the same time, resist the attack of the monsters. However, the expressions of the Western powers were obviously not so good. The leaders of the powerful nations looked at each other in confusion, all feeling a sense of panic. In the end, it was the Pope of the Western Holy City who spoke first, ending the deathly silence. This kind of divine equipment was definitely not forged by that little guy. I guess Xiao Zheni must have had some kind of opportunity to obtain this golden horn. So he arranged to perform such a play and broadcast it live in order to stabilize the morale of the Chinese army. It's a pity that the little fellow's acting skills were so poor that he opened the forging furnace in just 4 minutes. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this golden horn was definitely not forged by this little fellow. He just took out the golden horn that he had prepared in advance. After all, the French emperor is the first person in the West to reach the level of a war saint. His words are equivalent to truth. After hearing what he said, the expressions of the leaders of the Western powers eased a little. That's what I said. How could such a genius suddenly appear in China? It's totally unreasonable. This equipment must have been dropped by Xiao Zheni in a high-level dungeon. He thought he had acted perfectly, but His Majesty the Fa Huang was able to see through it. I even suspect that this equipment is fake. The purpose is to boost China's confidence in the war of resistance. This attribute must have been disguised in some way. Otherwise, how could there be such a heaven-defying attribute? The French emperor listened to the leaders of the Western powers expressing their opinions and nodded slightly. You're right. This golden horn might be a fake piece of equipment. As luck would have it, the leader of the Knights Templar, Emperor O, has already arrived in Jiangxing. I'll send him to investigate. Emperor O and his disciples have already arrived in Jiangxing. He was disdainful of participating in such a simple and elementary ceremony as the middle school student's career awakening ceremony. However, China's Supreme Commander Xiao Zheni was here, so he had no choice but to rush to Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School, intending to question Xiao Zheni. He brought a Templar apprentice and swaggered into Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School, not caring about anyone trying to stop him. Those guards and security guards were driven aside by the Knights Templar. Get out of the way. If you don't have eyes, I'll kill you. Even your Marshal Shao has to be polite when he sees our leader. Who do you think you are? The appearance of European Emperor instantly attracted the attention of major news media, and they all turned their cameras to European Emperor, wanting to see what this uninvited guest was trying to do. The European Emperor had a rebellious look on his face, with his golden hair fluttering in the wind, looking extremely arrogant. He raised his head and looked at Marshal Shao on the rostrum, with a sneer on his lips. Shao Zheni, do you think I can't find you if you hide here? We, the Western powers, are kind enough to help you, China, and we want half of your land. What a good thing. But instead of kneeling down to sign the treaty, you come here to participate in the career awakening ceremony for middle school students. Do you want us, the powers, to directly attack you, China? As soon as Emperor Europe opened his mouth, all the Chinese people present glared at him. This Westerner was simply outrageous. He actually came to the heartland of China and made such a fuss. However, after checking out the strength of the European Emperor, people all gasped. This European Emperor is a war master. No wonder he is so arrogant. Among all the people present, except for Marshal Shao, I am afraid no one can be his opponent. Marshal Shao looked at the arrogant Emperor Europe, and his face darkened. Emperor Europe, you are a guest from afar. I don't want to embarrass you. I hope you have self-awareness. After hearing this, Emperor Europe laughed out loud, and his golden hair danced in the wind. Self-awareness? I think you are the one who has no self-awareness. China is now on the brink of destruction. How long do you want to keep the situation of the Warcraft riot and mutation secret? Do you think you can fool the Chinese people by performing such a trick? Do you think you can stabilize the morale of the army? I'm here to expose you now. The golden horn you asked this student to forge is garbage. A total fake. Otherwise, do you dare to use this golden horn and send someone to compete with me? Let me make it clear first. I will not hold back, and if I'm not careful, someone could die. Emperor O looked at Shao Zheni with disdain, wanting to see Shao Zheni make a fool of himself. He has now concluded that the golden horn is a fake. The Chinese military must have used some unknown means to hide its original properties and then displayed an exaggerated property. If Shao Zheni, for the sake of face, really organized people to compete with him and verify the ability of the golden horn, he would take action without hesitation and directly kill the people who competed with him, exposing this lie and making Shao Zheni completely lose the trust of the Chinese people. After thinking of this vicious plan, Emperor Europe felt that victory was in sight. Shao Zheni, I'm asking you a question. Do you dare or not? 33 No one can stand up to the criticism of the thousands of people. Marshal Shao looked at the arrogant leader of the Knights Templar, Emperor Europe, and his eyes and brows were filled with joy. He was just worrying about how to establish his authority, and now, just in time, someone came to his doorstep. So Marshal Shao looked at Emperor O with a half smile, as if he was looking at an idiot. Why not? I hope you won't beg for mercy later. When Emperor O saw Marshal Shao agreed, he was immediately delighted and couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. Beg for mercy? You Chinese are the ones who should beg for mercy. The knight's broadsword in my hand can no longer resist drinking the blood of you Chinese people. The current European emperor is still dreaming of showing off his power in China. How could he know that this golden horn was the real thing, genuine and authentic? Marshal Shao looked at the students and parents present with a calm expression and gave an order directly. Everyone has seen that the leader of the Knights Templar from the West, Emperor O, wants to test the power of our newly born artifact of China. I hope everyone can cooperate and unleash the power of the Golden Horn. There were probably 3,000 to 4,000 students and parents present. Although the vast majority of them were ordinary people, with the blessing of the Golden Horn, the attack was very terrifying. After hearing Marshal Zhao's words, these students and parents were extremely cooperative, and some even shouted excitedly, "Don't worry, Marshal Zhao. We will definitely teach these Western bastards a lesson and will not bring disgrace upon the reputation of China. We Chinese never accept any humiliation. We will definitely knock this damn Knights Templar leader to the ground. Marshal Zhao, let's get started. We can't wait to teach this arrogant guy a lesson." After hearing the shouting of the Chinese teachers and students, Emperor Europe and his group of Templar disciples all showed disdain on their faces. The European emperor spat on the ground with a frivolous look on his face. "You are a bunch of rabble. The highest level among them is only in the early 40s, and you still want to deal with me, the leader of the Knights Templar, who has reached level 75. I'm afraid that the level experience of all of you combined is not as much as mine alone. It's really like an ant trying to shake a tree. Improving career level is a very difficult process. Later on, the experience required for each level up is twice that of the previous level, increasing exponentially. Therefore, what the Emperor of Europe said was not an exaggeration at all. The 3,000 or 4,000 teachers and students present were all below level 40, and their combined experience was indeed not as much as his alone. He thought that defeating this group of people would be effortless. Marshal Shao cast his gaze towards Lin Dong on the test bench and slightly opened his lips. Lin Dong, it's your turn to take action next. Lin Dong nodded and felt an invisible burden falling on his shoulders. I didn't expect that his first battle since he was born would be against a character at the warlord level. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. However, these Westerners look down on the Chinese from the bottom of their hearts to the bottom of their pores. They really need to be taught a lesson. He wanted to prove with his actual actions that the Chinese were the best race on the blue planet, 100 times stronger than the so-called superior races in the West. So he held the golden horn in his hand and carefully examined the European Emperor. Name: European Emperor. Level: 75. Life: 65312. Attack: 2800. Defense: 750. Magic defense: 750. Agility 2. Attack speed 5. Dodge 7. As a sky-level warrior, Oh Huang's statistics are already very impressive. For an average warlord, it is difficult to reach a value of 2,800 with normal attacks. And this is the effect after the bonus of full-body equipment. For example, the Storm Thunder Hammer that Lin Dong helped Shun Jiangnan advance to the next level has only 1,600 attack points, which is considered a high attack weapon. After all, as a war master, with the attack speed increased by 5, he can already deal several times the damage in a short period of time. Lin Dong carefully counted all the teachers, students, and parents present. There were 3,912 people in total. In other words, as long as he blows the golden horn, everyone's attack and defense can be increased by 3912 points in an instant. With the attack of Oh Huang 2800, it is impossible to break through everyone's defense. But if any one of them takes action, there will be 3,912 attacks, which can easily break through the European Emperor's 750-point defense. After analyzing Oh Huang's situation clearly, Lin Dong was ready to take action. He suddenly stepped on the testing platform and shouted loudly, "All of us Chinese people, those who are connected by blood, are commanded to form a group, gather sand into a hill, and gather water into an ocean." Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong puffed up his cheeks and blew the golden horn. Woo! The loud and grand sound of the horn rang out instantly. A desolate and passionate fighting spirit instantly burst out from every Chinese. Everyone seemed to be brought to the battlefield by the sound of the horn, and their bodies were filled with endless fighting spirit. Team size 3,912. All members attack +1. Defense +1. Current morale value 3,912. Duration 5 minutes. As the golden horn boosted everyone's morale, all the teachers, students, and parents present couldn't help but look shocked. Oh my God, what kind of power is this? I feel so strong now. I can even fight this guy, called European Emperor, alone. I never thought that a useless baker like me could have an attack power of 3,912. I am crying my eyes out. I can't stand it. I really want to tear something apart and taste it. Family members, let's go forward and tear this European Emperor to pieces and make the Western powers get out of China completely. With the shouts, everyone turned their eyes to Emperor Europe. Just the looks from these thousands of people were enough to make Emperor Europe feel nervous. In his perception, these people were completely different from before the trumpet was blown. A layer of golden light lingered around each person, filled with violent attack power and powerful defense. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, the 3,912 teachers, students, and parents present are equivalent to 3,912 warlords, or even more powerful warlords than him. If these people attacked him at the same time, he had no doubt that in the next moment, not even a trace of him would be left. Grunting and swallowing, Emperor Europe already felt fear at this moment. And those Chinese people, who were full of fighting spirit, were already rushing towards him with their fists rubbing, wanting to launch an attack on him. At this moment, Emperor Europe no longer cared about the glory of the Knights Templar, and even dared not to put on airs. He simply raised his hands in panic. "I surrender. I admit defeat. Please don't attack me. He looked at these indignant Chinese people with a face full of fear, fearing that if he was a little slow, he wouldn't even have the chance to speak. He didn't think that he could survive such a fierce attack. And this scene has been transmitted to the entire Blue Star through the big screen. The originally arrogant and domineering European emperor suddenly gave in and almost cried. This breaking news has made the Chinese people completely excited, especially those soldiers on the border. There is light in their eyes at this moment. With the Golden Horn, China will be invincible. These mutated monster armies will never cause any harm to them again. But the Western powers did not look so happy. The Pope slammed the table heavily. His old face was full of wrinkles, looking hideous and terrifying. This Golden Horn is real. He was wrong. With such a magical weapon, China might be able to flatten the entire blue planet. No, we must not let China possess the Golden Horn. We must do everything we can to get the Golden Horn into our Western hands before we can feel at ease. Otherwise, given our past attitude towards China, they will definitely attack us. The French emperor's words made the leaders of the Western powers feel depressed. Yes, if China gets such a magical weapon, they probably won't be able to survive on Blue Star. Your Majesty, how about we send someone to sneak into China and steal the Golden Horn? 34 Challenge Lin Yang? You are asking for trouble. Steal it? This idea sounds a bit stupid, but now, if we want to curb the rise of China, it seems that this is the only way. The French emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was seriously considering the feasibility of this suggestion. Okay, notify Emperor Europe immediately and have him try every possible means to get this Golden Horn. We must not let China have it. At this moment, his calculations completely ignored the harm that the warcraft would bring to the entire human race, and he only cared about preventing China from rising. When Emperor Europe received the wireless message, he was completely dumbfounded. Let him steal the Golden Horn? Wouldn't he be torn to pieces by the more than 3,000 people in front of him whose morale was inspired? Although he had begged for mercy, these people were still eyeing him eagerly, wanting to give him a fatal blow. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Your Majesty, you old bastard, you are not here, so you can't feel the pressure brought by the Golden Horn at all. The output and defense of these more than 3,000 people are now close to those of the warlord. Even if the Emperor of Law himself comes, they may be directly killed. But he could only keep these words in his stomach and dared not say them out loud. He rolled his eyes, and a plan came to his mind. So he threw back his long golden hair and looked at Marshal Shao on the rostrum. Marshal Shao, why don't you tell these ignorant, lowly people to stop? Aren't you afraid that I will be injured by these untouchables, which will lead to a war between you Chinese and us Western powers? Marshal Shao glanced at Emperor O. This clown was so arrogant just now and claimed that he would not hold back and that he was the one who proposed this duel, but now he regrets it. This really takes the so-called spirit of abandoning treaties of the West to the extreme. Although he despised his behavior, Marshal Shao did not intend to ruin relations with the Western powers, so he planned to give him a chance to live. Besides, the live broadcast across the entire Blue Planet is going on now, so there is no need to give people any chance to criticize you. So Marshal Shao responded calmly. Oh, do you still think that the Golden Horn forged by our genius Lin Yang is a fake? The European emperor rolled his eyes. Thinking of the task assigned by the Pope to obtain the Golden Horn, he began to use provocation. Xiao Zheni, even if this Golden Horn is not a fake, it might be a one-time use item. Do you dare to give the Golden Horn to our Knights Templar to use once and verify its authenticity? The entire Blue Star is watching this live broadcast now. You wouldn't dare to let me verify it, would you? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong looked at Emperor O curiously. He was sure that this European emperor had no good intentions. However, there are only more than 100 people from their Knights Templar. Even if the Golden Horn is blown, each person can only increase the attack and defense by hundreds. With the support of Marshal Shao, the War Saint, they can't cause any big waves. I just don't know what teacher Xiao Dashuai is thinking, so Lin Dong looked at Xiao Dashuai again. Marshal Shao had obviously weighed the pros and cons and acted calmly at this moment. Although the European emperor's request is unreasonable, his goal today is to create a god and boost the fighting morale of all Chinese people. From a certain perspective, what the European emperor did was in line with his purpose, so he didn't intend to refuse. In that case, I'll give you a chance to experience the Golden Horn. But the Golden Horn has an hour cooldown period. If you want to experience it, you should watch from the side for an hour first. Don't disturb the career awakening ceremony of Jiangxing #1 Middle School. Seeing that Marshal Xiao was persuaded by his provocation, Emperor Europe was overjoyed. He doesn't intend to let Marshal Xiao go easily. He was sure that this golden horn was not forged by Lin Dong at all. The more Marshal Xiao emphasizes something, the more he wants to cover it up. This golden horn must have been brushed out by Marshal Xiao from a special copy, and then announced to the world in the name of Lin Dong. After a moment, he had thought of his words again. Since the cooldown period is still over an hour, we might as well take this opportunity to see how good your genius Lin Dong's forging talent is. I don't believe that a weapon like the Golden Horn can be forged by someone who has just awakened his profession. I happen to have a crystal core obtained from a legendary Warcraft lord. I really want to see what Lin Dong can create. The European emperor's attempt to sow discord also successfully aroused doubts among many Chinese people. Although they shared the same hatred for the enemy just now, they also had such thoughts in their hearts. How could Lin Dong, a mere blacksmith, forge such a divine weapon? Moreover, he only took 4 minutes. This was simply too exaggerated. The first person to express doubts was Lin Songxing. As Lin Dong's father, he didn't believe that Lin Dong had such ability. So he stood up and pointed at Lin Dong's nose and questioned him. Lin Dong, I have taught you to be an honest child since you were young and not to lie. Today, as a father, I am personally asking you a question, and you must answer it honestly. You have to figure out whether this golden horn was forged by you, or you will be embarrassed when Mr. Oh Huang asks you to forge a new weapon. It sounded like every word was spoken with Lin Dong in mind, and it also portrayed his image as a strict father in an extremely lofty manner. But only Lin Dong knew how shameless Lin Songxing's words were. If he was really so strict, could he have taught Lin Yang to become a scum who told lies all the time and often framed Lin Dong? At this time, Lin Yang also stood up and accused Lin Dong. Hello everyone, I am Lin Dong's younger brother Lin Yang. Here, I must point out that Lin Dong has always had very poor talent. I don't believe that he forged this golden horn. He is cheating, he is a liar. Seeing the biological father and younger brother stand up to correct the situation, the teachers, students, and parents present became even more suspicious. Could it be that this Lin Dong was delayed by Marshal Xiao? At this time, Emperor Europe was overjoyed to see this scene of rebellion. What is the Chinese ancestral motto? It seems to be that after entering the pass, there will be great scholars to debate for me. Isn't this just the old saying coming true? He laughed loudly and looked at Marshal Xiao, with a hint of smugness on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Zheni, see, even you Chinese people think that Lin Dong is cheating. If Lin Dong doesn't dare to accept my proposal to forge equipment, then he is a liar and not a genius at all. Even the Chinese people who were watching the live broadcast were whispering at this time. You said that this golden horn was forged by Lin Dong? Why don't I have any confidence at all? Although I don't want to admit this fact, I also think that all of this was arranged by Marshal Xiao, and Lin Dong is just a pawn executing orders. If the European emperor hadn't shown up, it would have been a happy occasion for everyone. But sigh, the things in this world are all about buts. Apparently, even the Chinese didn't see Lin Dong. They all understood that this was Marshal Xiao's good intentions, and regarded Marshal Xiao as the protagonist of this matter, completely ignoring Lin Dong's strength. In the Western Holy City, the Pope also clapped his hands on the table and laughed. He was very satisfied with the performance of the European emperor. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. The European emperor obviously grasped the essence of this sentence. There is no doubt that Lin Dong is Marshal Xiao's Achilles heel. Now Emperor Europe has directly removed this fig leaf. No matter whether Marshal Xiao agrees or not, he may end up being embarrassed. Emperor Europe is both wise and brave. When he comes back from China, I will consider making him one of my successors. The successor to the French emperor. The French emperor is the recognized spiritual leader of all Western powers. If you become his successor, you will be able to surpass the regimes of all the great powers. After hearing this, all the leaders of the great powers cast envious glances at the European emperor in front of the screen. This guy is going to reach the sky in one step. At this time, Marshal Xiao, who was facing many doubts, acted calmly. He looked at Emperor O with a half-smile and asked leisurely, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Certainly." The European emperor answered with confidence, and his wolfish ambition was obvious. Marshal Xiao nodded and said no more. "Well, since you want to humiliate yourself, I won't stop you." 35 The big one. The European emperor's storage ring was emptied. To bring humiliation upon oneself? When Emperor O heard this, he almost laughed out loud. At this point, Marshal Xiao still wants to turn the tide by using words? The more Marshal Xiao said this, the more certain he became that the golden horn was not forged by Lin Dong. So he raised his long golden hair and looked rebellious again. We Westerners have always believed that strength is truth. Any words are vulnerable in the face of strength. Hurry up and ask Lin Dong to forge equipment for me. I want to expose your hypocrisy. Xiaozhini, I'm telling you, you Chinese people will lose all their face today. Marshal Xiao couldn't help but feel angry when he was pointed at and scolded by him. This European emperor should be taught a lesson. So he gave Lin Dong a look, signaling Lin Dong to let go. Lin Dong got the instruction and immediately curled up the corners of his mouth, with a wicked smile on his face. If a boy comes to your door and gives away money, you would be wasting your time. So he cleared his throat, put down the golden horn in his hand, and shouted to Emperor Europe, Mr. European Emperor, since you don't believe that I can forge the golden horn, if I use this sky-level Warcraft Lord crystal core you provided to forge equipment, you must give it to me for free. Seeing that Lin Dong was actually speaking with such confidence, Emperor Europe curled his lips in disdain. This little guy also wants to use provocation to make him give up? It's just wishful thinking. The more Lin Dong said this, the more guilty he felt. Although a sky-level Warcraft Lord crystal core is precious, it is worth it if it can achieve the effect he expects. So he waved his hand nonchalantly, acting like a wealthy man. It's just a small sky-level magical beast Lord crystal core. We have plenty in the temple. If you can really forge equipment, we'll give it to you. But if you fail in forging, you have to announce it directly in front of the entire Blue Star Live broadcast that you are a drag arranged by Xiaozhini and a complete liar. Lin Dong nodded, ignoring the arrogant words of Emperor Europe, and continued to set a trap for Emperor Europe. Your Excellency, I'm afraid that a single crystal core of a sky-level monster lord is not enough to forge equipment. I'll take out the forging book later, and you need to provide enough materials according to the forging book. The European emperor had no objection to this. Forging equipment requires a large amount of materials. Sometimes, even dozens of materials are needed before successful forging. As a European emperor, he can still afford this kind of consumption. After all, Lin Dong only has one chance, and he only needs to provide one set of materials at most. Okay, I have plenty of materials. Just forge it. You can't forge it anyway. Lin Dong chuckled. He knew his goal had been achieved. Yesterday, he looted a lot of forging books from Moizi and others. From entry-level, non-level forging books to sky-level forging books, we have everything. This greatly enriched the variety of forging books in his system store. Now, he had to find a suitable forging book among these forging books and use the most wasteful method to consume the materials of the European emperor, making him bleed heavily. However, Lin Dong searched through all the sky-level forging books and only found a forging book on the Frozen Eye that could make use of the crystal core of the sky-level Warcraft Lord. This is the forging book for the Frozen Eye, and the materials required are not that many. This made him a little conflicted. Seeing Lin Dong struggling, Emperor Europe became even more proud. What's wrong, kid? I've agreed to all your requests. Why don't you start? Is it because you can't forge it? I knew you were a little liar. At this moment, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. Ding! The free forging book God-level Frozen Eye has been issued in the system store today, and the free issuance cooldown period is 24 hours. Lin Dong slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that the system would give out a free forging book every 24 hours. Today's free forging book just arrived. Moreover, the system seemed to know what he needed and directly gave him an upgraded forging book of the Frozen Eye. Holding the forging book in his palm, Lin Dong laughed out loud. Emperor of Europe, I'm afraid you're going to bleed heavily. God-level Frozen Eye forging book, no level. Required materials: 1 sky-level Warcraft Lord Crystal Core, 1,000 Ice Mysterious Grasses, 100 Extreme Cold Dragon Eyes, 300 Guanghan Jade Rabbit Fur, 200 Tyrannical Hearts, 3,000 Half-Human Skeletons, 500 Icefield Snow Lotuses, 800 Salamander Touches, 10,000 Golden Mantis Cocoons, 100,000 Magic Stones. When Lin Dong took out the God-level Frozen Eye forging book, the Emperor of Europe felt his eyelids twitching involuntarily and the top of his head throbbed a few times. The forging material of this God-level Frozen Eye must be from the things stored in his ring, because he just happened to have these materials. If he handed over all these materials, Only some junk would be left in his storage ring. He frowned and spoke unkindly. Lin Dong, I've seen the frozen eye before, but I've never heard that it requires so many forging materials. Are you mistaken? Lin Dong shook his head firmly. Mistaken? He wouldn't be mistaken. He came here just to cheat the European emperor. He looked at Emperor Europe with a sly smile on his face and gave him a taste of his own medicine. Lin Dong pointed at the video cameras of major media outlets and shrugged. Mr. European Emperor, this is a live broadcast on the entire Blue Star. You just promised to provide me with all the materials. You won't go back on your word, right? After all, it's a god-level frozen eye forging book. It's different from ordinary forging books. That's normal, don't you think? But as long as you admit that I forged the Golden Horn, I can give you a chance to regret it. The European Emperor, who was originally hesitant, immediately made up his mind after hearing Lin Dong's last words. This Lin Dong must be trying to scare him off with the forging book. The more Lin Dong said this, the more he was convinced that Lin Dong was not a blacksmith at all. Today, he wanted to expose the scam set by Xiaozhini and make Xiaozhini lose the trust of the Chinese people, so as to achieve their goal of dividing China among the Western powers. So he endured the pain and finally agreed to Lin Dong. It's just some materials, I can still afford it. Take it. Trembling, he took out the materials from the storage ring. His expression was uglier than if his mother had died. However, Lin Dong checked the materials carefully and then spoke to Emperor O seriously. Your Excellency, there is 1 less eye of the Arctic dragon and 10 less Icefield snow lotuses. Are you deliberately giving me less materials so that I can't forge it successfully? When Lin Dong revealed his secrets, Emperor O's expression suddenly became even uglier. He turned his head and took out another extreme cold demon dragon eye and 10 Icefield snow lotuses. Complained unhappily. I was negligent just now. Can you start forging now? There is no other reason to delay. Lin Dong nodded, returned to the test bench, and took out the system forging furnace. Put all the materials into the forge and carefully control the temperature. According to the system instructions, this forging will take about 15 minutes. Lin Dong does not have the ability to forge sky-level equipment now. However, the system thoughtfully transformed the god-level frozen eye into a level-free equipment, which gave Lin Dong the opportunity to forge it. During the forging break, everyone watched with bated breath, afraid of missing any details of the forging. Marshal Xiao sat upright in his seat, becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Dong. Just now, Lin Dong deliberately punished O Huang, obviously to vent his anger as a teacher. As the commander-in-chief of China, sometimes it is not convenient for him to get angry directly because his words and deeds are related to the national dignity. But Lin Dong is different. He is just a student now and can do whatever he wants. This not only slapped the European emperor in the face, but also maintained his reputation as a teacher. He is really a thoughtful little guy. The European emperor in the audience is now getting impatient to wait. He kept looking at the time and urging people on. Hey kid, it's already been 4 minutes. Why haven't you come out yet? Are you trying to waste time? Lin Dong glared at him and fought back without any hesitation. It takes different time to forge each piece of equipment. How can all equipment be forged in 4 minutes? This god-level frozen eye requires 15 minutes of forging time. Why? You can't wait for these few minutes. Or do you want to deliberately cause trouble and make me fail in forging? Choked by Lin Dong and unable to speak, O Huang could only stand aside in disappointment, planning to teach Lin Dong a lesson later. For some reason, these 15 minutes were extremely tormenting for him. A hint of uneasiness rose in his heart. Could it be that Lin Dong really succeeded in forging it? 36 to create the god-level frozen eye. Lin Dong shows off his power. O Huang felt more and more uneasy. When he looked at the calm and composed Lin Dong, he felt his eyelids twitching. We must not let him succeed in forging. We must not let him succeed in forging. We must not let him succeed in forging. While he was muttering, Lin Dong on the stage suddenly stopped. Lin Dong skillfully opened the forging furnace, and immediately streams of white mist carrying a chilling chill surged out from the forging furnace. Failed? Great! The European emperor clenched his fists excitedly. Now he could finally expose Marshal Xiao. Ha! Did you Chinese see that? I said Lin Dong was a liar who was deliberately making things mysterious. Everything you saw today was planned and arranged by Xiaozhini. His purpose is to make you believe that China can still be saved. I tell you, you have all been deceived by Xiaozhini. China is hopeless. If you don't seek help from us Western powers, China will surely be trampled by the iron hooves of monsters. However, before Emperor Europe could finish his words, a cold voice exploded like thunder. Who said I failed in forging? Lin Dong stood on the testing bench, his robe sleeves moving without wind, looking very high-spirited. He gently stretched out his right hand and took out a piece of flawless white armor from the forge. Yes, the god-level frozen eye is a protective armor. Suddenly, waves of terrifying winds with howling cold winds swept towards the surroundings of the test bench with Lin Dong as the center. Even in the hottest summer days, the bone-chilling cold makes people shiver. Lin Dong's body was covered with frost, making him look like an ice man. The god-level frozen eye with extreme cold properties officially appeared in front of everyone. Equipment, god-level frozen eye, no level. Life, plus 50,000. Armor, plus 10,000. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Slowdown. Within a range of 3,000 meters, the speed of all hostile targets is reduced by 50%. Extreme cold shock. Can actively release a circular shock wave centered on the wearer. The affected hostile target will suffer 30,000 damage and be frozen for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 1 minute. Equipment with double attributes. Moreover, it can be worn without any level, which means that ordinary people can also wear it. Just wearing this piece of equipment, even a war master would not be able to break through the defense easily. Even the extreme cold shock can cause great harm to the warlord. Horrible. It's really horrible. The European emperor's eyes widened when he saw these attributes. At this point, he had disregarded all propriety and morality and simply swallowed what he had just said. Lin Dong, since you have successfully forged it, please return the equipment to me immediately. After all, I wasted so many materials. I am the owner of this equipment. At this time, Lin Dong was no longer surprised by the shamelessness of the European emperor. It was clearly agreed just now that the forged equipment would belong to Lin Dong. But just now the European emperor was questioning Lin Dong's ability to forge it successfully and making irresponsible remarks. But he changed his face the next second and wanted to snatch this god-level frozen heart. Lin Dong looked at Emperor O with an idiot look and waved his finger gently. Sorry, this equipment is mine. If you have the ability, you can try to come and get it. Having said that, Lin Dong put on this god-level eye of ice and bound it directly. Seeing that the equipment was already bound, the European emperor was immediately furious. Boy, you're looking for death. The European emperor soared into the sky and chopped down at Lin Dong with the knight's sword in his hand. The Chinese people present were all angry. This European emperor really didn't take the Chinese people seriously and actually dared to commit murder in public. But now that the morale boost of the Golden Horn has disappeared, they are no match for the European emperor at all. Shen Jiangnan and Wei Mingyuan in the hidden private room were even more worried, but now it was too late to stop them. Marshal Xiao couldn't sit still at this time. If Emperor O injured Lin Dong, it would be a loss for the entire China. Just when Marshal Xiao was about to take action to stop Emperor O, Lin Dong blinked at him, then shook his head, signaling Marshal Xiao not to take action. Marshal Xiao was startled. Could it be that Lin Dong had the confidence to deliver such a terrifying blow from Emperor O? You know, the European emperor is a war master with an attack speed of 5. Each of his swords can deal 2,800 points of damage. If he swings several swords in an instant, it is very likely that he will break the defense of the god-level frozen eye. Does Lin Dong really have the confidence to fight against the European emperor? Marshal Xiao stared at Lin Dong and Emperor O. He decided that as soon as Lin Dong was in danger, he would take action immediately and would never let Emperor O hurt Lin Dong in any way. Lin Dong in the field smiled and put on 2 acceleration gloves again. One is the Shadowless Fist attribute, which can deal tens of thousands of damage in 1 minute. The other is the Flash entry, which can tear through space and jump within 50 meters. Looking at the European emperor who was wielding a big knife and chopping at him, Lin Dong gently raised his middle finger. Slow down. As Lin Dong opened his lips slightly, the speed of the European emperor suddenly slowed down by half. Just when Emperor Europe was feeling surprised, Lin Dong spoke again. Extreme cold shock. In an instant, a circular wave of extreme cold that could almost freeze the air surged out from Lin Dong's body and swept towards Emperor Europe. This active skill must be actively performed by the wearer to be effective, and it only causes damage to the locked target and has no effect on friendly units. At this moment, the entire Jiangqing No. 1 middle school was almost covered by the surging extreme cold. In the white sky and earth, Lin Dong was like a god who dominated all things. Before the European emperor even had time to react, he was frozen into an ice sculpture by the freezing effect. Even his armor was cracked, and the 30,000 damage points from the extreme cold impact took away half of his life. If he didn't have a health bar of 65,312, he would have died just like that. Taking advantage of the 5 seconds of freezing, Lin Dong used the acceleration gloves and flashed to the side of the European emperor. The shadowless fist of the other acceleration glove was also launched instantly. Hundreds of fist shadows with 100 attacks directly hit the European emperor. In a moment, more than 10,000 damages were inflicted to the European emperor again. This smooth little combo directly knocked off 2/3 of the European emperor's health bar. The European emperor is a war master, while Lin Dong is just a blacksmith who has just awakened to his profession. This huge contrast made it difficult for the teachers, students, parents at the scene, and the audience in front of the screen to react. Am I seeing things? A warlord being beaten by a mere blacksmith? If there is another wave of damage like this, the European emperor will probably die on the spot. Can the bonus of equipment really be this terrifying? I feel like all my years of study have been in vain. This has completely shattered my cognition. You may have overlooked one point. The god-level frozen eye, forged by Lin Dong, and the golden horn just now seem to be wearable without any level. This means that ordinary people can also make a comeback with this kind of equipment. No level of wear. This word is deeply engraved in everyone's heart. In the cognition of the entire blue star human beings, all good equipment has level requirements. Only by striving to reach a higher level can you wear better equipment and exert stronger combat power. However, the equipment forged by Lin Dong completely broke this perception. If Lin Dong could create this kind of equipment in large quantities, wouldn't ordinary people also have the ability to destroy top-level monsters? It's really terrifying when you think about it. Even the Pope of the Western Holy City was beginning to get restless. To put it bluntly, this god-level frozen eye, like the golden horn, is a divine artifact that shocks the world. I didn't expect that I was wrong. This Lin Dong is actually a genius. This source of evil must not be allowed to remain. We must find a way to eradicate it. Otherwise, China will truly rise. The leaders of the Western powers also looked solemn. The rise of China is not a good thing for them. Although the overall strength of the Western powers is far greater than that of China, if a forging genius like Lin Dong rises in China, their advantages as warlords will disappear, and they may even be crushed by China. Get rid of him. We must get rid of him. Otherwise, China will be at a disadvantage to us. When Emperor Europe, who was trapped in ice, received this order, a bitter smile appeared on his face. My fellow bigwigs in the Holy City, you really think highly of me, the European Emperor. I'm in a difficult situation now, and you still want me to kill Lin Dong? As the time of the ice confinement came to an end, Lin Dong pushed it open quickly in an instant, and the European Emperor could move his body freely. The European Emperor quickly opened the storage ring, drank a few bottles of blood-restoring medicine to restore his health bar, then twisted his neck back and forth and looked at Lin Dong angrily. Very good, kid, you succeeded in irritating me. Now, I will let you taste my 3 consecutive slashes with the Holy Temple Sword Master. 37 Lin Dong's trump card, fighting against the Warlord. 3 consecutive kills by the Temple Sword Master. It is said to be the unrevealed secret of the Western Temple. The reason why Emperor Europe could become the leader of the Knights Templar was precisely because of his powerful Sword Master triple slash. Yes, O Huang is a sword master among warriors. Although he is not as good as a holy warrior or a berserker in the ranking, he is also extremely powerful if he practices to the extreme. In his sword master triple slash, each attack will be forced to be more than twice the previous attack, and there is even a chance to trigger 3 times the previous attack. The European Emperor's normal attack is around 2,800. Even if his first attack doesn't deal much damage, his second attack can at least deal 5,600 points of damage, or even triple the damage of 8,400 points. When it comes to the third attack, it is terrifying and can deal damage between 11,200 and 25,200 points. This kind of damage can directly break Lin Dong's defense and cause massive damage to him. What's even more terrifying is that this Sword Master's 3-hit combo has almost no cooldown time and can be performed continuously. Even though Lin Dong was wearing the god-level Ice Eye, which increased his health by 50,000, he still couldn't hold out for long under the continuous attacks from the European Emperor. Marshal Xiao on the rostrum suddenly changed his expression after hearing about the Sword Saint's 3 consecutive slashes, and wanted to step forward to stop it. In the entire field, he is the only war saint who can easily defeat the war lord, O Huang. But Lin Dong still looked in his direction and waved secretly. Marshal Xiao paused. His face was full of suspicion. Could it be that Lin Dong had another trick up his sleeve? In fact, this is not because Lin Dong is too arrogant, but he really has a backup plan. Lin Dong had previously refined a chain mail for himself, and had been wearing it all the time. At this moment, he was inside the god-level Frozen Eye. Equipment: chain mail, bronze level. Life, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 500. Magic defense, plus 500. Magic resistance, plus 500. Attribute deception: hide the real attributes and display the normal attributes of the same level equipment. Invincible shield: after receiving an attack far beyond the defense, the invincible shield is activated, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Death substitute puppet: the moment the chainmail is shattered, the wearer will be randomly and instantly transferred to a place 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse at the original place. This chainmail can trigger an invincible shield that lasts for 30 seconds. In relying on the flash of the accelerating gloves, as well as the decelerating and extremely cold shock effects of the god-level Frozen Eye, he is confident that he can hold out for another minute in the hands of the European Emperor. This minute is precious combat experience, and Lin Dong doesn't want to waste it easily. That's why he stopped Marshal Xiao from helping. Seeing Lin Dong's confidence, Marshal Xiao stopped, but was always ready to step forward to rescue him. At this time, Emperor Europe has launched an attack on Lin Dong again. Although his speed was slowed down by 50%, he still rushed to Lin Dong within 5 seconds. It was too late for Lin Dong to flash again. I had to turn around and fight against the European Emperor. The European Emperor didn't waste any time and directly used the Sword Master's 3 consecutive slashes. First slash, 2,800 damage. Ha, the turtle shell is really hard. Second slash, haha. Triggering triple critical strike, 8,400 damage. Kid, it's not far from breaking your turtle shell. Third slash. Are you so lucky today? Triple damage again. 25,200 damage. Boy, prepare to die. The 3 sword energies of Emperor Europe all penetrated into Lin Dong's body in almost 1 second. Theoretically, the first 2 attacks could not break Lin Dong's armor and defense. However, the interval between the 3 attacks was too short, and after the accumulation, the total damage reached 35,400 points. Even though the god-level Frozen Eye had 1,000 plus armor and 10,000 plus defense, it was easily broken by the Sword Saint's 3 consecutive slashes. Zhao Qingxue, the head teacher who had been concerned about the situation, was now extremely worried. Oh no, Lin Dong is in danger. If the distance was not too far, Zhao Qingxue felt that she would rush forward and stand in front of Lin Dong. This was the student she had personally taught, and she had also made a full set of bronze equipment for her. For some reason, her mind was now focused on Lin Dong. On the other side, school beauty Su Runin stood up suddenly, and she was extremely nervous. Father, can you please save Lin Dong? I beg you, if you agree to save him, I will agree to go on a blind date with Jiang Chuan from the Jiang family. Su Runin's father, the god of war, Su Lingyun, looked at the situation on the field and shook his head regretfully. In this situation, even if Marshal Xiao takes action personally, it may be too late. Seeing his father say this, Su Runin sat back in his seat in disappointment, closed his eyes, and even covered his eyes with his hands. She could guess that the scene that would follow would be horrific. But what surprised her was that the people around her did not exclaim, and the atmosphere at the scene became eerily quiet. What's wrong? What happened? Why is there no movement at all? I'm so worried. She secretly opened a gap with her fingertips and looked at the 2 people on the testing table. In an instant, she stood up in surprise. Lin Dong was unharmed. On Lin Dong's body, there was a layer of golden glow, wrapping Lin Dong like an egg. The invincible shield effect of the chainmail was triggered by the Sword Master's 3 consecutive slashes. The European Emperor in front of Lin Dong frowned. He didn't expect that a little novice blacksmith would have so many luxurious equipments. In an instant, a trace of greed rose in his heart. If he kills Lin Dong, all these good equipment will be his. So he sped up his movements and used the Sword Master's triple slash once again. Boy, all invincibility has a time limit. I want to see how long your invincibility can last. Lin Dong winked at Emperor Europe, his words full of provocation. What a bullshit sword saying triple slash. It's nothing special. Go back and try harder. You can't break my defense at all? So in the next 30 seconds, the European Emperor used all his strength, but still couldn't break Lin Dong's invincible shield. It was not until 30 seconds later, when the light of the invincible shield disappeared, that the European Emperor started laughing crazily. Lin Dong, your turtle shell has disappeared. Let me see if you can stop my sword saying triple slash now. Lin Dong didn't suffer any loss at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly used the flash function of the acceleration gloves, tore through the space with a whoosh, and ran 50 meters away. Come and chase me, you idiot! When Emperor O saw Lin Dong running away, he immediately raised his knife and chased after him. However, Lin Dong was very slippery and kept using flash to tear the space, and the direction was not certain at all, so the European Emperor never seized the opportunity to perform the Sword Master's 3 consecutive slashes. But after more than 10 seconds, the European Emperor finally came in front of Lin Dong. Boy, I figured out the pattern of your flash. Let's see where you can run now. As he spoke, the Sword Master's 3 consecutive slashes were launched, and Lin Dong just chuckled, waved his finger at Emperor Europe, who said I was going to run away. I shock. Activate! In an instant, a circular extreme cold shock wave surged out with Lin Dong as the center, sweeping up the fierce blizzard and covering the European Emperor again. Suddenly, the European Emperor was frozen and imprisoned again. Fuck, it's the same trick again. The European Emperor was furious. He never thought that he would be tricked twice by a mere blacksmith using the same trick. And being frozen will last for at least 5 seconds. So during these 5 seconds, he will be a sitting duck. The European Emperor's blood recovery just now was not full. After all, blood recovery medicine is very precious. It can only recover 2/3 of the blood instantly, and the rest needs to be recovered slowly. This means that the European Emperor now has only more than 43,000 health points. Lin Dong did not give up the opportunity. He directly replaced the flashing acceleration gloves and took out a pair of acceleration gloves with the attribute of Shadowless Fist. 2 Shadowless Fist gloves can instantly burst out 200 fist shadows, directly causing 20,000 plus damage. Add to that the 30,000 points of damage from the extreme cold shock just now, and the total damage from this set of output is at least 50,000 or more. This set of damage can even take away the European Emperor directly. Let him go to heaven to meet his wife. Lin Dong was already approaching. Emperor O suddenly panicked. He is a majestic warrior. He will not die in the hands of such an unknown person, right? That's too frustrating. And Lin Dong's first 100 Shadowless Fists had already hit him. In an instant, his blood volume was reduced to just over 3,000 points, and his entire complexion became pale. And seeing Lin Dong's other accelerating glove about to release the Shadowless Fist, Oh Huang finally lowered his noble head. Lin Dong, Grandpa Lin Dong, please spare my life. I admit defeat. I admit my mistake. Don't kill me. 38. The War Saint takes action, shocking the Western powers. Emperor O couldn't move at this moment, otherwise he could even kneel down to Lin Dong. After all, in the face of death, dignity and the like are not important at all. The French emperor, who was sitting in front of the screen, was so angry that his face turned blue. This European emperor has really brought shame to all of us Western powers. Just now I was thinking of training him as my successor. It seems that I was confused. Although he said so, the luxury and power of Lin Dong's equipment still deeply shocked him. He knew that if Lin Dong was not eliminated quickly, China might really rise because of Lin Dong. By then, these Western powers that once humiliated China will be thoroughly liquidated. But even a war master like Emperor O couldn't defeat Lin Dong, which left him somewhat helpless. And Lin Dong, of course, will not let the European emperor go. This European emperor is a villain who goes back on his word. He will kill as many Western scums as they come. Anyway, he could say that he killed her by accident. He didn't expect that Zhang Zun would be so vulnerable. The West would have no way to deal with him then. Then another Shadowless Fist shadow instantly descended upon Emperor Europe. Boom! As Lin Dong's fist landed, the freezing effect of the ice confinement disappeared instantly. The European emperor looked at the incoming fist shadow with a pale face, and a hint of cruelty flashed across his face. Boy, do you really think you can kill me? To tell you the truth, I have awakened the spirit cat's destiny and have 9 lives. Not only can you not kill me, but you will make me even stronger after I'm resurrected. The European emperor is right. He does have 9 lives. However, every life is extremely precious, and Emperor O does not want to waste this life on Lin Dong. So at this moment, he would rather expose his cards than not save his life. After all, even if he was resurrected on the spot, he would only have 10% of his health at his peak, and he could still be easily killed instantly by Lin Dong. Lin Dong on the opposite side was also shocked. Fate. This word moved Lin Dong a little. Anyone above the level of warlord will have a chance to awaken a rare destiny. Who would have thought that this European emperor would actually awaken the rare fate of a civic cat? If he fails to kill Emperor Europe, he will have to face Emperor Europe's crazy revenge. Lin Dong's fist paused slightly in the air, as if hesitating whether to end the life of European emperor. Seeing that things had taken a turn for the better, Emperor O immediately began to intimidate Lin Dong. Boy, I advise you not to be ungrateful. As long as you stop now and hand over the god-level frozen eye to me, I will forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, I promise that I will make you die miserably. It would have been better if Emperor O didn't say these words. Instead, he aroused Lin Dong's ferocity. You damned warlord, is that all you have? I'll kill you first. As Lin Dong spoke, his shadowless fist smashed down. The European emperor died instantly on the spot. But the dead Emperor European seemed to be protected by some mysterious power. In an instant, he was wrapped in a soft green light, looking very sacred. But even so, the audience in front of the screen were still shocked by Lin Dong's ruthlessness just now. Pass the order down. List this Lin Dong as a person who must not be provoked. His portrait must be given to the family members to travel through time, and he must not be offended easily. Too cruel. He knew that the opponent had 9 lives and would soon face the crazy revenge of Zhang Zun, but he still killed him without hesitation. This kid is really too cruel. Those who are valued by Marshal Xiao are indeed not ordinary people. I have a feeling that things are about to change in China. Let's not talk about the distant future. Just take the upcoming combat training for outstanding freshmen from all the universities. This Lin Dong is bound to crush all the geniuses. Lin Dong in the field had no idea that his actions just now had attracted the attention of countless major Chinese families. His attention was completely focused on the green light that enveloped Emperor Europe. This green light is magical. He has tried it just now, and his attack cannot penetrate the green light. It seems that in this state, the European emperor can be immune to all external damage, similar to his invincible shield. A few seconds later, the green light on Emperor O's body dissipated, and he stood there with a pale face. Seeing that Lin Dong seemed to be about to raise his fist again, the European emperor quickly dodged backwards. He only has more than 6,000 HP now. If Lin Dong uses another set of shadowless fist on him, he can take him away directly. He took blood-restoring pills frantically until his blood volume reached around 43,000, then began to stabilize. The remaining blood volume needs to be restored slowly. At this moment, he opened his ferocious eyes and looked at Lin Dong. Boy, you don't want to drink my toast, and you dare to be disrespectful to Zhang Zun. I won't let you stay today. The sword master instantly performed 3 consecutive slashes and prepared to rush towards Lin Dong. At this time, Lin Dong had used up all his combos, and the cooldown time was too long, so he had no way to withstand another wave of attacks from the European emperor. So he looked at Marshal Xiao for help and blinked. It seemed to be saying, "Teacher, it's your turn now." Marshal Xiao glanced at Lin Dong, who had just stolen the limelight, and curled his lips. This brat always takes the limelight for himself and lets his teacher clean up the mess. He is really filial, but because he felt sorry for Lin Dong, he would definitely not stand idly by. So he took a step forward, as if he had crossed the distance between the mountains and the sea, and appeared directly in front of the European emperor. This move just now directly scared everyone present and the audience in front of the screen. Shrink the distance into an inch, an ability that only a legendary war saint can possess. I didn't expect that Marshal Xiao had just used it. Could it be that Marshal Xiao has become a war saint? Why has China never announced this news? After a careful look, people discovered that Marshal Xiao's level had actually reached a terrifying level 81. After seeing this scene, The Pope of the Western Temple's dim, old eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, this Xiaozhini is so well hidden that he has secretly leveled up to the War Saint level. But unfortunately, a true War Saint must have a weapon that matches him in order to fully exert his abilities. Otherwise, there is not much difference between him and a warlord. Many Western powers nodded in agreement. The Pope is a War Saint level figure and has the final say, so what he says must be right. After all, the Emperor of Philistines possesses the legendary weapon, the Staff of Doom, which has a magic power of 89,500. With almost one attack, they can wipe out a large group of monsters. They are definitely the strongest fighting force on Blue Star. Your Majesty is right. What's the point of just reaching level 81? Without weapons, you're just a tiger without teeth. It's not enough. Although that young blacksmith forged several pieces of non-level equipment, in the eyes of the War Saint, such equipment is nothing, just child's play. Haha. China still has a long way to go if it wants to catch up with our French emperor in terms of top-level combat power. However, before they could finish their words, Marshal Shao, in front of the screen, took out his weapon from the space ring. Equipment: Sun-destroying flame dragon spear, legendary. Attack, 98,000. Defense break, plus 3,000. Break, plus 1,500. Armor break, plus 3,800. Attack speed, plus 100. Great Sunfire Dragon Art. Enhanced edition when attacking, summon 9 Great Sunfire Dragons every 10 seconds, each causing 200,000 damage to the opponent. Petrification. Causes a 3-second petrification effect on the target, making it unable to move. Cooldown time is 1 minute. In an instant, the entire blue planet was suffocated. Oh my god, what did I see? The legendary weapon, the Flame Dragon Sun-destroying spear, 98,000 attacks. It's definitely a legendary weapon. I never thought he actually possesses a legendary weapon. How is this possible? With Xiaozhini here, China is now probably as solid as a rock. No one dares to attack China anymore. Everyone in the entire temple, including the Pope, felt their faces burning. They all had a bad feeling in their hearts, fearing that the days ahead would not be easy. Meanwhile, Marshal Shao, who was the center of everyone's attention, was protecting Lin Dong in front of him, staring at Emperor Europe with might and dominance. You little warlord, dare you run wild in China? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Emperor Europe looked at Marshal Shao with trepidation, and now he didn't know how to speak. Finally, he chose to use the one below and urinated directly from his butt with a fishy and smelly liquid flowing out. Marshal Shao, I was just joking with Lin Dong. Don't take it seriously. Marshal Shao smiled coldly. Joke? Then I'm going to play a joke on you too. Don't you have 9 lives? I'll give you a chance to see if you can escape from my grasp after you use up all your 9 lives. 39, you took the golden horn and wanted to run away? Can you run away? Emperor Europe, I solemnly warn you, no one can easily trample on the dignity of us Chinese people. We in China are a land of friendship. When friends come, we have good wine. When money wolves come, we have shotguns. Unfortunately, you chose to be a money wolf. You have repeatedly challenged the dignity of our Chinese people and even tried to kill my student Lin Dong. Do you really think that I would not dare to kill you out of consideration for my feelings? Now you can try to see if your so-called 9 lives can escape from my grasp. As soon as Marshal Shao appears, he comes with a halo special effect. With a wave of the sun-destroying flame dragon spear, 9 huge fire dragons flew up and down and circled, and even the space was slightly distorted. The entire Chinese people who were watching the live broadcast were all excited because of his domineering words. Marshal Zhao's majestic demeanor has made China completely proud. I have long disliked these Western powers. Kill this European emperor. We Chinese now have our own war saint. The Western emperor can no longer bully others. From now on, we in China have the final say. With Marshal Shao here, China will surely stand proudly at the top of all races, and we will no longer have to do things according to other people's wishes. In recent years, China has been oppressed too much by Western powers. More than half of China's top combat power was consumed on the Warcraft battlefield. The Western powers, with China at the forefront, have developed with peace of mind, and have developed war gods and warlords who are several times more powerful than China. Relying on the huge number of war gods and warlords, they feel superior to others and always look down on China. For the sake of the overall interests of the Blue Planet, China has endured this in silence for hundreds of years, but this made the Western powers think that China was afraid of them, and they became even more aggressive. But today, Marshal Shao stood here and uttered the domineering words that had been accumulated by the Chinese people for a long time, which immediately made many Chinese people in front of the screen burst into tears. The European emperor, who had repeatedly provoked Marshal Shao, was now frightened and pale. It is true that he is a war master, but that depends on who he is compared with. At this time, Marshal Shao was a war saint. Just a slight stroke of the legendary weapon in his hand could take his life. He has only 8 lives left, and Marshal Shao only needs to swing his weapon 8 times. Due to the huge disparity in combat power, he obediently lowered his head and admitted his mistake, not daring to chase Lin Dong anymore. Shao, Marshal Shao, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Hearing that Emperor O wanted to cover up what happened just now with a light misunderstanding, handsome Shao laughed in response. This European emperor was jumping up and down just now, and even called Marshal Shao by his name, being extremely arrogant. Now seeing Marshal Shao reveal his identity as the war saint, he immediately caved in and tried to escape responsibility. But there is no such thing as an easy thing. No need to explain anymore. I've already said that if you can rely on your so-called spirit cat fate to dodge my fatal blow today, I can let you leave China. Otherwise, even if I kill you today, your holy temple emperor won't dare to say anything. The emperor of the Western Temple, who had been paying close attention to the live broadcast, slammed the table in anger after hearing Marshal Zhao's words, his eyes full of rage. Arrogant. Just after being promoted to war saint, you think you are invincible? He clenched the doomsday staff in his hand, and a few rays of brilliance shot out from his old and frail face. The leaders of other powerful countries sitting around the conference table also loudly accused. It seems that China has been keeping a low profile in recent years and has developed a lot of power in secret. China thinks it has done something great and actually wants to compete with us Western powers. Haha, has China forgotten how our powerful countries' iron hoofs stepped into their territory? Do they want history to repeat itself? You are right. Now that the warcraft is rioting again, most of China's combat power is on the front line fighting against the warcraft. It is a good time for us to move into this fertile land of China again. The leaders of these Western powers are all eager to get a piece of the pie in China. China, that is a piece of fat meat that everyone covets. The Chinese occupy the most fertile land in the central continent of Blue Star, which is rich in resources and breeds billions of lives. Perhaps it is because China's location is so unique that God descended on China as the main battlefield of Warcraft to suppress their development. Such land should belong to these great powers. The French emperor looked at the excited leaders of many Western powers, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Huaxia Commander Xiao Zhini is doing something perverse and actually wants to kill our Knights Templar leader, Emperor O. We must help Huaxia and completely eradicate this cancer. Xiao Zhini knew nothing about what happened in the Western Temple. He looked down at Emperor Europe, who was kneeling on the ground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. His life of military service has made him ruthless and indifferent to life. At this moment, he looked at Emperor Europe as if he was looking at an ant. And Emperor Europe also knew that he was now in a desperate situation. He swallowed, raised his head with difficulty, and looked at Marshal Shao. Marshal Shao, I have sincerely admitted my mistake. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Marshal Shao glanced at Emperor Europe with disdain. This guy is really good at letting go. Now he is so humble. He is really a villain. But the more despicable he is, the more he should not be let off. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. There is no point in talking anymore. Let's see what's going on with our hands. As he said that, he swung the sun-destroying flame dragon spear once again, and endless flames surged fiercely. Knowing that he couldn't escape, the European emperor simply stood up and decided to give it a try. There was malice in his eyes, but he had not completely lost his mind. Xiao Zhini, we had an agreement before that the golden horn needs to be handed over to me to verify its authenticity. Do you still remember this? As the commander-in-chief of China, you won't go back on your word and fail to keep your promise, right? The European emperor has already started to play his cards openly. This is a complete conspiracy. It is now being broadcast live throughout Blue Star. As long as Marshal Shao rejects him, it will appear that Marshal Shao is not trustworthy, which will affect his prestige. But if Marshal Shao agrees to give it to him, he may be able to break out of the siege with the help of the Golden Horn. After all, The Golden Horn has a defense of up to 100,000 points and a team morale bonus effect. The Chinese people all know that Marshal Xiao values promises the most, and there is a saying among the people that gold is easy to get, but Marshal Xiao's promise is hard to come by. They were really afraid of Marshal Xiao, and they agreed to the shameless villain's request in a fit of anger, so they all spoke out to warn him. Marshal Xiao, you must not agree to him. If you really give him the Golden Horn, it would be like letting a tiger go back to the mountains, which would cause endless troubles. Marshal Xiao, even if you break your previous promise, we will not blame you. We Chinese people will always support you. When dealing with villains, you must never use the way of a gentleman. You should use the way of a villain to deal with the villain. And Emperor Europe was also afraid that Marshal Xiao would really reject him. So he kept using provocation to stimulate Marshal Xiao. Xiao Zhini, you don't have no personal principles at all, do you? You must stick to your own position at this time. We have already agreed on this. As the commander-in-chief of China, you are not so rude as to be incompetent. Marshal Xiao glanced at him calmly and shook his head with disdain. You think you can escape with the Golden Horn in your hand? I can only say that you are too naive. Lin Dong, give him the Golden Horn. Now I will show him what the gap is. Seeing that Marshal Xiao was actually going to fulfill his promise, many Chinese people in front of the screen were so anxious that they slapped their thighs. Many people even sighed and cried out in pain. How foolish. Marshal, you are foolish. How can you trust such a villain? However, Lin Dong, who was beside Marshal Xiao, blinked and obediently handed over the Golden Horn. He knew that Marshal Xiao did this for another purpose. One is to show the world the powerful amplifying effect of the Golden Horn, and the other is to use his identity as a war saint to announce to the entire Blue Star that China is not weak and can be bullied. When the European emperor took the Golden Horn, he immediately understood how to use it. After realizing the power of the Golden Horn, he couldn't wait to blow it. Brave members of the Knights Templar, now it's your turn to show your skills. Charge towards Xiao Zhini. As the desolate and ancient horn sounded, the amplification effect immediately became apparent. Team size 121. All members attack plus 121. Defense plus 121. Current morale value 121. Duration 5 minutes. These members of the Knights Templar were only at the level of great warriors, so the increase of hundreds of points in attack and defense instantly made them feel extremely powerful. After receiving the order from Emperor Europe, they bravely launched a charge towards Xiao Zhini on the test bench. And the European emperor took advantage of this opportunity and smiled slyly. Xiao Zhini, the leader of this knight order, is leaving. You, a fool, really dared to give me the Golden Horn. You must regret it now. As he said that, he jumped up, opened the storage ring, and took out the space teleportation stone. He wanted to teleport directly back to the Western Temple. However, Marshal Zhao's voice sounded slowly and calmly. You want to run away after taking the Golden Horn? Can you run away? 40 Lin Yang is your brother. How can you treat him like this? Petrification. Activate. Marshal Xiao finished speaking. The petrification technique of the sun-destroying flame dragon spear was activated, and immediately Emperor Europe, who was holding the teleportation stone, stood still on the spot. The petrification spell lasts for 3 seconds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Marshal Xiao took a step forward. He gently swung the sun-destroying flame dragon spear in his hand in the direction where Emperor Europe was escaping, and suddenly a dazzling streak of light rushed away. The figure of Emperor O was instantly submerged in the brilliance of the sun-destroying flame dragon spear. 9 big sun fire dragons flew up and down, shuttling back and forth in Emperor O's body, causing cracks to appear on Emperor O's figure, and finally it collapsed like a stone. The Golden Horn in his hand also made a dull sound and fell to the ground. Defeated in one move. That's the Warlord. Every one of the top figures on the human pyramid is on the list. Unexpectedly, he was killed by Marshal Xiao in one move. Such power made all the teachers, students, and parents at the Career Awakening ceremony excited. However, Emperor Europe has the fate of a civet cat and now has 7 lives left. His broken limbs are wrapped in a strange green light and are healing at an astonishing speed. Although the 9 sun fire dragons continued to attack the green light, they were unable to interrupt the resurrection process of the European emperor. A moment later, Emperor Europe reappeared on the scene with a pale face. But now he only had 10% of his health at his peak. Before he could react, the 9 sun fire dragons devoured him again. In an instant, the European emperor died again. In the next minute, the European emperor was killed 6 times in a row. Finally, the green light stopped appearing, and the creature was finally dead. As for the members of the Knights Templar he brought with him, Marshal Shao just waved his hand and directly imprisoned them. The farce ended here, but everyone who experienced today's incident talked about it with relish. After all, everything that happened today is enough to be recorded in the history of Blue Star. It is a major event that affects the development of the entire Blue Star. Marshal Zhao's reckless and thunderous action will inevitably arouse the dissatisfaction of the Western powers and lead to further tensions between the two sides. Lin Dong, as one of the protagonists of this incident, has also attracted the attention of many people. Regardless of whether the Golden Horn and the God-level Frozen Heart were made by him, the identity of Marshal Zhao's disciple alone is enough for him to dominate China. But at the scene of the career awakening ceremony, there was a pair of hateful eyes staring at Lin Dong. It was his younger brother Lin Yang. Damn it, Lin Dong. How on earth did he cut off the effect of my twin bond? I should have gotten double what he got. But now I have nothing. Even my glory as an awakened holy warrior was completely overshadowed by his deeds of forging equipment and fighting against the European emperor. Lin Dong is so abominable. Lin Songxing looked at Lin Yang, gritting his teeth, and narrowed his eyes to look at the dazzling Lin Dong on the stage. He admitted that he had indeed overlooked Lin Dong's talents all along. He never thought that Lin Dong could find a unique way to show his talents as a blacksmith, and even win the favor of Marshal Shao. But in his opinion, this was because smoke was coming out of their ancestral graves. Lin Yang, don't be discouraged. The reason why Lin Dong has achieved such success is entirely because of the influence of our Lin family's ancestors. He was so lucky that he was able to create 2 magical equipment. If it weren't for the blessing of our Lin family's ancestors, he would never have been able to show up like this. In the final analysis, it is because of his identity as a member of the Lin family that he is all this. I will let Lin Dong strike while the iron is hot and advise Marshal Shao to accept you as his disciple. Otherwise, he will never be able to step into the door of our Lin family again. But Lin's mother Meng Qinshi, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown after hearing what Lin Songxing said. She always felt that things were not as Lin Songxing said. Everything that Lin Dong has now may be the result of his own hard work and has nothing to do with the Lin family. Lin Songxing is so conceited that he will probably be embarrassed when he goes to find Lin Dong later. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but advise, Songxing, I think you shouldn't go to Lin Dong at this critical moment. You just had a quarrel with him a few days ago. I'm afraid it will backfire. But Lin Songxing waved his hand nonchalantly, showing a mysterious confidence. Humph, he has such achievements. Shouldn't I be the one who should be thanked the most? Without me as a father, where would he be born? If he keeps holding on to that little conflict, I'll really disown him as my son. Lin Yang also joined in and stood on Lin Songxing's side. Mom, Dad is right. Lin Dong has made a great success. Now it's time for him to contribute to the family. The family has nurtured him for so many years. If he is not an ungrateful person, he will definitely remember the kindness of the family to him. Seeing that the father and son were wearing the same pants, Mother Meng Qinshi sighed and stopped talking. She always felt that Lin Dong would probably never come back. After all, there had never been a place for him in this family, and he was not even allowed to sit at the table during meals. Lin Wang was also worried and looked up at Lin Dong on the stage. His father and brother still don't know that it was their attitude of ignoring Lin Dong's feelings that caused Lin Dong to completely break away from his family. Lin Dong, what can I do to make you come back? At this time, Lin Songxing had already walked up to the test bench with his head held high in full view of everyone. When security guards tried to stop him, he glared at them, revealing his aura as a great warrior. Move aside. Do you know who I am? I am Lin Dong's father, the father of the genius blacksmith on the stage. You are blocking me, which means you are not giving face to my son. Not giving face to my son means you are not giving face to Marshal Shao. If you don't give face to Marshal Shao, do you still want to survive in China? Amid this barrage of scolding, the security personnel all tried to shake their heads. Their duty was to ensure that Marshal Shao and Lin Dong were not disturbed. Looking at the other party's momentum, it really feels like he is relying on the power of others. But they dared not speak out because Lin Dong was very popular now, and no one could afford to offend him. So no matter how Lin Songxing yelled and cursed, they just stood there motionless and didn't say a word back. Lin Songxing was extremely furious. He didn't expect these security personnel to be so disrespectful. They could only shout loudly towards Lin Dong on the stage. Lin Dong, get out here right now and teach these ungrateful security guards a lesson. Marshal Xiao and Lin Dong also noticed the commotion here. Marshal Xiao looked at Lin Dong thoughtfully, wanting to see how he would handle the matter. Lin Dong bowed to Marshal Xiao, his face full of apology. Teacher, I have some family matters. I'll go over and take care of them. Marshal Xiao nodded calmly and waved towards Lin Dong, motioning him to come over. At the same time, Marshal Xiao's eyes were fixed on Lin Dong's back, full of scrutiny. In China, Marshal Xiao issued a clear order prohibiting the existence of a privileged class. What Lin Songxing had just done made Marshal Xiao extremely disgusted and disgusted. If Lin Dong did not handle the situation properly, it would affect the rating of Lin Dong in his mind. After all, no matter how great one's talent is, it cannot make up for personality flaws. He really likes Lin Dong from the bottom of his heart and wants to train him seriously. Therefore, he paid special attention to Lin Dong's every word and action. Lin Dong walked quickly in front of Lin Songxing with a calm expression. What do you want from me? Haven't we severed our relationship? Lin Songxing looked at Lin Dong, who looked as if he was keeping people at a distance, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This idiot, shouldn't he give enough face to his father in front of the security personnel? What's his attitude when he speaks so coldly? After all, he had a request to make to Lin Dong, Lin Songxing said after calming down. Lin Dong, your achievements today are entirely due to the influence of our Lin family's ancestors. It is because of the influence of our ancestors that you have achieved what you have today. If you cut off ties with both of our families, how could you forge such astonishing equipment? Also, since you have won the favor of Marshal Xiao and become his disciple, you should think more about your brother and find a way to make Lin Yang become Marshal Xiao's disciple as well. This is your responsibility as a brother. You know what to do next. However, Lin Dong on the opposite side did not show the obedient expression he imagined, but smiled with a hint of sarcasm. I'm sorry, I have no obligation to help him. Please go back. After saying that, Lin Dong signaled the security personnel to rush Lin Songxing out, and he turned and left. Lin Songxing became furious at that time, and his voice became sharp. Lin Dong, you beast, Lin Yang is your younger brother. He is much better than you. You are qualified to be Marshal Xiao's disciple, so of course he is qualified too. You can't affect your brother's future. 41 Super Genius Training Camp. I heard Lin Songxing shouting like an angry roar. Lin Dong turned around calmly, not angry at all, and just looked at Lin Songxing calmly. I want to emphasize once again that I have severed all ties with the Lin family. Please don't refer to yourself as my father anymore, as if we are very familiar with each other. Secondly, Lin Yang is so outstanding. Why does he need me to help him? You know, gold will always shine. Let him be discovered by others through his own efforts. After saying that, Lin Dong left Lin Songxing, who was dumbfounded, and walked towards Marshal Xiao without looking back. He had no attachment to the Lin family. This group of vampires sucked his blood and caused him a lot of torture in his previous life. He would never repeat the same mistake in this life. And now he has severed the twin bond with Lin Yang. I'm sure Lin Yang must be very uncomfortable seeing his achievements now. Shaking his head, Lin Dong stopped thinking about these things. Lin Songxing looked at Lin Dong in disbelief and couldn't help but start cursing. Lin Dong, you have the luck you have today thanks to the blessings of your ancestors. Don't you want your ancestors to bless you by doing this? Without even turning his head, Lin Dong swung his knife to cut off the robe sleeve and threw it towards Lin Songxing. Then I have no choice but to completely sever ties with the Lin family and beg the ancestors of the Lin family not to bless me. The voice was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Songxing stood there with a complicated expression. For the first time in his life, he felt that he was such a failure as a father. He pointed at Lin Dong's back and opened his mouth as hard as he could, but no sound came out. He could only let Lin Dong leave. But his heart was roaring constantly. Lin Dong, you beast, you will definitely regret this. Marshal Xiao, who had been paying attention to the father and son, looked at Lin Songxing deeply, and his eyes became indifferent. In his opinion, severing ties with Lin Dong might be the best option. Today's deification activity was a complete success. Lin Dong has been remembered by the vast majority of Chinese people. Marshal Xiao was also very satisfied with the rescue result. Next, he will return to China's Dragon City to deal with relations with Western powers. The Golden Horn was handed over to a reliable assistant and sent to the front line against the Warcraft in the Southwest. Coupled with the decapitation team with accelerating gloves, there should be no problems in the Southwest frontier in a short time. Lin Dong was temporarily separated from Marshal Xiao because he wanted to follow Xin Jiangnan into the God of War Academy. Admitted to the God of War Academy together with Lin Dong were the school beauty Su Runin and the berserker Xiao Yi. Lin Yang was recruited to Hualong College and became the first student from Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School to enter Hualong College. The career awakening ceremony of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School has also come to an end. As soon as the ceremony ended, the school beauty Su Runin happily found Lin Dong. Lin Dong, have you heard that our God of War Academy holds a special training camp for super geniuses every year before the freshmen start school? Regarding the special training camp, Xin Jiangnan once mentioned it to Lin Dong, and it seemed to be very important. Now that Su Runin also mentioned it to him, he couldn't help but become interested. Oh, is there anything special about this special training camp? Seeing Lin Dong's humbly asking for advice, Su Runin immediately narrowed her big eyes into crescent moons and happily explained to Lin Dong. Of course it's special. Otherwise, how could it be called a special training camp? This is the long-standing tradition of Ares Academy. Only super talented freshmen will receive invitations to the special training camp. My father was once a member of the God of War Academy and was fortunate enough to participate in the special training camp that year. So he knows some secrets about the special training camp. This special training camp is the cradle for China to select reserve talents for the God of War. Anyone who can participate in the special training camp and survive can at least reach the level of a God of War in the future. Lin Dong blinked, his interest visibly disappearing. The God of War may be unattainable in the eyes of others, but for him, a blacksmith who can easily arm a person to the level of a God of War, it is indeed not very attractive. However, seeing Su Runin so excited, he did not interrupt her and just said, "Oh," softly. Su Runin obviously didn't notice the subtle change in Lin Dong's expression and was still happily gesturing to Lin Dong. "Because of the speed-up gloves you gave me, I showed amazing talent in the Professional Awakening Battle Test Puppet session and was qualified to participate in the special training camp. Lin Dong, I've heard from Teacher Shun that you are also a member of the special training camp. Then we can play dungeons together again." "Oh." Lin Dong uttered another "oh" softly. He had no interest in clearing dungeons now. After all, as long as he had enough materials, he could still increase his level through forging. There was no need to take risks in dungeons. But Su Runin's next words completely ignited his interest. "Lin Dong, the dungeon in this special training camp is not ordinary. I heard that it is a lost place discovered by our Chinese military. It was secretly built into a super-level dungeon. The experience gained from killing monsters in it is more than 3 times that of the outside world. Moreover, in the dungeon, there are also super monster remains and high-level special materials. The level of these remains and materials exceeds the highest realm that humans can currently know. However, this dungeon has opening restrictions. It is only open for 1 month each year, and only freshmen below level 30 can enter. What you can get from it depends on your luck." After hearing these words, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. The remains of super monsters and high-level special materials, which are beyond the highest level currently known to mankind, are simply a treasure for him as a blacksmith. The materials he can get now are no higher than the legendary level, and even sky-level materials are rare. If there are advanced materials beyond the legendary level in the special training camp copy, he is confident that he can create more powerful equipment. What's more, this is a level 3 experience copy. The experience gained from killing monsters in it is 3 times that of the outside world. This is simply a rare opportunity. When he thought of this, his heart couldn't help but itch, and he began to look forward to the arrival of the special training camp. Seeing Lin Dong was distracted, Su Runin couldn't help but pursed her lips and shouted at him angrily. Hey, Lin Dong, are you listening to me anymore?" I've been listening." "Well, remember this. When we enter the special training camp, we will team up together. I have a special treasure map, so I will definitely be able to get better things before others." Su Runin tapped Lin Dong's forehead with her finger and warned him worriedly. Lin Dong nodded slightly to show his agreement. Upon learning that Lin Dong was coming to the Ares Academy, freshman counselor Li Shinho knocked on the door of Yin Linglong, president of the Blacksmith Guild. "President Yin, the new student who usurped your nephew's position as vice president will come to the special training camp tomorrow. Are you really not going to do something?" Yin Linglong pursed her red lips lightly. A trace of amusement flashed in her eyes. already know about this. Lin Dong wants to gain a foothold in the special training camp. It's just a foolish dream. My niece Chui Xuanya is in the special training camp now. She is the eldest lady of the Chui family. She wants to give Lin Dong applying some eye drops is easy. The next day, Lin Dong and Su Runin were secretly sent to Ares Academy by Xin Jiangnan and arrived at the camp where the special training camp team was located. After entering the camp, the instructor gave each of them a piece of paper, which was filled with the rules and guidelines of the special training camp, and everyone was required to memorize it by heart. There are already 3 men and 2 women in the camp. They are obviously talented freshmen who have come to participate in this special training camp. There was a beautiful woman with purple hair at the door, looking at the 2 of them with disdain. In order to show friendliness, Su Runin took the lead in extending her fair little hand and started to greet them. Hello, I'm Su Runin from Jiangqing Middle School. The person next to me is Lin Dong. Nice to meet you. However, after hearing about Jiangqing Middle School, the purple-haired beauty immediately remembered her aunt's instructions. She stood with her shoulders crossed with a look of disdain, ignoring the 2 of them at all, as if she despised and disliked them. At this time, a muscular man holding a grass root in his mouth shouted at the purple-haired girl. Hey, Choi Hyuna, the new beauty is talking to you? Why are you ignoring her? The purple-haired beauty shook her hair gently and responded unceremoniously. Shui Hong, if you want to hook up with her, just go ahead and don't drag me into this. I, Choi Hyunya, will not be friends with 2 guys from a crappy middle school. The muscular man blushed after being confronted by Choi Hyune. He touched the back of his head and walked towards Lin Dong and Su Runin with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm the shield warrior Shui Hong from Imperial Capital Middle School. They're all my alumni. I serve as a meat shield tank in the team, and I have a lot of HP, and I'm the captain of the freshman team in this special training camp. Hey, you 2 newcomers, let me tell you in advance, if you don't have some special skills, it will be difficult for you to integrate into this group. You've already seen this, the god-level archer Choi Hyune, who is good at splitting arrows and can attack more than 10 targets at the same time, with every shot hitting the target. Then he pointed at a girl with twin ponytails, a Lolita face, and big breasts and said, Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingxing, an absolutely rare profession, the super nurse of our special training camp. As Shui Hong's fingers moved, the occupations and special skills of the other 2 boys were also pointed out by him. Song Tianke, the sword maniac. Don't underestimate him, because he is a sword maniac. He has awakened a special sword skill, the 13 styles of heavenly sword, and his output is explosive. Sword Saint Bai Xingxue is the only one in the team who has a big move skill, the heaven-slaying sword technique. With 1 strike of the sword, he can deal up to 100,000 damage. Okay, now it's your turn to introduce the 2 newcomers. Hear that each of them has their own unique skills. Su Runin suddenly felt tremendous pressure. Ye ma holy void. I don't have any special skills. Seeing that Su Runin was a little shy, Shui Hong's eyes lit up. This was exactly the type he liked. Holy warrior, a versatile profession. This is exactly the position that is needed in the team. Hey boy, what about you? Why are you hiding behind girls like a mute? Lin Dong saw Shui Hong looking at him and smiled slightly. Forger Lin Dong, 42, was ruthlessly despised. Forger? What's the use of this in the team? Shui Hong picked his nose and felt like his brain was freezing. It is true that they are all geniuses from various high schools selected by the Ares Academy, but a blacksmith can't play much of a role in a battle. Do they need Lin Dong to carry the forging hammer to fight the monsters? The school decided to let Lin Dong join their special training camp. Are you sure he's not here to make fun of you? He was still being polite, but the purple-haired beauty Choi Hyune next to him started to criticize him directly. Rubbish school, rubbish profession. What connections or backdoors did you use to get into the special training camp? I think the special training camp of Ares Academy is getting worse and worse. If I had known this, I would have gone to Jojo Academy. Hearing Choi Hyunya's complaints, the knife maniac Song Tianke and the sword saint by Xingxue both frowned slightly, feeling that the school had gone a little too far this time. Song Tianke held the sword, which was taller than him, horizontally and then carried it on his shoulder. Since you are a blacksmith, then you shouldn't go to the lost secret realm, so as to avoid causing trouble for us. Bai Xingxue also nodded, seemingly deciding that Lin Dong was a burden to the team. Shui Hong spread his hands and looked at Lin Dong helplessly. Lin Dong, it's not that we have any hostility towards you. It's mainly because your profession is so useless. You can't fight. You grow slowly, and you need a lot of resources to train. We really can't accept you." Only the Dark Knight priest, Yao Qingxing, looked at Lin Dong very seriously and finally exclaimed, "Look, isn't he the Lin Dong that Marshal Xiao accepted as his disciple yesterday?" At that time, he forged the Golden Horn and the God-level Frozen Eye. Yao Qingxing's words finally made everyone cautious, and they began to look at Lin Dong again. He is from Jiangqing and is a blacksmith. It is possible that Marshal Xiao recognizes that disciple. But even so, the expressions on everyone's faces were very amused. Especially Choi Hyuna, who burst out laughing. "Justin, do you believe that I can create those two artifacts?" Anyone with a discerning eye knows that he was hired by Marshal Xiao. He has been given all the equipment in advance. "I can go with him." The knife maniac Song Tianke also nodded. Yes, all of this was arranged by Marshal Xiao in order to solve China's current internal and external troubles. He is just a lucky person who was chosen. Swordmaster by Xingxue shook his head and said nothing. But it was clear from his expression that he also thought Lin Dong was a clown who was seeking attention. Shui Hong pinched his nose and shrugged his shoulders. "Lin Dong, you can come to the special training camp because of your status as Marshal Zhao's disciple. Since you are now Marshal Zhao's disciple, you must not put yourself in danger. You should just watch the daily training from the sidelines to avoid getting hurt." Seeing that everyone was suspicious of Lin Dong, Su Runin couldn't help but stand up to defend Lin Dong. "You really misunderstood. Lin Dong is really a genius blacksmith, and those equipments were really made by him." But apparently no one believed her words. They would rather think that Marshal Xiao had arranged everything than to acknowledge Lin Dong's excellence. Choi Hyune interrupted Su Runin directly, with an impatient look on her face. "Okay, as for the nonsense about the genius blacksmith, don't insult everyone's intelligence by saying it. Because he is Marshal Zhao's disciple, we will also give him a share of the treasures we obtained in the secret realm." Su Runin, don't cover up for him. The people who can come here are not ordinary people. Anyone who has no family background can just understand it tacitly. Shui Hong was obviously the team leader here, and he nodded in agreement. "Let's settle Lin Dong's matter like this. After everyone comes out of the Forgotten Secret Realm, they will give 1/6 of their harvest to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, please don't enter the secret realm and hinder everyone." As for Su Runin, Song Tianke, and Bai Xingxue are playing DPS together. The six of us happen to have a tank, a wet nurse, a long-range DPS, and it's a perfect formation. From the beginning to the end, these people did not give Lin Dong a chance to speak. In response, Lin Dong also shrugged. He had come into contact with people like Marshal Shun Jiangnan Xiao and was not interested in such quarrels between children at all. In his eyes, this group of people were so childish that he didn't even have the interest to argue. Since the other party didn't want to take him with him, he was happy to be free. He could also get more treasures by acting alone. Anyway, according to the information provided by Su Runin, this lost secret realm contains good things that surpass the realm of legend. By then, he won't be burdened by this group of people and may be able to enter deeper into the secret realm. Seeing that Lin Dong didn't say anything, everyone just thought that he agreed. Shui Hong took the lead and said, "Since Lin Dong has agreed, let's follow our plan." But Su Runin came to Lin Dong unconvinced and distanced herself from the others. "How can you underestimate Lin Dong? With Lin Dong here, we will definitely be able to get more treasures and materials before the teams from other academies. If you are so stubborn, I would rather work with Lin Dong." Everyone looked at each other, obviously surprised by Su Runin's choice. However, it seemed that they had already formed a team before and had a certain tacit understanding with each other, so they did not reject this plan. The purple-haired beauty Choi Hyun-ae sneered. "If you run into trouble with him, don't cry and ask us for help. We won't help you even if you ask for help." Shui Hong clicked his tongue, obviously regretting that he couldn't travel with a beauty like Su Runin, but he didn't stop her. After all, letting Su Runin join the five of them would require some readjustment. Now that Su Runin has voluntarily withdrawn, it saves them the time of adjustment. Just when the atmosphere on the scene became awkward, the tactical instructor of the Ares Academy, Ares Ding Taichio, called several people to the classroom and carried out the preliminary preparations for the special training camp. Today, 2 new students joined our special training camp and are preparing to participate in this forgotten secret realm. I believe everyone has already met each other just now. You should cooperate in a friendly manner and avoid internal conflicts. Now I will explain to you some of the preparations before entering the lost secret realm. First of all, There is a strict level limit for entering the Lost Secret Realm, and you cannot exceed level 30 before entering. However, if the level is too low, you may be targeted by contestants from other colleges. Therefore, it is recommended that you enter the Lost Realm at level 29, which can not only maintain a high combat level, but also avoid siege. Secondly, before entering the Lost Secret Realm, you must prepare sufficient blood and mana recovery medicines, as well as 2 or more sets of replaceable equipment. Anything dangerous can happen in the Secret Realm, so be sure to be prepared. Finally, no matter what time it is, you must not abandon your teammates. You are a whole. Only when you are combined together can you exert the greatest combat effect. The loss of any one person may lead to the annihilation of your entire army. What was surprising was that, except for Lin Dong and Su Runin who were listening attentively, the other 5 people all looked impatient. It's not their fault. Every time a new person comes, Ding Taichio will explain the rules to them. Shui Hong, who came here first, has listened to this for the 5th time, and his ears are calloused. The purple-haired beauty Choi Hyunhae was just grumbling in dissatisfaction at the side. All right, stop nagging. I got it all. Let's end this boring meeting quickly, and don't interfere with my leveling. I'm only 3 million experience points away from reaching the pinnacle of level 29. Although he was offended, Ding Taichio was not angry. After all, as a young man, it is necessary for him to have some courage and vigor. But then he continued to chatter on and on, with no intention of stopping. From today on, you must learn to work as a team and strive to obtain better treasures in a Lost Secret Realm dungeon that will open in half a month. Upgrade to a higher level. This time, it's not just our Ares Academy that has entered the Lost Secret Realm dungeon. Black Dragon Academy, Flying Dragon Academy, Tinglong Academy, Oolong Academy, Shimlong Academy, Holong Academy, and Jiuzhou Academy will also send talented new students to join. The competition inside will become very fierce. And this time, new players from the Hunter Guild have been added to the Forgotten Realm. These players are capable of clearing dungeons alone in the wild, and will be the biggest enemies you will encounter. Sometimes humans are more dangerous than monsters. You must remember what I said. Well, take advantage of this half month to enter the dungeon and level up. There shouldn't be any new people coming. With the end of Ding Taichio's meeting, Shui Hong, Cui Hyunya, and others immediately discussed how to enter the dungeon to hunt the boss and strive to gain more experience. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong at a loss and asked in a low voice, Lin Dong, what should we do now? Lin Dong smiled mysteriously and pulled Su Runin aside. Before entering the dungeon to level up, of course you have to get some handy equipment first. 43, it turns out that besides my mother, you, Lin Dong, understand me the best. Seeing Lin Dong's sly look, Su Runin suddenly felt much more at ease. Since Lin Dong is confident, he doesn't have to worry about what happens next. When they were still at Jiangqing Middle School, Lin Dong had taken her to refresh the dungeon countless times to learn combat experience. Every time Lin Dong showed this sly expression, it meant that Lin Dong was confident that he could solve the problem. Next, Lin Dong brought Su Runin back to the room and began to tailor equipment for the two of them. As for materials, Lin Dong borrowed a lot of forging materials from Moi Easy and others before coming to the God of War Academy, so he would not be short of primary materials. He even collected a lot of forging books. Now his storage ring is full, enough for his forging needs. After bringing Su Runin into the room, Lin Dong stared at her closely, thinking about what equipment to make for her. Equipment must be suitable for your profession in order to exert maximum combat effectiveness. No matter how good an inappropriate piece of equipment is, it will not be of much use if it is worn by someone who does not fit the profession. Studying Su Runin's personal attributes, Lin Dong slowly figured it out in his mind. Name, Su Runin. Occupation, Oli Warrior. Life, 100. Level 1. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. For someone who has just awakened his profession, this attribute is a very normal attribute. As the level increases, the basic attributes will also increase. For example, Shui Hong, Cui Hyunya, and others, their current levels have reached level 29, and they have obviously been playing dungeons for a long time. After all, the other party was from Imperial Capital Middle School, and their career awakening was half a year earlier than theirs, so there was plenty of time for them to grow and develop. It's no wonder they say Jiangqing Middle School is a garbage middle school. Compared with Daida Middle School, it is indeed not up to par. In the Imperial Capital Middle School, geniuses are as numerous as the common people. Half of the students in the 7 major colleges come from the Imperial Capital Middle School. This time when they enter the Lost Land copy, They will all be strong competitors of Lin Dong and Su Runin. Therefore, even though Lin Dong is now a god-level blacksmith, he must never underestimate the enemy, otherwise he will fail miserably. The equipment made for Su Runin must be in line with her professional characteristics. The Holy Warrior is a versatile profession in combat and defense, so the attributes of the equipment must be balanced, and there is no need for any one attribute to be particularly prominent, so that the role of the Holy Warrior can be brought into play. Just when Lin Dong was distracted, Su Runin couldn't help but twist her body awkwardly. After all, being stared at by Lin Dong like this would be somewhat embarrassing. Considering that tomorrow is the traditional Chinese Valentine's Day, she couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. Lin Dong, why do you always look at me like this? Are you trying to express your feelings to me? Lin Dong shuddered and came out of his previous state of thinking. He touched the back of his head and smiled, revealing his white and neat teeth. I was trying to think of a suitable outfit for you. I was distracted by mistake. After all, we are both newbies. I'm level 16 and you're level 1. If we go to the dungeon without a team, our efficiency will definitely be very low. Only by getting a few sets of suitable equipment to wear can we ensure that both of us are safe. After hearing Lin Dong's explanation, Su Runin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She thought Lin Dong wanted to say something embarrassing to her just now, but it turned out to be a waste of time. So she pouted and said, "Have you decided what equipment to make for me?" Ding, the system issues a temporary task. Please ask the host to tailor a Valentine's Day gift equipment for Su Runin. Reward experience plus 1,000. Proficiency plus 10, enchantment value plus 100. Black iron set. Beach sun hat, black iron. Charming bondage bracelet, black iron. Sexy slimming pleated skirt, black iron. Lace chest protector, black iron. Anti-wolf clutch, black iron. Hateful high heels, black iron. Ding. All equipment forging books have been distributed. Please complete the task within half an hour. When Lin Dong saw the system task, his eyes went dark and he kept sucking his teeth. These are the names of the equipment. Is the system serious about this task? If you wear equipment like this to go to a dungeon, are you going to fight monsters or to participate in a beauty pageant? Seeing Lin Dong's strange look, Su Runin pouted again. Lin Dong, is it because my level is too low that the equipment is difficult to craft? Lin Dong shook his head and said with gritted teeth, I've already thought of some equipment to make for you. It's just a little special. Special? How special? Anyway, I'll like any equipment you make. Su Runin patted her towering chest and blinked, seeming to be very relieved about Lin Dong. Lin Dong grinned to hide his embarrassment. I'm glad you like it. I hope you won't look at me weirdly later. After wiping his hands, Lin Dong was ready to start making it. The black iron set is the equipment worn by novices from level 1 to level 10. However, not much experience is required from level 1 to level 10, so this stage can be quickly passed. Many people don't care too much about black iron equipment and just use it for a transition. But Lin Dong doesn't think so. The lower the level of the equipment, the more malleable it is. A warrior wearing a black iron suit can quickly clear level 1 to 10 dungeons, which can save at least 1 week compared to a normal person. After all, their level is very low, and it is a bit unrealistic to catch up with Xue Hong and others within half a month. Therefore, he could only race against time to upgrade his level, and it would be best if the gap with Xue Hong and others was not too big, in the hope that he could protect himself after entering the Lost Land. Because according to Ding Taichiu, people from other academies will also find ways to get stuck at level 30 and enter the Lost Land. In this kind of copy, the most dangerous thing is not the monsters, but people. If their level is too low, they will easily be targeted by people from other academies and cleared out of the copy, which will be detrimental to their actions. Therefore, the black iron set is the most suitable for Su Runin to level up now. As for what to do after Su Runin reaches level 10, just create another set of bronze equipment for her. Now let's complete the system task first. 6 minutes later, a set of brand new black iron equipment had been made by Lin Dong. Equipment: Beach Sun Hat, black iron level. Life, plus 600. Attack, plus 30. Defense, plus 30. Magic defense, plus 30. Healing, recover 30 HP per second. Equipment: Charming binding bracelet, black iron level. Life, plus 100. Attack, plus 20. Defense, plus 20. Magic defense, plus 20. Exorcism, immune to 1,000 points of magic damage every 3 seconds. Equipment: Sexy slimming pleated skirt, black iron level. Life, plus 500. Attack, plus 20. Defense, plus 20. Magic defense, plus 20. Clone. Create an illusionary clone that lasts for 3 seconds, inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes, and attacks the target. Equipment. Lace chest guard black iron level. Life, plus 1000. Attack, plus 50. Defense, plus 50. Magic defense, plus 50. Resistance aura. Offset 30 points of normal attack damage per second. Equipment. Anti-wolf handbag, black iron level. Attack, plus 100. Defense, plus 100. Magic defense, plus 100. Agility, plus 10. Attack speed, plus 20. Continuous damage. Each time the target is hit, it causes 50 points of damage for 5 seconds. Equipment. Hateful high heels, black iron level. Attack, plus 10. Defense, plus 10. Magic defense, plus 10. Movement speed, plus 10. Phase shift. Active skill. After activation, movement speed plus 100, dodge plus 50, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. After the equipment was built, Lin Dong placed it directly in front of Su Runin. Here, try it on. However, when Su Runin saw the equipment, a strange look appeared on her face. This sexy outfit is still quite challenging for her, who is a bit conservative. She held up her lace bra with one hand and looked at Lin Dong with strange eyes. Lin Dong, I hid it so well. How did you know that I have a 36D secret? Lin Dong thought Su Runin hated such revealing clothing, so he scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. He couldn't say that the system told him to do this. But the next second, Su Runin put it on happily and didn't seem to hate it at all. Sure enough, besides my mother, you are the one who understands me the best, Lin Dong. 44. It's not too much to be armed to the teeth. Lin Dong hasn't reacted yet. Su Runin pecked Lin Dong's face lightly, like a dragonfly touching the water. Thank you, Lin Dong. This is the best Valentine's Day gift I have ever received. Su Runin fluttered away like a butterfly, preparing to change into a full set of clothes. Lin Dong wiped the lipstick off his face with his hand and blinked in confusion. Why does Su Runin have the same problem as teacher Zhao Qingxue? They like to spit on other people's faces. Isn't it just making a set of equipment for them? Why are you so excited? Ding! The host successfully created Valentine's Day gift equipment for Su Runin. Reward experience plus 1000, proficiency plus 10. Lin Dong nodded and examined his basic attributes again. It's time to build him a proper outfit. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 16. Life, 1600. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Enchantment value, 1087. Storage experience, 12500/20,000. Occupation, Blacksmith, Blacksmith level. Blacksmithing veteran, proficiency 840/1000. God level forging technique. Forge according to the material ratio in the forging book with a 100% success rate. The current forging level can only forge gold equipment and below. God level enchantment. Spend enchantment points to enchant items on equipment, with a chance to increase the equipment's level and quality and gain special attributes. Level 2 system store. Get one forging book below gold quality every 24 hours. This attribute is when he is not wearing any equipment. The equipment he can now wear includes acceleration gloves and chainmail. As for the levelless God level Eye of Ice, he had already given it to Marshal Shao before coming here. Such equipment can only play its greatest role in the hands of Marshal Shao. It is somewhat of a waste for him to use such equipment now, because bronze level equipment can already meet his needs for killing monsters. He has not yet made a helmet, a cloak, combat boots, or weapons. Before officially entering the dungeon, he prepared to equip himself with all these equipment. He is a blacksmith, which is originally a livelihood profession, and the basic attribute growth is very low. For example, Su Runin, as a holy warrior, his basic attack and defense will increase by 50 points with each level up. But he only has a pitiful 10 points. The gap is extremely large. But as long as the attributes of his equipment are good enough, he can still have strong combat power. Therefore, his requirement for equipment is that every attribute must be high enough. So after reading all the forging books, Lin Dong prepared to forge some of the most luxurious top-level bronze equipment. They're the Crown of King, the embroidered brocade cape, the gold and jade boots, and the bloodthirsty sword. In the eyes of others, these equipments are all flashy and impractical. Bronze-level equipment is so fancy, but doesn't have much practical value. Moreover, creating these equipments requires a large amount of materials, which is totally not worth the effort and has no cost effectiveness. After all, the attributes of these equipment are improved compared to ordinary equipment, but compared to the next level of silver equipment, the attributes are still much worse. Unless you are a top rich second generation, no one would like this kind of ostentatious thing. But in Lin Dong's eyes, it was completely different. Each level of equipment has an upper limit on its attribute growth. Even if he is a god-level blacksmith and the equipment he creates has a much higher upper limit than ordinary bronze equipment, it is difficult for the basic attributes of bronze equipment to completely break through the limit of 100. However, these pieces of equipment can easily increase the upper limit of bronze attribute equipment to over 200. You should know that basic attributes above 200 are attributes that only gold equipment or even platinum equipment can possess. Although he could occasionally create equipment with high attributes without level, that required great luck and a lot of forging. Even he himself could not guarantee that he could create such equipment every time. Lin Dong is only level 16 now, so he can only wear bronze equipment. These pieces of equipment can be said to be the best choice. After selecting the equipment, Lin Dong has begun to prepare the forging materials. If he had the forging book, it would only take him about a minute to forge bronze-level equipment. So while Su Runin was changing clothes, Lin Dong had already forged these pieces of equipment. After carefully studying several pieces of equipment, Lin Dong's confidence increased. Equipment: Crown of the King, bronze level. Life, plus 3,000. Attack, plus 200. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Healing, recover 200 HP per second. Recovering 200 HP per second is almost equivalent to fighting without losing blood in low-level battles. Even when facing a gold-level monster, he would not be at a disadvantage. Equipment: Embroidered brocade cape, bronze level. Life, plus 2,000. Attack, plus 600. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Body protection magic. Weakens targets below diamond level, reducing the opponent's attack damage by 50%. The attribute entries of this body-protecting magical skill are a bit exaggerated. It can weaken the attacks of monsters and humans below the diamond level and reduce the damage by 50%. You should know that the diamond level is already at the level of a war king, second only to the legendary level of a war god. It can be said that as long as Lin Dong does not encounter the god of war, he is now capable of fighting. Equipment: Gold and jade boots, bronze level. Life, plus 1,000. Attack, plus 300. Defense, plus 300. Magic defense, plus 300. Sonic boom. 10% chance of causing sonic boom damage, making the opponent unconscious and unable to lock onto the target for 3 seconds. The entry for Sonic Boom can be considered a control skill. Control skills are extremely valuable, so this piece of equipment is very much to Lin Dong's liking. Equipment: Bloodthirsty sword, bronze level. Life, plus 2,700. Attack, plus 2,000. Bloodthirst. Absorb the target's blood, add 50 points of attack power, and the damage can be added up to 50 times. The Bloodthirsty sword can actually stack damage. This surprised Lin Dong a little. If it can be stacked 50 times, it is equivalent to adding 2,500 points of damage to each attack. In combat at levels below the God of War, this can be called explosive output. Looking at these pieces of equipment, Lin Dong had only one comment: perfect. Taking out the acceleration gloves and chain mail and putting them on impatiently, Lin Dong felt that he was now terribly strong. Now he is armed to the teeth. Name: Lin Dong. Level: 16. Life: 18,000. Attack: 3,300. Defense: 1270. Magic defense: 1270. Magic resistance: plus 500. Attack speed: 100. Enchantment value: 74. Storage experience: 5,000/8,000. Healing: Crown of the King, recovered 200 HP per second. Body protection skill: Embroidered brocade cape, weakens targets below diamond level, reducing the opponent's attack damage by 50%. Sonic boom: Golden jade boots, 10% chance of causing sonic boom damage, making the opponent unconscious and unable to lock onto the target for 3 seconds. Bloodthirst: blood-crying sword, absorbs the target's blood, adds 50 points of attack power, and can stack damage up to 50 times. Shadowless fist: speeding gloves every 60 seconds. Release 100 fist shadows with attack plus 100. Flash: acceleration gloves every 10 seconds. You can tear the space in front of you and make an instant jump of 50 meters. Attribute deception. Chain armor hide the real attributes and display the normal attributes of equipment of the same level. Invincible shield. Chain armor after receiving an attack far beyond the defense. The invincible shield is activated, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Death substitute. Chain armor the moment the chainmail is shattered. The wearer will be randomly and instantly transferred to a place 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse at the original place. The increase in his basic attributes made him somewhat inflated. He felt that if he met Shui Hong and others, he could knock them down just by moving his little finger. And because of the deceptive effect of the chainmail attributes, in the eyes of others, Lin Dong is just an ordinary bronze player with 2,000 to 3,000 health points and just over 100 attacks, the kind that can be found in large numbers on the streets. This feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger made Lin Dong feel secretly happy. When the time comes, you can attack someone unexpectedly and definitely kill them. To be on the safe side, Lin Dong created an attribute deceiving necklace specifically for hiding attributes. The forging book for this attribute deception necklace was bought from the system store. Before Lin Dong became a blacksmith, there had never been any equipment with attributes that could deceive people on Blue Star. At this moment, Su Runin, who had changed his equipment, came back. Seeing Su Runin again made Lin Dong's eyes light up. 45 you will surprise everyone. Name, Su Runin. Occupation, Oli Warrior. Level 1. Life, 2,300. Attack, 330. Defense, 240. Magic defense, 240. Agility, plus 10. Attack speed, plus 20. Movement speed, plus 10. Health recovery, Beach Sun Hat recover 30 HP per second. Exorcism, charming binding bracelet immune to 1,000 points of magic damage every 3 seconds. Doppelganger, sexy and slim pleated skirt creates an illusionary avatar that lasts for 3 seconds, inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes, and attacks the target. Resistance aura, lace chest offsets 30 points of normal attack damage per second. Continuous damage, anti-wolf handbag each time you hit the target. It causes 50 points of damage for 5 seconds. Phase shift, hateful high heels active skill. After activation, movement speed plus 100, dodge plus 50. Lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Su Runin's basic attributes are no less than those of Shui Hong and others. Although she is only level 1, she is already as good as a silver warrior like Shui Hong. After all, Black Iron equipment has an upper limit on its attributes, and it is impossible for its attributes to be as exaggerated as Lin Dong's bronze equipment. But even so, entering level 1 to 10 dungeons is like entering an empty space. Moreover, these equipments all have attribute entries. The effects of the 6 attributes allow Su Runin's actual combat power to even surpass that of a silver warrior and catch up with a gold warrior. Su Runin stood there coquettishly. Seeing Lin Dong staring at her again, she couldn't help but pull the lace-like breast protector with her hands. I have to say, Su Runin is so charming in this outfit. The tailor-made equipment fully outlines her exquisite curves. Except for a few vital parts, large sections of white are exposed to the air, making people unable to help but sink into it. Lin Dong's eyes were wide open at this moment. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gulp. Looking at Lin Dong's pig-like appearance, Su Runin couldn't help but squeeze her long legs together, feeling a little embarrassed. Lin Dong, is my equipment really suitable for leveling dungeons? I feel like if I dare to walk out of your room, others will definitely look down on me like a monster. Although she said so, Su Runin was still fiddling with her long black hair and posing one after another, appearing to be at ease. After a brief period of adaptation, she was able to fully master this set of equipment. Lin Dong pretended to cough and took out the attribute deception necklace. This necklace doesn't have any special abilities. It's just used to conceal attributes. Come on, put it on. It will be even more perfect. Su Runin obediently reached out to take the necklace. When she touched Lin Dong's palm, she couldn't help but feel hot on her face, and her heart started beating fast again. Lin Dong, can you help me put it on? It's not convenient for me to put it on myself. While saying this, Su Runin kept glancing at Lin Dong, fearing that he would notice something unusual about her. Lin Dong had no doubt and nodded slightly. When he stood behind Su Runin and saw 2 large ripe papayas, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. Ahem! In order to hide his embarrassment, Lin Dong couldn't help but cough twice. Su Runin lowered her head, her face red all the way to her neck. What's wrong, Lin Dong? Is it hard to wear? No, I just feel uncomfortable in my eyes suddenly. Maybe I'm allergic to fruit. Ah, pfui? There's no fruit in the room? Is it because of the perfume I sprayed? In order to avoid making things worse. Lin Dong hummed softly. The embarrassment has been resolved. The two of them dressed neatly and were finally ready to go to level up the dungeon. However, as soon as they went out, they saw Shui Hong and others who were also going to level up the dungeon. Seeing the attire of Lin Dong and Su Runin, the sharp-tongued Choi Hyunya couldn't help but laugh at them. You two are so hilarious. You're dressed so fashionably. Are you planning to go shopping? With such talent, how did you get into the special training camp? Su Runin's face turned red when Choi Hyunya laughed at her, and she couldn't help but retort. Who said we were going shopping? We were going to level up by doing dungeons. Just wait. Our level will soon catch up with yours. Su Runin's words undoubtedly drew Choi Hyunya's ridicule. Even Shui Hong, who had special feelings for Su Runin, couldn't help but shook his head. As we all know, the higher your level, the more experience you need. Su Runin is only level 1 now. Under normal circumstances, it will take more than a week to reach level 10. If you want to catch up with their level, it will take at least half a year. And this is when they are still standing still. So it is simply a pipe dream for Su Runin to catch up with them. Student Su Runin, the special training camp is not a place for boasting. It's incredible that you can reach level 3 tonight. If you want to catch up with us, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it until the end of the special training camp. If you really want to level up quickly, you might as well join our team, so you can level up faster. As Shui Hong spoke, he glanced at Lin Dong out of the corner of his eye. He was actually a little envious of Lin Dong. I really don't know what kind of means Lin Dong used to make a beautiful woman like Su Runin follow him all the time. Now that Su Runin has changed her outfit, she is even more charming and even more beautiful than Choi Hyunya. Such a beautiful woman. Even if she has no fighting power, it is good to stay by your side and be a vase to share experience. But Su Runin rejected him without hesitation and resolutely stood on Lin Dong's side. I'm sorry, but Lin Dong and I are the best team. Thank you, Captain Shui Hong, for your kindness. Shui Hong shrugged, obviously feeling helpless about Su Runin's choice. He is a carefree person by nature, and he is thick-skinned enough that he doesn't show any embarrassment at all. But Choi Hyunya on the side was already giggling. Shui Hong, I advise you not to waste your energy. A woman who appears cold on the outside, but is actually very slutty, is not someone you can seduce. And look at the clothes they are wearing. They don't look like they are here to level up or kill monsters. They are just here for vacation. People like them are not worthy of being with us. Choi Hyunya's words were a little harsh. Su Runin's eyebrows were raised, and her face was full of frost at that time. Choi Hyunya, what do you mean? Who are you saying is a slut? What clothes we wear to kill monsters and level up has nothing to do with you. But unexpectedly, Choi Hyun not only did not admit her mistake, but instead she hugged her shoulders and sneered, not giving Su Runin any face at all. I told you. What can you do to me? You are a level 1 loser. How dare you challenge my level 29 archer? After all, Su Runin is the apple of the Su family's eye and has never suffered such humiliation in her life. She couldn't help but feel angry on her pretty face and swung the anti-wolf handbag in her hand, ready to fight with Choi Hyunya. Choi Hyunya, on the other hand, had a joking look on her face, as if she was going to beat me up if she didn't agree. On the surface, when a level 1 warrior fights a level 29 archer, the level 1 warrior will definitely suffer the loss. But Su Runin had the equipment made by Lin Dong, so she was not inferior to Choi Hyunya at all. So the two sides have reached the point of fighting. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly tense, and as the team leader, Shui Hong acted as a peacemaker. He pulled Choi Hyunya's sleeve and looked at Su Runin with some apology. Hey, we are all classmates. Don't start a quarrel. Tactical Instructor Ding has repeatedly told us to be united and friendly. Give me some face, take a step back, and stop arguing. The Sword Maniac Song Tianke, the Sword Saint by Xing Xue, and the Shadow Priest Yao Qingxing who were behind her also tried to comfort Choi Hyunya, hoping that she would calm down. The punishment for internal fighting is very severe. Hyunya, don't mess around. Let's go to the leveling dungeon to level up. Time is running out. Seeing that everyone came to persuade her, Choi Hyunya reluctantly put away the bow and arrow in her hand and sneered at Su Runin. I wanted to teach you a lesson, but if they hadn't stopped you, you would have been dead today. Haha, but I'm going to say this today. With the way you're dressed, you're only fit to be played with by men. As for leveling up by killing monsters, forget it. After saying that, Choi Hyun-ae walked away, leaving Su Runin shaking with anger. Shui Hong and others looked at Su Runin apologetically and followed Choi Hyun-ae away. Looking at Su Runin with tears in her eyes, Lin Dong gently patted her shoulder. Don't be angry, your strength will prove everything, and you will surprise everyone in the end. 46 Unbelievable upgrade speed. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong, whose eyes were full of encouragement. Nodded seriously. She must pay back for today's humiliation. This Choi Hyun-ae, relying on her level 29, looked down on her. Sooner or later, she would let the other party know that she, Su Runin, would eventually surpass the other party. Lin Dong, I can't wait to enter the level copy to increase my level. Please take me there quickly. In fact, Su Runin now has the supportive equipment and is in no danger at all in the Black Iron level 1 to 10 copies. But to be on the safe side, Lin Dong decided to accompany her in to increase her combat experience. The special training camp has a separate level copy entrance, which makes it convenient for them to level up. In the special training camp, there are 4 levels of dungeons: iron, bronze, silver, and gold, all arranged to facilitate their growth. However, the only copy Su Runin can enter now is the Black Iron copy. The monsters in the Black Iron dungeon generally only have about 1 experience point. Even at the small boss level, they only have 3 experience points. It takes 50 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. To get 50 experience points, you need to kill at least 50 monsters. For a novice, even 50 monsters are still a difficult task. Many people spend a whole day trying to kill 50 monsters. Because the monsters have 200 to 500 health points and often appear in groups, it is difficult for novices to output effectively. Therefore, upgrading levels has always been a headache for everyone. But for Su Runin now, these small monsters can basically be killed with just 1 or 2 kills. Even if you have a boss with thousands of HP, you can only kill him with 3 hits at most. So as soon as he entered the Black Iron level copy, Su Runin started killing people in all directions like cutting melons and vegetables. And her level also rose rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, Su Runin's level had been raised to level 2. Lin Dong gave her a thumbs up and praised her with a smile. Good, keep up the good work. After receiving Lin Dong's praise, Su Runin worked even harder. Lin Dong, I feel that the combat experience we have accumulated from the previous dungeon refresh can now be fully utilized. I believe that in less than half a day, I can accumulate 1,000 experience points, reach level 10, and go to the bronze dungeon with you. Lin Dong stood aside, watching Su Runin killing monsters with a smile on his face. He did not take action because there were not many monsters in this Black Iron level copy, not enough for Su Runin to kill alone. Moreover, killing these low-experience monsters will not increase his level much. His current experience is 5,000/8,000, which means he needs 3,000 experience points to upgrade from level 16 to level 17. The monsters in this Black Iron copy are not enough for him to kill. So he stood there, watching Su Runin kill monsters while thinking about what kind of bronze equipment to make for Su Runin. However, as soon as his thought came to his mind, it was detected by the system. Ding! The system has issued a temporary task. Please ask the host to create a bronze leveling suit for Su Runin. The equipment forging book has been issued. Bronze leveling set. Deep sea pearl hairpin. Exquisite succubus mask. Cool summer nurse outfit. Outward expanding breast goggles. Snow white printed eye sleeves. Rope bound fishnet stockings. Crystal height enhancing leather slippers. Forging rewards. Experience plus 10,000. Proficiency plus 10. Enchantment value plus 100. Ahem! Lin Dong rolled his eyes, completely shocked by the system. What is the system doing? Is this a cross-dressing show for Su Runin? Thinking of the beautiful sight of Su Runin wearing this outfit, Lin Dong couldn't help but breathe faster. System, Lin Dong, am a gentleman. Isn't it a bit unkind of you to do this? The system's cold prompt sound slowly rang out, with an indisputable persuasiveness. Host, please face your own heart and admit that you just love this kind of outfit. The system customizes the outfit based on the host's interests. Hearing the system's ruthless response, Lin Dong's eyebrows stood up. Listen to me. What kind of words are these? They are totally slandering him. Just when Lin Dong wanted to protest to the system again, the system directly threw out the reward. Ding, host, please complete the temporary forging task within half an hour and reward the host with experience plus 3,000, proficiency plus 10. After hearing the reward given by the system, Lin Dong immediately stopped thinking about asking questions. Touching his nose, Lin Dong emphasized it seriously. I accepted the mission for the reward, not to see Su Runin wearing this. Absolutely not. While comforting himself, he began to prepare materials for forging. The forging materials of this bronze suit are very simple. It took Lin Dong less than 10 minutes to complete the forging. At this time, Su Runin had successfully reached level 3. After taking a look at Su Runin's attributes, Lin Dong couldn't help but be amazed. After only 2 levels, the basic attack and defense have both increased by 100 points. The increase in the basic attributes of the holy warrior profession is really too unreasonable. No wonder everyone wants to become a holy warrior. The growth rate of this holy warrior is really amazing. It's nothing like his profession as a blacksmith, where the attribute increase is only 10 points after leveling up by 1, which is really too miserable. As Su Runin's level increases, the speed at which he kills monsters becomes faster and faster. Many monsters are completely unable to withstand the attacks of her wolf-proof handbag. At this rate, it would probably take less than 2 hours for Su Runin to successfully reach level 10. In other words, the black iron equipment completed the mission in just 2 hours. Lin Dong guessed correctly. 1 hour and 50 minutes later, Su Runin returned to him again. I saw her wiping the sweat from her face, her eyes full of excitement. Lin Dong, I've reached level 10. This leveling speed is so terrifying. I really don't know how much effort I would have to put in to reach level 10 without the help of your equipment. Lin Dong smiled slightly, took out the newly forged bronze suit from his storage ring, and pursed his lips. Here, put this on, and let's go play the bronze dungeon. Su Runin looked down and couldn't help but blushing. This outfit is even sexier and hotter than what she has now. I really don't know what Lin Dong was thinking to prepare such clothes for him in advance. Even if she doesn't want to misunderstand, she couldn't help but put her hands behind her back and squeeze them hard. Oof, you bastard Lin Dong. You pretend to be a gentleman on the surface, but you are actually a playboy in your heart. I despise you. Lululu. But for some reason, a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. After all, it was a costume that Lin Dong had made for her personally, which gave her a full sense of security. After carefully putting the black iron suit into the storage ring, Su Runin changed into the newly made bronze suit. The attributes of his body suddenly skyrocketed. Name, Su Runin. Occupation, Holy Warrior. Level 10. Life, 15,000. Attack, 2,650. Defense, 1,300. Magic defense, 1,300. Agility, 50. Attack speed, 70. Movement speed, 100. Dodge, 30. Healing, Deep Sea Pearl Hairpin Restore, 100 HP per second. Exorcism, Exquisite Succubus Mask, immune to 5,000 points of magic damage every 3 seconds. Avatar, Cool Summer Nurse Outfit creates an illusory avatar that lasts for 3 seconds, inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes, and attacks the target. Resistance Aura, Expanding Chest Mirror offsets 150 points of normal attack damage per second. Continuous Damage, Snow White Printed Eye Sleeves, each time the target is hit, it causes 300 points of damage for 5 seconds. Phase Shift, Crystal Height Enhancing Leather Slippers active skill. After activation, movement speed plus 200, dodge plus 100, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Deadly Scissor Kick, rope-bound fishnet stockings when the health of a target below the diamond level is less than 30%. A 720-degree rotation critical hit can be applied to the target's head. There is a new Deadly Scissor Kick skill, which is a bit violent. Directly launch a critical strike against targets with health below 30%. This is equivalent to increasing the monster spawning speed by another third. Even Lin Dong was very envious of this skill. It was simply a magical skill for killing monsters. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go to the bronze dungeon. Su Runin shook Lin Dong's arm and said in a coquettish tone, Lin Dong has been acting like a pig today, looking stupid and silly. I don't know if he is fascinated by her outfit. Lin Dong moved his wrist and chuckled. Let's go. Let's reach level 20 before dark. We'll go straight to the silver dungeon tomorrow. 47 Mutated Monster. 3-tailed Demonic Fox. Just when Lin Dong and his friends were preparing to enter the bronze level copy, Shui Hong and others who were madly leveling up encountered a huge change. The hunting team has deployed their troops and is now trying their best to capture a bloody toad. As the captain, Shui Hong is issuing orders quickly. Bai Xingxue, Song Tianke, you stay around me to provide support, and I'll take the damage. You too must entangle this bloody toad and never let it escape the encirclement. Yao Qingxing, remember to add blood to everyone. This bloody toad has the ability to suck blood. The three of us may have our blood sucked away by it at any time. You must add blood in time. Choi Hyuna, your split arrows are crucial. The explosive damage depends on you. Don't let your guard down. If we can kill this bloody toad boss this time, each of us can at least share about 20,000 experience points, and we can also obtain a large amount of materials. It's quite cost-effective. Originally, according to Shui Hong's arrangement, there shouldn't be any problems. But just when they had almost reduced the health of the boss with 200,000 HP, something unexpected happened. The blood-red toad, which was originally dying, suddenly grew wildly in size and made a deafening croaking sound. Quack, 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 quack. Immediately afterwards, the bloody toad's head suddenly split in the middle and turned into two heads of the same size. And the next second, the blood toad was immediately full of blood, and even its combat power soared to twice as much as before. The two heads kept sticking out and rolling their tongues, causing Shui Hong, who was struggling to resist, to vomit blood and fly out. The team that had been able to defeat the blood-red toad suddenly became overwhelmed and unable to cope with the situation. Oh no, this bloody toad has mutated. Retreat quickly. But at this point, they no longer could retreat whenever they wanted. Just now, the bloody toad almost died in their hands. Now it was extremely ferocious and didn't want to let any of them go. Seeing that the situation was critical, Shui Hong immediately ignored his injuries, stood up and shouted loudly. Mutual stroking, baby, fighting technique. Get bigger. With his loud shout, he grew 3 times larger, a metallic luster flowed on his body, and his defense more than doubled. He used his fighting skills and was obviously ready to fight to the death. Unless there is a special crisis, he will never use such a highly exhausting combat skill. Seeing Shui Hong being so serious, the knife maniac Song Tianke also fixed his eyes. 13 styles of heavenly sword. Slash! Bai Xingxue also turned sideways and lifted his white robe, making a life-threatening gesture. Evansvessing swell technique. Open! Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. They knew that if one person in their team was in danger, their entire team might be wiped out. Chain blood recovery technique. God-level split arrow. Everyone used all their life skills and prepared to fight the mutated blood toad. As everyone used their skills, the battle entered a stalemate again. But the consumption was enormous. Even with Yao Qingxing's help in recovering blood, everyone was still desperately taking blood and mana recovery potions. We must report the appearance of mutant monsters in the level copy to our tactical instructor, Mr. Ding, immediately. This is an extremely dangerous signal, indicating that the level copy is no longer safe. That's a mutated monster. Each level copy is set up strictly according to the level. In theory, as long as you meet the level requirements, your safety can be absolutely guaranteed. But if a mutated monster appears in a level copy, it will be contagious and cause all the monsters to mutate. The mutated level copy will become extremely dangerous. Even if a warrior of a higher level enters it, there is still the danger of falling. The reason why the Chinese warriors on the border developed a fear of war was because of the appearance of these mutated monsters. Otherwise, Marshal Shao would not have created a god himself to stabilize the morale of the army. Unexpectedly, mutated monsters would appear in the strictly controlled level copies of their special training camp. This is really terrifying. While they were trying every possible way to escape from the copy, Lin Dong and his team swaggered into the bronze copy nearby. The monsters in the bronze dungeon basically have 1,000, 2,000 health points and 3,500 experience points. As for the small boss, it has about 5,000, 8,000 health points and 1050 experience points. For the big boss, it has about 10, 0, 0, 0, 30, 0, 0, 0 health points and 100, 300 experience points. There are no big bosses in ordinary bronze copies, but the special training camp selects only geniuses, so big bosses will be added to the bronze copies. However, the atmosphere in the bronze copy at this time seemed a bit weird, because all the monsters in the bronze copy were crawling and kneeling in the direction of a big boss, as if they were paying homage to their king. In that direction, A fox with 3 tails was howling toward the sky. It made a chirping sound, which sounded like a woman laughing. It's a bit creepy to hear such a sound in an empty copy. Lin Dong had goosebumps all over his body and muttered to himself in confusion. What's that sound? It sounds creepy. Su Runin also nodded timidly and hugged Lin Dong's arm tightly. Lin Dong, why do I feel that the monsters in the bronze dungeon are so much stronger? We won't be able to defeat them, right? Puff! Lin Dong couldn't help but burst out laughing. With the equipment they are wearing, they can clear not only bronze dungeons, but also gold dungeons. Patting Su Runin on the shoulder, Lin Dong seemed full of confidence. Don't worry, in this kind of copy, we are gods. As he spoke, Lin Dong swung his bloodthirsty sword and instantly killed all the surrounding desert wolves. With an attack power of more than 3,000, it is enough to kill all monsters instantly. Even the small boss can be defeated in just 2 moves. Seeing Lin Dong being so brave, Su Runin suddenly became very ambitious. Hey Lin Dong, let's see who can kill faster. However, these monsters are a little different from their usual mechanical and dull state. After Lin Dong and Su Runin started killing people, they all quickly fled in the direction of the 3-tailed demon fox. It seemed that only by fleeing there could they survive. Lin Dong stopped the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Strange, the movements of these monsters are so weird. This shouldn't happen. Su Runin also held up her snow-white printed sleeves, with a look of deep confusion on her face. In the iron instance, those monsters were fearless and rushed forward, but why are the monsters in the bronze instance so smart that they just threw us away? What Su Runin said was right. These monsters really seem to have intelligence. They became much more agile and ran away directly when they saw that they could not defeat the 2 of them. Nodding, Lin Dong also noticed this abnormality. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked carefully at these quickly fleeing monsters, as if something was calling them. Let's go and see what's going on. So the 2 of them followed these monsters, walking slowly, wanting to see what had happened. And ahead of them, a huge change was happening in a bronze-level copy. The 3-tailed demon fox is gathering tens of thousands of demon beasts and sitting on a high slope, appearing to be awe-inspiring without even being angry. It has an innate skill called enlightenment worship. When it is worshipped, it can open up the wisdom of the magical beasts that worship it, which is equivalent to the IQ level of a 3-year-old human child. The more magical beasts worship it, the stronger its fighting power will be. It has gathered tens of thousands of magical beasts and has the IQ level of a 10-year-old human child. It also has 100,000 health points and over 2,000 attack power. This kind of combat power has surpassed some ordinary gold-level monsters. At this moment, he looked at Lin Dong and Su Runin who were approaching him slowly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his pupils. Oh, human! 48 silver weapon. Hades' beast soul furnace. The 3-tailed demon fox looked at Lin Dong and Su Runin with disdain, its pupils filled with disdain. They were just 2 bronze human warriors, and he could easily kill them with just a wave of his hand. Therefore, it was not very interested in Lin Dong and Su Runin. It still continued to emit sound waves, trying to call more monsters to come and become its slaves. The more slaves it has, the faster it grows, and it can even cause secondary mutations and completely dominate this level of copy. Damn humans, they actually imprisoned our noble monsters in this small level copy. When I have the power to break out of my cocoon and become a butterfly, I will lead the army of Warcraft, break through the limitations of the level dungeon, and return to the vast world completely. The 3-tailed demon fox released a powerful force, which immediately caused tens of thousands of monsters in front of it to roar in anger. They were moved by the great dream of the 3-tailed demon fox, and now they all wanted to repay the newly born great mutant king with their lives. The 3-tailed demon fox looked at the magical beasts that were completely under its control with satisfaction, and the expression on its face became more lively. If it hadn't maintained its fox posture, it would even be suspected to be a human. Lin Dong and Su Runin, who arrived at the monster gathering point, were also stunned by the crazy scene before them. Su Runin covered her mouth with her hands, her face full of disbelief. Lin Dong, am I seeing things? That fox is standing there with its hands on its hips like a human. Could it be that it has become a spirit? It is said that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, animals are not allowed to become spirits. Even high-level monsters generally have an IQ lower than that of a 3-year-old child. But the three-tailed fox in front of him was obviously different. It stood there vividly, just like a human being. Lin Dong also frowned and thought. He had a premonition that something big might happen in World of Warcraft ahead of time. I remember that in the previous life, the mutation of Warcraft was a very slow process, and it would take at least a year for Warcraft with human-level IQ to appear. But now, a highly intelligent mutated monster has appeared ahead of time, and it seems that things are becoming more and more urgent. If we don't improve our strength soon, once a mythical mutated monster appears, the entire blue planet will completely become food for the monster, and there will be no chance of recovery. No level, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, sky, legend, epic, myth, supreme, and eternal. The combat power of each level of Warcraft is more than 10 times that of the previous level. Starting from the mythical level of Warcraft, the combat power will even soar to hundreds or thousands of times that of the previous level. Although legendary monsters have just appeared now, no one can guarantee that monsters will not evolve again in a short period of time. After hesitating for a while, Lin Dong finally moved. This mutant three-tailed fox must be eliminated quickly. This kind of mutant monster with high intelligence evolves very quickly. Although she has only entered the silver level now, it won't be long before she can easily break through the level barrier and quickly evolve to the gold level or above. By that time, the two of us will be no match for her at all. Giving Su Runin a cautious look, Lin Dong cautiously swung the bloodthirsty sword and took an attacking stance towards the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox's pupils moved, and a playful expression appeared on his face. Two ordinary bronze humans dare to attack this king? I originally wanted you to appreciate my rise and be a qualified audience. But now that you have actually attacked me, I will not let you go. Young men, go ahead and tear them both into pieces and use them as a snack. Following the order from the three-tailed fox, a group of monsters rushed towards Lin Dong and Su Runin like crazy. Desert wolves, poisonous scorpions, one-horned rhinos, cave black snakes, forest elephants, a black mass, running wildly towards them, causing the earth to tremble violently. But Lin Dong remained fearless in the face of danger, and his entire spirit and energy reached its peak. The damage-stacking effect of the bloodthirsty sword has been stacked 50 times, and each attack can increase the damage by 2,500 points. Moreover, the bloodthirsty sword has a group attack effect, which can ensure that the attack does not decay. So even if there are a lot of monsters, it is useless to me. As he spoke, Lin Dong waved his hand, and a scarlet streak of light slashed out, causing the first dozen or so monsters that rushed up to fall directly into a pool of blood. After the bloodthirsty sword absorbed the blood of these monsters, the entire blade looked even more enchanting. Su Runin also waved the snow-white printed eyes sleeves in her hand and began to fiercely attack the charging monster. Because of the massive amount of killing, the snow-white sleeves were now covered with fine blood mist like plum blossoms, which looked extremely beautiful. It has to be said that with their thousands of attack output, it was too easy to deal with these monsters with only 1,000 or 2,000 health points. In just about 10 minutes, thousands of monster corpses were lying on the ground, piling up like a hill. The eyes of those Warcraft monsters that were originally attacking frantically were now filled with fear, and they hesitated and dared not move forward. He could only bare his teeth at Lin Dong and Su Runin, but did not launch any actual attack. Even if Lin Dong took a step forward, they would frantically retreat dozens of steps. Seeing that the army of monsters was defeated by 2 humans and was even on the verge of collapse, a strange look appeared in the eyes of the three-tailed fox. These 2 humans are not ordinary bronze human warriors. Their weapons seem to have been specially forged and look very powerful. It seems that I have to kill them myself. Otherwise, the team I have worked so hard to gather will be dispersed by them. Having made up its mind, the three-tailed demon fox ordered the monster to retreat. It walked to the front of the team with its 2 little paws on its back, looking very proud. The three-tailed fox stopped 10 meters away from Lin Dong, looking very arrogant. Damn human, you actually dared to trespass into my territory, the Fox King. I declare you dead. Seeing that this fox could actually speak human language, Lin Dong burst out laughing. An animal is an animal. Do you think it can learn to speak like a human? Su Runin on the side blinked in surprise and pulled Lin Dong's sleeve. Lin Dong, this fox is so cute. It would be fun to raise one. Upon hearing the conversation between Su Runin and Lin Dong, the three-tailed fox suddenly became furious. How dare you, human, want to take me as your pet? How absurd. D. As the three-tailed fox finished speaking, it raised its little paw towards the sky, and a white ball of essence formed in its hand. And it was muttering something, obviously launching an attack. Lin Dong's face changed, because he felt that the energy field around him was changing rapidly. Dangerous auras were gathering towards him and Su Runin. No, hide quickly. Lin Dong pulled Su Runin and quickly retreated. As soon as they left the place where they had just stood, a snake-shaped lightning emerged from the ground with crackling arcs. Not only that, Lin Dong, who had just landed, immediately felt a tingling sensation under his feet, and this feeling quickly spread to his whole body. Lin Dong, I feel like I can't move anymore. It seems like I've been paralyzed by lightning. Su Runin's voice came from beside Lin Dong, with a certain horror in her voice. Because they were at least 50 meters away from the three-tailed demon fox, and they were actually paralyzed by the electric shock. Lin Dong tried hard to control his body and jumped out again with Su Runin. If it weren't for the chainmail's super strong magic resistance, he would probably have been paralyzed by electricity like Su Runin. The three-tailed demon fox on the opposite side showed a hint of disdain. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? You can't easily escape from my Thunder God skills. As it spoke, the three-tailed fox waved its hand again and launched an attack towards Lin Dong. And the many magical beasts standing behind it and watching all showed expressions of admiration. Their new king is so powerful. Not only does he possess the rare bloodline of the ancient mythical beast nine-tailed fox, but he also has his own unique skills. He is simply the idol of their beasts. At this moment, Lin Dong's system suddenly made a sound. Ding, a rare, highly intelligent mutant three-tailed demon fox has been detected. The system has issued a forging task. Please defeat the three-tailed demon fox and use its soul to create a silver weapon, the Hades Beast Soul Furnace. Task reward: experience plus 5,000, proficiency plus 50. The Beast Soul Furnace of Hades? The name sounds unusual. Lin Dong's spirits perked up, and he looked for an opportunity to attack the three-tailed fox. 49 upgrade. Impact Silver Warrior. In Lin Dong's eyes, this mutated three-tailed demon fox had completely become his prey. Although its companion skill of thunder at every step is quite powerful, it is just scratching the surface in front of his powerful magic resistance. What Lin Dong needs to do now is to kill the three-tailed fox with one blow. After all, this kind of highly intelligent monster will become extremely cautious once the other party knows that he has the ability to kill it. If he couldn't kill it with one strike, the three-tailed fox would most likely hide. Given the speed at which the beast ran, it would be extremely difficult for him to catch up with it. After moving a few more times, Lin Dong had arrived less than 30 meters away from the three-tailed fox. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed, and he gripped the bloodthirsty sword in his hand even tighter. Runin, you have to hold on for a while. I'm going to kill this three-tailed fox. At this time, Su Runin had been electrocuted to the point of being dizzy, and her pupils were a little confused. Be careful. The skills of this three-tailed demon fox are too abnormal. Lin Dong nodded and activated the flash skill of the acceleration gloves. Whoosh! Lin Dong appeared directly in front of the three-tailed demon fox. He swung the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, and then the shadowless fist skill was activated. In an instant, Lin Dong dealt nearly 20,000 plus damage. However, facing the three-tailed demon fox with a health point of 100,000, these injuries are not fatal. The three-tailed fox was also startled. Its pupils moved rapidly, and it immediately distanced itself from Lin Dong. Boy, I didn't expect you to have the ability to fight back, but in this Fox King's opinion, you are still far from it. Although it was shouting fiercely, the look in the three-tailed fox's eyes when it looked at Lin Dong showed obvious alertness. But before it could finish its words, Lin Dong flashed again and swung the bloodthirsty sword in his hand continuously, trying to take down the three-tailed demon fox directly. The three-tailed demon fox had the experience of the last fight, and now it became very slippery. Lin Dong swung his sword 3 times, but only hit once, causing only 5,800 points of damage. We are still a long way from killing this three-tailed demon fox. The three-tailed demon fox was defeated by Lin Dong one after another, and now it became furious. Human boy, you have successfully angered this Fox King. From now on, this Fox King will be serious. As it spoke, the three-tailed fox raised its hand once more, and the ball of energy in its hand condensed in a shape once more. Within 100 meters around it, crackling arcs of electricity appeared on the ground once again. Lin Dong leaped into the air to avoid being paralyzed by lightning. Then he activated the golden jade boots, trying to create a sonic boom effect. Sonic boom has a 10% chance of causing sonic boom damage, making the opponent unconscious and unable to lock onto the target for 3 seconds. This is Lin Dong's only control skill. Although there is a probability, he has an attack speed of nearly 100. As long as the number of attacks is sufficient, the sonic boom effect will definitely be triggered. At this time, the three-tailed demon fox had been entangled by Lin Dong's explosive jump and could hardly separate itself from Lin Dong. It could only tremble with Lin Dong. Lin Dong was also attacking frantically, not giving the three-tailed fox any chance to breathe. Ding! Sonic boom is triggered. The target is unconscious for 3 seconds and loses the ability to attack. As the sonic boom attribute of the golden jade boots took effect, Lin Dong immediately swung the bloodthirsty sword and began to slash at the three-tailed demon fox. In just 3 seconds, Lin Dong launched 10 attacks. In an instant, 58,000 points of damage were caused to the three-tailed demon fox. The health bar of the three-tailed demon fox was reduced to only 1/5 in an instant. As long as the sonic boom effect is triggered once more, Lin Dong can directly kill the three-tailed demon fox. But the three-tailed demon fox, who had regained consciousness, also realized how powerful Lin Dong was. It didn't want to fight with Lin Dong anymore, but quickly distanced itself from Lin Dong in an attempt to escape. However, Lin Dong's acceleration gloves have a flash attribute, which allows him to enter any position within a 50-meter range at any time. This makes the three-tailed fox extremely crazy. Damn human, why are you following me like a tail? This Fox King is completely furious. The three-tailed fox roared continuously, but it had no way to deal with Lin Dong. Suddenly, it noticed Su Runin standing aside and watching the battle, and immediately a plan came to its mind. If I can control this human woman, this man will definitely be afraid to attack me again. When this Fox King recovers, I will eat both of them to vent my anger. Having made up his mind, the three-tailed fox suddenly rushed towards Su Runin, wanting to launch a sneak attack when she was off guard. Careful! Lin Dong instantly realized the conspiracy of the three-tailed demon fox and immediately reminded Su Runin. But what was surprising was that Su Runin looked a little dazed and didn't know how to avoid it at all. However, Lin Dong noticed that there was a barely perceptible hint of surprise on Su Runin's face. Could it be that, just when Lin Dong was suspicious, Su Runin, who was bullied by the three-tailed fox, suddenly moved? Just by hearing her delicate cry, she looked so majestic. Deadly scissor kick. Hearing Su Runin releasing the skill, Lin Dong instantly felt relieved and his pace slowed down. Deadly scissor kicks and rope-tied fishnet stockings are entry skills. When the health of a target below the diamond level is less than 30%, a 720-degree rotating critical hit can be inflicted on the target's head. In other words, the three-tailed fox, whose health is less than 1/5 at this moment, will be directly killed by Su Runin. As expected, the three-tailed fox, which had been baring its fangs and claws, now fell straight to the ground with its double pupils wide open, seemingly dying with its eyes open. It could not understand until its death why this seemingly weak human woman could launch an attack more powerful than that man. Su Runin, who has experienced the power of the deadly scissor leg entry, is still twisting her long legs and stockings with a sense of unsatisfaction. Lin Dong, Humph, don't offend me in the future. I now have the deadly scissor kick skill. If you dare to bully me in the future, I will break your neck with a deadly scissor kick, just like this dead fox. As he spoke, Su Runin imitated the action of twisting a neck with a snap, looking very proud. However, when Lin Dong heard Su Runin's words, a picture already appeared in his mind. If a pair of long legs and stockings like this were wrapped around my neck. Oh no, I can't think about it. I can't think about it. My body is about to react. Lin Dong drove away the thoughts in his mind and began to check the results of his victory. The soul of this three-tailed demon fox has not yet completely dissipated, and this is the critical moment for refining the Netherworld Beast Soul Furnace. Lin Dong quickly put the corpse of the three-tailed demon fox into the forging furnace and started refining it on the spot. A minute and a half later, a small black furnace with a gloomy atmosphere was taken out from the system forging furnace by Lin Dong. What's this? Su Runin opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at the new equipment. Equipment. Hades Beast Soul Furnace, silver level. Attack. 9,800. Thunder at every step. Release a 500-point Earth Core lightning damage to the target within a 100-meter radius. Soul Capture. Every time you collect a monster corpse, your attack will increase by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10,000 points. A purely offensive weapon, Su Runin was a little jealous. What a pity! It's a silver-level weapon and can only be worn after it's upgraded to level 20. Otherwise, our monster spawning speed in the bronze dungeon can be increased a lot. Hearing these words, Lin Dong smiled slightly. Level 20? Isn't that fast? I just killed so many monsters, including the three-tailed demon fox. Both he and Su Runin gained more than 30,000 experience points. At this time, he is already level 17, with experience 67500/100000. Su Runin has also reached the peak of level 15, 31200/32,000, and will soon catch up with Lin Dong's level. According to calculations, to reach level 20, you will need 120,000 experience points at level 18, 150,000 experience points at level 19, and 200,000 experience points at level 20. The total experience is about 500,000. At the rate they kill monsters, they should be able to easily collect enough before dark. After all, when they worked together, they killed monsters so quickly that they could gain more than 1,000 experience points every minute. At this terrifying speed, you can be promoted to level 20 in 10 hours at most. Lin Dong brushed off the blood on his body, and he became full of energy. Without further delay, let's kill monsters and level up. Su Runin nodded and cooperated with Lin Dong to start killing monsters in large numbers. What they didn't know was that in the bronze copy, there was a corner shrouded in fog. In the corner, a roar came from another dimension. Which damn human killed my three-tailed, double-pupiled fox? When my beastly body descends upon the blue planet, I will make all of you humans be buried with my son. 50 The Golden Horn shows its power. While Lin Dong and his friends were working hard to kill monsters and level up, the entire blue planet is undergoing drastic changes. The monsters in the level copies began to mutate, and this happened not only in the level copies of the special training camp. Similar things are happening rapidly throughout China, and even throughout the entire blue planet. The overall difficulty of the dungeons that were originally suitable for humans to level up and kill monsters has increased by 3 to 5 times. In some individual dungeons, the strength of the monsters has even increased by more than 10 times. Even the Black Iron dungeon that a warrior who had just awakened his profession could play was now difficult for even a bronze warrior to complete. In every level of dungeon, there are mutated monsters that are 1 or even 2 levels higher than the current dungeon level. This is still a relatively mature and safe level copy, and in the long battle between Warcraft and humans, the number of mutated Warcraft is beyond human imagination. Even legendary monsters appeared in large numbers in the border areas. Not only did the pressure on China's defense line double, but in other directions of Blue Star, Warcraft also tore open new landing points and began to invade Blue Star on a large scale. For a time, many teams and individuals who were killing monsters were attacked fiercely by the mutated monsters, resulting in heavy casualties. This rapid mutation of Warcraft directly resulted in humans having to face more powerful Warcraft, and destroying them would result in greater casualties. All the human beings on the blue planet are in panic. If we cannot deal with the crisis of Warcraft mutation, the entire blue planet will quickly fall under the iron hoof of Warcraft. The Pope of the Western Temple even convened a meeting of the great powers to discuss how to avoid this sudden disaster. Originally, the Warcraft landing points were mainly concentrated near China. How come Warcraft landing points are now appearing in the West? Although the scale of the monster landing point is not large now, the mutated monsters are very ferocious. Once they are allowed to expand in scale, we Western powers will pay a heavy price. The major powers attending the meeting looked at each other and felt the pressure increasing sharply. It seems that after 300 years of peaceful struggle between humans and Warcraft, Warcraft is about to invade Blue Planet once again. Your Majesty, there are sky-level mutant monsters lurking near the Western monster landing point. I'm afraid we have to gather the strength of all the Western powers to control the situation. A leader of a powerful country suggested this, but his voice was trembling and he was obviously not completely sure. After all, the West has been safe for too long. With China at the forefront, they have been developing with peace of mind. Now, they are facing danger head-on. It would be a lie to say they are not nervous. The Emperor glanced around and struck the ground with the Staff of Doom in his hand. Why are you panicking? The monster's landing point appears to our west, which may be a great opportunity. In the past, the landing points were concentrated near China, and it was difficult for us to obtain first-hand warcraft supplies. Now we finally have a chance. Follow my instructions. Let's put the territorial treaty in China on hold for now. Let's concentrate our efforts on controlling the monster's landing point. While the Western powers were anxiously discussing the landing point of the warcraft, an epic war had already begun in China. Although the number of mutated monsters is several times higher than before, there are even several new monster landing points. But the soldiers on China's southwestern defense line appear to be full of confidence, because they have just received a magical equipment, the Golden Horn. They had seen the power of this team combat equipment with their own eyes during the live broadcast. At this time, Peng Yueran, deputy commander of the Southwest Defense Line, was holding this sacred artifact devoutly, his excitement evident in words. Warriors, our savior is here. With this equipment, I can finally fight against the damn mutated monster army. Assemble 10,000 warriors immediately. Let's go and repel the mutant monsters that are besieging the defense line. Hearing the words of Deputy Commander Peng Yueran, all the soldiers began to shout, Va! 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 The soldiers shouted in unison. Their voices shook the sky, showing their powerful military might. But their eyes were all fixed on the golden horn in Peng Yueran's hand, watching the magical changes brought about by this equipment. Peng Yueran smiled crookedly, and his strong confidence was invisibly revealed. Listen to my command, charge. The golden horn is only effective for 5 minutes. Once the time is up, retreat immediately. As he spoke, Peng Yu blew the golden horn. Woo woo woo. The desolate and majestic sound immediately resounded throughout the entire border defense line, making every soldier who heard it excited. Team morale increased by 10,000. Each member's attack plus 10,000. Defense plus 10,000. Current team members 10, 000/10, 000. The Golden Horn makes every warrior as powerful as a legendary god of war. At this moment, they stared at the huge light curtain, like a round scimitar, quickly entering the battlefield and cutting the lives of the mutated monsters. Along the way, the originally arrogant and domineering mutant monsters all died and turned into balls of blood, mist, and corpses. 10,000 war gods are really terrifying. Even a legendary mutated monster was killed instantly with one move. Only sky-level monsters can barely resist and escape. In an instant, the entire defense line was filled with the corpses of monsters. This 5-minute charge left tens of thousands of monster corpses behind. The results were impressive. However, there are at least tens of billions of mutated monsters gathered around the defense line. This huge victory seems insignificant compared to the overall number of Warcraft. After a quick retreat, all the soldiers had excitement and surprise on their faces. In those 5 minutes, just now, they felt a power they had never felt before. If the Golden Horn was effective longer, they could even kill their way through the Warcraft army. Deputy Commander Peng Yueran nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, they could quickly eliminate all the monsters from Iron to Legendary levels. By then, the remaining Sky-level Legendary monsters can be slowly killed. And this time the harvest was huge. The corpses of the killed monsters were all good materials for forging equipment. If it is sent to the rear, maybe a new batch of handy equipment can be produced. An hour later, the cooling time of the Golden Horn ended, and Peng Yu's men once again organized a charge of 10,000 people. This time the harvest was huge, and a sky-level mutant monster and tens of thousands of monsters of other levels were directly killed. Sensing the ferocious monsters in the human camp, the restless beasts gradually calmed down and began to launch tentative attacks on the Chinese warriors to reduce the number of casualties. The crisis on the southwest defense line was also completely alleviated. Upon hearing the news, Marshal Shao finally relaxed his frown and happily drank 3 big bowls of rice. Great! The Golden Horn is so powerful. If more Golden Horns were deployed to the southeast and northwest defense lines, our Chinese border would be completely stabilized. Rubbing his hands, there was an indescribable excitement in Marshal Zhao's eyes. He was extremely satisfied with his new disciple Lin Dong. The appearance of this god-level blacksmith can be said to be heaven's will. It is heaven's favor to China. His gaze turned to the guard beside him. According to the itinerary, Lin Dong should have arrived at the Ares Academy training camp. Is he used to the life there? Guard Song Xingzhe saluted and respectfully reported the news about Lin Dong. Marshal, Lin Dong seems to be being excluded in the special training camp. Some of those talented students who went to the Imperial Capital Middle School looked down on him. Even though he was your disciple, he was not treated preferentially. Also, there are mutant monsters in the dungeon at the training camp. Lin Dong might run into some trouble when he's clearing the dungeon. Marshal, do you want our secret guards to go and help Lin Dong? After listening to the report from Guard Song Xingzhe, Marshal Xiao smiled slightly, seemingly not caring. My disciple, if you can't even solve this little trouble, then you are not worthy of being my disciple. Don't worry, Lin Dong is capable enough to handle these issues. Lin Dong, who was highly expected by Marshal Xiao, certainly would not disappoint. Now, he has worked hard to kill monsters and has reached level 19. He is only 200,000 experience points away from becoming a silver warrior. But at this moment, the underworld beast soul furnace in his storage ring suddenly moved. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Dong felt the storage ring beating and curiously released the Hades beast soul furnace, feeling a little surprised. After all, it was his weapon, and he could feel certain emotions conveyed by the Hades beast soul furnace. Why do I feel like it's a little hungry? 51-5 Thunder's Heavenly Heart Beast Soul Formation. Seeing Lin Dong suddenly stopped, Su Runin glanced at him curiously. What's wrong, Lin Dong? You're about to reach level 20. Why did you stop? Lin Dong pointed at the underworld beast soul furnace in his hand, seeming to be thinking about something. There seems to be something in front of it that is attracting it. I feel it is getting very excited. Oh! Su Runin observed the underworld beast soul furnace curiously, trying to find out some clues. Suddenly, she pointed at a pattern on the beast soul furnace and said, Lin Dong, look, the totem pattern here seems to be glowing. Lin Dong turned the beast soul furnace and looked at the glowing totem patterns, and suddenly he understood. Because just now, a piece of information from the glowing pattern entered his mind. 5 Thunder's Heavenly Heart Beast Soul Formation? It turns out that there is a bonus formation engraved on this netherworld beast soul furnace. As long as you collect 5 special Thunder Beasts, you can amplify the skill of Thunder at every step. The current skill of Step-by-Step Lightning releases 10 lightning bolts with a damage of 500 points to the target within a 100-meter radius. The total damage is 5,000 points. However, the power of the thunder that was amplified by the 5 Thunder's Heavenly Heart Beast Soul Formation was incomparable. The 2 Thunder Beasts have a 200% increase in power and can continuously release 20 Earth Core lightning bolts with a damage of 500 points, with a total damage of up to 20,000 points. The 3 Thunder Beasts have a 300% increase in power and can continuously release 30 Earth Core lightning bolts with a damage of 500 points, with a total damage of up to 45,000 points. The 4 Thunder Beasts have a 400% increase in power and can continuously release 40 Earth Core lightning bolts with a damage of 500 points, with a total damage of up to 80,000 points. The power of the 5 Thunder Beasts can be amplified by 500%, and they can continuously release 50 Earth Core lightning bolts with a damage of 500 points, with a total damage of up to 125,000 points. Moreover, there is no level limit for Thunder Beasts. You only need to collect the 5 Thunder Beasts mentioned in the inscription to activate the formation. The Thunder Beast pattern that had lit up at this time was in the shape of a fox. The reason why the Beast Soul Furnace in the underworld was beating was because another egg-shaped pattern also produced a faint light. It seems that in some direction ahead, there is the egg-shaped Beast Soul needed by the Hades Beast Soul Furnace. After looking at it carefully for a while, Lin Dong suddenly realized, Runin, let's go and take a look in that direction. If I'm right, there's a Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast in that direction. The Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast, one of the rare mutant monsters, unexpectedly appears in the bronze copy. It seems that the mutation speed of Warcraft has become faster and faster. However, Lin Dong was secretly excited. This monster's mutation may be dangerous to others, but it may be a good thing for him. Because mutated monsters are rare materials, they can be used to forge equipment with special attributes. For example, this Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast can amplify the 5 Thunder's Heavenly Heart Beast Soul Formation, allowing the damage of thunder at every step to reach 20,000 points. As long as he reaches level 20, he can rely on the Hades Beast Soul Furnace to deal 40,000 points of damage in a single attack. With this kind of damage, Any small monster can be killed in one hit, and even a silver boss can be dealt with in 3 or 4 hits. The monster-killing efficiency is simply explosive. This is only the amplification effect of 2 Thunder Beasts. If he can gather all 5 Thunder Beasts, he will dare to fight even the legendary boss and the Sky Boss. With excitement, Lin Dong took Su Runin and moved quickly towards the direction of the Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast. On a steep cliff, a huge bird egg standing on it was slowly beginning to crack under the bombardment of thunder. Snap! A piece of eggshell flew out from the top of the egg. A furry little head poked out from the jagged gap, looking sneaky. Coo coo coo. This is a snake-like hairy creature that looks very strange. Originally, he was just a descendant of a thunderbird, but under the bombardment of thunder, he mutated and began to activate the thin bloodline of the Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast. At this moment, it was greedily absorbing the lightning in the air and seemed to be enjoying it very much. At this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard in the distance. 2 humans, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, walked up to it unscrupulously and looked at it with malicious eyes. The little Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast immediately stretched out its neck and warned the invaders of their provocative behavior. However, these 2 people were talking and laughing, obviously not taking it seriously. Lin Dong, look at this little animal, it's so cute. I think I could keep one as a pet. Runin, I have a use for this Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast. I'll put it into the Netherworld Beast Soul Furnace first. If you want to raise it, I'll catch another one for you later. These 2 damn humans actually thought it was in their pockets. It's simply outrageous. The little Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast stretched its neck angrily and shot out a thick column of lightning that was as sticky as liquid towards Lin Dong and Su Runin. Lin Dong protected Su Runin behind him with a smile on his face. What a grumpy little fellow. But this little bit of damage can't even break through my defense. What a pity. As he spoke, Lin Dong raised his bloodthirsty sword high up, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Puff! The little Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast's head drooped down, and its life force quickly dissipated. Su Runin on the side pouted and sighed. Lin Dong, how could you bear to kill such a cute little guy? You are so cruel. Lin Dong rolled his eyes at her, wondering where her saintly heart came from. This is the mutated magical beast Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast. If it grows up, it can at least surpass the sky level and become a legendary magical beast. By that time, the damage it caused was simply beyond description. It's a pity for such a little monster cub. I don't know what she is thinking. After the corpse of the Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast was put into the Hades Beast Soul Furnace, the egg-shaped totem pattern also lit up. After collecting the souls of 2 Thunder Beasts, the Hades Beast Soul Furnace can now emit up to 20,000 points of thunder damage. This will be the guarantee for Lin Dong to enter the Silver Dungeon and kill monsters. But this kind of good luck doesn't always happen. In the following time, Lin Dong cleared all the bronze level copies, but no Thunder Beast appeared again, which made him feel a little regretful. 2 hours had passed since they entered the bronze level copy, and it was now around 8 o'clock in the evening. But the 2 did not feel tired at all. Instead, they were full of energy. Su Runin wiped the sweat from her face with a hint of indescribable excitement. Lin Dong, I finally reached level 20. Now we can go play the Silver Dungeon. However, Lin Dong shook his head and decided to rest for a night before making any decision. There's no rush to clear the Silver Dungeon. Let's go back and have a good night's rest, and then build a complete set of silver equipment. It won't be too late to clear it later. But Su Runin seemed unsatisfied and looked at Lin Dong pleadingly. Lin Dong, let's go take a look at the Silver Dungeon. The bronze equipment you created is so powerful. I feel like we can still kill our way through the Silver Dungeon. We don't even need silver equipment. There was nothing wrong with what Su Runin said. After all, the health of the monsters in the silver copy is only 5,000, 10,000, and with her current output of 3,000 to 4,000, she can kill 1 and 2. But in Lin Dong's opinion, if he couldn't kill monsters in groups, the efficiency of killing monsters would still be too low. It would be a sheer waste of time to rashly enter the silver copy. After all, if you were a set of silver equipment, your output will be at least tens of thousands, and your efficiency in killing monsters will be at least 10 times higher than it is now. But Su Runin was in a good mood now, so he couldn't refuse. We agreed to just take a look. Don't get too attached to the fight. You have to hurry back to forge silver equipment. We have been killing monsters for a long time today. We should take a break. Only by combining work and rest can we make faster progress. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong, who was giving her endless instructions, and stuck out her tongue, looking very playful. I know, I'm just curious. After arriving at the silver copy, the two clearly felt that this copy was more vast than the previous bronze copy. Moreover, the monsters in the silver copy are also larger in size. They came in this time to familiarize themselves with the terrain, so they didn't kill a large number of monsters. They just quickly toured it and chose the location for tomorrow's monster spawning. Just as they were walking and talking, the sound of fighting in front of them attracted their attention. Shui Hong, you have to hold on. Don't die. You must wait for me to come back. Choi Hyunya, don't worry about me. Go and tell Tactical Instructor Ding to come and rescue us. If it's too late, I'm afraid we'll all die here. Lin Dong and Su Runin looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It's Shui Hong and the others. They seem to be in danger. Let's go and take a look. The two men hid themselves in the bushes and looked towards the battlefield. 52 to save or not to save. Just one glance, and Lin Dong's heart was shocked. Because in the field, there was a two-headed blood-red toad with a completely crimson body, and it was showing its mighty power. Although it has less than half of its health left, it shows extremely strong combat effectiveness. The flying tongues made Lin Dong's eyes twitch. This toad is so strong. If Lin Dong guessed correctly, this blood-colored toad was also a mutated monster. Judging from the strength of his attacks, it has at least reached the gold level, making him an absolute big boss in this silver copy. 500,000 HP, thousands of attacks and defenses. It was simply not something that an ordinary silver warrior could resist. Shui Hong and others who were fighting against him were already a top-level silver combat team, but they had been beaten to the point where they had no power to fight back. Shui Hong stood up from the pool of blood, swallowed the last bottle of blood-restoring medicine, his eyes full of despair. The Dark Knight priest Yao Qingxing had already collapsed on the ground exhausted, unable to use any magic. The sword maniac Song Tianke was also leaning on the ground with only his sword, looking weak. Only the sword saint by Xingxue still maintained the posture of drawing his sword to attack, but it seemed that he was at the end of his strength. At this moment, everyone's hopes are placed on Choi Hyunya, who is about to escape from the battle circle. They hope that he can pass on the news of the mutated monsters and let Tactical Instructor Ding Taichiu come to rescue them. When Su Runin saw this horrific scene, she immediately felt compassion. Lin Dong, do you want to save them? Lin Dong tilted his head and looked at her, wondering why she asked this question. Why should we save them? We don't even know them very well. Su Runin obviously had her own opinion, and she looked seriously into Lin Dong's eyes. Lin Dong, I know you are still angry with them, but I think we should go and help them. Su Runin looked very serious, and it was obvious that she was not simply being sanctimonious. Then she gave Lin Dong a well-reasoned reasoning, which actually made Lin Dong feel it made a lot of sense. You are Marshal Zhao's disciple. You can't do things based on your personal likes and dislikes. You must learn to consider the overall situation. China's situation is precarious now. Every young genius will grow into a main force against the Warcraft army. We should consider the overall situation of China. Moreover, our tactical instructor, Mr. Ding, has repeatedly urged us to be united and friendly. We should take the lead and set an example. More importantly, they will be our classmates in the future. They have great potential and are sincere in their actions. If we can win them over, they may become your right-hand men in the future. After listening to Su Runin's words, Lin Dong touched his chin unconsciously. To be honest, he had never thought about the things that Su Runin considered before. But if you analyze it carefully, it still makes sense. Although Lin Dong is a powerful blacksmith, he can arm a powerful army at any time. However, if you don't have people around you who know you well, you will find it difficult to do things in the future. People like Shui Hong have bad tempers, but fortunately they are all genuine people. If we can really train them to be our own people, it would be a good choice. After all, it is definitely better to have your own reliable team than to fight alone. After hesitating for a while, Lin Dong decided to give these people a chance. Thinking of this, Lin Dong stood up and decided to rescue them. At this moment, something unexpected happened on the field. Choi Hyunya, who was about to escape, attracted the attention of the two-headed blood-red toad. I saw its head twisting quickly, its mouth opening, and a long blood-red tongue rolling directly towards Choi Hyunya. Choi Hyunya was caught off guard and was rolled back by the bloody toad. She was about to become the bloody toad's food. Shui Hong and others were also horrified. Their only hope was gone. No! Hyunya! When Shui Hong screamed, The sword saint by Xingxue beside him suddenly moved. He suddenly pulled out the long sword that was originally hidden in the scabbard, and a bright light flashed. With a dazzling beam of light, he slashed at the blood-colored toad's tongue. Puff! The blood-colored toad's tongue was cut off in midair, and a huge blood mist exploded into a ball, looking extremely tragic. Choi Hyun-ae freed herself from her broken tongue and fell heavily to the ground. Her eyes were a little empty for a moment, and she had not yet recovered from the shadow of death. Bai Xingxue had exhausted all his strength and fell to the ground with a thud. However, the bloody toad whose tongue was cut off became ferocious and screamed in pain. It aimed at Bai Xingxue, who had just attacked it, and stuck out the tongue of its other head, ready to feast on him first. The 5 people who had completely lost their fighting ability couldn't help but close their eyes. Finished. They will all die here today. However, the scene they expected did not appear. After a long time, there was no sign of the bloody toad. Shuehong opened his eyes first and looked around curiously. I saw the blood-red toad looking vigilantly at the 2 young men not far away, in a defensive posture. Could it be that the tactical instructor, the god of war Ding Taichio, has arrived, which can make the blood-colored toad so fearful? Shuehong looked back with anticipation, but the next second, his face turned bitter. The people who came were not the god of war Ding Taichio, but the 2 classmates from that garbage middle school, Lin Dong and Su Runin. Lin Dong was seen holding the blood-crying sword, standing majestically at the back, with the tip of the sword pointing at one of the blood-colored toad's heads. In Su Runin's hand was a pair of blood-stained printed eye sleeves, floating like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Shuehong shook his head. These 2 people must have discovered that they were injured and planned to come and rescue them. But this blood toad is too powerful. They will definitely not be its opponent, and may even lose their lives in vain. Shuehong couldn't help but shout, "You two, hurry up and leave. Don't waste your lives. This bloody toad is too powerful. Go find tactical instructor Ding and ask him to avenge us." However, he did not think about how Lin Dong and the others entered the silver copy. You know, when they separated in the morning, Lin Dong was only level 16 and Su Runin was only level 1. And now, both of them are level 20. This terrifying upgrade speed was definitely something he had never heard of. But now, his mind was filled with telling Lin Dong and the other 2 to escape quickly, and he completely ignored this key point. Lin Dong heard Shuehong's call and looked at him deeply. Well, Shuehong's character is not bad. He can be trained. With a slight sigh of admiration in his heart, Lin Dong began to calculate how to quickly get rid of this bloody toad. But Choi Hyun-ae, who was lying on the ground, taught Lin Dong a lesson again. She straightened her messy purple hair and couldn't help but sneer. Shuehong, if someone wants to be a hero, just let him be a hero. It's useless to persuade someone who is rushing to die. Such a person doesn't deserve sympathy. Lin Dong frowned. What's wrong with this woman? Even when she's about to die, she still doesn't forget to mock others. Could it be that she is so cynical because she was abandoned by a man? When Choi Hyun-ae saw that Lin Dong looked disgusted with him, she couldn't help but become even more aggressive. Lin Dong, what's that look in your eyes? I just look down on people like you who overestimate their own abilities. The 5 of us can't defeat this bloody toad. How can a rubbish forger like you be stronger than the 5 of us? But the next second, she was swept by Lin Dong's cold eyes and was so scared that she dared not speak. That look was extremely terrifying, so cold that it did not contain a trace of human emotion, and even carried a trace of the vicissitudes of time. She had only seen this kind of terrifying look in the eyes of superiors like her father. How could it appear in a young boy like Lin Dong? Before she could react, Lin Dong behind her had already taken a step forward, stirring up a whirlwind on the spot. Choi Hyun-ae, let me tell you, I saved them, but you are a waste. After saying that, Lin Dong winked at Su Runin. Wait a minute, when I finish my combo, you use the fatal scissor kick. We must not let him have the chance to attack us. Su Runin nodded, her eyes full of seriousness. After all, it was my first time facing a gold-level boss, so it would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. She and Lin Dong were both silver warriors who had just been promoted to level 20. The gap in this kind of battle across levels was simply too great. Lin Dong, be careful. Lin Dong, who was standing aside, already had the bloodthirsty sword in his left hand and the underworld beast soul furnace in his right hand, and rushed forward directly. Cut! 53 killed the bloody toad in seconds and forged the Miaojiang 10,000 poison cauldron. Lin Dong also rushed forward with the intention of risking his life. He is still wearing a bronze suit now. Although its attributes are acceptable, it is really a bit difficult to use it to deal with this mutated gold-level boss. According to Lin Dong's calculations, the bloodthirsty sword can deal 5,800 points of damage. The attack and skill of the Hades Soul Furnace can deal 39,800 points of damage. The double acceleration gloves and the Shadowless Fist can deal 20,000 points of damage, plus its own normal attack of 3,300 points. If he performs a combo now, he can deal a maximum of about 70,000 damage. The Bloody Toad has less than half of its health left, which is about 200,000 health bars. After his set of combos unleashes, the Blood Toad's health will be directly reduced to below 30%. With proper coordination, the enemy with this much health can be killed directly by Su Runin's Fatal Scissor Kick. However, this blood-colored toad is extremely easy to burst into life and recover blood directly when its blood volume is low, directly return to its peak state, and even produce new mutations. Therefore, the time difference must be grasped well. If they fail, both of them will inevitably be in danger. When the blood-colored toad saw Lin Dong rushing over, its two bulging eyes instantly turned from gray to black, and it opened its bloody mouth. Quack, quack! A fishy smell instantly swept over Lin Dong's body, and a bright red tongue appeared in an instant, as if Lin Dong would be hit and torn into pieces in the next second. Shuehong shook his head and closed his eyes. Lin Dongxin had good intentions, but he was too reckless and even ruined their last chance of survival. If he had not been so reckless and asked the god of war, Ding Taiqiu, for rescue, there might have been a glimmer of hope. The other few people also showed reluctance on their faces and felt sorry for Lin Dong. Only Cui Huna spat lightly on the ground, looking very angry. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. He just brought it upon himself. But what they didn't know was that in the dark, there was a man with two pairs of eyes, watching closely. When Lin Dong rushed up to him, the two of them were still talking leisurely. Jiangnan Warlord, if you don't take action, Lin Dong's life may be in danger. I'm afraid you won't be able to explain to Marshal Xiao then. The speaker was none other than Ding Taiqiu, the tactical instructor of the special training camp, and beside him was Shun Jiangnan, who had just been promoted to warlord. They attach great importance to the new students in the special training camp and will never let them die easily. They will definitely rescue them at the critical moment. But this kind of life and death moment on the battlefield is a very valuable experience, and they very much hope that these students can experience that feeling. Moreover, fighting at this level is completely childish to them. Even if it only takes 0.01 seconds, they can save people, so they appear to be so leisurely. Shun Jiangnan was eating melon seeds, glanced at Lin Dong and the bloody toad leisurely, and spit out a few melon seed shells. Why are you so anxious? He's not dead yet. Besides, Lin Dong is full of treasures. I'm afraid I can get rid of the bloody toad without even having to take action. Seeing how nervous Shun Jiangnan was, Ding Taiqiu couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Marshal Xiao sent him to protect Lin Dong. I don't know if it was a blessing or a curse. This man was about to lie down on the bed, and he was still here eating melon seeds. He didn't believe that Lin Dong had the strength to kill the bloody toad. Fighting across levels was not something ordinary people could do, not to mention that Lin Dong was a blacksmith. But the next second, he opened his mouth in surprise. How is this possible? What did I see? One set outputs 70,000 points of damage. Ding Taiqiu suddenly stood up at this moment and could no longer keep calm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he is the god of war, it is extremely difficult to deal more than tens of thousands of points of damage at once. This Lin Dong, how did he do it? Such an exaggerated injury made even Shun Jiangnan on the side stop eating melon seeds, looking extremely uneasy. An instant output of 70,000 points? Even a warlord like him doesn't have this kind of ability, right? Even though he is a warlord and has the terrifying professional attack bonus of a holy warrior, even if all his equipment is added together, the total attack will not exceed 30,000 points. Lin Dong can really give people surprises, even shocks. Can the output of this set of bronze equipment really explode to this extent? What shocked them even more was yet to come. Just after Lin Dong dealt a set of damage, in order to prevent the blood toad from exploding and recovering blood, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Runin, it's your turn!" When Su Runin heard Lin Dong's cry, She immediately activated the deadly scissor kick skill of the rope-bound fishnet stockings and directly killed the blood-colored toad whose health was only about 130,000. Boom! The huge body of the two-headed bloody toad was directly cut off by the deadly scissor legs and fell to the ground as a corpse. Xin Jiangnan and Ding Taiqiu were both shocked at this time. Kill directly? Entries with blood volume below 30% will be killed directly. It's really terrible. This kind of miraculous entry equipment is probably something that only Lin Dong can forge. Ding Taiqiu swallowed hard and clenched his storage ring. If I ask Lin Dong to forge a set of equipment, how much would it cost? I don't have high requirements. Any bronze equipment will do. Xin Jiangnan rolled his eyes at him and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Looking at Ding Taiqiu's unseen look, he really embarrassed the god of war. However, his hands gently stroked his two bronze acceleration gloves, showing that he was very fond of them. Fortunately, he met Lin Dong early, got two acceleration gloves, and became a leader among the war masters. But then again, if Lin Dong could make him a set of equipment, he could become stronger, right? His requirements were not high. As long as he could deal 70,000 points of damage at one time like Lin Dong, that would be enough. While the two big guys were secretly making their own plans, Lin Dong in the field gently collected the corpse of the two-headed blood-red toad. Because just now, the system issued another temporary task. Ding, the corpse of the mutant warcraft two-headed bloody toad has been detected. The system has issued a temporary task. Please ask the host to create a silver-level weapon, the Miaojiang 10,000 Poison Cauldron. Miaojiang 10,000 Poisons forging book has been issued. Please complete the forging task within half an hour. Reward experience plus 10,000. Proficiency plus 10. Lin Dong was delighted. The Miaojiang 10,000 Poisons Cauldron sounded like a good weapon just from the name. Now that he has the Underworld B-Soul Furnace, this Miaojiang 10,000 Poison Cauldron can be used as a weapon for Su Runin. He cleared the blood mist off his body and planned to take Su Runin away. After all, they had only planned to come to the Silver Dungeon to familiarize themselves with the terrain and had no plans to kill monsters today. As for saving Xue Hong and the others, it was just a matter of convenience. As for whether the other party would appreciate it and whether they were worthy of Lin Dong's training, it would take some time to observe. I'm going to go back and have a good rest tonight. And by the way, make a set of silver equipment for him and Su Runin. I'll officially start the game tomorrow and try to upgrade to level 29 or even level 30 in one day. Seeing Lin Dong and Su Runin leave directly, Xue Hong stood up straight in shame and bowed deeply to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have been wiped out today. However, Lin Dong just waved his hands with a smile, as if he had done something insignificant. We are all classmates, so we should unite and help each other. Tactical Instructor Ding has taught us a lot. Lin Dong pretended to be smart, but it made Xue Hong and the others feel even more ashamed. Sword Master by Xing Xue, Knife Madman Song Tianke, and Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingxing all struggled to stand up and saluted towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, compared to you, we are really too narrow-minded. Thank you for saving us. From now on, if you need any help, just tell us directly. Among the people present, only Choi Hyunae turned her head away, looking very unconvinced. Why are you so proud? Aren't you just here to take advantage of the situation? If we hold on a little longer, the bloody toad might be worn to death by us. She was muttering to herself, but she felt a little guilty, because several of his teammates were glaring at him. Especially the team leader Xue Hong. His face turned pale, and he was very unhappy. Choi Hyunya, watch your words. If it weren't for Lin Dong, we would have died long ago. How can you be so ungrateful? Apologize to Lin Dong immediately. What? He wants me to apologize to him. Does he deserve it? Choi Hyunae jumped up like a snake with its tail pinched. She was born into a noble Zhanzun family, so how could she apologize to a guy from a small county like this? But while they were arguing, Lin Dong had already left with Su Runin. In Lin Dong's heart, he had already put a big cross on Choi Hyunya. As for the other four people, they can be trained well. Lin Dong prefers people who are grateful and repay their kindness. After returning to the room, Lin Dong couldn't wait to take out the corpse of the blood-colored toad and prepare to forge the Miaojiang 10,000 Poisons Cauldron. 50 for the battle for swords, and the team is built. Lin Dong's storage ring has all the materials needed for the Miaojiang 10,000 Poisons Cauldron. However, forging equipment continuously consumes a lot of energy. He had only been in the special training camp for 1 day, but he had already used up 1/3 of the materials for his storage ring. They really spent money like water, which made Lin Dong speechless. No wonder people say that being a blacksmith is a very expensive profession. Ordinary people can't afford it. The materials he looted from the ring were worth at least tens of billions of Chinese yuan. Even though he had a 100% success rate, it was consumed so quickly that it was a bit too much. What's more, those blacksmiths whose success rate is only in the single digits can really burn through a family savings. Think about how hard life is for ordinary people in this world. After the materials were prepared, Lin Dong threw them into the system's forging furnace. 2 minutes later, he took out a cup that was completely black but glowed green. Equipment: Miaojiang 10,000 poison cauldron, silver level. Life: plus 10,000. Attack: plus 9,100. Poisoning: causes continuous poisoning damage to the target, 1,000 damage per second, lasting 15 seconds. Damage enhancement: for targets with HP above 70%, poison damage increases by 100%. After fiddling with it in his hands for a while, Lin Dong was very satisfied. With this equipment, Su Runin's overall attack power is almost catching up with him, who has the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Here, this weapon is yours. This was said very casually, as if the Miaojiang 10,000 poison cauldron was just an ordinary toy. Hey, there's new equipment. After taking it and playing with it for a while, Su Runin bound it directly. Perhaps because she had been with Lin Dong for a long time, Su Runin no longer felt that this piece of equipment was so amazing. Only Shun Jiangnan, who was secretly protecting Lin Dong outside the door, knew how precious this weapon was. He ate melon seeds with envy. TSK, this little girl is on the right track. As long as she stays by Lin Dong's side, her future achievements will be limitless. Lin Dong's forging has not stopped. The reward for forging the Miao Jiang 10,000 poison cups just now has been distributed to him by the system. However, the system immediately issued a new temporary task, which was to build a set of silver equipment for Su Runin. Ding! The system has released a temporary task, asking the host to create a silver leveling set for Su Runin. The equipment forging book has been distributed. Silver leveling set: glazed hairpins on temples, silver magic mask, slim stewardess suit, exposed cup bra, gold silk hydrating shawl, abstinent lady stockings, high top white deer boots. Forging rewards: experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchantment value plus 100. Lin Dong looked at Su Runin strangely, and suddenly a strange thought arose in his mind. Every time Su Runin levels up, a temporary system task can be triggered. It's like an experience-boosting monster right next to you. Although the experience and proficiency given are not much, the enchantment value is a good thing. If Lin Dong wants to activate the equipment items, all of his equipment must have enchantment values. After forging equipment for Su Runin 3 times in a row, Lin Dong's enchantment value has exceeded 300 points. He can now buy many special forging books in the system store. Seeing Lin Dong looking at her, Su Runin's face slightly blushed. What's wrong, Lin Dong? Why are you looking at me with such strange eyes again? Lin Dong rubbed his sore neck with his hand and chuckled. Nothing, I just thought I should forge new equipment for you. The materials required to forge silver equipment are several times more than those required to forge bronze equipment. Nearly 1/5 of the materials in Lin Dong's storage ring were burned again. The rapid consumption of materials made him a little worried. At this rate, these materials might only be enough for him to create gold leveling equipment. As for the ordinary Warcraft materials harvested from the dungeon, they are basically of no use. It seems that I need to find a big customer and make another fortune from him to meet future needs. After more than 10 minutes, Su Runin's silver suit was forged. I don't know if it's intentional by the system, but the new sets basically inherit the attributes of the bronze sets, but the overall attributes of the attributes have been greatly improved. After putting on the new equipment, Su Runin's combat power increased several times. Just a silver suit gave her the confidence to fight against the warlord. Name: Su Runin. Occupation: Odi Warrior. Level: Level 20. Life: 23,000. Attack: 15,500. Defense: 3,100. Magic defense: 3,100. Agility: attack speed: 200. Movement speed: 100. Dodge: 30. Recovery: cloud binding glazed hairpin, recover 200 HP per second. Exorcism, Silver Phantom Mask, immune to 8,000 points of magic damage every 3 seconds. Doppelganger, Slim Stewardess suit creates an illusionary avatar that lasts for 3 seconds, inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes, and attacks the target. Resistance Aura, external bra cup offsets 150 points of normal attack damage per second. Continuous damage, Golden Silk Shawl each time the target is hit. It causes 800 points of damage for 5 seconds. Phase Shift, High Top White Deer Boots active skill. After activation, movement speed plus 200, dodge plus 100, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Deadly Scissor Kick, Abstinence Royal Sister Stockings when the health of a target below sky level is less than 30%. A 720-degree rotation critical hit can be applied to the target's head. Poisoning Technique, Miaojung 10,000 poisons causes continuous poisoning damage to the target, 1,000 damage per second, lasting 15 seconds. Damage Enhancement, Miaojung 10,000 poison cauldron 4 targets with HP above 70%. Poison damage is increased by 100%. Except that the basic life is much lower than that of the Warlord. The basic combat power and defense are already comparable to those of the Warlord. As for the God of War, I'm afraid he can't beat Su Runin now. With this set of equipment, tomorrow's Silver Dungeon journey is basically secure. However, the system did not recommend any equipment for Lin Dong himself, so Lin Dong had to search carefully in the vast forging library, which caused the forging to be temporarily stopped. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry. After all, he now had the Netherworld Beast Soul Furnace in his hand. Even if he did not update his equipment, he could still march sideways in the silver copy. Besides, it's already too late. Let's have a good sleep first. The next day, when Lin Dong got up and opened the door, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Shui Hong and several other team members were seen, standing respectfully outside the door, as if waiting for Lin Dong to get up. As soon as he saw Lin Dong walk out of the room, Shui Hong immediately clasped his fist towards Lin Dong in surprise. He then casually winked at the people behind him. Suddenly, except for Choi Hyun-ah's reluctant grumble, the other three sincerely shouted to Lin Dong, "Captain, good morning." Lin Dong looked at Shui Hong and the others in confusion and blinked. What's going on? How come he becomes the captain when he wakes up? Seeing that Lin Dong was a little confused, Shui Hong hurriedly explained. Lin Dong, we had a meeting last night and decided to let you be our captain. You will lead us to kill monsters and level up together. After we enter the Forgotten Land, we will all obey your command. Oh? Lin Dong was secretly delighted. It seemed like these people would soon become his lackeys. But it is difficult to judge whether these people really obey him now, so it is better to let them visit him 3 times first. This not only satisfies his need to show off, but also tests the sincerity of these people. So Lin Dong remained calm on the surface and directly refused. If you ask me to be the captain, I will do it. It seems too casual of me. No, I have something important to do. I don't have time to be your captain. Seeing Lin Dong's hypocritical expression, Shui Hong immediately came forward with a grin. Captain, don't be so quick to refuse. This is a small token of our brother's love. Please don't refuse it. Shui Hong took out a storage ring and forced it into Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. Oh, what is this for? Are you trying to test the cadres? First see what's inside the ring before making any other plans. So Lin Dong's mind moved, and he began to explore the things in his storage ring. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but when I did, I was shocked. What a good stuff. This storage ring is filled with materials above gold grade, and there are even 1 or 2 pieces of legendary and sky grade materials. The value of the materials in the storage ring is conservatively estimated to be 200 billion Chinese yuan. This was a huge windfall for Lin Dong, who lacked forging materials. The children of these big families are so domineering. With such sincerity, how could Lin Dong bear to refuse? Gulping and swallowing, Lin Dong's expression instantly became kind. Hey, why are you being so polite? Am I such a greedy person? Don't do this again next time. Seeing Lin Dong's insatiable look, the purple-haired beauty Choi Hyun-ah immediately looked disgusted. If a villain succeeds, his face really. However, the others felt relieved. They were really afraid that Lin Dong would not agree. After all, Lin Dong is Marshal Zhao's disciple. As long as he opens his mouth, there is no good thing he can't get. Seeing that the bribe worked, Shui Hong also laughed along with Lin Dong. Haha, Captain, we brothers actually have a favor to ask. It doesn't matter whether you invite me or not. We are all brothers. Just speak your mind. Lin Dong waved his hand, appearing to be full of heroic spirit. After all, since you have received such an expensive gift from someone, you should express your gratitude. Shuehong also took advantage of the situation and leaned close to Lin Dong's ear. Captain, the brothers would like you to make some handy weapons and equipment for everyone. Don't worry, we will provide the forging materials, and we will not deduct a cent from the due remuneration. Brothers, we should settle accounts clearly. Oh, business is coming to your door? It seems that these people have completely acknowledged Lin Dong's forging skills and started to think about getting equipment for him. But this is just right, as it helps Lin Dong build up a great image in their minds. In that case, haha, then I'll be disrespectful to refuse. 55 The third Thunder Beast appears. Lin Dong touched his chin, and his eyes lit up. There is no reason to refuse business that comes to your door. However, if I agree to them easily, won't it seem that I'm too casual? Should I be reserved? After all, if you are too easy to talk to, it is not easy to gain other people's respect. He still understands this truth. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong deliberately showed an embarrassment on his face. Oh, forging equipment is a time-consuming and labor-intensive matter. It also requires burning a lot of my blood and essence. I have to bathe and pray before each forging. There must be a solemn ceremony to increase the success rate of forging, so the equipment cannot be used casually. Forged. Su Runin on the side opened her eyes in surprise. She didn't even believe the punctuation marks of what Lin Dong said. She saw with her own eyes that Lin Dong could forge a piece of equipment in 1 minute. It was not as difficult as he described, but Lin Dong seemed to be addicted to showing off, and he was still trying to raise his worth. You also know that the people who come to me to forge equipment are people like Marshal Xiao and Mr. Xinjiangnan, so in order not to lower my status, I usually won't take action easily. In fact, this is not bragging. After all, these two people really asked him to forge equipment. But to hear it from Shuehong and others, it means something extraordinary. Marshal Xiao is the commander-in-chief of China, a warrior sage level figure. Xinjiangnan is also a war master, one of the 9 top powers in China. With these two people as their endorsements, Lin Dong's worth will skyrocket. When dealing with such a person who has seen the world, their actions must not be too shabby. So they all re-evaluated their budgets and thought about whether they could afford Lin Dong to make equipment. Even the secretly hidden tactical instructor Ding Taichiu and the war master Xinjiangnan were beating the drums in their hearts. It seems that asking Lin Dong to build the equipment will definitely cost a lot of money. Seeing everyone's expressions of thinking, Lin Dong added fuel to his anger. And the equipment I forge is too shocking. If I give it to you, it will make you rely too much on foreign objects, which will affect your growth. Just when everyone thought that Lin Dong didn't want to take action, Lin Dong suddenly changed the subject and made a 360-degree turn. However, I have a pair of bronze acceleration gloves that have been crafted, which are just right for your current level. This is the same equipment as the decapitation special operations team organized by Marshal Xiao. It is not yet available on the market, but since you are so sincere today, I will reluctantly give it to you. As he spoke, Lin Dong looked reluctant as he took out a pair of acceleration gloves from his storage ring. Su Runin, who had seen how many acceleration gloves Lin Dong had in his storage ring, looked at Lin Dong suspiciously, wondering what he was up to. What she didn't know was that Lin Dong was playing the long game to catch a big fish. Only by giving enough temptation can Shuehong and others be tempted to pay higher rewards. When Shuehong and others saw the pair of acceleration gloves, their eyes suddenly lit up. Equipment. Speed up gloves. Attack plus 100. Defense plus 50. Attack speed plus 50. Banquin. When the combat distance with the target is less than 1 meter, the attack speed increases by 100 and the attack increases by 500. Equipment. Speed up gloves. Attack plus 30. Defense plus 30. Attack speed plus 100. Bone-breaking hand. Damages the target's meridians. Each time it is hit, the attack is reduced by 1% and the defense is reduced by 1%. The basic attributes of the bronze acceleration gloves are already extremely exaggerated, but it actually comes with 2 special skill entries. The Banquin is specially designed for close combat and is very suitable for shield warriors like Shuehong. The bone-breaking hand is a magical skill for clearing the jungle without any damage. As long as the number of attacks is enough, the monster can be weakened to the point where it has no attack or defense. At that time, You only need to slowly reduce the monster's health to kill it. And Lin Dong was actually willing to give them such powerful equipment, which really made them overjoyed. Shui Hong stretched out his hands uncertainly, his voice trembling with excitement. Captain, are you serious? Are you giving this to us? Lin Dong deliberately glared, pretending to be dissatisfied with Shui Hong's questioning. Can what this captain said be false? Shui Hong, I will now appoint you as the deputy captain, and these 2 acceleration gloves will be in your care. Okay, I still have some things to do. You guys should team up and go jungle first. I believe that with these 2 speed-up gloves, we won't encounter dangers like yesterday again. Lin Dong has achieved his goal, and it would be excessive if he continued to act. Only by letting these people experience the power of the equipment he forged will they be willing to pay a higher reward to purchase the equipment. So let the bullets fly for a while and don't rush. In the next period of time, he will continue to select forging books and create suitable silver equipment for himself. Lin Dong has already issued an order to expel them, so I won't shamelessly let Shui Hong and the others stay here. After leaving with many thanks, Choi Hyuna finally couldn't help but complain. Shui Hong, look at how humble you were just now. It's so disgusting. Don't ever say you're a student from Imperial Capital Middle School. I can't afford to be your classmate. Shui Hong fiddled with the acceleration gloves in his hands, not angry. He was already used to Choi Hyuna's temper. After all, her grandfather was a war master, so he couldn't afford to offend her. But this doesn't mean that he won't fight back. His face turned serious, and he became serious. Choi Hyuna, I suspect you are jealous of Lin Dong, but let me tell you, such a genius is simply beyond our reach. You'd better put aside your prejudices and cling to Lin Dong's thighs. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity and regret it sooner or later. In comparison, the other people also agreed with it. Lin Dong is now Marshal Zhao's apprentice, and his status is definitely the highest among everyone. Moreover, they have already witnessed Lin Dong's abilities and know that everything Lin Dong has is what he deserves. If you choose to go against Lin now, you must be crazy. Choi Hyuna stood up and stomped her feet, but no one comforted her. For the first time, she felt that she was isolated by her own team. She didn't understand why Lin Dong, a man of humble origin, would suddenly ride on the head of a favored girl like her. But she overlooked one problem. That is, she had always been competing with Lin Dong, but Lin Dong had never regarded her as an opponent. It's all your fault, Lin Dong. I'll have to teach you a lesson sooner or later. She followed the team dejectedly, but she couldn't muster up any energy. While she was slacking off, she was surprised to find that Shui Hong, who was wearing the acceleration gloves, was as if assisted by God today. He was even more powerful than the sword maniac Song Tianke and the sword saint by Xingxue. He was definitely the MVP. Several bosses were killed by Shui Hong alone, including a mutant monster that was undergoing transformation. Shui Hong was also full of fighting spirit, and he exuded a strong sense of self-confidence. Let's go. We must hunt down a real mutant boss today. It would be best if it was at the level of the 2-headed bloody toad yesterday. Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue looked at the acceleration gloves on Shui Hong's arms with envy, their eyes burning. Is this the effect of God-level equipment? It's really too powerful. Today, their efficiency in gaining experience is at least 5 times higher than usual. At this rate, they can reach level 30 within half a month, or even faster. It seems that they need to get more contact with Captain Lin Dong in private. No matter how much it costs, they must get a set of equipment from him. Even if it is at the bronze level, it is enough for them to grow into gods of war. Even the auxiliary nurse, the Dark Knight goddess Yao Qingxing, had a glittering look in her eyes. She secretly picked up the small mirror and looked at her appearance. My looks are not inferior to that Su Runin. Whatever she can do, I can do as well. If I take the initiative to attack, maybe Lin Dong will be mine in the future. Then, if I want any equipment, I can capture him. Several people had their own thoughts, but they all wanted to get closer to Lin Dong. At this moment, Choi Hyuna, who had been distracted all the way, suddenly encountered danger. It turned out that she accidentally broke a purple vine, but was suddenly wrapped up by hundreds of tentacle-like vines, and there were even traces of purple electric arcs flowing on her body. When everyone realized something was wrong, they immediately wanted to come forward to rescue her, but they were quickly forced back by the purple vines. Shui Hong frowned, looking serious. He had already guessed what the vines in front of him were. Thunder-type mutant monster, Purple Thunder Squid. This Purple Thunder Squid is very good at camouflage and can change into many forms. The vines just now were its disguise. Judging from the appearance of this squid, it seems to have undergone a mutation and become a rare visiting level boss in the silver copy. Shui Hong, who was about to hunt a golden boss, suddenly became excited. You've come just in time. I'll let you try out the power of my bone-breaking hand and my collapsing fist. He rushed forward, and immediately a fierce battle broke out between his brother Zixiao and the divine thunder squid. Song Tianke, by Xing Xue, and Yao Qingxing all stared at Shui Hong intently. They wanted to know whether Shui Hong, wearing the acceleration gloves, could really fight across levels. If possible, then the matter of finding Lin Dong to forge equipment must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. 56 each with their own agenda. Don't interfere. I want to test the power of these speed-up gloves today. Shui Hong was so excited about fighting that he actually planned to challenge the purple thunder squid in a single fight. He got close to the purple thunder squid and punched it directly. One punch after another. The attack speed was incredible. The bone-breaking hand was activated at the same time, keeping the squid in a weak state. The purple thunder squid, whose attack and defense were originally over 1,000 points, soon revealed a look of fear under his attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shui Hong rescued Choi Hyunya directly and threw her to several other people for protection. Is this acceleration glove so powerful? Choi Hyunya's eyes were full of disbelief. She felt that she should carefully assess the value of Lin Dong's room. She knew Shui Hong's fighting ability very well, but after having the accelerated premiere, he became more than 10 times more powerful. The sword maniac Song Tianke, the sword saint by Xing Xue, and the night elf priest Yao Qingxing were all watching with rapt attention. They know now is the time to make a choice. Several people started to have some thoughts. Even Choi Hyunya, who had always hated Lin Dong, was no exception. The pair of acceleration gloves that Lin Dong gave to Shui Hong were really too exaggerated. Normally, when they fight against a silver-level boss, the whole team needs to work together and spend several hours to kill it. And now, Shui Hong was actually fighting a gold-level mutant boss in a one-on-one duel, and he was not at a disadvantage. Even as time went by, it had slowly begun to suppress the purple thunder squid. Shui Hong, who was having a great time fighting, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Look at my bone-breaking hand. You stinky squid. Your attack and defense are now reduced to 0. You can't do any harm to me. Scream. It's no use screaming. I'm standing here, and you hit me. Since you don't dare to make a move, then I will. Collapse fist. Haha. Close range combat. Attack speed increased by 100, attack increased by 500. I feel like my fists are leaving after images. Shui Hong kept yelling and chattering while beating him. But the more he did this, the more envious the others became. Who wouldn't want to own a pair of acceleration gloves with such exaggerated properties and the ability to produce sweat? The first person to react was the Dark Knight priest Yao Qingxing. After all, she was a girl and had a delicate mind. She secretly called home. Mom, quickly prepare a batch of high-level materials above the gold level for me, and prepare hundreds of billions of Chinese currency for me. I will need them in great detail. Don't worry, I will definitely surpass my sisters in this forgotten land. When Yao's mother heard her speak so seriously, she couldn't help but ask curiously, why are you in such a hurry to get these things? Didn't they prepare the materials for the full ring for you before you went to the Ares Academy special training camp? Mom, this time is different. I met Xiao Dashuai's apprentice Lin Dong this time. As long as I can buy a few items of equipment from him, I will definitely be able to counterattack and become the number one of the younger generation of the Yao family. Yao Qingxing spoke with such confidence that her mother could not help but be moved. You mean you met Lin Dong, the one who forged the Golden Horn in the Blue Star Live broadcast a few days ago? The Yao family was well informed, and she had heard about the Golden Horn's brilliant performance on the Southwest Defense Line. If Yao Qingxing really met Lin Dong, that would be a great opportunity. Daughter, if it's really him, you must have a good relationship with him. Even if you have to sacrifice yourself for him, it's worth it. Opportunities may not always be there. Do you understand what a mother means? I'll have someone prepare the materials and Chinese currency for you right now, and it will be delivered to you by tonight at the latest. After getting the approval of Yao's mother, Yao Qingxing felt relieved. It seemed that she had made the right move. Once her Chinese currency and materials arrive, she will sneak into Lin Dong's room tonight and try to win his favor. If Lin Dong wanted to get her, she wouldn't mind offering herself to him. Yao Qingxing, the Dark Knight priest, is the second daughter of the most aristocratic family in Zhaozhou. The Yao family is extremely powerful in China's East China Sea war zone, and is one of the main forces in the fight against the Warcraft front. The 17 war gods of the Yao family all hold important positions in China. Although she is a concubine's daughter, no one dares to look down on her. In fact, these people all came from high-class families and had extremely prominent family backgrounds. The knife madman Song Tianke is the eldest son of the Song family in Lingnan. Although the Song family does not have a warlord, since his grandfather's generation, 10 war gods have been born in the family. In the Lingnan area, it is definitely a dominant force. Sword Saint Bai Xingxue, the eldest son of the Bai family in Tongzhou. The Bai family once had a warlord, who was besieged and killed by sky-level monsters while protecting Marshal Xiao. Therefore, the Bai family can be regarded as Marshal Xiao's benefactors and are treated very well. Even now, the Bai family still has 3 war god-level figures, and their position is extremely stable. The archer Choi Hyun'e has an even more extraordinary identity. Her grandfather is Cui Taiyang, one of the 9 great war masters of China. Her status is also the highest among them. So even though she usually has an arrogant attitude and speaks harshly, no one wants to offend her. After all, to provoke such a lady would bring trouble to one's own family. If a conflict really occurs, the family may not choose to protect them. Instead of this, it is better to go along with this lady. At this time, Song Tiang's brother Bai Xingxue had also reacted and went secretly to discuss raising money with his family. They are determined to obtain the equipment forged by Lin Dong. But Choi Hyun'e didn't think so. Although she also realized Lin Dong's value, she did not change her spoiled daughter's temper. Humph, Lin Dong is actually a blacksmith. I underestimated him before, but he is so ignorant that he is against me. I can't let him off easily. When I get back, I will bring up my grandfather's identity as the warlord. I believe that if he knows what's good for him, he will forge a pair of speed-up gloves for me. Her grandfather's status as the warlord is the reason why she looks down upon her peers. Several people had their own little plans and seemed a little absent-minded. Even when Xue Hong killed the Purple Thunder Squid, it did not move them. Xue Hong looked at them strangely and touched the back of his head. What's wrong with you guys? I defeated a gold-level mutant monster in a one-on-one duel, and you guys won't applaud me. Really? You are not scared silly by my bravery, are you? Sigh, you are really unsophisticated. Looking at the pretentious Xue Hong, several people showed contempt. If it weren't for the awesome properties of the acceleration gloves, how would you, Xue Hong, defeat this Purple Thunder Squid? If we give them the acceleration gloves, they can do it too. After all, this subversive equipment has completely broken the rule that high-level equipment is anxious for low-level equipment with low combat power. It directly achieves low-level equipment with high combat power. Seeing the strange looks on the faces of several people, Xue Hong knew that he had angered everyone. So he made a loud phone call and laughed out loud in an attempt to hide his embarrassment. But he tied the acceleration gloves tightly to his arms and refused to give them up. Captain Lin Dong asked me to keep the speed-up gloves. Don't be envious. I'm the one who got the upper hand. It's getting late now. Let's end the leveling here. The experience is more than 3 times the usual amount. And there is also the corpse of the mutated golden monster Purple Thunder Squid. It's really a great harvest. By the way, we want to present this squid to the captain to show our sincerity. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had no objection. Now their minds are all on how to get a pair of acceleration gloves from Lin Dong. Who cares about these details? But what they didn't know was that there was someone who was faster than them. That is the special training camp's tactical instructor and god of war Ding Taichio. He had been protecting these geniuses in secret. When he saw Xue Hong directly knock down the Purple Thunder Squid, he could no longer suppress his restless heart. He went straight back to the special training camp to find Lin Dong. At this time, Lin Dong was choosing a suitable silver equipment forging book for himself. Because you will stay in the silver stage for a while, and the upgrade will not be as fast as before, you must create the most suitable silver equipment. Su Runin sat beside him with her chin on her hand, dozing off repeatedly. Seeing that it was almost noon, and Lin Dong had no intention of taking any action, she could not help but urge him. Lin Dong, when are you going to start forging? I can't wait to go to the level dungeon and kill monsters. Lin Dong smiled slightly. Don't worry, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Su Runin pouted, looking bored. As if he remembered something, he couldn't help but ask Lin Dong. What did you mean by lying to them this morning? You clearly still have a lot of those speed-up gloves. Hush! Be careful, the walls may have ears. Before she could finish her words, Lin Dong covered her mouth. I'm playing hard to get. You'll understand later. When he said this, Lin Dong's ears twitched. He knew that someone was coming outside the door. Sure enough, Ding Taichio, who heard their conversation, knocked on Lin Dong's door in surprise. Lin Dong, it's me. I'm here to bring you warmth. Of course, Lin Dong knew what he was here for, but he didn't expect that the first person to come would be Ding Taichio, not Shui Hong and others. After opening the door, Lin Dong came out with a smile and at the same time gave Su Runin a look, asking her to step aside. Coach Ding, what brings you here? Haha, I'll get straight to the point. Lin Dong, do you still have your acceleration gloves? I'm willing to buy them for 10 billion Chinese yuan per pair. Ding Taichio concluded that Lin Dong still had stock, so he directly offered a price. Coach Ding, it's really gone. 20 billion. No, 30 billion. The price. 40 billion. I need to think about it carefully. 50 billion. 57, this is really the last one. Ding Taichio stretched out 5 fingers, and his internal energy was no longer as strong as before. Although he was prepared for a huge loss, the current price of 50 billion was still beyond his expectations. He had already decided that if Lin Dong still didn't agree, he would just turn around and leave. After all, for a war god like him, 50 billion is almost enough to bankrupt him. Lin Dong was also good at observing people's expressions. He had heard a subtle tremor in Ding Taichio's voice and knew that the time was almost right. So he pretended to be determined and took out a bunch of acceleration gloves from his storage ring. Tactical Director Ding, my teacher, Marshal Xiao, has repeatedly warned me not to hand over this kind of national treasure to others casually. It must be someone who takes China's safety as his own responsibility. Through the contact just now, I already know how much you, Tactical Instructor Ding, are determined to serve your country. I, Lin Dong, have no choice but to reluctantly give up this last pair of acceleration gloves and give them to you. If anyone asks you, you must tell them that this is the last one. After all, if this kind of artifact falls into the hands of someone with bad intentions, it may bring disaster to China. Seeing that Lin Dong finally agreed, Ding Taichio finally felt relieved. Of course. As he spoke, he took the pair of acceleration gloves and looked at them. Just one look made him overjoyed. Equipment. Speed up gloves, bronze level. Attack. Plus 120. Attack speed. Plus 50. Defense. Plus 50. Shock. Makes the target unconscious for 3 seconds and doubles the damage taken. The acceleration glove on the left hand has a control skill. Control skills are extremely rare and can even be the key to determining victory or defeat. So Ding Taichio was overjoyed and put it on his hand directly. The acceleration glove on the right hand is an output skill. Equipment. Speed up gloves, bronze level. Attack. Plus 80. Attack speed. Plus 100. Defense. Plus 30. Movement speed. Plus 100. Rely palm. Every time you attack the target 100 times, you can summon a palm technique that falls from the sky, causing 10,000 points of damage. When Ding Taichio saw the entry, his eyes widened. Magical skills. For a god of war like him, after putting on these 2 accelerating gloves and increasing his attack speed, he can attack 100 times, which takes about 10 seconds. In other words, as long as you wear this acceleration glove, you can deal an additional 10,000 points of Tathagata damage every 10 seconds. Adding normal attacks, that means his output now exceeds 200,000 per minute. It was exactly twice as high as his previous output. He grunted and swallowed, his whole body in ecstasy. It's such a good deal to buy such equipment for 50 billion. Ding Taichio can't wait to go to the legendary copy and try out the power of these acceleration gloves. Lin Dong, don't worry, I will not make it difficult for you. I will use this pair of gloves to make a greater contribution to China. Even if Marshal Xiao finds out about this in the future, I promise he won't be angry. I will go to the dungeon now and eliminate those mutant monsters so that you won't be in danger when leveling up. After saying a few polite words, Ding Taichio transferred the money to Lin Dong and left in a hurry. Lin Dong watched him leave with a smile on his face, his heart already filled with joy. When he was in Jiangcheng, he sold this pair of acceleration gloves for 10 billion Chinese yuan. Now the price has increased 5-fold. He has made a huge profit. With sufficient funds, he can go to the virtual trading market to buy some forging equipment. He had already prepared a silver forging book for himself, but he was still missing a few key materials and needed funds to buy them. The inflow of 50 billion Chinese yuan was really timely for him. We are still short of 30 pieces of gold-level Warcraft materials, white ape skulls, 100 pieces of platinum-level Warcraft materials, flame condor claws, 99 pieces of legendary-level Warcraft materials, diamond armadillo shells, 10 pieces of legendary-level Warcraft materials, mutated poison dragon magic saliva, and 30 pieces of legendary-level Warcraft materials. Gale wolf fur. Lin Dong counted on his fingers and realized that the materials needed to create the silver equipment he wanted were really expensive. If you want to buy all these things in the virtual trading market, you will need at least 130 billion Chinese yuan. Now he only has 70 billion in hand, and he is still short of 60 billion, which makes him smack his lips. This god-level silver armor and scarlet armor are too expensive. Just this one piece of equipment would cost me all my savings. How about I settle for the next best thing and forge some other equipment to make do? Lin Dong bought the silver forging book for this set of scarlet armor from the system forging bookstore. After all, the advancement of the silver level is dozens of times slower than the previous 20 levels, and there is a gap of nearly hundreds of millions of experience points. Even if he could gain 3 million experience points a day, it would still take him more than a month to reach level 30. But there is still half a month before entering the Lost Land. In order to enter the hidden copy in the Lost Land, he must quickly reach level 30. Therefore, the red armor that has the function of doubling experience is his best choice at the moment. Just as he was struggling, someone knocked on Lin Dong's door again. "Captain, I'm Shui Hong. We just hunted some monster materials and came here specifically for you to distribute." Lin Dong has now been elected as the team leader and has the right to distribute all the supplies obtained by the team. So it was understandable that Shui Hong came back to ask for instructions. However, in Lin Dong's opinion, Shui Hong and his team could only obtain some silver-level materials at most. This material is of little use to the equipment he is forging now. But after all, this was the first time that materials were being distributed, so Lin Dong still had to pretend to do it so that when they grew up, they wouldn't forget to hand in any good stuff they got. So Lin Dong smiled slightly and let the few people into the house. After taking the storage ring from Shui Hong, he, who originally had no hope, suddenly had an idea. The corpse of the mutant magical beast Purple Sky, Divine Thunder Squid? Isn't this a totem beast in the Five Thunders, Heavenly Heart formation of my Netherworld Bee-Soul Furnace? Is there such an unexpected surprise? According to the instructions of the Five Thunders Heavenly Heart formation, if one more Thunder Beast is added, the Thunder Step-by-Step skill can cause 45,000 points of damage in a single time. This damage is already higher than the damage of the War Lord. He can't let go of such a good thing, so he shamelessly laughed. "You guys have gained a lot this time. You got so many silver materials. This corpse of the Purple Thunder Squid is useful to me, so I'll take it first. You can divide the remaining materials among yourselves. I happen to have some silver materials in my ring, so I'll give them to you as well." These people had no objection to Lin Dong's decision. After the distribution was completed, these people left Lin Dong's room thoughtfully. But just when Lin Dong was about to close the door, a wisp of fragrant wind suddenly fell softly into his arms. "Captain Lin Dong, I'm suddenly thirsty. Can I get a glass of water from you?" The Dark Knight priest Yao Qingxing blinked her big, Cazalan eyes and looked at him, her long eyelashes almost poking Lin Dong's mouth. Lin Dong blinked and looked at Yao Qingxing with a puzzled look on her face, his heart beating fast. This little girl has a lot of smiles in her eyes. Could it be that she has some thoughts about me? Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. Lin Dong calmly pushed Yao Qingxing away and took a step back. The kettle is on the table. If you want a drink, just pour it yourself. Feeling Lin Dong's attitude of keeping people at a distance, Yao Qingxing's eyes dimmed. She thought that she was no less pretty than Su Runin, but she had been so proactive just now. How could Lin Dong not be moved? Could it be that she was too anxious, causing Lin Dong to doubt her purpose? Yao Qingxing was secretly calculating in his heart, and he also knew that taking down Lin Dong was not something that could be rushed. It seems that Lin Dong is a slow warm type, so we need to get to know him slowly. But it's better this way. Once I get into his heart, my position will be even more stable. After making up her mind, Yao Qingxing changed her charming look and became playful and cute. She skipped to the table, took the cup that Lin Dong had used, and poured herself a glass of water. Lin Dong looked at Yao Qingxing awkwardly and was about to tell her that it was the cup he had used. But Yao Qingxing tilted his head back and drank the glass of water in one gulp. After wiping her mouth, Yao Qingxing acted innocently, completely different from the slightly charming expression she had just had. "Brother Lin Dong, are you short of money?" "What do you mean?" Lin Dong touched his nose, wondering how Yao Qingxing could tell. Yao Qingxing giggled, and her two dimples were extremely cute. When we came in, you were browsing the merchandise at the virtual trading center, and I happened to be the one who hung up that windwolf fur. I see you browse through it many times. It's obvious that you really want to buy it. You may be short of funds. If Brother Lin Dong wants to forge equipment, our Yao family can provide you with funds so that you can buy the materials you need. Even our Yao family's material library is open to you for you to choose from. 58 Yao family's olive branch. Yao Qingxing's expression did not seem fake, and it was obvious that what she said was sincere. Lin Dong silently observed the expression on Yao Qingxing's face and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Lin Dong was not a fool. He certainly knew that the other party must have something in mind if he was willing to invest so much money in him. So he was not in a hurry to accept Yao Qingxing's kindness, but asked in a light tone. No reward. Miss Yao is so generous. Please tell me your real purpose. If I, Lin, can't do what you ask for, I can't accept the Yao family's promises. Seeing Lin Dong's stern face and official look, Yao Qingxing rolled her eyes and then burst out laughing. Her voice was soft and sticky, and she brought the word coquettish to its extreme. Brother Lin Dong, you're too cautious. I just think you are a child of destiny, and I want to get close to you. Can you not be so cold all the time? It scares me. As expected, every man has his weaknesses, and Lin Dong is no exception. Seeing Yao Qingxing acting coquettishly towards him, Lin Dong held his forehead and could no longer keep a straight face. After all, we're not familiar with each other. It's no surprise that I'm a little wary of you for suddenly making such a big move. I came to bring you warmth, but you, Brother Lin Dong, treated me as a bad person. You are so annoying. Yao Qingxing pouted her lips, looking very cute, and it was unclear whether she was really like that or just pretending. If this is her nature, it means that she is a naive and soft girl. If all this is just an act, this woman is really scheming. But with such a lovely face like hers, Lin Dong really couldn't get angry. Moreover, Yao Qingxing obviously had no ill will towards him and really wanted to curry his favor. But this attitude was a bit too intimate, and Lin Dong couldn't help but remind him. Oh, okay. Could you please stop hugging my arms and rubbing me with those two little hillocks? Let's talk business first. Tell us your purpose. This will help build trust between us and will be beneficial to everyone. Seeing that Lin Dong was still being impartial, Yao Qingxing knew that it would not be easy to gain Lin Dong's trust, so it would be better to make things clear. So he let go of Lin Dong's arm and looked at Lin Dong with a smile. His two little fangs looked very cute. Brother Lin Dong, my mother gave me the right to use 200 billion Chinese yuan from the Yao family. You can use it as you like. You can also get the materials you need from the material library of our Yao family. As long as our Yao family has what you need, we can give it to you for free. It's just that, hearing Yao Qingxing's change of tone, Lin Dong immediately pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what the Yao family wanted to get from him. However, Yao Qingxing did not ask for an exorbitant amount of money and spoke very tactfully. It's just that I'm not favored in the Yao family, so I can only give this much to Brother Lin Dong. If Brother Lin Dong feels that I am sincere, you can give me some of the equipment that you don't want anymore. Of course, if you don't have it, I won't ask for anything. I just hope that Brother Lin Dong can remember my kindness and help our Yao family when they are in trouble in the future. Lin Dong slowly let down his guard. He could see that Yao Qingxing was a very sensible girl. At least he didn't show too much greed and was sincere enough. After pondering for a while, Lin Dong felt that it would be better to give the other party some sweet treats. So he took off his bronze-level embroidered brocade cloak, king's crown, and gold and jade boots and gave them to Yao Qingxing. Yao Qingxing took the two pieces of equipment in his hands and was immediately shocked by their powerful attributes. Equipment: embroidered brocade cape, bronze level. Life, plus 2,000. Attack, plus 600. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Body protection magic. Weakens targets below diamond level, reducing the opponent's attack damage by 50%. Equipment: gold and jade boots, bronze level. Life, plus 1,000. Attack, plus 300. Defense, plus 300. Magic defense, plus 300. Sonic boom. 10% chance of causing sonic boom damage, making the opponent unconscious and unable to lock onto the target for 3 seconds. Equipment: crown of the king, bronze level. Life, plus 3,000. Attack, plus 200. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Brother Lin Dong, you mean you can give me all these pieces of equipment? Yao Qingxing's big, adorable eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She never expected Lin Dong to be so generous. Lin Dong looked at Yao Qingxing's extremely shocked expression, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. These pieces of equipment are for both men and women. I don't need them now, so I can give them to you. In addition, I can give you a pair of acceleration gloves to express your Yao family's gratitude for my help. As he spoke, Lin Dong took out 2 more acceleration gloves from his space ring. Yao Qingxing's eyes lit up again. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to hand over the equipment to him, but stared closely into Yao Qingxing's eyes. Miss Yao, I always like equal exchange and don't like owing others things. I hope that after giving you these things, your Yao family will do what they say. Because I'm really short of funds and materials right now. Many of the materials are quite special, and I'm afraid your Yao family can't get them all. I need a lot of money to buy them. It all depends on your performance then. Yao Qingxing nodded vigorously and seriously, like a chick pecking at rice. She was afraid that Lin Dong had no needs. As long as he had needs, she would be on Lin Dong's boat. When Lin Dong rises, she can also enjoy the huge influence brought by Lin Dong. Don't worry, brother Lin Dong. As long as you need anything, even if I risk being punished, I will let my mom and dad use the power of the Yao family to help you. As for the materials you need, you can make a list for me first, and I will help you find them according to the list. Lin Dong nodded and handed the acceleration gloves to Yao Qingxing, and the deal between the two parties was reached. These past 2 days, the silver equipment has caused him a lot of worries. Because the equipment he wanted to make was so special, many of the special materials used were not available in his ring, so he had to buy them. Just a piece of scarlet armor with the special effect of double experience would cost 130 billion Chinese yuan. The cost of several other pieces of silver equipment I have punishment, light speed cloud boots, Tai Chi Yin Yang robe, and dragon elephant prajna belt will not be much lower than the crimson armor. Such a huge consumption is the reason why Lin Dong has been worried these 2 days. Now with the help of Yao Qingxing, perhaps he could completely create his silver set. At this time, Yao Qingxing was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the equipment. I never thought that a bronze piece of equipment would have such exaggerated attributes and entries. It's simply unbelievable and subverts my cognition. Equipment. Speed up gloves, bronze level. Attack. Plus 50. Attack speed. Plus 100. Defense. Plus 30. Bajiquan. 3% chance to release Bajiquan power, causing internal injuries to the target, suffering 10,000 points of damage. Equipment. Speed up gloves, bronze level. Attack. Plus 100. Attack speed. Plus 80. Defense. Plus 20. Finger snap magic. Attack the target, 100% chance to activate the finger snap magic. After hitting the target, 1,000 points of jump damage will be generated. A maximum of 5 targets can be jumped to attack. Yao Qingxing is only level 29, so any equipment with these attributes will bring her a leap forward improvement. So when she got this equipment in her hands, she could no longer remain calm. He even started changing clothes right in front of Lin Dong. Her behavior that ignored everyone made Lin Dong feel a little dry in the mouth. This is not good. Lin Dong couldn't help but take a few more glances at her exquisite curves. Lin Dong swallowed hard. His body was very honest. After all, he could watch it for free, so he was very cooperative. I didn't expect this girl to be so young and have such a good figure. No wonder she was so powerful when she rubbed his arm just now. TSK, TSK. At this moment, Su Runin, who was hiding in the inner room, came out and tapped Lin Dong lightly on the head. What are you two doing here? 59. The Yao family shock. Yao Qingxing rolled her eyes at Caroline, and her heart suddenly tightened. No wonder Lin Dong has been so cold to him. It turns out Su Runin is hiding in the back room. However, Yao Qingxing was not at all flustered. Instead, he puffed out his proud capital in a protest manner and smiled at Su Runin. Originally, it was Sister Runin. Brother Lin Dong gave me his old outfit. I'm changing here. Brother Lin Dong, do you think so? Yao Qingxing emphasized the words passed through and was obviously proud of getting the equipment that Lin Dong had passed through. At the same time, he was also secretly declaring his sovereignty to Su Runin. She believed that with her status as the second daughter of the Yao family, she could definitely suppress Su Runin, the eldest daughter of the local family. Su Runin narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyelashes trembled unconsciously. She felt a sense of threat between the lines of Yao Qingxing's writing. This woman wants to snatch Brother Lin Dong from me. Her chest is so puffy, Brother Lin Dong won't be fooled by her. Su Runin glanced at Lin Dong, only to find that Lin Dong was also looking at her with eyes full of doting, but this filled her heart with courage. Brother Lin Dong, and I have been together for so long. We went to dungeons together, skipped classes together, sold equipment together, and ate at snack stands together. We already have a close relationship. Brother Lin Dong will never abandon me. Secretly encouraging herself, Su Runin straightened her chest and walked to Lin Dong's side unconsciously, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She looked directly at Yao Qingxing and gently picked up Lin Dong's arm. So you are the sister of the Yao family. You are so lucky to be able to wear the equipment forged by Brother Lin Dong. But those of yours are all obsolete. Brother Lin Dong has forged a customized set of silver equipment for me. It's the only one of its kind on the market. Su Runin was fighting back against Yao Qingxing's provocation. When Yao Qingxing saw the sexy and powerful equipment on Su Runin, she couldn't help but feel envious. Humph, she's so proud. Isn't it just because I met Brother Lin Dong earlier? Sooner or later, Brother Lin Dong will also forge a full set of equipment for me. Yao Qingxing secretly clenched her fists, but her mouth was very sweet. That's true, sister, but I don't dare to ask for so much. I just want the equipment that Brother Lin Dong discarded. Besides, the equipment has Brother Lin Dong's body scent, which is very comfortable. What? Body odor? Lin Dong couldn't help but be shocked. It should be body odor, right? He was sweating all over in that set of bronze equipment. But seeing Yao Qingxing's happy expression, Lin Dong couldn't help scratching his head. Even though Lin Dong didn't understand women's little thoughts, he could still sense the tension in the secret confrontation between the two women. So he coughed lightly and prepared to change the subject. By the way, Yao Qingxing, I'm planning to create a top-grade silver suit. I'll write you the list of materials I need. Please help me get it done. Okay, Brother Lin Dong. Yao Qingxing happily showed her two little fangs. Being entrusted with such an important task by Lin Dong, she felt her value in Lin Dong's eyes. It seems that Brother Lin Dong is a very pragmatic person. I have to show that I can be more capable in the future. Yao Qingxing took the list of materials written by Lin Dong and skipped out of Lin Dong's room. Before leaving, he made a face at Su Runin, which made Su Runin so angry that her breasts hurt. Both of them hurt. Su Runin watched her walk away, puffed her cheeks, and twisted Lin Dong's arm. Brother Lin Dong, it's obvious that Yao Qingxing is not a pure and innocent girl. I think she has ulterior motives towards you and may even be tempted by your body. Lin Dong looked at the jealous Su Runin, laughed, and patted the back of her hand. You think too much. Between her and me, it's all business. After hearing what Lin Dong said, Su Runin tilted her head and looked at Lin Dong. She bit her lip and couldn't help asking. So what's going on between Brother Lin Dong and me is also business? Well, Lin Dong blinked. He didn't expect Su Runin to be so sensitive. He has always regarded Su Runin as a mischievous sister and has never thought about any utilitarian issues. Looking back, Su Runin and he had played dungeons together to gain experience in killing monsters, skipped classes together to watch performances, and went to roadside stalls together to eat ice porridge for 3 yuan a night. She didn't look like a rich girl at all, but only like a girl who was cuddly and sweet. All those beautiful things were engraved in his memory and were some of the few good memories of his previous 18 years. Even when he was seriously injured and dying in his previous life, it was only Su Runin who stepped forward to tend to his wounds. He wanted to treat such a good girl well for the rest of his life from the bottom of his heart. So he ruffled Su Runin's soft hair with his hands, his eyes filled with a doting smile. What are you thinking about? Silly girl, I have never had any utilitarian intentions towards you. I always regard you as my closest person. After getting Lin Dong's reply, Su Runin felt so sweet in her heart that her eyes narrowed into crescents. I knew that you were the best to me, Brother Lin Dong. As she spoke, she fluttered like a butterfly. And while Lin Dong wasn't paying attention, she lightly pecked him on the face, then ran away in a panic like a deer. Lin Dong shook his head embarrassedly. This girl, who did she learn these things from? Hey! After Su Runin left, Lin Dong opened the virtual trading market. Yao Qingxing's 200 billion reserve funds had arrived, and he planned to add some things he needed to the shopping cart first. This virtual trading market is a public trading system for the entire Blue Star. This trading system has existed since the game came into reality. This system is very powerful. Not only does it allow everyone to auction and purchase items anytime and anywhere, It also enables direct shipment through virtual transit stations. In other words, once someone puts an item on the virtual trading market, the item is locked in the virtual trading market. As long as there is a buyer to purchase, it will instantly pass through the virtual trading market and reach the buyer's hands. This saves the trouble of shipping, is very convenient, and can also ensure the safety of everyone's funds. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to buy the things in the shopping cart because he was waiting for Yao Qingxing's reply. If Yao Qingxing could provide the materials and items directly, he wouldn't have to bother buying them and could save some money. On the other side, Yao Qingxing was talking to her parents. Mom, did you see how exaggerated the attributes of these 5 bronze equipment are? And the most terrifying thing is that they all have entry skills. I didn't lie to you, did I? When Yao's mother looked at the picture sent by Yao Qingxing, the expression on her face was as exaggerated as it could be. Even though she is a god of war, she is extremely excited about these equipment. Is this really the equipment forged by Lin Dong? The attributes of bronze equipment are even more exaggerated than those of gold and platinum equipment. Each piece of equipment has a skill attribute. It's simply unbelievable. If Lin Dong is really that powerful, then no matter how huge the investment in him is, it's worth it. Besides, he is Marshal Zhao's disciple, and his future achievements are limitless. Our Yao family must seize this opportunity. With 2 rays of light flashing in her eyes, Yao's mother had made up her mind completely. Their lineage is not favored in the Yao family. The old man in charge of the Yao family favors the eldest wife, and they are not on good terms with the eldest wife. Sooner or later, they will be completely separated from the Yao family. By that time, if they have nothing to rely on, they will completely fall into decline. The appearance of Lin Dong gave Yao's mother hope for the continued prosperity of their lineage. Qingxing, you must seize this opportunity and never let it slip away. No matter what the cost, you must capture Lin Dong. Yao Qingxing nodded and ended the conversation with her mother. With her mother's support, she now felt more confident. Although their lineage did not do very well in the Yao family, they could still call upon trillions of funds, making them a truly wealthy family. With these funds, she felt that getting close to Lin Dong would be an easy task. According to the list provided by Lin Dong, Yao Qingxing counted all the materials in the material warehouse and then put everything Lin Dong needed into a storage ring. About 2 hours later, Yao Qingxing came back and went to Lin Dong's room again. Brother Lin Dong, all the materials our Yao family has are in this ring, but you still need 1/3 of the materials on your list to be collected. Lin Dong nodded, took the storage ring in his hand, and then looked at Yao Qingxing. I've seen your efforts. I can buy the remaining materials at the virtual trading center. After a pause, Lin Dong twisted his fingers and a forging book was held in his hand. Your profession is a night elf priest, right? I'm going to forge some equipment later. Here are some weapon forging books that are suitable for you. You can pick a weapon you like, and I'll forge them for you later. 60 damn Lin Dong. How dare you treat me like this? Brother Lin Dong, are you going to make a weapon for me? Yao Qingxing was overjoyed. Her efforts finally received a response from Lin Dong. The attributes of the bronze equipment forged by Lin Dong are so exaggerated. If it is silver equipment, how exaggerated will it be? She couldn't hide her excitement and immediately went forward to hug Lin Dong. The pressure of her impressive capital made Lin Dong feel a little suffocated. Not only that, she even wanted a graffiti on Lin Dong's face. Lin Dong coughed and gently pushed her away. For a girl like Yao Qingxing, it would be better for him to just cooperate and show concern. He didn't want to be affected by this girl whose eyes were filled with desire. However, Yao Qingxing's capital is indeed strong. Among the people he knows, perhaps only his class teacher Zhao Qingxue can match him. I stretched out my hand awkwardly, but my fingertips still retained an amazing sense of touch. In order to hide his embarrassment, Lin Dong coughed softly again. Okay, Qingxing, quickly choose the weapon you like. Yao Qingxing smiled slyly and pretended to go choose an equipment forging book. But she had just keenly noticed that Lin Dong seemed to enjoy the contact just now. You say no, but your body is honest. I've never taken the initiative with a man before, but I don't believe I can't take you. Humph, there's plenty of time. Sooner or later you'll fall under my spell. These weapon forging books are all suitable for the night elf priest profession. Yao Qingxing was simply dazzled by the choices. Each piece of equipment had its own characteristics, and some even had special skill effects. She held her chin and looked for a long time, not knowing how to choose. Brother Lin Dong, why are your forging books different from others? The Yao family have asked other blacksmiths to make equipment before, but their blacksmithing books would never be so detailed. Moreover, some of the items in your blacksmithing book have special effects, which is simply unbelievable. Lin Dong smiled indifferently. He liked to see others act like they had never seen the world. Those high-ranking children of wealthy families now became bumpkins in his eyes. Don't waste time. Hurry up and choose. I have bought all the materials at the virtual trading center, and I am waiting for you. Yao Qingxing stuck out his tongue and hurried to make a selection. But each of these forging books was so attractive that it was really difficult for her to make a choice. This mentality of wanting this, wanting more, and more was expressed vividly by her. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and did not make any choice. Brother Lin Dong, these forging books are so good. I really don't know which one to choose. Why don't you help me choose one? She returned the right of choice to Lin Dong. At the same time, she was secretly delighted. In this way, she could say that the equipment was personally selected and made for her by Lin Dong, and she could make others envious in the future. Lin Dong blinked helplessly, casually pulled out a forging book, and put away the other forging books. Here, this is the elf staff. Yao Qingxing nodded to show his agreement. These forging books, to Lin Dong, were not good things at all. The difference between them and the equipment he wanted to forge was simply a world of difference. However, anything produced by the system must be a top-notch product. Even a book on forging an elven staff is extremely rare in the eyes of ordinary people. Lin Dong also planned to let Yao Qingxing leave quickly, so he started forging for her immediately. 2 minutes later, he took out the elf staff from the system forging furnace and placed it in front of Yao Qingxing. Okay, go get familiar with how to use it first. I'm going to spend the next few days in seclusion forging equipment. After hearing Lin Dong's order to leave, Yao Qingxing tactfully left Lin Dong's room. After closing Lin Dong's door, she couldn't help but hold her hand to her heart, took a few deep breaths, and could no longer suppress her excitement. She leaned against the doorpost and carefully took out her weapon. This elven staff, it's so powerful. Equipment, elf staff, silver level. Attack, plus 1,500. Magic power, plus 9,700. Magic value, plus 5,000. Life recovery. Teammates within a 100-meter range will recover 300 health points per second. Elf self-destruction. Summon 5 elves every 60 seconds and self-destruct on the target. Each explosion deals 2,500 points of damage. It is no exaggeration to say that this weapon has more explosive attributes than the God of War weapon, the moon-gazing scythe in her mother's hand. Moreover, this is a weapon with 2 attributes. Just relying on these 2 attributes, she believes that the price of this weapon can be sold for 100 billion Chinese yuan. Of course, she would not sell it no matter how much she was offered. This kind of weapon was the key to her rise. Even if Lin Dong no longer makes weapons for her, this weapon is enough for her to use until she reaches the level of God of War or above. After looking at it a few more times with satisfaction, she carefully put away her weapon and walked back to her room with her head held high. However, this scene was seen by Choi Hyun-ae, who was observing secretly. Choi Hyun-ae came here specifically to extort weapons from Lin Dong. She thought that with the status of their Choi family, Lin Dong would definitely compromise. I didn't expect that Yao Qingxing would get there first. She squinted her eyes and looked at Yao Qingxing's back as he left, her silver teeth chattering. What a Yao Qingxing. She usually behaves like a naive person, but I didn't expect that she is so scheming and even came earlier than me. Isn't it possible that she has looted all of Lin Dong's good stuff? I have to act quickly. If there are no more, I will force Lin Dong to forge a few more for me. Choi Hyun-ae retracted her gaze and swaggered towards Lin Dong's room, her purple hair flying in the wind, with a hint of arrogance and domineering. The door was ajar, so she pushed it open and walked in. Lin Dong was sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes slightly closed, waiting for the system forging furnace to create top-level silver equipment, red armor. Hearing the door being pushed open, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but frown. Choi Hyun-ae is on his blacklist. No matter how beautiful this woman is, he doesn't like her. Could it be that she wants to learn from Yao Qingxing and use the beauty trick to get close to me, and then use the family's financial resources to help me take off? This Choi Hyun-ae is really unpopular. If she really extends an olive branch to me, should I refuse or accept it? Lin Dong's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. But facts proved that Lin Dong was overthinking. Choi Hyun-ae had no intention of currying favor with Lin Dong. On the contrary, She simply put her hands on her hips, acting like a domineering young lady. Lin Dong, let me tell you the truth. I am the eldest daughter of the Chui family. You know the Chui family, right? One of the 9 great war masters in China is my grandfather Chui Taihang. I can forgive you for provoking me before, but if you want to get my forgiveness, you must forge a few pieces of equipment for me. You still have the acceleration gloves that Shuehan used, right? Hurry and bring me a pair for emergency. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. He thought of countless possibilities, but he never expected that Choi Hyun-ae would actually talk to him like this. Choi Hyun-ae treated him like this. Is he, Lin Dong, the Choi family's dog? It seems that he was blinded by Yao Qingxing's friendly attitude, which is why he thought that Choi Hyun-ae was also here to curry favor with him. Now it seems that this is a guy who is here to cause trouble. So Lin Dong frowned and waved his hands towards Choi Hyun-ae a few times. You broke into my private room without my permission, which has already made me very unhappy. Please leave my room immediately, otherwise I will be rude to you. Choi Hyun-ae never expected that even after she revealed her identity, Lin Dong still dared to speak like this. Her face instantly turned red with anger, and she pointed at Lin Dong with her finger, gritting her teeth in hatred. Lin Dong, do you know who you were talking to? Aren't you afraid that I will tell my grandfather and tear you into pieces? Unexpectedly, Lin Dong smiled disdainfully and didn't treat her well at all. When something goes wrong, he only brings up his ancestors. He is indeed a person who cannot be put on the stage. Even your grandfather can't afford the equipment forged by me, Lin Dong. Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Having said that, Lin Dong picked up Choi Hyun-ae with one hand, threw her out of the door, and then slammed the door shut. Choi Hyun-ae fell heavily on her buttocks on the ground, screaming in pain, and her expensive clothes were all stained with dust. She really didn't expect that Lin Dong would just take action and throw her out like trash. Damn you, Lin Dong. How dare you do this to me? I'm telling you, you're dead. Choi Hyun-ae was so angry that she was jumping up and down outside and banging on the door, but it was of no use. Lin Dong had already locked the door, so she couldn't get in at all. Choi Hyun-ae stared at Lin Dong's door hatefully, her expression becoming somewhat distorted. You're so proud, aren't you? It's nothing but forging a few pieces of equipment. What's so great about that? In 3 days, my brother Choi Woody will come to the special training camp to see me. I'll see if I can stop him from teaching you a lesson then. 61 recruiting younger brothers, I like to conquer people with my weapons. As for what Choi Hyun-ae thinks, Lin Dong doesn't care at all. The other party wanted to use his family background to force him to submit, which was really laughable. In terms of the strength of background, who now has a background as strong as Lin Dong's. Standing behind him is Xiao Zhini, the #1 commander-in-chief of all of China. So he didn't take Choi Hyun-ae's threat seriously at all. After kicking Choi Hyun-ae out of the door, the system forging furnace had already started to move, and it was obvious that the red armor was almost completed. Lin Dong was still very much looking forward to this equipment. After all, equipment that can increase experience is rare. Even if he was a god-level blacksmith, it would be difficult for him to forge such equipment. This is the top-level silver equipment that he selected after careful selection. Even ordinary sky-level weapons do not cost as much as this equipment. Lin Dong had already held his breath while calculating the time patiently. According to the system's description, this scarlet armor is already considered the top-level equipment in the Silver Series. I'm really looking forward to seeing how extraordinary it is. Gently opening the system forging furnace, Lin Dong couldn't wait to take out the red armor. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but be delighted. Equipment. Crimson armor, silver level. Life, plus 22,000. Attack, plus 1,500. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Magic resistance, plus 10,000. Anti-armor, 30% chance to rebound all types of damage. Invincible, active skill. After activation, you will be invincible for 60 seconds and immune to any damage. Rejuvenation. When HP is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to increase HP to full at once. Double experience. When killing monsters, you can get twice the normal experience value. The equipment had 4 attributes, and it was worth the 3 enchantment points he spent. Overall, this piece of scarlet armor can be regarded as a super upgraded version of chainmail, but it is much stronger than chainmail. Now that we have this equipment, the chainmail can be replaced, and maybe we can sell it for a good price. Even if you don't sell it, it's good to use it to win people's hearts. Lin Dong held his chin up, a smile already forming on the corner of his mouth. Now Yao Qingxing has joined Lin Dong's camp, and Shui Hong also regards him as the boss. I just don't know what choice the sword maniac Song Tianke and the sword saint by Xing Xue will make. However, there is still more than 10 days before the Lost Land is officially opened, so he is not in a hurry. The most urgent task now is to make the silver suit first, and then quickly upgrade and kill monsters. After putting on the scarlet armor, Lin Dong began to prepare materials and planned to create the Eye of Punishment. This piece of equipment is a powerful weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and its lethality is no weaker than the underworld beast soul furnace in his hand. It can create a sudden burst of energy and reach a new peak. The forging time of these top-level silver equipment is much longer than that of ordinary silver equipment. Each piece of equipment would take half an hour or even longer, while ordinary silver equipment would only take a minute or two. So after Lin Dong put the materials into the system forging furnace, he fell into a dozing state again, quietly waiting for the Eye of Punishment to be forged successfully. It was at this empty room that the sound of knocking on the door was heard again. A smile flashed across Lin Dong's lips. He knew that business was coming to him again. So he opened the door, put his hands behind his back, and acted mysterious. Standing outside the door was Song Tianke from the Song family. He came here to buy acceleration gloves. Moreover, he had also received instructions from his family to build a good relationship with Lin Dong, a rare talent, so even becoming his younger brother would be fine. However, Song Tianke doesn't think so. He is still a proud man and definitely doesn't want to be someone else's younger brother. He also felt that if he had the same equipment as Lin Dong, he could beat Lin Dong to a pulp. But he also knew that he couldn't offend Lin Dong and he had to make friends with him. So when he saw Lin Dong opening the door, Song Tianke immediately bowed, showing that he was neither humble nor arrogant. Lin Dong, "Oh, Captain, can I come in and sit for a while? I want to discuss something with you." "Oh, then come in." Lin Dong chuckled and let Song Tianke in. Lin Dong still values Song Tianke very much. After all, he is the main output and plays an extremely important role in the team. After sitting down, Song Tianke bowed slightly and smiled shyly. "Captain Lin Dong, I'm very interested in the speed-up gloves you forged. Can you sell me a few pairs?" "Don't worry. Although our Song family is not a top family, we are also financially strong and are willing to purchase it at the market price." Song Tianke has already inquired about the price of the acceleration gloves. Tactical instructor Ding Taichio spent 50 billion Chinese yuan to buy a pair of acceleration gloves. The powerful effect of the acceleration gloves is fully worth the price. Because the speed-up gloves can be worn at the bronze level, it can allow the younger generation of the family to quickly upgrade and rise. It is a magical weapon that can be passed down as a family inheritance. So this time Song Tianke plans to buy 5 pairs of acceleration gloves on behalf of the Song family. However, Lin Dong just smiled playfully, acting calm and composed. "My teacher, Marshal Xiao, told me many times before I came to the special training camp that the acceleration gloves are a powerful weapon of the country and must not fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. I don't know much about the Song family, so I don't dare to do this business rashly, lest I be punished by the teacher in the future. Student Song should go back first." Song Tianke, who had been confident of victory, could not help but stand up from his seat, no longer as calm as before. He didn't expect Lin Dong to refuse directly without leaving any room for maneuver. This made all the excuses he had prepared before useless. He stood there for a moment, not knowing what to say. Lin Dong, would you like to reconsider it? We are willing to pay 50 billion per pair of acceleration gloves to buy 5 pairs. That's 250 billion in total. Enough to cultivate a family." Song Tianke showed Lin Dong how powerful he was, fearing that Lin Dong refused because he had not explained it clearly enough. But no matter what he said, Lin Dong just shook his head gently. "Mr. Song, do you think I am someone who is short of money? As long as I am willing to sell the equipment I forged, there will be a lot of top families lining up to buy it. If I want to make money, it would be extremely easy, but why don't I do it? Don't you think about it?" Lin Dong walked over and patted Song Tianke on the shoulder, showing an upright face. This confused Song Tianke, and he felt that he couldn't understand Lin Dong. That's not right. When he took Shui Hong's ring this morning, he had such a greedy look on his face. Why is he talking about morality now? Is he dissatisfied with the amount I gave him? Song Tianke thought for a moment and said immediately, "As for the acceleration gloves, our Song family is in great need of them. So Lin, just name a price. As long as we can accept it, we will definitely buy it. But Lin Dong's reaction still disappointed him. Lin Dong was seen still gently shaking his right index finger, looking elegant and calm. He gently poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one to Song Tianke on the table. Then he took out the bloodthirsty sword from his storage ring and played with it in his hands. I Lin Dong like making friends. I am very generous to my own people, but I am stingy as hell to strangers. I just don't know, Mr. Song. Do you want to be my friend? Or do you want to be a stranger? As he spoke, Lin Dong pushed the bloodthirsty sword towards Song Tianke, and then made a gesture of invitation with his hand. How could a genius like Song Tianke not understand the meaning of Lin Dong's words? As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, he knew that Lin Dong wanted him to be his younger brother. But what kind of person is Song Tianke? How could he be inferior to others? But the next second, Song Tianke's eyes widened. He is an expert in knife use and is very fond of precious swords. The swords that can catch his eye are extremely rare, but this blood-crying sword is truly stunning. His heart, which had originally been determined to die rather than surrender, suddenly beat violently. My throat feels a little dry, and I want to say something, but I stop myself. 62, the strongest silver team, takes shape with the generous use of equipment. Equipment, bloodthirsty sword, bronze level. Life, plus 2,700. Attack, plus 2,000. Bloodthirst. Absorb the target's blood, add 50 points of attack power, and the damage can be added up to 50 times. Bloodthirsty. This skill entry is really abnormal. As long as it is stacked 50 times, the attack of this knife can reach 4,500 points, and it also increases 2,700 health points. You know, his total health bar is only over 3,000 now. The lifespan increased by 2,700 at once, almost doubling. He took out the saber that had been with him for half a year and sighed softly. Equipment, saber, silver level. Attack, plus 1,300. Defense, plus 3. Attack speed, plus 1. This kind of attribute is totally incomparable to the bloodthirsty sword in front of him. He found it hard to accept that a piece of silver equipment was not as good as bronze equipment. But it also aroused the desire for this blood-crying sword. If this sword was in his hands, his 13 styles of heavenly sword could probably inflict more than 10 times the damage than it does now. His throat moved, and his expression changed rapidly. He knew that if he rejected Lin Dong, he might miss this opportunity. But does he really want to become someone else's little brother just for such a piece of equipment? Where should his pride and self-esteem be placed? Just when he was hesitating, Lin Dong suddenly took the bloodthirsty sword back. This made Song Tianke look disappointed. He stretched out his hand in the air, wanting to stop it but unable to speak. After all, this was Lin Dong's weapon, and he had the right to control it. He could only helplessly put down his hand and lower his head. Lin Dong had been observing Song Tianke's expression and had already made up his mind. He knew that geniuses like Song Tianke were all proud and would never give in to others easily. But once such people identify a truth, they will stick to it all their lives. But this did not pose a problem for Lin Dong. In his opinion, the temptation he offered was not big enough. As long as he increased the temptation, Song Tianke would definitely give in. After all, since Song Tianke was able to come here, their family must have already explained everything to Song Tianke. The reason why Song Tianke refused to bow his head was entirely because of his self-esteem. But Lin Dong is also a genius, or even a cheater. It is not at all unfair to Song Tianke to recognize a stupid guy like him as his big brother. It can even be said to be his honor. So Lin Dong gently picked up the bloodthirsty sword and wiped it lightly with a handkerchief. He planned to use the enchantment value to improve the quality of the bloodthirsty sword. It was also to show off his skills in front of Song Tianke and make the other party completely respect him. Ding, this enchantment requires 2 points of enchantment value. Do you want to enchant? Enchant! Ding, quality improvement failed. Do you want to continue enchanting? Continue. Ding, quality improvement failed. Do you want to continue enchanting? Ding, quality improvement failed. Do you want to continue enchanting? Continue. After 5 consecutive enchantment failures, Lin Dong's face turned green. Damn it, you're letting me down at this time. Isn't this a waste of my enchantment points? With 10 points of enchantment points, I can buy a few top-level forging books. If I fail again this time, I will give up on enchanting and improving the quality. It seemed that Lin Dong's complaints had worked, And this time, the enchantment was finally successful. Ding! Enchantment successful. The quality of the bloodthirsty sword upgraded to silver level. Reward the host with plus 100 experience and plus 10 proficiency. Lin Dong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This little reward had no practical use to him now. It could only be said to be better than nothing. Looking at the silver-grade, bloodthirsty sword in his hand, Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction, put it back on the table, and pushed it in front of Song Tianke. Brother Song, opportunities don't wait for anyone. When Song Tianke saw the blood-crying sword placed in front of him again, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really couldn't let go of his pride and become someone else's little brother. Student Lin Dong, I have a stubborn personality. I'm afraid. Just when he was about to refuse, his eyes suddenly widened. This. Is this still the blood-crying sword from before? How could such a big change happen in just a short while? Equipment. Bloodthirsty sword, silver level. Life. Plus 5,800. Attack. Plus 8,000. Bloodthirst. Absorb the target's blood, add 100 points of attack power to the target, and the damage can be added up to 100 times. He rubbed his eyes hard, his eyes full of confusion. In just a few seconds, the quality of a piece of equipment was improved, and its overall attributes changed drastically. If this incident had not happened right before his eyes, he would have thought it was a fairy tale. But now, he couldn't help but raise his head in astonishment and look at Lin Dong, who was as bright and shining as the sunshine. He raised his Adam's apple and became humble. What could be more shocking to him than improving the quality of a piece of equipment on the spot? Song Tianke stared at the blood-weeping sword on the table, unable to speak for a long time. Silver-level equipment, after stacking up the full number of bloodlust times, can directly cause 18,000 points of damage in a single time. If he holds this knife in his hand, he has the confidence to fight against a god of war-level character. To put it bluntly, this knife completely overturned his understanding and cognition of equipment. Silver-level equipment, god of war-level attributes, and even supernatural entries. It was a blessing for a low-level genius like him. Lin Dong made a gesture of invitation to him, and then sank comfortably into the rocking chair. A precious sword is given to a hero. Brother Tianke, you are a perfect match for this precious sword. Why don't you pick it up and test its power? He took the bloodthirsty sword tremblingly, and his whole body became excited. Dignity? Bullshit dignity. In front of Lin Dong, my so-called genius is not even as good as shit. With his miraculous ability to forge equipment, he can create a war god-level army anytime and anywhere. For a little grasshopper like me, it's a blessing to have the chance to interact with him. If Lin Dong wasn't still interested in me, in another year, no, at most 3 months, I wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Such a peerless genius wants to take me in as his younger brother, but I am still hesitating. This is really ridiculous. Thinking of this, Song Tianke finally put aside all his pride and bowed deeply to Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, please accept my respects. Brother, your kindness to me is like a rebirth. I am willing to run errands for you and obey your orders. Engineer Lin looked at Song Tianke with satisfaction and quickly stood up and helped him up. Brother Tianke, from the first moment I saw you, I knew you were a chivalrous and courageous hero. It is my honor to have this chance meeting with you today, my dear brother. Ha ha, this bloodthirsty sword is completely useless when it's with me, so I'll give it to you as a meeting gift. Song Tiang's head buzzed, and he couldn't believe his ears. He originally planned to spend a large sum of money to buy this knife, but Lin Dong just waved his hand and gave it to him directly. How arrogant. As a younger brother, if he recognizes such a magnanimous person as his elder brother, what reason does he have not to go through fire and water for him? Brother, this is too valuable. Hey, Brother Tianke, don't be polite. This is a token of my appreciation as a brother. Don't refuse. If you do, you'll be looking down on me. But friendship is friendship, and business is business. You want to buy the acceleration gloves, but I will charge you for them. When Song Tianke heard Lin Dong mention the acceleration gloves, he immediately agreed. Of course, we should charge a fee. I just don't know what price you and your partner are going to charge, big brother. Let's just go with 50 billion per pair. Okay, then I want 5 pairs. The family elders specifically told me to buy at least 5 pairs. Song Tianke and Lin Dong hit it off immediately, and the money and goods were settled immediately. Just when the two of them completed the transaction, there was another knock on the door. Is Captain Lin Dong here? I'm Bai Xingxue. Can you come in? Lin Dong and Song Tianke looked at each other, and Song Tianke clapped his hands and smiled. I didn't expect him to be here too. Big brother, should I avoid him? Lin Dong smiled slightly. No need. Having said that, Lin Dong opened the door. The person standing outside the door was Bai Xingxue in white. 63 team reunites. The strongest silver team is born. When Bai Xingxue looked into the house, he was surprised to find that Song Tianke was also inside. Moreover, Song Tianke was one body position behind Lin Dong and seemed to be following Lin Dong's lead. He looked at Song Tianke suspiciously, then at Lin Dong, wondering what the conspiracy was between the two. Lin Dong let him in with a smile on his face. Lin Dong was in a good mood because he had recruited a powerful general like Song Tianke. So when he faced Bai Xingxue, he could not help but show a hint of joy. Brother Bai, what brings you to my humble abode? Bai Xingxue shook his white robe and sat upright on the chair. He looked cold, aloof, and stern, without a trace of worldly vulgarity. But what he was going to talk about with Lin Dong next was no exception. Student Lin Dong, the speed-up gloves you forged are exquisite. Our Bai family is planning to buy a batch of them. I wonder if we can part with them? Bai Xingxue glanced at Song Tianke next to him and spoke hesitantly. Obviously, saying these words in front of Song Tianke made him feel a little embarrassed. But now that I'm here, it would be inappropriate not to finish the job, so I spoke hesitantly. However, this time, before Lin Dong spoke, Song Tianke had already started to take on the role and act. Old Bai, brother Lin Dong, is a generous and free-spirited person, but he only treats his friends well. Until you become a friend recognized by brother Lin Dong, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve your wish. Bai Xingxue looked at Song Tianke in surprise, her face full of disbelief. In his impression, Song Tianke is an extremely proud person and few people can convince him. But looking at Song Tianke's appearance now, calling him big brother all the time in a very intimate manner, it didn't seem like he was lying, and he even had a feeling of being convinced, which made him surprised. These geniuses don't pay much attention to each other's background. The only thing that can win their admiration is personal strength. Song Tianke's performance at this moment indirectly highlights Lin Dong's extraordinary talent. Could it be that Lin Dong is a super genius who is even more powerful than Song Tianke? Moreover, Song Tianke's words were quite intriguing, causing Bai Xingxue to begin to ponder the implications of them. A friend recognized by Lin Dong? What does that mean? Song Tianke chuckled and gave Bai Xingxue some advice. Old White, you've always been smart. Why are you so confused about this kind of thing? To be honest, I have now accepted Lin Dong as my elder brother and am willing to be his vanguard. Bai Xingxue became even more surprised and doubtful when she heard Song Tianke being so frank. He shook his head in disbelief, his face full of disbelief. Old Song, don't joke with me. You are so proud. How evil must Lin Dong be to make you so convinced? But to Bai Xingxue's surprise, Song Tianke did not seem to feel ashamed, but instead spoke to him as if he was showing off. In front of a genius like Lin Dong, we are like fireflies competing with the bright moon. We are not even on the same level. Lao Bai, we were all frogs in the well before, never having seen the world. After you and brother Lin Dong got to know each other better, you realized that we so-called geniuses are actually shit. As he spoke, Song Tianke took out the blood-crying sword he had just obtained and waved it in front of Bai Xingxue. See? This is a gift from brother Lin Dong. Song Tianke had a smug look on his face, but he couldn't do anything to Bai Xingxue. Just a knife can make Song Tianke recognize Lin Dong as his elder brother? Song Tianke is too cheap. When Bai Xingxue was about to shake his head again, his eyes suddenly swept across the attributes of the blood-crying sword. He was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He stood there in a daze, and his breathing became heavy. Divine artifact. Bai Xingxue stared at the blood-weeping sword in Song Tianke's hand and was shocked. Is this magical weapon really given to Song Tianke by Lin Dong? At first he thought Song Tianke was ridiculous for being willing to be Lin Dong's younger brother just for a knife. But after he saw the properties of the blood-crying sword, he realized that he was the ridiculous one. Even if he wields a sword, if you give him a blood-crying sword like this, he will be willing to recognize Lin Dong as his big brother. Bai Xingxue felt her lips were a little dry, and her otherworldly temperament also subsided. He looked at Lin Dong nervously and asked cautiously, Brother Lin Dong, Do you think I am qualified to be your friend? Lin Dong smiled as he looked at Bai Xingxue, whose attitude changed so quickly, and nodded slightly. I, Lin Dong, like making friends. I, Lin Dong, approve of your character. Of course you can be my friend. After hearing what Lin Dong said, Song Tianke winked at Bai Xingxue. It seemed to mean, old white, you should thank me for reminding you. After all, when Song Tianke first started to come into contact with Lin Dong, it was full of twists and turns, and not as smooth as Bai Xingxue's. Bai Xingxue is also a person who can take it or leave it, and he also believes in Song Tiang's vision. Since Song Tianke already recognizes Lin Dong as his elder brother, why should he be reserved? So he immediately bowed deeply to Lin Dong, calling him big brother and showing great respect. Lin Dong quickly took his hand and asked him to return to his seat. From now on, you're all my brothers, Lin Dong. I will certainly not show favoritism. Xingxue, this is a forging book for silver-level sword weapons. Pick one you like, and I'll forge one for you on the spot. As he spoke, Lin Dong took out a dozen forging books from his storage ring and placed them in front of Bai Xingxue. Bai Xingxue didn't expect Lin Dong to be so generous that he wanted to forge equipment for him on the spot. He thanked him excitedly. Of course, he didn't act pretentiously and quickly began to select forging books. After all, if you refuse this opportunity, you'd be a fool. Bai Xingxue is not stupid. He knows how to seize opportunities. Brother, I choose this one. Bai Xingxue picked out a forging book for the Tianyuan sword from a pile of forging books and looked at Lin Dong with trepidation. This Tianyuan sword has a slowing effect and can effectively control the enemy's output. He was attracted by it at the first sight. Lin Dong took it, looked at it, nodded, and held it in his hand casually. It just so happens that I have finished forging the Eye of Punishment. I will forge the Eye of Punishment first, and then help you, my brother, forge the Tianyuan sword. As he spoke, Lin Dong opened the system forging furnace, and suddenly a beam of evil light burst out from it. Everyone looked closely and saw a pair of lively eyes moving back and forth with a slightly creepy aura. The beam of evil light just now came from this eye. This Eye of Punishment is too terrifying. Bai Xingxue looked at the Eye of Punishment with some lingering fear. For some reason, a feeling of fear grew in his heart. Song Tianke also took 2 steps back, as if the aura emanating from these eyes made him very uncomfortable. Lin Dong chuckled and retracted the aura emitted by the Eye of Punishment, and the room returned to normal. He examined the Eye of Punishment and was very satisfied. Equipment: Eye of Punishment, silver level. Attack, plus 7,900. Life, plus 10,000. Evil gaze. The target being gazed at falls into fear, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. Corrosive beam, active skill. After being illuminated by the eyes, the body will rot, causing 3,000 damage for 15 seconds. The cooldown time is 60 seconds. Time standstill. Active skill puts the target in a state of time standstill for 10 seconds. During this period, damage incurred is accumulated. After the effect ends, the target directly suffers all accumulated damage within 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. It turned out to be equipment with 3 attribute entries, and each entry had incredible power. This Eye of Punishment made by Xingxue and Song Tianke stare in amazement. It's really you, big brother. With just one move, he can create such astonishing equipment. He can be called the #1 in the forging world. I finally realized that I was a frog in a well. It turns out that a blacksmith can be so powerful. Lin Dong rolled his eyes at them. He didn't expect that these 2 proud people could be so disgusting when it came to flattery. He gently placed the Eye of Punishment on the red armor helmet, and the Eye of Punishment immediately disappeared into it. It would only appear at the center of the eyebrows when Lin Dong summoned it. Next, he began to help Bai Xingxue forge the Tianyuan sword. This sword was more than 1 level lower than his silver set of equipment, so it was forged very quickly, and it was completed in just 2 minutes. But even so, Bai Xingxue still covered her mouth and almost shed tears of emotion. Equipment: Tianyuan sword, silver level. Attack, plus 9,800. Life, plus 3,000. Defense, plus 1,000. Space stagnation. The space around the attack target becomes sticky, and the attack speed is reduced by 30%. Stunning slash. Top-level sword drawing technique. When released, can explode with a slash with triple the attack power. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Equipment with dual attributes, especially the stunning slash, becomes more and more powerful as personal attack power increases. It can be said to be an unlimited magical skill. Bai Xingxue held it in his hand, feeling an urge to try it out. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked full of vigor and vitality, like a sword god. Lin Dong wanted to try out the effect of his scarlet armor, so he patted his chest. Come on, if you're a brother, come and chop me up. 64, a small test. The invincible style is revealed. If he's a brother, then go and chop him up? Bai Xingxue felt that his brain was not enough. Is this something a mature person can say? He is the sword saint Bai Xingxue, whose sword-drawing skills of cutting through the sky are almost invincible among his peers. Lin Dong actually asked him to chop it down himself. Isn't this a bit too disrespectful to him? Although he acknowledged Lin Dong as his elder brother, the pride in his heart was not so easy to suppress. So he frowned slightly and said while suppressing his displeasure, "Since you want to spar with me, I will use 30% of my power to attack you. But my heaven-slaying sword technique is very fierce. Big brother, you have to be careful when dealing with it. If you feel any danger, you must let me stop in time." But Lin Dong patted his chest nonchalantly and said confidently, "Don't worry, use all your strength. I just want to test the power of this newly forged red armor." Hearing Lin Dong being so arrogant, Bai Xingxue suddenly felt a little troubled. If he really used his full strength, what if he hurt Lin Dong? After all, Lin Dong is just a blacksmith. All his strength comes from his equipment. His own strength is no match for these warriors. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things. Just be prepared for the worst. But just as he was hesitating, Song Tianke on the side burst into laughter, looking very high-spirited. "Old Bai, you really don't believe in Big Brother's ability. If he tells you to chop, just go ahead and chop. If you don't do it, I'll do it first." As he said that, Song Tianke leaped forward, swung the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, and slashed towards Lin Dong. "Brother, get it? I'm going to use the 13 styles of Heavenly Sword of our Song family. Each attack will add 30% of the power of the previous one. Now with the blessing of the basic attack of the blood-crying sword, the last attack can even reach 50,000 points of attack. You better be careful." But Lin Dong laughed, showing an eagerness to fight. "Well, that's right. Come on, let's have a hearty fight." Lin Dong got ready, intending to take Song Tiang's blow head-on. Bai Xingxue, who was standing aside, narrowed his eyes and was extremely horrified in his heart. He was really afraid that the bastard Song Tianke would accidentally hurt Lin Dong. You have to know that the head of their family has personally ordered that Lin Dong must be worshipped and must not be allowed to suffer any mishaps. But now, "Old Song, my brother's making a fuss. How can you join him in making a fuss?" Just as Bai Xingxue was secretly shaking her head, Song Tiang's first knife had already hit Lin Dong's body firmly. Clang! The sound of metal clashing instantly vibrated the eardrums, causing Bai Xingxue beside him to narrow his eyes even tighter. Song Tiang's blood-crying sword bounced high up, and this first strike did not even break Lin Dong's defense. An attack of tens of thousands of points couldn't break Big Brother's defense? This time, Bai Xingxue was completely stunned. Even if it is a mutated monster, I'm afraid it won't have such a high defense. If he were to attack with this kind of defense, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt Lin Dong at all unless he used his family's unique sword technique, the heaven-slaying sword technique. Song Tianke, whose attack failed, also became excited. He stood with his sword in his hand, his eyes burning with fire. "Brother, take it, my second attack is coming again. This time the attack is 3,000 points higher than before." As he said that, Song Tianke rubbed his body again. This knife was powerful and heavy, and carried an unparalleled ferocity. His entire hair was flying upside down. However, Lin Dong on the opposite side was still standing there with a smile on his face, looking calm and composed. "Duan!" This time, the blood-crying sword chopped on Lin Dong's body, making another deafening noise. But Lin Dong did not react at all, while Song Tianke screamed and retreated madly, with even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Brother, what method did you use just now? How come my attack was reflected back to me?" Song Tianke, whose health bar had been reduced by more than half, seemed to be still in fear. If his attack power was several thousand higher, he would have died instantly. But Lin Dong smiled slightly, lifted up his coat, revealing the scarlet armor he was wearing underneath. At this moment, Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue stared with their eyes wide open. Equipment: crimson armor, silver level. Life, plus 22,000. Attack, plus 1,500. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Magic resistance, plus 10,000. Anti-armor, 30% chance to rebound all types of damage. Invincible, active skill. After activation, you will be invincible for 60 seconds and immune to any damage. Rejuvenation. When HP is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to increase HP to full at once. Double experience. When killing monsters, you can get twice the normal experience value. Is this silver level equipment? Even if it is sky level equipment, it probably only has this kind of attribute. This is too exaggerated. The most important thing is that the equipment actually has 4 incredible skill attributes. Each entry is a skill that can save your life on the battlefield. Stacking so many of them together is simply piling up bugs. It was the anti-armor attribute that caused Song Tianke to suffer backlash damage just now. This attribute just worked and rebounded all the damage Song Tianke suffered. Song Tianke licked his lips bitterly and looked at Lin Dong with a little fear. Brother, my health bar is less than 20,000, unlike yours, which has a health bar of 50,000 or 60,000. If I use the 13 styles of Heavenly Sword to chop you again, and your anti-armor attribute takes effect again, I'm afraid I'll be killed directly. Lin Dong nodded. Indeed, there was a possibility, as Song Tianke mentioned, but he hadn't had enough fun yet and didn't want to end the competition so hastily. Touching his chin and thinking for a while, Lin Dong directly took out the chainmail he had replaced from the ring and placed it in front of Song Tianke. If you put this on, your life will not be in danger. Show your 13 Heavenly Sword styles to your heart's content, and let me experience the joy of fighting. Song Tianke reached out to take the chainmail. Even though he already had a strong ability to accept things, he still couldn't stop his rapid breathing and fiery eyes. Bai Xingxue, who was standing by, couldn't help but stretch her neck and exclaimed, "Armor. Real armor. Equipment. Chainmail bronze level. Life. Plus 8,000. Defense. Plus 500. Magic defense. Plus 500. Magic resistance. Plus 500. Attribute deception. Hide the real attributes and display the normal attributes of the same level equipment. Invincible shield. After receiving an attack far beyond the defense, the invincible shield is activated, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Death substitute puppet. The moment the chainmail is shattered, the wearer will be randomly and instantly transferred to a place 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse at the original place. Wearing this precious armor is like having 2 extra lives. An invincible shield can save a life, and a substitute puppet can also save a life. Lin Dong was actually willing to take out this kind of treasure and let the two of them broaden their horizons. This elder brother is really generous. Unconsciously, the mentality of the two changed again, and the way they looked at Lin Dong became more odd. Big thigh. Lin Dong is definitely a big thigh. If they can seize the opportunity and hold on to Lin Dong's thigh, they will have many more chances to save their lives in the future. This kind of precious equipment is something that even big families like them can only dream of. After all, before Lin Dong appeared, there had never been such equipment on the entire Blue Star. After putting on the chainmail, Song Tianke became more confident. He shook the bloodthirsty sword in his hand and shouted again. "Brother, here I come. Look at my 3rd Heavenly Sword move." Lin Dong smiled slightly and hooked his finger at Song Tianke, as if to say, "Come on." At this time, Song Tian's attack had reached about 16,000 points, which was enough to break Lin Dong's defense. But for Lin Dong, whose blood bar was more than 3 times longer than Song Tian's, this attack did not even reduce 1/10 of his blood. Next, Song Tianke attacked 5 more times and finally reduced Lin Dong's health to 30,000 points. However, when he stabbed the enemy for the 6th time, Lin Dong's anti-armor attribute took effect again, directly making Song Tian's chainmail's invincible shield effective. Looking at the golden light that was wrapped around him, Song Tianke knew that if it weren't for the chainmail, he might have died from the rebound just now. But this also aroused his ferocity. "Brother, watch carefully. This blow of mine has a damage of over 30,000 points. Take it." Bai Xingxue on the side couldn't sit still anymore. Lin Dong only has less than 30,000 HP left. If this knife is cut down, won't he be killed? He was about to stand up to stop it, but Song Tian's 10th Heavenly Sword style had already hit Lin Dong hard. Bai Shengxue's heart was in his throat because he saw that Lin Dong's health bar had almost reached the bottom, and he looked pale and in danger. Broken. 65 Tianjiao? Nothing in front of him. Bai Shengxue was completely panicked at this moment. A huge amount of anger rose in my heart. Song Tianke, you bastard, don't you know how to stop in time? With the blessing of the blood-crying sword, your 13 heavenly swords are now more powerful than ever. How can you be so reckless? If you kill my brother, we will both be in big trouble. However, Song Tianke, who was standing opposite Lin Dong, was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he pointed at Lin Dong, whose face was as pale as paper, and smiled. Don't worry, Big Brother has plenty of ways to save his life. We don't need to worry about it at all. Big Brother didn't actively release the invincibility item. He must have his own purpose. All we have to do is choose to trust Big Brother. From a certain perspective, Song Tianke is more fanatical than Bai Shengxue. He now had a trust in Lin Dong that was almost worshipful. He believed that everything Lin Dong did was right. As for Bai Shengxue, there seems to be some gap, but it is also true that he cares about Lin Dong's feelings. While the two were bickering, Lin Dong, whose life was almost exhausted, showed a mysterious smile on his face. Because he could already feel a huge life force enveloping his body and beginning to quickly restore his dried blood bar. Rejuvenation. When the health is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to increase the health to full at once. A 50% probability is already a very high probability. It can be said that when attacked, there is a 1 in 2 probability of being triggered. However, this skill cannot be used when facing Su Runin's deadly scissor kick, because she can kill instantly when the health is below 30%. Therefore, these attribute entries are also very interesting. There may be bonuses or restraints between them. Lin Dong carefully appreciated what he had gained and felt that his understanding of the terms had reached a new level. And just at this moment, a huge amount of vitality enveloped him, and his health bar was completely restored. However, Lin Dong was not satisfied. He wanted to try whether the rejuvenation property could be effective all the time. So he hooked his finger at Song Tianke again. Come on, Tianke. Increase the intensity of your attack again. Song Tianke touched the back of his head and grinned. Okay, big brother, you better take it. I'm going to use the 11th Heavenly Sword move right now. The attack power of this move is nearly 39,000 points. You better be careful. Lin Dong smiled slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only by reducing the HP to below 30% could he witness the true effect of the rejuvenation item. So he nodded at Song Tianke and was ready. Bai Shengxue, who was standing aside, was hesitant to speak and could only stand there stamping her feet and shaking her head. In his opinion, these two people are really daring, a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix. After all, swords have no eyes. If the rejuvenation term does not take effect, wouldn't it lead to tragedy? The probability of this entry being triggered is not 100%. There is always the possibility of failure. But Lin Dong was not worried about this. As soon as his life is threatened, he will immediately activate the invincibility item to ensure that he will not be killed directly. However, what was beyond Lin Dong's expectation was that this 50% probability was ridiculously high in terms of triggering rate. Song Tiang's next 3 strikes almost all triggered the special effects of the rejuvenation term. Watching Lin Dong's health constantly recovering to full, Song Tianke was so tired that he stuck the bloodthirsty sword into the ground and started yelling. Brother, you are simply playing tricks. With this kind of blood recovery attribute, you are more resistant than a turtle. How can I fight you? I no longer have the invincible shield of my chainmail. If it bounces back, you'll be fine, but I'll be teleported away by the death substitute puppet. Seeing Song Tianke looking angry and complaining, Lin Dong burst into laughter. He has already tested the combat effectiveness of the red armor, and it is quite powerful. Moreover, Song Tianke, who possesses the blood-crying sword, can use the power of the last few attacks of the 13 styles of Heavenly Sword to reach a level that is no less powerful than that of the War Lord. With such powerful output, there is no rival at the silver stage. Although Bai Shengxue on the side did not take action, she also had the Tianyuan sword forged by Lin Dong. So it seems that her fighting ability would not be weaker than Song Tianke. With these two right-hand men, Lin Dong already has the rudiments of his own power. Okay, let's end today's competition here. I have a clear idea of our strength. Our team will definitely shine in the future competition in the Lost Land. There's nothing to do now. You guys go back first. I'm going to continue forging equipment. When Song Tianke saw Lin Dong ordering them to leave, he suddenly became hesitant and seemed reluctant. Lin Dong looked at him and asked curiously, "Why are you so shy? You're a grown man. What's the matter?" Song Tianke chuckled and pointed at the chain mail on his body. "Brother, can you lend me this precious armor for 2 days? I want to wear it out and show off." "So that's what it is." Lin Dong smiled slightly. "It's just a discarded piece of equipment. I'm giving it to you directly." Lin Dong waved his hand and directly untied the binding of the chainmail, and the chainmail became a free equipment. Song Tianke was laughing so hard that he didn't know which direction his mouth was pointing. He just kept laughing. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. It's great to have a brother like you. But, big brother, if you have other equipment that you don't need, can you lend it to me for safekeeping? I cherish it very much, you know." Bai Xingxue, who was watching this scene, had burning eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he was too conservative and reserved. If he also let himself go like Song Tianke, would he also be able to get Lin Dong's reward? After all, face is fake, but the equipment you get is real. Thinking of this, he no longer maintained his reserve and tried to thicken his skin. "Brother, we haven't made the deal on the speed-up gloves yet. Let me go after the deal is made." "Haha, if you have any equipment that you don't need for the time being, you can lend it to me. I don't mind anything." Lin Dong. It is true that money can move people's hearts. Who could have thought that the two arrogant geniuses would show such faces in front of Lin Dong? No one would believe it if they told others about it. Seeing the burning gazes of the two, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. "There is no replacement equipment for the time being. They have all been taken away by Yao Qingxing. I will start the furnace and forge them for you when I am free. I haven't finished forging my own equipment yet, so I don't have time to forge it for you now." After hearing what Lin Dong said, both of them felt a little regretful. They were late. It turned out that Yao Qingxing had acted earlier than them. Could it be that she had used some kind of beauty trap? However, seeing that Lin Dong was full of energy, he didn't look like someone who had premature ejaculation of his yang energy. It seemed that Yao Qingxing had not succeeded yet. After Bai Xingxue bought 5 sets of acceleration gloves as she wished, she happily followed Song Tianke out of Lin Dong's room. On the way back, Bai Xingxue couldn't wait to take out the acceleration gloves and rub them lovingly. "He finally has this thing." Song Tianke, who was standing by, couldn't help but help him pick and choose. Hey, Lao Bai, use this. This is great. Flash, you can jump randomly within a 50-meter range. Combined with your swordsmanship, you can become an elusive assassin. And this, the Burning Heaven Finger, it can increase the attack power of your equipment by 15%. It works every time you attack. It's a magical weapon. Bai Xingxue was dazzled by the selection of so many acceleration gloves in his hands. Finally, he followed Song Tiang's advice and chose 2 acceleration gloves with the Flash and Burning Sky finger attributes. The rest of the equipment was sent back to the Bai family through the virtual trading platform and trades conducted by designated personnel. The head of the Bai family, Bai Jianfeng, stood up from his seat excitedly the moment he saw these acceleration gloves. These speed-up gloves are simply incredible. Bronze-level equipment is even more coveted than God of War-level equipment. Her little daughter Baiji looked at the acceleration gloves on the table with burning eyes. "Father, can you give me a pair of these acceleration gloves?" Many of our Shenlong Academy's geniuses have secretly obtained some powerful equipment. It is said that they were dropped when hunting mutant monsters in the southwest border. As their strength increases, I may lose the chance to enter the Lost Land this time. Bai Jianfeng, the patriarch of the Bai family, looked at his youngest daughter, Bai Ji, lovingly and touched her head lovingly. The quota to enter the Lost Land is extremely important and is the key for these big families to train the next generation. The reason why he arranged for Bai Xingxue and Bai Ji to enter the God of War Academy and the Dragon Academy respectively was to give them both the chance to enter the Lost Land. He also heard that Shenlong Academy had acquired a lot of exotic equipment. It is said that with the use of the Golden Horn on the battlefield, a large number of mutated monsters were killed on the border. Not only did he obtain a large amount of mutated warcraft materials, but he also discovered a lot of rare equipment. Occasionally, some of these equipment would have entries. However, these equipments were not handed over along with the mutated monster materials. Instead, they were intercepted by some large families and secretly distributed to the family members for use. Even the Bai family is not qualified to obtain this kind of equipment. I didn't expect that some of the geniuses from the Shenlong Academy actually got these equipments. This is really surprising news. After all, those equipments are very scarce. They are not enough for the elders, but they can be distributed to the younger generation. It is obvious that these geniuses have great backgrounds. But when he looked at the acceleration gloves on the table, he suddenly felt relieved. Haha, those so-called geniuses are nothing in front of Lin Dong. Your brother by Xingxue is now Lin Dong's younger brother. What kind of good equipment can our Bai family get in the future? Here, take this pair of speed gloves and use them. Bai Ji happily took the acceleration gloves, and she was so excited that little stars appeared in front of her eyes. Just when Bai Ji was about to walk out of the room, Bai Jianfeng seemed to remember something and shouted at her background. Oh, if you meet Lin Dong in the Forgotten Land in the future, you must treat him respectfully. Do you understand? No. Bai Ji stuck out her tongue and jumped out of the room like a rabbit. But the girl's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. 66 rare item equipment appears. Lin Dong. Bai Ji silently repeated the name in her mind, as if she wanted to imprint it in her heart. Ever since she saw Lin Dong during the live broadcast on Blue Star, she had been deeply infatuated with this young man with a clear and cheerful appearance. A feeling unique to young girls spread and grew in her heart. When she thought about meeting Lin Dong in the Lost Land, her heart couldn't help but beat fast. Moreover, what she was holding in her arms at this moment were the acceleration gloves forged by Lin Dong, which made her face feel slightly hot. After returning to the Shimlong Academy Special Training Camp, he was soon discovered to be abnormal by his teammate, the fire mage Cui Bingbing. Bai Ji, what's wrong with you? You look like you have a fever. You're the one who's horny. I have a fever. I'm fine. Bai Ji pouted and started arguing with Cui Bingbing. Cui Bingbing looked at Bai Ji's embarrassed expression and immediately burst into giggles. Hi, you little girl must be really horny. Your face is full of the breath of spring. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. As they spoke, Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing started to hug each other playfully. The two of them are the best friends in the Shimlong Academy Special Training Camp. This Cui Bingbing is of great origin. She is a genius from the Cui family side branch. Because of the existence of Mr. Cui, the warlord, the Cui family has become one of the largest families in China. However, at this time, both of them are at risk of being kicked out of the special training camp. This is because many geniuses in the special training camp have obtained rare equipment that exploded on the southwest defense line, and some even have attributes. The emergence of these equipments suddenly gave many people who were originally inferior to them a leading advantage, and their rankings were quickly knocked down. The two of them played around for a while before Cui Bingbing let out a resentful sigh. Alas, I think there is no hope for the two of us. You said these equipment didn't appear earlier or later, but had to appear at this time. Isn't this clearly an attempt to snatch our spot in the Lost Land? I heard that Cui Wudi, the genius of our Cui family, got a Wuji stick with the violent attribute. I'm so envious. It's a pity that I am a branch of the Cui family. I am afraid I will never have the chance to get such a good thing. By the way, Bai Ji, where did you go when you left the special training camp tonight? You acted so mysterious and furtive. Hearing Cui Bingbing's question, Bai Ji stuck out her tongue playfully. Then he took out the pair of acceleration gloves from the storage ring and whispered excitedly. Dang, dang, dang. I'll show you a treasure. Look what this is. Oh my god, it's the speed-up gloves. Where did you get them? I heard that only Lin Dong can forge this thing. Cui Bingbing covered her mouth in surprise, and her big breasts couldn't help but shake with her body because of excitement. Even though Bai Ji was a girl, she was fascinated by what she saw. To tell you the truth, my brother Bai Xingxue has already recognized Lin Dong as his big brother. With Lin Dong protecting him, it won't be a big deal for him to get some equipment back. Bai Ji raised her head proudly. When she mentioned Lin Dong, she became full of energy and spirit. Not everyone doubts Lin Dong's strength. For example, she and Cui Bingbing often discuss together the matter of Lin Dongli's withdrawal from the Western Powers leader of the Knights Templar, the European Emperor. They thought that Lin Dong in the live broadcast was so handsome, and such a man was worth pursuing. Sure enough, when Cui Bingbing heard that Bai Ji's brother was actually related to Lin Dong, her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, your brother is so lucky to be able to get to know Lin Dong. I'm so envious. If I could meet Lin Dong once, it would be worth dying for. Her look of being in love is not much better than that of Rang Kai getting Bai Ji. Bai Ji knocked on her forehead hard, like a little devil. Stop being so naughty here. Let me tell you, Song Tianyi from our special training camp, that wooden lump his brother Song Tianke also recognized Lin Dong as his big brother. I think he also got the same speed-up gloves as me. It's really a blessing for a fool. Baiji curled her lips, obviously very dissatisfied with Song Tianyi. However, Cui Bingbing on the side became quiet and seemed to be in a very depressed mood. Baiji looked at Cui Bingbing, who didn't say a word and blinked, somewhat confused as to why she was suddenly sad. What's wrong, Bingbing? Why do you suddenly become so sad? Woo-woo. You all have equipment with attributes, but I have none at all. It looks like I will definitely be kicked out of our Xinlong Academy's special training camp. After all, there are more than a dozen people competing for 9 spots. It's really too difficult. It turns out that the little girl was sad because of this incident. Baiji looked at the acceleration gloves in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and handed the acceleration gloves on her left hand to Cui Bingbing. Bingbing, don't be sad. We are good sisters. I will never let you quit the special training camp. Take this acceleration glove. It's yours from now on. Cui Bingbing looked at Baiji in disbelief, her eyes wide open in surprise. Her eyes couldn't help but wander to the acceleration gloves. With this magical weapon, she is no longer afraid of being kicked out of the special training camp. After all, the attributes of the equipment dropped by the mutated monsters are very low and cannot be compared with those forged by Lin Yang. But these acceleration gloves are so valuable. How can I thank you, Baiji? Baiji looked at her best friend, who had been through thick and thin with her, and giggled while tilting her head. Hurry up and take it. If it's mine, there will be yours. After all, we both swore to marry the same man. Oh, why do you bring up such an embarrassing thing? That's so annoying. Cui Bingbing wrinkled her nose and shyly put away the acceleration gloves. When she touched the acceleration gloves, her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. These acceleration gloves were forged by Lin Dong. If the two of them really wanted to marry someone, they would hope it would be someone like Lin Dong. Unfortunately, Chinese law stipulates that monogamy is required, so this kind of thing can only be thought about but cannot become a reality. Baiji chuckled as she watched Cui Bingbing carefully put on the acceleration gloves. Looking at the way you look, are you secretly in love with Lin Dong? Cui Bingbing hurriedly concealed her true thoughts and made up an excuse. No, I was just thinking, now that I have the speed-up gloves, can I beat our Choi family's eldest daughter Choi Hyuna, or even the #1 genius Choi Woody? Choi Woody? Is he the guy from your Choi family who got the rare equipment that dropped in the Southwest battlefield? I guarantee that you can beat him to a pulp now. After all, the equipment forged by our Lin Dong cannot be compared with his rubbish equipment. Baiji shook her head and gave Cui Bingbing some advice, which made Cui Bingbing burst into laughter. That's right. How can its 1% chance of inducing 10% violent damage be compared with our collapse fist speed-up gloves? What the two of them didn't know was that Choi Woody, whom they had criticized as worthless, was sneezing violently at this moment. He rubbed his itchy nose and looked at the sky in confusion. Damn it, what's wrong with this weather? I'm not going to catch a cold, am I? As the captain of the Hualong College Special Training Camp, he would impose cruel corporal punishment on every new member. Hualong Academy is different from Xinlong Academy and War God Academy. Their places in the Lost Land are entirely decided by the captain of the Special Training Camp, which is entirely for the purpose of improving teamwork and cultivating combat potential. Therefore, this also gives the Captain Cui Woody great power. At this moment, he was physically punishing the new team members. You are the holy warrior Lin Yang, right? With such little endurance, how can you adapt to the combat needs of our team? If you can't decompose these 30 tons of monster corpses before dark, you can't even think of entering the special training camp dormitory to sleep. He looked at the new team member Lin Yang in a domineering manner, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. A holy warrior from a small city really thinks he can make a big splash? In the eyes of us, the true geniuses of big families, he is still just trash, only fit to do odd jobs for us. He was right. If their Hualong Academy was not short of one vacant spot for its team members, it would definitely not be Lin Yang's turn to come here. But even if Lin Yang came to the special training camp, he could only be assigned to do some work of cleaning up the fur and corpses of Warcraft, which did not give him any chance to train and grow. Lin Yang could only be angry but not say anything, and could only do these menial jobs with a sense of grievance. Looking at Lin Yang, who was being ordered around like a dog, the other team members all laughed. Captain Invincible, he looks like a dog. I heard that his brother is the genius blacksmith Lin Dong. Would this be bad for him? Huh, you mean that Lin Dong? The equipment he forged was obviously given to him by Marshal Shao in secret. He was just pretending during the live broadcast. You don't really think that a newly awakened blacksmith has such terrifying abilities, do you? That's true. Since his brother is a liar, the character of the Lin family must be bad. We must be strict with Lin Yang. Come on, Lin Yang. Go clean up the mutant bronze monster I just hunted. Lin Yang has become a little numb after being ordered around by these people. Like a dog, he took over a team member's storage ring, laid out dozens of mutant monster corpses inside, and continued to clean up the corpses and furs. These things can all be sold for money, but he dares not touch them. I really miss the days when Lin Dong worked like a slave for me. It would have been so much better if Lin Dong hadn't broken the twin bond with me. But just when everyone was laughing at him for being an idiot, his hand, which was deeply embedded in the monster's corpse, suddenly trembled violently. Because he touched a hidden dropped equipment. Wind-fixing bead, bronze level. Attack plus 15. Defense plus 1. Immobilization. 1% chance to immobilize the target for 3 seconds with 100 damage. He turned around and glanced nervously at the team members who were talking, his heart in his throat. Hands clenched tighter. 67 after suffering humiliation. Lin Yang regretted it. Lin Yang was extremely nervous at this moment. He knew that any piece of equipment with an entry attribute was priceless. The wind-fixing bead in his hand at this moment is also a control-type skill equipment, which can be sold for at least hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan. I've been patient for several days, and the opportunity has finally come. While the others were not paying attention, Lin Yang put the wind-fixing bead into the storage ring. He decided to embezzle the wind-fixing pearl and keep it for his own use. Cui Wudi and others did not find the wind-fixing bead, but when they saw Lin Yang's sneaky look, they immediately started scolding him loudly again. What the hell are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. You're just a rotten fish or shrimp. You don't know how to improve yourself. Hurry up and help us clean up the monster corpses. Yes, if you don't finish cleaning before dark, you can't go back to sleep. Lin Yang felt contempt in his heart. He now possesses entry weapons, and he believes that his level will soon catch up with them. The strength of their Hualong College special training camp varies, and this year's enrollment is far worse than in previous years. For example, Cui Wudi, the highest level, is already level 30 and can wear gold equipment. As for the other 17 members, for a level 29, one is level 26, one is level 23, and one is level 15. Of course, there is also Lin Yang, who is only level 1. However, Lin Yang can only be said to be lucky to get in here, because he is ranked 9th among the students enrolled in Hualong College this year. So even if he is not very outstanding, he has been admitted here. Compared to the grand occasion of Shenlong Academy, where many geniuses gathered, it is indeed far behind. The 9 places to enter the Lost Land have been gathered. But Cui Wudi looked down on Lin Yang from the bottom of his heart, because he came from a small place like Jiangqing. Because the other 8 people are from prominent families with strong backgrounds, it would be beneficial for each of them to make friends with them. As for Lin Yang, he has no qualifications to stand with them and is only fit to do odd jobs. Cui Wudi was even prepared to let Lin Yang fend for himself after entering the Lost Land. However, they didn't know that the seeds of hatred had already been planted in Lin Yang's heart. He concealed it very well, buried that coldness deep in his heart, and pretended to be conscientiously cleaning up the monster corpses. You guys just wait. When I, Lin Yang, use the wind-fixing bead to quickly rise up, I will trample you all under my feet. I will repay you 100-fold and 1,000-fold for the humiliation you have brought upon me today. Lin Yang cursed a few words in his heart, but couldn't help but recall the time before high school. When he was in high school, no matter how much trouble he got into at school, Lin Dong would always stand up for him and beat the bullies to a pulp. I remember one time, he had a fight with a classmate just for a piece of color-changing cotton cloth. The other party called over more than 30 people, preparing to corner him and break his third leg. But Lin Dong arrived in time and would rather take the beating instead of Lin Yang than replace Lin Yang. But when Lin Yang returned home, he falsely accused Lin Dong of fighting with some wild kids outside, causing Lin Dong to be severely beaten again when he got home. At that time, he just thought it was fun and it was natural for Lin Dong to take care of him. But now, when he was alone and helpless, he suddenly remembered how good it was to have Lin Dong by his side. Lin Dong, I was just a little naughty when I was little. Although I was a little mean to you, I am your biological brother. How can you be so angry with me and even cut off ties with your family? Lin Yang looked at the wind-fixing bead in the storage ring and felt annoyed. Although this is also an item equipment, it is simply garbage compared to the item equipment forged by Lin Dong. If he had not treated Lin Dong like that before, maybe he could have a pair of acceleration gloves like Su Runin. He just threw a random punch, and none of these children from aristocratic families dared to yell at him. But there is no chance to start over again. Unconsciously, Lin Yang, who had suffered so much injustice, actually shed tears of regret. Lin Dong, if I admit my mistake to you, will you forgive me? Now that I'm out there on my own, I realize how well you protected me in school. I really didn't know how lucky I was. If you had forged equipment for me, I would never have suffered the humiliation I have today. I was wrong. The pile of monster corpses was like a small mountain. It would take 3 days, let alone 1 night, to clean up all of them. Therefore, Cui Wudi and others had no intention of letting Lin Yang take a rest. After dinner, they left Lin Yang here and went to sleep. But Lin Yang continued to work hard under the moonlight. However, after realizing that there was no one around, he suddenly stood up with a determined look on his face. I'm afraid these guys don't know that I go into the dungeon every night to secretly level up. With this win-fixing bead today, I think I can break through to level 2 very quickly. Lin Yang quietly entered the Black Iron Dungeon, holding the cold iron hammer with 60 attack points that he had bought at a cost of millions. He began to fight monsters in the dungeon. In the past, it would take him several hours every night to kill a monster. But now, with a weapon, the win-fixing bead, he actually killed a small monster in just 2 hours. Throughout the night, he killed 3 monsters. He successfully gained 10 experience points. Combined with previous accumulation, I successfully broke through to the 2nd level. After all, he is a holy warrior, and every time he levels up, he gets terrifying attribute bonuses. After level 2, his attack and defense both increase by 50 points, instantly increasing his combat power. Before leaving the Black Iron Dungeon, he even successfully killed a Black Iron boss, which made him very happy. I leveled up in 1 night. It was really fast. I think I can level up to level 10 before entering the Lost Land. This way I will have more power to protect myself. I don't know how fast Lin Dong, who can create super level equipment, can kill monsters. Alas, after Lin Yang left the copy, he began to clean up the corpses of monsters. However, Cui Wudi and others who got up early looked at him in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Can I level up by cleaning up monster corpses? Maybe. However, it only takes 50 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, so it's not surprising. It's nothing like us now, where we need tens of millions of experience points to upgrade to a higher level. That's true. The amount of experience required is so small, so it makes sense to upgrade. No one took Lin Yang seriously, so they continued to enter the silver and bronze dungeons to level up, while Lin Yang continued to clean up the monster corpses and furs. However, that night, Lin Dong, who was far away in the special training camp of the God of War Academy, greatly increased his strength. He forged the Lightspeed Flowing Cloud Boots, the Tai Chi Yin Yang Robe, and the Dragon Elephant Prajna Belt, but the consumption of these top-level silver equipment given by the system was also huge. All the materials and 200 billion reserve funds that Yao Qingxing gave to Lin Dong were squandered by him. If he hadn't had the financial support from selling the acceleration gloves to Song Tianke and others, these pieces of equipment might not have been completely forged. Lin Dong also felt a lot of pressure about this. Alas, it's just silver equipment, but the consumption is so high. How can I afford it when it reaches the gold level in the future? Just when Lin Dong was worried, Marshal Xiao brought him good news. It turned out that the large number of Warcraft and Mutant Warcraft corpses killed at the southwestern border were sorted into materials and sent to Lin Dong. Marshal Xiao's original intention was to let Lin Dong forge a batch of basic black iron and bronze equipment for more young people to use, so that the young people of China can grow rapidly. However, Marshal Xiao only wanted half of the finished product, and the remaining materials were left to Lin Dong to distribute as he pleased. This made Lin Dong a little excited. On the southwestern front, tens of thousands of high-level and mutated monsters were hunted every day, and the amount of materials obtained was also huge. In this way, his lack of forging materials should be alleviated. However, Marshal Xiao also mentioned one thing, that is, the war horn plays a huge role. The southwestern front with the Golden Horn is the only war zone that can fight the mutated monsters to a draw. However, the 3 major war zones of southeast, northeast, and northwest are not so optimistic. Therefore, Marshal Xiao is now looking for a new legendary mutated Great Wild Quinio, wanting to obtain another Great Wild Quinio horn so that Lin Dong can forge it into a team battle artifact such as the Golden Horn. Lin Dong had no objection to this. As long as it could help China's war situation, he would do whatever Marshal Xiao asked him to do. However, it will take some time to transport the warcraft materials, so he plans to go to the silver copy to level up today. After all, the equipment is ready, so it has to be shown off. 68 is broken. It's not enough. When Lin Dong gathered the other team members around him, the expressions on these people's faces became extremely wonderful. No one expected that in just one night, everyone's overall combat power would undergo a drastic change. The most surprised person was Xue Hong. His eyes were wide open. What's going on? Why do you all have a pair of speed-up gloves and even silver-level weapons? This huge change made Xue Hong very jealous. He didn't expect that they were such people, and they actually secretly contacted the captain Lin Dong behind his back. Lin Dong looked at Xue Hong with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, the corpse of the purple thunder mutated squid you gave me yesterday is very useful. When I have time, I will forge a weapon for you. The corpse of the Thunder Beast had been stored in the Hades Beast Soul Furnace by Lin Dong, which upgraded the Five Thunders Heavenly Heart Beast Soul Formation to level 3, which was quite helpful to Lin Dong. His overall attributes now have even surpassed that of the Warlord. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 21. Life, 91,000. Attack, 37,900. Defense, 21,000. Magic defense, 21,000. Magic resistance, 15,000. Attack speed, 500. Movement speed, 300. Dodge, 200. Evil gaze. Eye of punishment. The target being gazed at falls into fear, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. Corrosive beam. Eye of punishment active skill. When exposed to the eye's light, the body will rot, causing 3,000 damage over 15 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Time stands still. Eye of punishment active skill that puts the target in a state of time, standing still for 10 seconds. During this period, damage incurred is accumulated. After the effect ends, the target directly suffers all accumulated damage within 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Retaliation. Red armor 30% chance to rebound all types of damage. Invincible. Red armor active skill. After activation, you will be invincible for 60 seconds and immune to any damage. Rejuvenation. Red armor when HP is below 30%. There is a 50% chance to increase HP to full at once. Double experience. Red armor when killing monsters. You can get twice the normal experience value. 1,000-mile speedy steps. Light speed cloud boots active skill. Movement speed plus 1,000. Last 30 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Sonic boom. Light speed cloud boots 10% chance of causing sonic boom damage, making the opponent unconscious and unable to lock onto the target for 3 seconds. Tai Chi Liang E formation. Tai Chi Yin Yang robe produces a suppressive effect on the target, causing the target to lose 3,000 HP per second. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna belt. For every 10,000 points of HP reduced, defense increases by 10,000. Shadowless fist. Silver Gale gloves every 60 seconds. Release 100 fist shadows with attack plus 500. Explosive flash. Silver Gale gloves every 3 seconds. You can tear the space in front of you and make an instant jump of 300 meters. Thunder in every step level 3. Underworld Beast Soul Furnace within a radius of 100 meters. Continuously release 30 Earth Core lightning bolts with a damage of 1,500 points to the target. Soul Capture. Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Every time you collect a monster corpse, your attack increases by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10,000 points. Lin Dong is now covered with buffs. Even if you just stand there and let all the team members attack together, it may not impress him. Even if Marshal Xiao, the Chinese war saint, took action personally, he might not be able to defeat him easily. As for the warlord, the current Lin Dong is no longer taken seriously. Of course, Lin Dong couldn't let other people see this attribute, so he used the attribute deception necklace to hide the true attribute. Therefore, others could not tell his true colors at all, and even thought he was extremely ordinary. Only people like Song Tianke, who have had in-depth contact with Lin Dong, know that Lin Dong is not as simple as he seems. Xue Hong was the only one who did not make a deal with Lin Dong last night. Seeing that he was already far behind, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Captain, this is what you said. You must help me forge weapons. I will pay for the cost and materials myself. You can just tell me the fee, as long as you can help me forge it. Xue Hong's reaction made Yao Qingxing, Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue and others cover their mouths and laugh. It seems that Shui Hong is not stupid and his reaction is not too slow. Only Choi Hyun-a was standing far away, looking sullen and unwilling to approach the crowd, because she felt that she seemed to be isolated in this team. It was obvious that 2 days ago, everyone was like her and looked down on Lin Dong. Why are they all like lapdogs now, trying to curry favor with Lin Dong one by one? They have no principles at all. Humph, it's just an item equipment. My grandfather also sent me one through a designated transaction last night. Who doesn't have one? The equipment Choi Hyun-a obtained was a silver-level recovery ring that dropped on the southwest battlefield. It was obtained by his grandfather Choi Taihang in a secret way and handed over to her. This recovery ring can restore 30 points of health per second. It can be said to be the best equipment dropped by mutated warcraft. However, Choi Hyun-a, who was holding the recovery ring, couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when looking at the bronze equipment on other teammates. Are the attributes of their equipment so exaggerated? Compared to them, this recovery ring is just rubbish. I am embarrassed to take it out. But what surprised Choi Hyun-a was yet to come. After entering the silver dungeon, these guys today were like people with a shot of chicken blood. They could kill one small monster with one hit, and an ordinary boss could be killed with just a few more hits. You know, these ordinary silver bosses, before their entire team had to grind for hours to kill them. Is it so easy now? It's just like traveling around the mountains and rivers. She didn't even put in any effort, just watched from the side, and after a whole morning, she had earned hundreds of thousands of experience points. However, mutated monsters often appeared in the silver copy at this time. Some mutated monsters even reached the gold boss level, which was not much worse than yesterday's Purple Thunder mutated squid. However, even such a mutated monster could not withstand the attacks of Bai Xingxue, Song Tianke, Yao Qingxing, and others. Especially Su Runin, who can easily kill a gold-level mutant monster single-handedly. This scared Choi Hyun-a. Just 2 days ago, she had mocked Su Runin, but now the other party was so fierce. If she wanted to retaliate against her, she would be no match at all. In this way, during the entire process of clearing the dungeon, Choi Hyun-a was always nervous, afraid that Su Runin would notice her. But this group of people was so powerful, and the experience and materials gained were huge, and she was reluctant to leave the team, so she had to bite the bullet and follow the team. But after a day, the way she looked at Lin Dong changed, and she even became a little fearful. This Lin Dong is simply a treasure-making machine. He armed these people to this degree overnight. It's incredible that Yao Qingxing was just a support before. She had no right to fight monsters, but now she can even fight the golden mutant boss alone. And that newbie Su Runin, his output is simply explosive, even more powerful than by Xingxue and Song Tianke. And all of this was caused by Lin Dong. I really regret how I treated him before, but why didn't he take the initiative to apologize and explain to me? Wasn't he deliberately trying to make me offend him? Choi Hyun-a stamped her feet secretly. She knew that she had lost the best chance to contact Lin Dong. Especially last night, what she said to Lin Dong completely pushed her and Lin Dong to opposite sides. But after a moment, her expression stabilized again. Humph, no matter how powerful he is just a small shrimp of the silver level now. I have the support of my grandfather Choi Taihang, the war master, so he dare not do anything to me. I will try to mend my relationship with him tonight. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind finding someone to teach him a lesson. Choi Hyun-a had made up her mind, and her eyes were once again filled with confidence. But at this moment, the team suddenly stopped, and everyone looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Choi Hyun-a looked up in surprise, not knowing what was going on. I just heard Shui Hong complaining there, seeming to be unsatisfied. The monsters in this silver dungeon refresh, too, slowly. I haven't found a single monster in a long while. It's so boring. Choi Hyun-a was almost shocked. What? These people killed all the monsters in the silver dungeon? This was the first time I heard that the refresh rate of dungeon monsters could not keep up with the speed of monster killing. As the captain, Lin Dong laughed and seemed very calm. There are only a limited number of monsters in a dungeon, which is normal. We have gained quite a lot today, nearly 8 million experience points. I see that all of you have successfully reached level 30, but it only takes 20,000 experience points to reach level 31. Don't overdo it. If you exceed level 31, you won't be able to enter the Lost Land. Everyone nodded in satisfaction, obviously considering Lin Dong as the backbone of the team. When Choi Hyun-a saw this scene, she felt a little timid. It only took Lin Dong 3 days to completely establish his prestige. It's really terrifying